Chapter 161. This is so miserable that I can't bear to criticize him. Sit down. Sit down. This is Chu Sheng's basic operation. As for why he doesn't play solo, you will understand after watching it. Looking at the stunned look of the audience, the fans of Chu Sheng all felt superior. Weaklings. Are you dumbfounded? Sure enough, Chu Sheng never disappoints. Chen Siki didn't listen to her hearty smile. The fun of the game can be at least doubled when she teams up with Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, this is your self-proof. You should be careful. If you play too hard, no one can save you. Chen Siki kindly reminded him whether this guy knew how important this self-proof was to him. And he actually played Jack Law dance heartlessly at the beginning. As the countdown ended, everyone boarded the one-way flight to Jedi Island. Today's flight XRW-471 flies from the nuclear power plant in the lower right corner to the lower city of G-Port. This route can directly fly to about 70% of the entire map. And the P-City that Chu Sheng just mentioned is also on the route. There is something about this route. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw the route. Could there really be a group of people dancing on the P-City water tower to appreciate his dancing? Please look forward to it. Rabbit took a look at this route and marked a point in the nuclear power plant without saying a word. Nuclear power plant? To be honest, Chu Sheng had only been to this place yesterday when he played solo. What impressed Chu Sheng the most was the large square in the nuclear power plant with no cover. We're jumping into the nuclear power plant together. You're not lying this time. Are you? Chu Sheng recalled the last time 3 people teamed up to deceive him. And he was still frightened. These guys are really beasts when they deceive people in order to enter the safe zone. And they don't consider the feelings of their teammates at all. I really won't lie to you this time. After all, you are proving yourself. We know what's important and what's not. Hearing what Rabbit said, Chu Sheng finally felt relieved. Fortunately, these guys still had some sense. The plane flew from the sea to the sky above the nuclear power plant. Chu Sheng jumped down without saying a word. His target was the largest factory in the nuclear power plant. Because he had been here before when he was playing solo. This place can be said to be the place with the richest and most concentrated resources in the entire nuclear power plant. Chu Sheng knew that he had a bad luck aura, and it was impossible for him to have any good things. But at least he had a small pistol for self-defense. Right? Chu Sheng jumped down from the cabin. Before he had time to look back, he saw 3 or 4 people beside him. Their target was the nuclear power plant just like him. Then Chu Sheng looked around at the enemy. There were 2 teams of 8 people jumping to this place. But this is normal. As the fattest place in the right half of the whole map, the nuclear power plant has always been a battleground for military strategists. It would be strange if no one was there. Chu Sheng looked around and found that Tuzi, Shujua and Shinseki were sitting on the plane safely and steadily, with no intention of jumping out of the plane. Fuck. You guys are beasts. Right? I've proved myself. And you still want to play me like this? Chu Sheng's tone was full of resentment. These people are really beasts. They just said that they knew the priorities, and sold him out completely in the next second. Don't these people have a guilty conscience? The audience in the live broadcast room laughed like pigs when they saw this scene, and even secretly sighed that Tuzi and Xiaojue did a great job. The most important thing for the 4-person team is division of labor and cooperation. Now these 3 people left Chu Sheng alone in the nuclear power plant, letting him face 8 people alone, which can be said to be extremely damaged. It must be that Tuzi and Xiaojue knew that this guy was cheating, so they deliberately pitted him. I just want to say that the 3 of you did a great job. Many people hold this idea. After all, they can't find any reason to abandon their teammates at the beginning of the 4-person team. Only the fans in the live broadcast room of these 3 anchors and Chu Sheng's fans know the joke. Seeing this scene reappear, I laughed so hard that I fell backwards. It's still the same taste. Now that he has jumped, it's useless to say anything. Chu Sheng's heart is cold. With his luck, is he going to pick up a frying pan and kill 8 people? Chu Sheng was already thinking about countermeasures while flying downwards. This was the first game of self-certification. He couldn't be the protagonist and be absent the whole time. Right? If that got out, wouldn't it be a joke? I'm afraid that before he could be vindicated, his 28 minutes of absence would become a laughing stock in the entire PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section. Chu Sheng carefully observed below. One team ran towards the largest house in the nuclear power plant. This team was particularly experienced. 2 people were ready to land on the roof, and 2 people were ready to land on the first floor. and searched at the same time. The second team landed on the warehouse building on the other side of the nuclear power plant. Chu Sheng was so scared when he saw this. This nuclear power plant was so small that where could he go if both sides were occupied? Without saying anything, he turned his parachute and prepared to search for a wave of development in the housing area opposite the nuclear power plant. But as soon as Chu Sheng turned his head, he saw two people rapidly falling in the air in front of the housing area. WTF? Are two people in a row so rampant? Chu Sheng then looked around and found that two more people had landed in the logging yard on the high ground. OJAK. Now the situation is clear. Two teams from the nuclear power plant. One team from the housing area and the logging yard. Plus Chu Sheng. A lone dog. You ask why it is not a lone wolf? Sorry. Chu Sheng, who is so cowardly now, does not look like a wolf at all. There is a blockade in front and a chaser behind. Chu Sheng has no chance of turning to the housing area. And the two people in the housing area have already noticed Chu Sheng, who fell on the road and rushed into the house quickly to look for a gun. It is impossible to find a gun. There is no way to have a gun in this life. The only way is to use a crossbow or steal a car. A song of Liang Yang is dedicated to the anchor. This self-proof is interesting. Are you OB the whole time? This is also a routine. I also want to prove myself. But I was killed as soon as I landed. I can't do anything about it. Hee hee. It seems that the corners of your mouth are smiling. But in fact you are panicking. The Water Army remembered their duties again. After all, they can get a commission of 20 cents for posting one. Chu Sheng looked around and finally found a car for him on the roadside in front of the nuclear power plant. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. There was a vehicle on the ground. This wave was very comfortable. He drove away quickly and met up with Shinseki and the others. Isn't it wonderful? The road in front of the nuclear power plant is a car spawning point. And under normal circumstances, at least one car will spawn. However, because Chu Sheng is here, it is unclear how much oil the car has. Shinseki and the other two did not jump very far. Anyway, it was okay to be within a sufficient range of Chu Sheng. The three chose to land in the school district house, searched the 6 houses happily, and then went to the school to fight. At this moment, Chu Sheng ran towards the car, and the information of the increase in the Tuso value kept popping up in his mind, all of which were +1 messages. In the information bar in the upper right corner, a large number of fist knockdown and killed messages suddenly floated across. Needless to say, this group of people were all spectators, who were going to watch the street dance performance at the P-City Water Tower. Unfortunately, Chu Sheng broke his appointment. So an extremely serious and vicious gang fight occurred under the water tower, with extremely bad social impact. Chapter 162 Spinning and Jumping. I closed my eyes as Chu Sheng ran towards the car. The people in the house on the roadside jumped out of the window and fired their rifles at Chu Sheng. Another person also found a EP9 and fired it with machine aim. The ground next to Chu Sheng was suddenly filled with dense smoke and dust like raindrops. Oh my god! I picked up an M4 and MP9 as soon as I landed. How can I play this game? Chu Sheng couldn't help but complain. Why do you have M4 when you enter the house? But I only have a machete when I enter the house. This person wants to drive away and hit the tires. Chu Sheng's body movements were too clumsy, just like a slippery loach. He fired more than 10 shots, but didn't hit a single one, because the two only found guns. It was not easy to knock out the tires with machine aiming. The bullets fell on the car with a clang and splashed sparks. And Chu Sheng was also terrified. If the tires were knocked out, he really couldn't get away. Save some bullets. I only have 30 rounds of spare bullets. I don't have many either. Is this guy a loach? I can't hit him with a single shot. The two also flipped down from the upstairs. Since they couldn't hit him from a long distance, they would get close to him and shoot. Anyway, this guy doesn't have a gun, so there's no need to be afraid of him. Chu Sheng ran to the car and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had a car, he would be alive. Based on the frequency of the bullets fired just now, and the speed of the two people holding their guns, Chu Sheng probably guessed that the two people didn't have many bullets. Looking at the two people rushing over from the housing area, Chu Sheng's car stepped on the accelerator and stopped the car on a small reverse slope, just enough to cover the 4 wheels. So there was no need to worry about a flat tire. The two teams at the nuclear power plant also quickly searched, and a fierce battle broke out. The fans were used to it. It was impossible to have a vehicle. If they stole the car, they would probably run out of gas before they drove 2 steps. Chu Sheng's car only had 1 bar of gas left. You said that 1 bar of gas was enough to escape. But this amount of gas could only support him to run a few hundred meters at most. And he couldn't get anywhere. So when Chu Sheng found a car with only 1 tank of gas, which was extremely unlucky, all the netizens who came to criticize the cheater laughed their asses off. You deserved it. You cheated. You were punished by God. This wave of self-affirmation is interesting. Your teammates abandoned you. You landed without a gun. And your vehicle ran out of gas. This is the will of God to destroy you. Seeing this scene, all the netizens who came to criticize felt I am very relieved. This is the fate of the cheater. Even God will not forgive you. However, Chu Sheng's fans just laughed. These people are really naive. They started screaming with joy at this scene. It's like a group of doctoral students watching a group of children who were so happy to calculate 1 + 1 is equal to 2. With a look of caring for the mentally retarded starting from me. Sit down. Sit down. Basic operation. Don't you know that the anchor is possessed by the heavenly punishment and the bombing? Haha. The heavenly punishment circle will appear later. And there is also a bombing area for washing hair. Looking at these comments in the barrage, the onlookers sneered. And the heavenly punishment circle and bombing area. Do you think PUBG is yours, and you can do whatever you want? Then I landed on the 3rd level suit, and the airdrop hit my face. Maybe you have to go to Gao Laojuan to find this. However, Chu Sheng's actions once again caught everyone off guard. Even the netizens who supported Chu Sheng were all stunned. Damn. Troublemaking must comply with the basic law. Okay? Chu Sheng didn't have a gun in his hand. Instead of driving away, he got out of the car. Big Brother is proving himself that he is not going to Disneyland. Not to mention the supporters. Even the netizens who were looking for trouble were all stunned. What is he doing? Chu Sheng. Is everything okay on your end? Chen Siki's voice sounded with a hint of hoarseness and sexiness. Sure enough. Staying away from Chu Sheng will bring good luck. When has the school district housing in this school been so lucrative? Wow. Before the search of the whole building was finished, Chen Siki had already put on a level 3 suit and was holding a Scarl. Not to mention Xiaojua and Rabbit. They have never seen such a fat school district house. I am afraid that they don't even need to go to school later. They can directly shoot from the roof of the school district house. They can kill the school team. Chu Sheng glanced at the 3 people who were searching the school happily. How could the iron-willed Chu Sheng ask for help? If he could turn the situation around by himself, he would definitely shut up these guys. Come quickly. I am surrounded by a division of soldiers. And there is only 1 car. If you don't come, you will die. I will not let you 3 go even if I become a ghost. Chu Sheng was panicked and didn't care about anything at this time. If it was a motorcycle, Chu Sheng could kill all these guys. But the small motorcycle didn't have much oil, which was not enough for him to go around. The 3 heard Chu Sheng's panicked tone and continued to search while comforting him. Okay. Don't worry. We're coming. But looking at the position of the 3 people on the map, there was no movement at all. Everyone in the live broadcast room was about to pee with laughter. This teammate was really determined. At this time, the safe zone was also refreshed, and the location was just centered on Shuicheng. And the school was just near the center of the safe zone. Looking at this perfect safe zone, Chen Siki and the other 2 suddenly had an urge not to leave the safe zone. Chu Sheng made up his mind. He was sure that the 2 people didn't have many bullets. As long as this trick was successful and consumed their bullets, the 2 people would not pose any threat to him. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng got out of the car, quickly switched to a song, switched to the public channel, and walked up the reverse slope. Standing there, running and jumping, mocking the 2 people who rushed over. Moonlight, wantoned by the stained window. Suddenly, Chu Sheng appeared in front of the 2 again with the singing. And he jumped and jumped extremely mockingly. The first moment the 2 saw Chu Sheng, they didn't care where the singing came from, and directly opened the scope and began to shoot at Chu Sheng. The distance was less than 100 meters, and the scope could hit almost anything within this range. Chu Sheng once again showed his strength of men are eels, moving wildly on the spot, and all the bullets fell on the ground nearby. The 2 fired at the same time, but not a single bullet hit Chu Sheng. Spin and jump. I close my eyes. The noise can't see. Are you intoxicated? Chu Sheng's movement echoed the song, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Even Su Xiaomu, who was broadcasting live with a mobile phone in one hand, opened her mouth slightly and was dumbfounded. This operation is so cool. It's confirmed. The anchor has turned on the time cheat of the Matrix. And all the bullets have passed by. Report that someone has turned on the dance cheat here. The water friends in the live broadcast room also joked. Didn't you say that Chu Sheng is a cheater? Yes. Now is the cheating scene you want. The bullets are all empty. Not because the two people on the opposite side are idiots, but because Chu Sheng's movement is too snake-skinned. Usually, 10 bullets that don't hit a person are enough to make people feel irritable and uneasy. And these two people fired at least 20 shots. And none of them hit. At this moment, they were so angry that they even wanted to rush up and tear Chu Sheng into pieces. Chapter 163, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Damn it. How come I can't hit a single shot? The two were extremely annoyed and wanted to kill Chu Sheng. But they were afraid that they would run out of bullets. You know, there is more than one team in this nuclear power plant. If they run out of bullets, they will be dead. No one in the live broadcast room disliked these two people for being Ma family gun skills. They all saw that the two had tried their best. It was really Chu Sheng's body skills, plus the background music of Dancing Diva, which directly broke through the self-confidence of the two. This wave of complaints plus the wave of P-City Water Tower. Chu Sheng's complaint value directly soared to 76 points. To be honest, Chu Sheng doesn't care much about the Tuso value now. Because even if the Tuso value is full, he doesn't have a gun to display his talent. Seeing that the frequency of the two people's bullets has greatly decreased, Chu Sheng is sure that the two people have little spare bullets left. And he even moves forward provocatively. Wow. A guy without a gun is playing Dancing Diva to provoke. This is totally unbearable. If there is a grenade now, these two people dare to rush up with the grenade and self-destruct. Seeing that Chu Sheng is still presumptuous, someone finally can't stand it anymore. And EP9 is directly switched to full automatic mode, shouting and firing the last round of bullets. Chu Sheng's tricks continued. He lay on the ground like a catfish, then stood up and jumped up, dodging most of the bullets, with only 2 bullets hitting him. Because he didn't have a bulletproof vest, the 2 bullets that hit Chu Sheng still knocked off nearly half of his health. Oh my! If he gets shot 1 or 2 more times, he'll probably be dead. Chu Sheng turned around and ran back to the car to retreat. But a crisp bullet landed on the roof of the car. 98K warning. Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car ran out like crazy. Another bullet landed on the car. This time, Chu Sheng also saw the flames from the muzzle. It was the 2 teammates who had played tricks on the 2 of them and flew to the lumberyard, coming down the mountain to outflank Chu Sheng. It was obviously a 98K with a high-power scope that was so accurate. Chu Sheng didn't dare to get close. With his health, if he was hit by another 98K, he would really be dead. He hadn't proved his success yet, so he couldn't die. Running in reverse, Chu Sheng drove directly into the nuclear power plant. The gunfire in the nuclear power plant had gradually subsided. The group of people were either stuck with each other or the battle was over. Either way, it was better for Chu Sheng than having his lottery ticket stolen. This guy ran in. Chase him. Just now, I saw 2 green bloods on Chu Sheng's body. Without a head and armor, he must not have much blood left. In addition, his 2 teammates had already come down from the mountain. This wave went over to wipe out the people in the nuclear power plant. The roaring sound of the car engine instantly attracted the attention of the team at the nuclear power plant. They had just finished fighting with the opponent and were almost out of ammunition and food. They were frantically looting but didn't get any supplies. As a result, the people in the housing area outside seemed to rush over. Chu Sheng plunged into the nuclear power plant, glanced back and forth, and felt that there was no safe place. He saw the large square of the nuclear power plant again, and his eyes suddenly lit up and drove the car directly into the large square. Although there is no cover here, it is big. No one understood what Chu Sheng was going to do, and they all thought he was panicking. At this moment, Chu Sheng has been vaguely labeled as an embarrassed and bloody cheating anchor, and this wave of cheating self-proof has almost been replaced by laughter. Soon, the people at the nuclear power plant saw a man driving a car into the square. It was the first time they had seen such a reckless enemy. He drove in without even looking for a cover. What a joke. The 3 people who had just replenished their supplies came over quietly, wanting to wait for Chu Sheng to stop the car and knock him down directly. But how could Chu Sheng dare to stop the car at this time? There were tigers and wolves in front and pursuers behind. Now he had led the enemies here. Whether he could deal with these enemies depended on the ability of the remaining team. Because they had just fought a wave of gunfire, they didn't have enough resources on them. And after looting a wave of bags, they found that the group of guys they had just fought against were also poor. They only had a few bullets and supplies. And some were so poor that they only had a frying pan. No hurry. This guy is blocked by a car. Don't kill him first. Kill his teammates. Instead of wasting bullets on the car, it is better to pour bullets on the enemy's body. Obviously, these three people regard Chu Sheng as a teammate of the guys outside. And this guy is obviously here to attract hatred. It's okay to drive a car, but he keeps circling in the square. And he also plays something like spin and jump. I won't stop. The people in the housing area and the mountain also came over. When they saw Chu Sheng circling in the square, they immediately ran up and wanted to shoot this guy down. As a result, he was shot twice as soon as he leaned out. Fuck. There are people in the nuclear power plant. It must be this teammate. Be careful. The two of them immediately restrained themselves. And both teams mistook Chu Sheng for the other team. For a while, Chu Sheng drove the car in circles in the square. But no one on either side hit him. The situation became more and more weird. The person who was hit used a bandage to recover blood and waited for the two teammates who came down from the lumberyard behind. Both sides noticed the position of the other side. The weird thing about the nuclear power plant was that only Chu Sheng did not dare to stop the car and kept circling. Fortunately, circling does not require acceleration and does not consume much fuel. If the car stopped, Chu Sheng would be dead. If you don't come, I'll be dead. Chu Sheng couldn't help but urge the three conscienceless teammates. Okay. Hold on for a while. We'll find a car. Chen Siki looked at Chu Sheng, who only had half of his health left, and listened to his trembling voice, and almost laughed. Chu Sheng, you have come to this day. Chu Sheng glanced at the map, and the three guys really started to move towards the side. But the speed was extremely slow. I'm afraid that when the three came, they could only throw a smoke bomb and burn incense on Chu Sheng's already cold body. The two people from the lumberyard also ran to the nuclear power plant teammate, because they had a high-powered 98K scope. The two sides immediately fought directly, pulling gun lines, smoke bombs, and fighting happily. Only Chu Sheng was honking his horn and playing Dancing Diva while walking around the square. No one had time to kill this guy. After more than 30 seconds of tug-of-war, after knocking down two people, the high-power scope 98K found the right angle to hit a person who was helping his teammates, and directly shot him in the head. Hey. Wait. Three people? If this is a direct headshot, then what about Chu Sheng who was driving on the side? Isn't this guy in the same team as the people in the nuclear power plant? The remaining four people were completely confused. This is a bit metaphysical. There is something in it. But because of the previous wave of fighting, they hastily searched the few people who came over, and they didn't have much ammunition on them. And they couldn't even get a full magazine of bullets. They were embarrassed. Chapter 164 DD. Crush people. Chu Sheng was still unbridled in the square, driving around in circles. Because this guy didn't have a gun, the remaining four people simply ran up, and one stood on one side to surround Chu Sheng. Seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room laughed out loud. This teammate didn't come over, and Chu Sheng was surrounded. It can be said that he was directly sentenced to death. Chu Sheng saw four strong and powerful men surrounding him, and he felt a chill on his back. The four people had no more than a magazine of bullets, and they licked the box of the group they had just fought. There was no supply at all, not even a little bandage, and only a few accessories on their bodies. The car's tank only had half a tank of gas left. Chu Sheng didn't dare to speed up or rush out of the nuclear power plant. He was afraid that the gas would stall as soon as he got outside the nuclear power plant. Chen Siki and the other two were still 2 kilometers away from Chu Sheng, and it seemed that they still hadn't found the vehicle. God helps those who help themselves. Chu Sheng must think of a way to save himself. The audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. They must be playing a fake PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. In this situation, the four guys didn't shoot much. Are they idiots? According to my famous Detective Cozy's analysis, the two of them came out to chase Chu Sheng soon after searching for guns, and wasted at least a round of bullets. They just had a fight with the nuclear power plant. The reason why the four of them didn't take action now is most likely that they don't have enough bullets. or even very few. So they don't dare to waste bullets. That's the only way to put it. Detective Cozy is indeed a meticulous thinker. When they thought about the fact that these 4 guys didn't even have extra bullets, everyone's face is twisted. They didn't know whether they should say that Chu Sheng was extremely unlucky or extremely lucky. It's the first time I've seen that people with guns don't dare to shoot people without guns. It really broadens my horizons. Hey, a good funny anchor. Why does he have to cheat and pretend to be a technical anchor? You can become a king by being funny, but you have to go to bronze to cheat and show off your skills. Anchor, you should be more careful. At this moment, the 4 people surrounding Chu Sheng also had a hard time. This guy obviously had no guns or armor, and even only had half of his health. But he was like a hot potato that could only be watched but not eaten. He was completely a troublesome little goblin. Don't waste bullets at a long distance. We don't have much spare bullets. Since this guy is not dead, it means he has teammates. We must fight quickly. When the 4 people thought that Chu Sheng had teammates, and who knew where he would suddenly appear from, they felt that they were in danger. But a headless, armorless and half-blooded guy was circling in front of them, and playing Dancing Girl. I'm afraid no player can stand it. So, with only 15 bullets left, the guy holding the EP9 walked towards the square. The EP9 gun is still very powerful in close combat, but as long as the distance is slightly increased, the bullet damage will be weakened and reduced. Not to mention that Chu Sheng is wrapped in a large piece of iron sheet, so you have to be very close to hit him. The player standing on the slope holding the 98K fired one shot after another, and only 10 of the 37.62 bullets were left. Chu Sheng naturally saw the enemy approaching slowly and tentatively. This person's choice was right. It was easier to aim and shoot without wasting bullets when he was close. Chu Sheng only needed to be hit by 2 more shots with this amount of health, and he could get off the car and kneel down to beg for mercy. Chu Sheng did not speed up, but still circled along the previously established route, giving the opponent an illusion of harmless to humans and animals. The player holding the EP9 saw that Chu Sheng was still circling, and there was no sign of driving to hit anyone, so he approached him boldly. He was going to shoot Chu Sheng directly from the side when he drove past him. You know, although the car door would block part of the torso, the upper body could basically be hit through the car window, which indirectly increased the headshot rate. 2 shots, as long as there are 2 bullets to hit. Chu Sheng, this weirdo, can be shot down from the car. Chu Sheng naturally saw the player who was touching him and preparing to shoot, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You say these people are 484 stupid. The police uncle said to stay away when you see a car. This guy actually dared to come up, so don't blame him for being cruel. Hitting directly would definitely arouse the opponent's vigilance. When Chu Sheng saw that this guy had already shoulder shot and opened the scope, he drifted and flicked cleanly, and the rear of the car slid sideways and flew out. And with a duong sound, he shot this guy directly into the center of the square. This accidental change stunned everyone. After Chu Sheng drifted, he quickly straightened the front of the car and did not choose to crush the guy to death, but continued to circle. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. There is such a move. Too arrogant. Right? At this time, brushing Chu Sheng as a cheater would not get praise. All the viewers were concentrating on how Chu Sheng handled this deadlock. Seeing his teammate being knocked down and lying in the center of the square, Chu Sheng drove the car back and forth in circles, without any intention of crushing him to death, which made the remaining 3 people feel uncomfortable. Should I save my teammate or not? What if Chu Sheng knocks down another person if he rescues them? If he doesn't rescue them, he will watch his teammates being killed by a powerless naked hanger. He will probably die with regrets for the rest of his life. The 3 people who were rushing to the nuclear power plant were stunned when they saw the information that Chu Sheng used a vehicle to knock someone down. Oh my goodness. What exciting thing happened to Chu Sheng? He was begging them to come to his rescue in a crying voice the previous second, and then he drove over someone. Isn't this change a bit abrupt? Rabbit, you drive the car. I have to go to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room to see what happened. Shinseki entered Chu Sheng's live broadcast room familiarly, and then saw this guy spinning around a fallen player like an old donkey pulling a stone mill. Look at Chu Sheng again. He has no head, no armor and half health. The car has little gas left, and there are 3 enemies next to him who are staring at him. Awesome Chu Sheng. He can survive without a head, no armor and no gun. He is worthy of being someone I admire. Shinseki saw the scene and couldn't help but praise Chu Sheng. He is worthy of being a man who can take her to play PUBG. He is just a little bit capable. If she were in this situation, she would have been killed long ago. Don't talk about this. My car is running out of gas. You guys should hurry up. Chu Sheng saw a few people coming out of the intersection of the school district house, riding a vehicle and running wildly on the road towards the air raid shelter. But at this speed, it was, seeing their teammates fall, they gritted their teeth. They couldn't let a guy without a head, armor or weapons wipe out the four of them. Right. Rescue. Leave the M4 and 98K to hold down the guns. I'm out of bullets here. I'll go down to rescue. Both teammates nodded. If they waited until this guy was about to hit them before shooting, it would be too late. While their teammates were rescuing people, they had to shoot down this annoying guy Chu Sheng. Chapter 165. What is coming will eventually come. For gunmen cannot defeat a naked man. If this gets out, I am afraid that the shame will be thrown to the Pacific Ocean. We must not admit defeat. We must get back at the place. One person rushed down without saying a word, while the other 98K and M4 were still looking for opportunities to shoot. The crisp sound of the 98K can be heard from far away, but the bullet splashed a burst of sparks on the iron sheet, and a metallic tremor was heard. It is quite difficult to use a high-powered 98K to move and headshot within a distance of less than 50 meters. The player with the M4 has few bullets, but if Chu Sheng makes any excessive moves, a volley of bullets will be fired, even if it does not hit the person. Hitting the car can also consume the durability of the car. As for the keyboard warriors who will definitely say, hit the tire. If they could hit the tire, Chu Sheng would have been shot in the head. Chu Sheng didn't expect these guys to be so arrogant. They actually dared to come down to save people. Do they think they have a long life? The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Are these people stupid? If Chu Sheng hadn't switched to the rank interface at the beginning and let them see Su Xiaomu's rank score, I'm afraid everyone would think this was a fish-egg game. What are these guys thinking? In this situation, can you run down to save people? This is clearly a trap set by Chu Sheng, waiting for you to go down to save people, and then find an opportunity to hit 2 shots at once. What should we do if we don't save him? For people with guns can't beat a naked guy. If he runs away, he will never be able to hold his head up again in his life. Right? I think if Chu Sheng shoots 4 people in one and makes them show off, it will probably cause psychological trauma. Seeing these 2 comments, the people who just shouted at this group of idiots suddenly stopped, as if what they said made some sense. If one day they are also shown off by a naked guy, they will probably delete the game in anger. Chu Sheng continued to go around in circles. He looked at the oil and found that he had less than half a bar, which was enough for him to go around in circles until the poison was reduced. If Shinseki and the others couldn't get back, Chu Sheng would really be finished. Carefully, he moved to the side of his teammate, who was bleeding and only had half of his health left, squatted down and started to save him. Almost all of his attention was focused on the car, and if there was any abnormality, he would let go and dodge immediately. Chu Sheng was still circling back and forth, and the 98K was still hitting the car with 1 bolt and 1 shot, because it had been hit by some bullets. Thick smoke began to come out of the front of the car. Chu Sheng glanced at the car with only half of its durability left, hoping that this wave of luck would be on his side. It seemed that they thought Chu Sheng was intimidated by the M4 and did not dare to take any action. Looking at the teammate, who was about to be pulled up in 2 seconds, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. If they could get up, their UB9 would be of great use. Chu Sheng raised a smile, and he had calculated the time in his mind. Just as he was about to be helped up, one of them drifted. One was thrown directly to the back of the square, and the other was turned into a box. Then the fully automatic M4 bullets hit the car directly, and sparks flew and smoke billowed. Chu Sheng swung wildly and still dodged a few bullets. Now the durability of the car has reached red, and it can't take a few more bullets. Damn! I'm out of bullets! At this time, Chu Sheng didn't circle around anymore, but ran over the man who just hit him. Naked driving double kill. The rabbit, Shujia and Shinseki, who were rushing over here, saw Chu Sheng using the vehicle to kill 2 people, and they were all dumbfounded. The audience in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. At this moment, they all turned into salted fish who could only shout 666. Do you want to show off like this? Surrounded by 4 people without a gun, he first consumed a wave of ammunition. then diverted the trouble to the other side, and let the two sides fight. And then another wave of people stood by and watched. When the two groups of people decided the winner, with no ammunition and supplies on their bodies, they finally eliminated two people with vehicles. This whole set of textbook operations simply blinded the eyes of many indignant keyboard warriors. The anchors I have seen before. Which one did not go down to find a gun as soon as possible, and then turned on the killing mode? Where have I seen the left hand taunting the right hand driving the show? Now there is only the last 98K with 10 bullets. But this gun is not as practical as a small pistol in this situation. Watching Chu Sheng run over his teammates, the enemy holding the 98K shot directly at the waist of the flaming car. At this time, there was no need to hit anyone. The car was smoking. Just a few more bullets would kill this guy. And both teammates were killed by this guy. This game experience is extremely bad. Chu Sheng glanced at the map. The three-person rescue team had already reached the air raid shelter. But the next road was all mountain roads. So the speed was not that fast. At this speed, Chu Sheng had to hold on for at least a minute. Ding! The sparks were covered by the fire on the front of the car, and the durability was sharply reduced. Judging from the situation, the car can only withstand 2 shots at most before it explodes. But it will take at least a minute for the 3 to drive over. Chu Sheng was in a truly desperate situation. He didn't dare to get out of the car and dance. This high-powered 98K is not like the machine-scoped M4. At this distance, it can hit anything you point at, and there is no time to dodge. Chu Sheng has so little health that he would kneel down and shout "Dad" immediately if he gets a little scratched. After crushing 2 people, only the 98K has some bullets left. Chu Sheng is ready to rely on his extraordinary driving skills to survive this minute. At this moment, the map where he is covered by a ball of red, and the bombing area comes in response. 6. It's coming as expected. This wave is a bit interesting. The fans who knew Chu Sheng well immediately cheered. The punishment circle and bombing zone followed one after another. If Chu Sheng didn't get off the car, he would be wiped out. In the past, everyone wanted to see Chu Sheng punished by justice. But today, they were worried that Chu Sheng would really be punished by the fire of heaven, and then bear the stigma of being a cheater. God, I would rather eat 1 less chicken leg tonight in exchange for Chu Sheng not being killed by the bombing zone. This guy can die anytime. But he must not die this time. Chu Sheng died, and the keyboard warriors collectively cheered. Aren't they the real fans who were slapped in the face? Seeing the red bombing zone, Chu Sheng immediately felt that it was worse. Not only did he have to dodge bullets, but he also had to dodge the fire of heaven. Is it really good to start the game in hell? But I was pretending to be awesome, and I had to prove my success even with tears in my eyes. Chu Sheng carefully twisted the flaming car around, trying to avoid the opponent's 98K warning. The sound of thunder in the sky resounded above his head, and there was a feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city. The bombing area is coming. Should we hide? The other person had no bullets now, and could only act as a 666 salted fish repeater. Why hide? There is a high probability that the sky fire will fall on the vehicle. Take advantage of the sky fire to take this guy. There are still 5 bullets. Everyone knows that the flaming car will definitely not be able to take these 5 98K warnings. Chu Sheng will definitely die. Chapter 166 Spiritual 1 Protect 3 Tactics. The eardrums have heard the sharp sound of bombs breaking through the air. Boom! The skyfire fell in response, and huge smoke and flames rose on the ground, and the small stones splashed flew dozens of meters away. Usually, the skyfire fell in the mountains or cities, but it fell in the bare place of the nuclear power plant square, without any shelter or cover, allowing everyone to see the power of the skyfire to destroy the world for the first time. You must know that the skyfire does not explode the body, but the heart. Some guys like to shout in the skyfire, "I am the son of destiny." At this time, in order to make him sober up and face the reality, the skyfire usually responds and tells him that you are indeed the man chosen by the skyfire. Chu Sheng was trembling with fear as he controlled the flaming car. The skyfire exploded right beside him, and the stones splashed into the car, making a clanging sound. He was panicking, but Chu Sheng couldn't show it at this time. He restrained his expression. After all, it was a self-certification bureau, so he had to at least show his master's demeanor. Chu Sheng looked at the 2 people standing together, and his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found a perfect opportunity. Don't panic at this time. I want to tell you that I have already made up my mind to kill them. They must die. Chu Sheng pretended to be low-key, but was ruthlessly exposed in an instant. Your car is about to explode. I have no idea what you are going to say, brother-in-law. Wash your hair in the bombing area to understand. Compared with the opponent, we are more worried about your death. You know, if you die in the car, you can't even save it. At most, you can throw a smoke bomb to commemorate it. He just opened his mouth to show off and was interrupted by these guys. From the tone, it seems that they are not those water army, but his own people. You say that these pigs have no sense. If they don't help him at this time, they are really the same as Shinseki and the other two. Don't they feel guilty? The car's oil can't wait for the rescue team to come. Chu Sheng can only take a risk. The sky fire keeps pouring towards the earth, and the roar is shocking. At this time, the three people were all scared and didn't want to be punished by justice. With a beautiful tailspin, he dodged a bullet. The front of the car was facing the two people. Chu Sheng saw that the player with the 98K was just pulling the bolt to change the bullet, and he stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Is this what Chu Sheng said about the murderous intention? This is not going to kill people. This is completely going to die. The car has only the last bit of durability left. If it is hit by another bullet, it will explode. If he rushes forward like this, he will be a living target. He can't escape the fate of being blown up. The speed of the car accelerated to 80 miles before the fuel ran out, and then the speed slowly decreased due to power loss. The player who ran out of ammunition saw the car crashing towards him and dodged to the side in fear. Why didn't you hide? But he saw his teammate holding the 98K and aiming at the car again. This shot must blow up the car. It's okay. If I get knocked down later, you can help me up. If the car explodes and crashes into him, he will at most be knocked down, but he won't die. What's there to be afraid of? The bullets were reloaded, and the car had lost power, and its speed had dropped sharply to 50 miles per hour. Chu Sheng saw that the other party had finished reloading the bullets. At this moment, the car was only about 10 meters away from the two of them. Chu Sheng made a quick decision and chose to jump out of the car. After jumping out of the car, Chu Sheng directly wiped off half of the remaining blood, and only a little blood was left to survive. The distance of 10 meters was reached in an instant. Before the 98K could react, Chu Sheng jumped out of the car. The bullets were fired unexpectedly, and there was no room for retraction. The car exploded with a loud bang, and the powerful inertia still carried the debris of the explosion forward and ran over a player directly. Come here quickly. I'll give you the gun. Kill this guy. The knockdown player was still quite sober, and did not appear to be hitting the porcelain or falling to the ground. He hurriedly threw his 98K and the remaining 4 bullets on the ground. He fell down, but he could still hold on for a while. The teammates were awakened and immediately did what they said. This guy was shot twice at first, and just now, he jumped out of the car again. So there was not much blood left. Chu Sheng saw that he had only knocked down one player, and there was another player. Was he going to rush over to save him, or get a gun? Either way, it was not good news for Chu Sheng. Now he was a fragile person, and a punch could teach him a lesson. Slip away. In this situation, why not slip away and wait for the 3 heroes of Peach Garden? This wave is over. I chose to leave my back to a 98K. It can be said that I am finished. I tried my best. I showed off without a gun, but I just lacked a little luck. Can a game without a gun show off like this? It's a pity that I still couldn't prove my success. Some of the onlookers have changed their camps after seeing this. This game is so exciting to watch. Although there is no gunfighting, it is as thrilling as a blockbuster movie. The skyfire is still going on, but Chu Sheng can no longer care about it. The right thing to do is to run to the bridge hole in the distant square as soon as possible. Maybe he can use the Qin King's body movement around the pillar to dodge these bullets, and wait for the team to rescue him. Just as this person took over his teammates' 98K and bullets, and was loading them, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle in his ears, followed by a skyfire hitting the bull's eye, and the two of them turned into boxes directly. Chu Sheng saw the entire killing process from a third-person perspective. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw a funny scene. Without a head, armor, or gun, he was beaten into a stray dog, and a skyfire ended the farce. Chu Sheng's fans were even more stunned. Did the director get the script wrong? Why did the skyfire only blow up the enemies, but not Chu Sheng? You know, Chu Sheng was the one who caused the skyfire. The director said that the script was correct. Just now, a group of pigs who came from nowhere knelt down and cried and begged him, saying that they would rather sacrifice a midnight snack than let the skyfire blow up Chu Sheng. Didn't it work? There were also some weird pigs who closed their eyes and lied, saying that they would sacrifice a night of sex life to pray. Where did the pigs have sex? Chu Sheng didn't expect that the skyfire would be so powerful and directly helped him kill 2 people. Since everyone was dead, he had nothing to be afraid of. The dead players could be said to have died with their eyes wide open. Fuck. This skyfire is bombing randomly. Why not bomb the pig driving the car? Why bomb them all? This is really a show. For people with guns were shown through the water by a naked hang. Although there was skyfire assist, the 4 people were helpless against Chu Sheng. Just this point is enough to be embarrassing. Well, you 3 don't need to come. Chu Sheng ran towards the box and installed a trivial comparison. Seeing that Chu Sheng was only a layer of blood, Shinseki was surprised. Don't we need to come to rescue? This Chu Sheng looked at the dying state, and just now, he was humbly shouting for them to come quickly. Why didn't they come now? I have dealt with all the people here, and I will protect you 3 in the rest of the game. Chu Sheng's words stirred up 1,000 waves again. Is this guy a bit rampant? Chapter 167 Discounted Gun God Mode? Wow. Chu Sheng, you are so arrogant that you actually said such things in front of 2Z and Xiao Ju. Shinseki sensed the change in Chu Sheng. Funny Chu Sheng went offline, and the killer Chu Sheng came back online. 2Z and Xiao Ju looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This Chu Sheng was really restless. If the screen camera proved that he could still play so coquettishly, then this guy is really awesome. Are we really leaving? Shinseki asked tentatively. Hey, you guys can leave, but throw me a first aid kit and a drink under the tree at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Chu Sheng was domineering for less than 3 seconds, and then he was scared. He happily went over to lick the 98K with a 4-fold scope, and there was still an M4 without bullets. Now Chu Sheng was the only winner in the entire nuclear power plant. The 98K still had 5 bullets, which was enough for Chu Sheng. With a level 2 suit, a rifle, and a sniper rifle in hand, Chu Sheng basically had no desires except that his health was a little low. See, we can dominate the nuclear power plant without a gun. By the way, I also turned on the Skyfire cheat. You can report it. This was also the first time that Chu Sheng responded to the water army that had led the rhythm before. And then, he officially started to slap his face. Wow, my brother-in-law is really inflated. But if it were me, I would have died 1,000 times. Although there was some luck involved in the last wave, the host's operation was really impeccable. He can play so well without a gun. I am convinced. I came here to criticize, but I was impressed by the host's cool operation. He played so well even if he proved himself. It doesn't seem like he was cheating. Hee. No matter how much I say, it's useless. Please show me the SKS-15X scope. 17 rounds in 2 seconds. And 98K blind sniping again. Otherwise, no matter how much I say, it's useless. Although the host's skills may be really good, this can't cover up the fact that he used cheats. Unless these classic operations are reproduced, it can't be washed away by a cameraman taking a screenshot. Su Xiaomu was so angry when she saw these comments that she looked like an inflated pufferfish. These professional water army and haters really refused to stop for a moment. They even said such things that the cameraman could not prove it by taking a screenshot. They also said that they wanted to restore those god-level operations. You should know that some operations are made by people under extreme circumstances, and it is difficult to reproduce them later. These haters are just trying to make things difficult for others. Su Xiaomu was so angry that her teeth itched, but she could do nothing at the moment. Chu Sheng glanced at the comments and smiled coldly. Ha! If I don't defeat you today, I'm afraid you will have to compete again. Shichi, who have you picked up an SKS? Throw one under the tree for me too. Chu Sheng's killing intent suddenly rose. These rhythm dogs wanted to see his operation, so he showed it all. And then see what else these guys can say. Shinseki was stunned. From Chu Sheng's tone, he was really angry. He wanted to persuade Chu Sheng not to compete with these black fans. But when he thought about proving himself, Chu Sheng could only show his brilliant operation and data to smack these guys' pig faces. Without saying a word, he said, Xiao Ju has an SKS, and we left it under the tree for you. Shinseki spared no effort to prove Chu Sheng's self-proof. Originally, Xiao Ju didn't want to hand over this SKS. He searched 2 school district buildings, and finally got a fully equipped SKS with an 8x scope. Chu Sheng had to hand it over with just one sentence. After all, he was also a master of the PlayerUnknown's Battleground section. But I gave it to him for the sake of his self-affirmation. After leaving Chu Sheng with medicine and guns, the 3 of them drove away without looking back or exchanging pleasantries, leaving everyone stunned. This is not League of Legends, and they are still using a split-push strategy. You should know that in a 4-person team, it is much more difficult to play alone. Many technical streamers sometimes play a single 4-person team to prove their excellent shooting skills. But the scores of such games are not very high, and there are rarely single 4-person team games with more than 1,500 points. The reason why Chu Sheng was so bold all of a sudden was because he discovered some new secrets of the system. As the 2 miserable guys were killed by the Skyfire, Chu Sheng's Tuso value also reached 80 points. And he immediately turned on the Gun God Possession mode. Sniper God Markov. 80 points? Turn on the Gun God mode? Wait. Something seems wrong. If Chu Sheng remembered correctly, didn't the Tuso value reach 100 points before the Gun God Possession could be turned on? Why did it turn on at 80 points this time? Could it be that this stupid system has been upgraded? When did it upgrade secretly? How come he, the host, didn't know anything about it? Is there any human rights left? After a wave of looting, Chu Sheng now has no car and can only run to the safe zone by his legs. The first poisonous circle has begun to shrink. Chu Sheng ran to the house outside the nuclear power plant and searched a little. He used a bandage to pull at the blood, and then ran away. Chun Siki, 2Z, and Xiao Ju went straight to the Shuicheng bridge in the center of the safe zone. This kind of circle will come out later, either above or below. Blocking the bridge is equivalent to guarding the throat. If it is put into military terms, it is a battleground for military strategists. 2Z and Xiao Ju are both former professional players with strong skills. The 2 of them joined hands. Even with Chun Siki's drag, they can firmly defend the fake garage at the bridgehead. Chu Sheng ran all the way to the mark point. He was not going to take the M4. Today, he would use his SKS and 98K to slap the faces of these black fans. Chu Sheng also felt something was wrong. From the comments, it felt like someone had planned it. These people talked in bursts, and they didn't seem like ordinary fans. However, it was live now, so Chu Sheng couldn't ask Su Xiaomu directly. He planned to ask after the self-certification was over. He already had a gun, and the Gun God mode was already on. Next, Chu Sheng needed some supplies and bullets, so that he could show off to the point where boys would blush and girls would unconsciously clamp their legs and water would flow. Chu Sheng's Tuso value had reached 87 points. And now he was thinking while running wildly. Since the Tuso value of the Gun God was now 20% off, and only 80 points were needed to open it, then what would the Tuso value of 100 points be? Would there be a higher level of Tuso value? All of this was Chu Sheng's curiosity. This blind castrated system was really a piece of shit. Other systems had clear titles, experience points, effects, and upgrade conditions. But this system didn't say a word, as if it was dead. He had to figure out everything by himself. And it had no intelligence at all. Following Chu Sheng's complaints, he also ran all the way to the air raid shelter. At this time, the poison circle had already shrunk. But this poison circle was a little interesting. It was still centered on the water city and the ruins, spanning both sides of the water, forming a yin-yang tai chi circle. No one could guess whether the next safe zone would be on the left or the right. Of course, in addition to our self-proving 4-member team. Chapter 168 5 more bullets are needed for a team wipe? Seeing this circle, all the people in the safe zone looked worried. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle when the safe zone refreshes later. Seeing Chu Sheng already running towards the school district house, Chun Siki couldn't help asking, Chu Sheng, do you want us to pick you up? People who don't know him think Chun Siki is showing her love to Chu Sheng. The fans who have seen the 4-person team all covered their mouths and laughed. This group of people in the 4-person team is too sinister. Even Tuzi and Shuju acquiesced to Chun Siki's awesome behavior. Chu Sheng took a look at this yin-yang circle. Chun Siki was too direct. Was he bullying him for being a fool? It was as if he didn't understand the meaning of this circle. These people are really stupid. Others and teammates worked together to win the game. And Chu Sheng and these 3 teammates also had to tease each other. No need to come. I already know your little tricks. You 3 can cross the bridge to a higher place. I will guard the bridge alone. and I will make sure that no one will pass. Chu Sheng also went with the flow. Anyway, he needed to prove himself and fight. So blocking the bridge was undoubtedly the best choice. Chu Sheng has a natural physique of the heavenly punishment circle. If he guards the bridge head, the next safe zone will definitely be on the mountain in the north. And those who stay in the south will have to swim or cross the bridge if they want to cross the river. This is a good time for him to show his skills. Do I need to leave some supplies for you? Shinseki's tone was mixed with uncontrollable joy. The best thing about playing in a 4-person team with Chu Sheng is that they can predict the next safe zone in advance, without running around like a headless fly. Chu Sheng glanced at his backpack. 57.62 bullets, 10 bandages, a 4x scope 98K, an 8x scope fully equipped SKS. The fans were all talking about how Chu Sheng must have taken the opportunity to extort a lot of supplies. After all, as a poor man with bad luck, if he didn't seize the opportunity to kill the rich, he would have no chance. Especially with Shinseki's Sun Army running to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room to show their true colors. Chu Sheng, you must bid hard later. These 3 people are so rich. They even have things like sniper rifle silencers. Mother Chen has a medical kit. Rabbit has 150 rounds of 7.62 bullets. Shuju has secretly packed 8 bottles of drinks. Chu Sheng was stunned when he saw these exposed things. Is there something wrong with the way he logged into the game? These guys just searched for a school district house. And they are so rich? What kind of posture did they use to log into the game? But I, Wang Jingze. No. Even if I, Chu Sheng, die, get poisoned, die without bullets, and have no medicine to recover blood, I will not ask them for any resources. No. You go first. Chu Sansaw. Who is as strong as a man? How can he bow down for a few resources? Do you think it will be delicious? Hee. That doesn't exist. Really? Shinseki looked dazed. She had never seen anyone who didn't want resources. Don't be so stubborn. Okay? Chu Sheng's HP is still at 75 points. It's obvious that he just pulled it up little by little with bandages. He doesn't even have a bottle of energy drink. This guy is too stubborn. Really? I don't need it. I'll have resources after killing a team of people. You guys go over and occupy the high ground. Chu Sheng has made up his mind. Since he wants to prove himself, he naturally needs something exciting. Otherwise, if his blood doesn't boil, how can he ignite the whole audience? The audience of the live broadcast was all amazed when they saw Chu Sheng's decision. Su Xiaomu, who was broadcasting live with his mobile phone, also frowned. Brother, hold on. Don't act recklessly. 5 bullets. If a team of people came from the opposite side, wouldn't Chu Sheng be dead? The netizens laughed at him. Is this guy a cow that doesn't give birth? He is so arrogant. With only 5 bullets in his body. And he still wants to block the bridge? Chu Sheng, you have to prove yourself. Don't pretend at this time. Even the netizens who supported Chu Sheng began to persuade him. 5 bullets are not enough to hear a sound. What can you do? Chu Sheng looked at everyone persuading him. And at this time even Shinseki knew from the netizens that Chu Sheng only had 5 bullets in his body. And immediately scolded, "Are you kidding? What can you do with just 5 bullets?" Even Su Xiaomu was trying to persuade him, "Brother, please stop making trouble." Okay. Chu Sheng saw that everyone was against it. And there were many sarcastic comments in the barrage. So he turned around and asked Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, what do you think?" Bai Xuanlu was a little confused, and was still thinking about why Chu Sheng had called Shinseki's nickname Chi-Chi just now. She was thinking about finding a chance to ask Su Xiaomu about the relationship between Chu Sheng and Shinseki. But she was suddenly called by Chu Sheng, and she hadn't reacted yet. "What did you say just now?" Looking at the arrogant and confused look of the iceberg, Chu Sheng's heart trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Bai's appearance was not usually seen, and it was actually very cute, making people have the urge to hold her in their arms and protect her. I said, I only have 7.62 bullets on me. Should I ask my teammates for some supplies? Chu Sheng repeated it, and then locked his eyes on Xiao Bai. 5 bullets. 1 bullet left after killing a team. What bullet do you want? Xiao Bai's answer was domineering and direct, and Chu Sheng's mouth curled up after hearing it. Sure enough, Xiao Bai was the one who had a tacit understanding. Although Chu Sheng turned off the microphone, the water friends in the live broadcast room could still hear the voice. Hearing this arrogant little sister say this, They felt cold all over. This is too domineering. 5 bullets. 1 bullet left after killing a team? Damn. Why don't you go to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Chu Sheng looked back at Su Xiaomu again, scratched her nose and said, "Did you hear that? Your sister Xiaobai's answer is the perfect answer." The audience, who were ready to type words to mock Chu Sheng, felt like they were forced to eat a big mouthful of dog food and were not given water when they heard Chu Sheng's words. They almost choked to death. The anchor is forcing dog food when he proves himself? Damn. Goddess Xiaobai is mine. Woo. What should I do if I suddenly want to follow the trend and criticize Chu Sheng? I'm afraid that if I miss it, it will be too abrupt when I criticize Chu Sheng in the future. And I will be criticized to death by others? What about the promise of being single based on strength? Why does Chu Sheng seem to have a higher EQ after sleeping? Xiaobai didn't show any expression on her face when she heard Chu Sheng's praise, but she still felt happy in her heart. This was her idea. She had played 2 games with Chu Sheng and was already impressed by his skills. What's 5 bullets? He can kill a team with 3 bullets. Stop. Stop. Stop bragging. Where is the iceberg tsundere you said? How come you are almost a fangirl? Su Xiaomu snorted coldly and ignored Chu Sheng, holding her phone and continuing to live broadcast. This big bad guy. Who did she say this for? This guy didn't appreciate it. And he even joined Xiaobai. Seeing the tacit understanding between the two just now, Su Xiaomu was inexplicably unhappy. She herself also had a little doubt. It was obviously her who brought the two together. Why did she feel inexplicably irritated when she saw the eyes of the two people meet, and even Chu Sheng gave affirmation? When did this mentality change? Chapter 169, Why is the instant mirror black? Waiting online. Urgent. Chu Sheng reopened the voice chat and said to Chen Siki seriously, "Since they want to see the showmanship, then I will show them the showmanship." Chu Sheng paused for a moment. His eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. People who knew Chu Sheng well all felt a chill behind their backs when they saw his eyes. This guy must be trying to make trouble again. Actually, I really need something. If you are free on the other side, you can help me find it. Hearing that Chu Sheng really needed something, Chen Siki's eyes lit up. It would be best if she could help him. She completely forgot how she ruthlessly abandoned Chu Sheng when she was parachuting just now, and went to the school district house with the other 2 men. "Tell me, what do you want? I don't believe that there is anything in the safe zone that I, Chen Siki, can't find." Tuzi and Shijua heard Chu Sheng's tone, and heard Chen Siki say this. They felt a little weird and wanted to stop Chen Siki from speaking out, but they didn't expect that they didn't have time to let her say it. After listening to it, the two looked at each other. Could it be that what Chu Sheng needed was something simple? Just think about the atmosphere when he played in a 4-person team before. If this can't be done, the fans will definitely not say that Chen Siki is not good enough. After all, what's wrong with a singing entertainment anchor dying on the spot? But you Tuzi and Shijua, as former CS Go professional players, can't even meet this requirement. This is unreasonable. The two wanted to hear what Chu Sheng wanted, but now Chen Siki had already agreed. They couldn't say they would think about it again. Right? Chu Sheng didn't expect Chen Siki to be so generous. It was worth it for him to accept her. "Oh, it's not a rare thing. Just help me find a motorcycle and a 15x scope." Chu Sheng said it easily. When Rabbit and Xiaojua heard the motorcycle, they were relieved at the same time. They were scared to death and thought it was something else. It turned out to be a motorcycle. As a result, before he finished speaking, a 15x scope came out, which made the two vomit blood. All the audience in the live broadcast room laughed so hard that they spit out their food. Chu Sheng is really too naughty. Isn't a 15x scope a rare thing? But when this word came out, 15x scope, SKS, everyone immediately thought of something. This is psychic magic. Awesome. Awesome. So cool. Give the boss an ice cube. Anyway, Chu Sheng's bragging is loud and clear, and his words are louder than the last, which makes the fans and trolls stunned. But it is not clear what his strength is, and whether he can successfully prove himself. Chen Siki laughed foolishly twice. This Chu Sheng really didn't give her face. He actually asked her to find something like a 15x scope. Is this a big treasure that ordinary people can touch? But since he had already boasted just now, it would be a slap in the face of my intellectual and mature elder sister Chen Siki? There are millions of suns watching in the live broadcast room. Can we lose this person? Okay. I'll go, Jinseki said, almost gritting her teeth. Her face really hurt. Chusheng, this guy, didn't show any mercy to her. He actually asked her to go deep into the dragon's den to find something like a 15x scope. Humph! Not to mention that chasing airdrops is full of uncertainty and danger. Even if you grab an airdrop, there may not be something like a 15x scope in it. The three of them drove to chase their dreams without saying a word. Chu Shengxiu's scalp numbed. And none of the three wanted to stay here. This was not a simple thing. I thought I would be safe after crossing the river. But I didn't expect this to be a road of no return. Chu Sheng continued to run towards the safe zone alone and install the 8x scope on the 98K. Chu Sheng didn't have many bullets, so he had to rely on things like 98K to kill people in seconds. As for SKS, he would wait for his teammates to send him a wave of 15x scopes. Because in the poison, except for some crazy guys who were carrying poison and searching for things, Chu Sheng didn't see anyone along the way. He had already run to the road in front of the school district house and was about to run into the safe zone. At this time, Chu Sheng suddenly saw something black on the roof of the school building in the distance. It seemed to be a human head. Wow! Isn't this a resource delivered to my mouth? Chu Sheng glanced at the new safe zone. There was still 1.5 minutes before the poison began to shrink, and the new circle was just over the water city. Not far away. What are you waiting for? How can you not eat the fat meat when it is in your mouth? Chu Sheng was like a lion in heat, running towards the safe zone with red eyes. These are all meat. We can't let these guys get away. After running into the safe zone, Chu Sheng didn't take medicine immediately, but came to the villa building in front of the school district house and ran directly to the second floor. The crosshairs of the 8-fold scope kept moving with the people on the roof. And then a shot was fired immediately. A spot of light flew out in an arc, and then a harmonious green blood flower burst out directly, knocking down one person directly. There are 4 bullets left. Chu Sheng squatted on the second floor, using a high-power scope to observe the roof of the opposite school building at all times. This guy must have teammates, and it depends on whether his teammates are ready to save him. The headshot hit the moving target, especially Chu Sheng's quick and decisive shooting. A set of actions is smooth and neat. Although there were not many fancy skills, a headshot to knock down the enemy was already very powerful. Some netizens who came to attack out of hatred actually did not express their opinions in the series. Only professional haters and the rhythm-setting netizens were still making speeches, never tired of it. This guy acted well. He ran directly into the bullet. Good acting skills. Chicken drumsticks for lunch. It's just one shot. So can do it too. Haha. This kind of headshot is not enough to clear suspicion. Right? These sarcastic remarks immediately triggered another round of scolding between the real netizens and the netizens. Chu Sheng didn't have time to look at the bullet screen at this time. He was waiting for this person's teammates to come and rescue him. After a while, someone really poked his head out from the stairs of the rooftop and walked up carefully. Chu Sheng didn't shoot immediately, but waited until this person was about to run in front of his teammates. The game screen instantly opened and closed the camera. Everyone felt the screen flashed. And then, there was a huge sound of bullets bursting, and another headshot knocked down. And it was still a flash camera. Everyone was stunned, including those water soldiers, who were paid to lead the rhythm crazily. This is a cameraman taking pictures. And there is even a full mobile phone live broadcast in the Pigeon Live broadcast room. It is completely impossible to cheat. But what the hell is this instant camera? The water soldier sat in front of the computer, and even sweat beads oozed out of his forehead. How can this instant camera be used to hack a wave? Waiting online. Urgent. Chapter 178 bullet can also blow up a level 3 helmet. Both of them fell on the rooftop of the school. At this time, Chu Sheng turned over and rushed out of the villa building, and rushed directly to the school. Oh my god! Is he so reckless? To be honest, Chu Sheng's instant sniping just now really stunned many new viewers. Looking at Chu Sheng's camera, they didn't see anything unusual at all. I'm new here. To be honest, if the host wasn't filming, I would have reported this instant sniping headshot. I'm convinced. He didn't even help the anchor. But help the anchor. I thought the anchor was a cheater. But it turned out to be a big guy. Big guy. This is Bing Kualuo. Drink. What's so amazing about the unspectacular technique of instant sniping? It's really ridiculous. In Chu Sheng's dictionary, instant sniping is not even considered a technique. Okay. 2nd Battalion Commander. Bring my spaghetti over to this friendly soldier. But Chu Sheng's current actions puzzled everyone. Why did he rush straight up without waiting for the rest of the school team to continue to go up to the rooftop to save his father? It's easy to be shot. A 98K has no combat effectiveness in front of a submachine gun or rifle. This wave of decision-making is wrong. I'm afraid I'll be dead if I rush up. Haha. He just shot 2 instant snipers, and he's so arrogant. This wave of pills. You want to rush forward and die after 2 sniper shots. And then say that you have proved yourself. I'm afraid you are too much. Heisey has a unique idea to find the rhythm point of Black Chu Sheng. But even a fool can see that he is deliberately blackening him. I'm afraid he won't make any money. Chu Sheng quickly ran towards the school. When he was running, he suddenly saw a head suddenly popping out of the window on the 2nd floor of the school. The moment Chu Sheng saw the green first-level helmet appearing with his dynamic vision, he stopped and raised the muzzle directly. This time, the picture of the 8-fold mirror flashed by, and the screen was only in the open state for 0.5 seconds. Then, before everyone found the position of the person, they heard a loud noise of 98K, followed by the headshot knockdown information on Chu Sheng's screen. Stunned. Everyone was stunned by the shot. No one even noticed anything unusual. When they saw Chu Sheng stop, they thought he was going to do something. But before they could react, he had already opened the scope, closed the scope, shot, and put away the gun. Did anyone with a big gun see who was knocked down? Sorry. My 20 centimeters big gun can't answer your question. What's the use of this gun? It was still a knockdown, not a kill. Chu Sheng knew it in his mind. The school team was full, and there was only one person left. At this time, the big red words on Chu Sheng's screen finally jumped to kill. Kill count, 3. The guy who was knocked down by Chu Sheng first had died due to excessive blood loss. Chu Sheng quickly touched the red wall of the school and climbed into the window of the teaching building without stopping. The guy who was knocked down just now was at the 2nd floor window. If nothing unexpected happens, the last teammate will definitely go to rescue the players on the 2nd floor first. Chu Sheng rushed upstairs with a 98K, and his behavior stunned all the viewers who had just entered the live broadcast room. If you say you rushed upstairs with an S686, everyone will give you a thumbs up. But Chu Sheng only held a 98K. If you bump into someone, the opponent will be shot down directly without any pressure on the gun. Chu Sheng only had 2 bullets left. If he was really asked to rush up the building and kill a team with 4 bullets, that would be really amazing. This wave of operations was not enough to be enshrined as a god, but it did attract a lot of passers-by fans for Chu Sheng. These guys originally came in to scold the orphan, but the cameraman didn't see anything wrong with the screen. There were many old players who had played for thousands of hours, or hundreds or thousands of god-level figures in the server. Chu Sheng's 3 sniper shots just now were enough to make these people surrender, and even wet their crotches and come on the spot. But this wave of rushing up the building was really a bit reckless. Chu Sheng didn't stop for a moment and rushed directly to the 2nd floor. He firmly believed that this person was helping his teammates on the 2nd floor. The player who was knocked down just now is in the room at the end of the 2nd floor. You can see it directly by turning right up the stairs without any obstruction. When Chu Sheng ran up to the 2nd floor and saw a dark level 3 helmet and the enemy being supported from the perspective of Ka, a weird confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The level 3 helmet appeared in Chu Sheng's eyes, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room naturally saw this dark level 3 helmet. It's over. A level 3 helmet. It takes 2 shots to kill. This wave is a bit suspenseful, and this guy should be pulling his teammates up soon. Chu Sheng calculated the time to rush up the building in his mind. It takes nearly a second for the 98K to reload, but he only has 2 bullets, so he doesn't dare to gamble. Thoughts were swirling in his mind, and Chu Sheng made a quick judgment. He leaned forward, aimed, fired, retracted his aim, turned around and hid. All these actions were concentrated in 1 second. In everyone's eyes. Chu Sheng just talked about it. And then the screen went black for a while. And then another kill popped up at the bottom of the screen. Through the third-person god's perspective, everyone saw clearly that Chu Sheng shot the head of the man lying on the ground. Damn it. Just the last second. The player who was about to be helped up was so angry that he almost flipped the table. Just now, he heard the sound of someone going upstairs. But because his teammate's helmet was a level 3 helmet, and it was impossible for him to be blown up by 1 shot, he felt relieved to save him. Unexpectedly, This guy leaned out and sniped him in an instant. Just 1 second away. This guy 98k shot every shot in the head. Could it be a headlock? The remaining players were busy hiding behind the cover and squatting. Now the team almost believed that Chu Sheng was 100% locked. Headshots every time. Are you kidding me? The player with the level 3 helmet was also trembling. Although his level 3 helmet could withstand a 98k shot, it couldn't withstand the opponent's headlock. How many shots could he take? This guy is blocking your view at the stairs. Be careful. The player who was killed by Chu Sheng just now saw Chu Sheng's head just now. But he died in an instant. And died in frustration. After locking Chu Sheng's position, the player didn't dare to stick his head out. And just squatted in place, and kept throwing grenades at the stairs. But Chu Sheng was at a tricky angle, which basically gave him no chance. 1 bullet. Facing a level 3 helmet. Almost all players sentenced Chu Sheng to death. The anchor is already good enough. But forget it when facing a level 3 helmet. 1 bullet. Fate is determined. The anchor is already very strong. Surprisingly, more and more people began to support Chu Sheng. But now 1 bullet can't do anything to the opponent. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage, opened the backpack interface and smiled. Why are you in a hurry? I'll say this today. I can blow this guy's head with 1 bullet. Chu Sheng opened the simple backpack, and the players only saw bandages. Could it be that Chu Sheng wanted to? Chapter 171. Yes, 98k can't directly blow up a level 3 helmet with full health. But what if his health is not full? Chu Sheng has used the first aid kit he picked up under the tree to recover his health. Now he only has a few bandages on his body. But that's enough. Level 2 poison is not painful now, as long as the opponent's health is controlled below the killing line. Chu Sheng can also kill the level 3 helmet directly. 98k's damage is 72 points. Headshot damage is 180 points. Level 3 helmet reduces 55% of the damage, and hit damage is 81 points. So all Chu Sheng has to do is wait quietly. And when the opponent's health drops below 80 points, he can do a level 1 headshot. Chu Sheng had calculated the data in his mind in a split second. And now all he had to do was wait. Chu Sheng was still not showing his head. And the remaining person on the roof jumped out to kill him. And Chu Sheng's kill count had reached 5. He had just thrown away all the grenades on his body. And now the last remaining player licked his teammate's bag with tears in his eyes. And hid behind the bunker trembling. He didn't know that Chu Sheng only had 1 bullet left. And if he knew, he would have launched a charge long ago. Seeing that Chu Sheng hadn't come out yet, this person was extremely anxious. But he was afraid of being shot in the head by Chu Sheng. And he didn't dare to go out. The two of them stuck to each other until the poison circle shrank and passed the school. This guy has left. Right? The last remaining player trembled. Tried to stick his head out. And found that no bullets fell on his head. Just when this person wanted to go out and take a look, Chu Sheng quietly controlled the character to reveal the 98k gun barrel and shook it, which frightened the player to shrink his head again. Fuck. It's so bad that he's stuck even though the poison has been refreshed. Since we can't get out in a short time, let's compete with each other in patience. After searching around the school, plus the boxes of teammates, although the medicine on him is not much, it can still be consumed for a while. He drank a bottle of energy drink and painkillers to fill up his energy, and then continued to squat behind the cover and wait patiently. Chu Sheng had already drunk the energy drink before, and his health had dropped below 75. But he was not in a hurry to recover his health, but kept looking at the opponent. He drank 2 bottles of drinks, and saw everything in his eyes. When this guy was bandaging, it was time for Chu Sheng to take action. The trembling prey and a patient hunter. The ending was already clear. Chu Sheng squatted in place, observing the enemy's every move with a fixed perspective. At this time, some smart pig-headed players had also reacted. The host is preparing to block the opponent's health line. Suppress the opponent's health line through the damage of the poison circle. And when it is below the kill line, he will directly shoot the head, so that even a level 3 helmet can be killed with 1 shot. Awesome. With only 1 bullet left. This way to eliminate the opponent. This team died without regret. Almost everyone believed that Chu Sheng must have taken away the opponent with another instant sniper headshot, and then happily looted a wave of bags, and ran all the way to the safe zone. Chu Sheng's previous 3 shots have successfully verified his skills. At least the audience, who really came in to find faults, could not find any faults. Only those professional haters and Water Army were still chattering. Chu Sheng saw that his health had dropped below half. and the opponent had full energy, which should be about 10 points higher than his. As expected, it would be time to apply the first bandage soon, and then it would be his time to decide the outcome with one shot. The instant sniping just now was enough to amaze them. Chu Sheng conquered many critical viewers with his operation. The next thing to do was to shut up these water army and haters. Let's play big. As expected, after 5 seconds, the opponent's level 3 helmet began to raise his hand behind the bunker, holding a bandage in his hand and wrapping it around his arm. Apply the bandage. Chu Sheng rushed over without saying a word, holding the 98K with only one bullet left. All the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked. Chu Sheng was excited. Whether it was a masterpiece or a legacy, it all depended on how he handled the last bullet. Chu Sheng suddenly jumped out from the stairs, directly making the last level 3 helmet suffer a lot. He immediately broke the bandage, picked up the M4 in his hand, and leaned out to fire more than a dozen bullets. Although Chu Sheng jumped out, he did not rush up directly. The stairs were very narrow and could only accommodate 2 people. As long as the bullets did not fly into the sky, they could hit people even if they were closed. Chu Sheng jumped directly into the house in front of him, and the bullets fell to the ground with a clang. Seeing Chu Sheng hiding again, the player also hurriedly put his head back and started to change the magazine. Chu Sheng's perspective was stuck at this time, and he jumped forward again, approaching the room in the right front. Step by step. Step by step. If you are a man, stand up and do it directly. The last remaining player trembled. But there was nothing he could do about the slippery Chu Sheng. He could only watch him approach step by step. It was so embarrassing that he didn't dare to hit him at this time. Chu Sheng wrapped 2 bandages at the door and leaned out again. The bullets fell on the door frame. The moment he retracted his head, the opponent stopped attacking, but suddenly jumped out the next second and hid directly in the room in front. Psychological pressure brings physical burden, and the man's hand holding the mouse was already covered with sweat. Get a medical kit, then rush out to fight him. What's your M4 afraid of at this distance? The teammates encouraged him, so he just laid down and started to wrap the first aid kit. Chu Sheng didn't rush out directly after hearing the sound, but moved forward a little. If he had a grenade at this time, the battle would have ended long ago. But it was a pity that no one had such a thing now. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, the first aid kit was finally ready, and the blood volume was restored to the safety line of 75. This man mustered up the courage to rush out with the gun. Chu Sheng heard the footsteps and saw the man from the door. He jumped back and rushed out of the door. The 2 fired at the same time. The M4 bullet hit Chu Sheng and landed on the ground and door frame. Chu Sheng did not aim while jumping back. He just held the 98K and fired the last bullet from the hip. Bang! A clear fire burst out from the muzzle, and then green blood burst out from the level 3 helmet. The strong recoil directly overturned the enemy, and his head fell backwards and fell to the ground. Hip shot, headshot. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. The distance between the 2 was only 4 or 5 meters. Hip shot, headshot in the air while jumping back. How big a heart does it take to dare to play such an operation? If this shot missed and was punished by the opponent's M4, wouldn't it be a big shame? Almost everyone was still in shock. But Chu Sheng was already happily lying down and licking the box. First aid kits, energy drinks, bandages, bullets, everything. After licking 2 bags, Chu Sheng went to the rooftop again and looted for people's boxes to collect more than 100 rounds of 7.62 bullets. He raised his health and filled up his energy, then jumped directly towards the safe zone. Chapter 172. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Headshot with hipfire. There's nothing to criticize, right? Chu Sheng glanced at the comments. At this time, the professional haters and the online trolls were also stunned. For a while, the comments were filled with comments like God, awesome, and 66. I believe it now. The anchor is a hidden god. This hip shot with hipfire is too powerful. When he recovered from the shock of the hip shot with hipfire, the comments were full of praise, almost praising Chu Sheng to the sky. The professional haters were sweating profusely, and with trembling hands, they typed another paragraph in the group. How to criticize the hip shot with hipfire. Waiting online. Urgent. The school team was wiped out by Chu Sheng's 5 bullets, and all the audience was convinced, and completely convinced by Chu Sheng's 98K operation. It was really a show that was slapped in the face. They were still mocking the fact that 5 bullets could wipe out the team. But before they finished speaking, Chu Sheng slapped their pig faces and swollen them. As a result, these guys had to hold their pig faces and shout 666 with admiration. Now that he has abundant resources, Chu Sheng directly marked a circle on the garage room at the end of Shuicheng Bridge. And then, he would do something here. Well, Chi-Chi, how are you finding the 15x scope? The time of running is always boring. And Chu Sheng teased Shinseki. Just now, one person killed 4 people. And the Tutso value also soared to 96 points. By the way, 4 reports were received. It was 4 points away from the 100 mark. Chu Sheng wanted to see what would happen when he reached the 100 mark. Su Xiaomu could already feel that the room had become much colder. But the air conditioner was not turned on. Why was the room so cold? Looking back, Xiaobai was holding his shoulders with his hands. His eyes were fixed on Chu Sheng's back. And his eyes were direct and aggressive. Chu Sheng didn't know at this time that he was only 0.0001 centimeters away from death. If he hadn't done anything beyond his authority with Shinseki, he would have been dead by now. Shinseki had just finished a big battle and cleared 2 teams that came to grab the airdrop. She was struggling to find a place to recover. She was furious when she heard Chu Sheng's calm question, "Wow, is the airdrop so easy to grab? You make it sound easy." She was knocked down first, and then Rabbit and Shujua turned the tide. After the fight, they quickly helped her up. At this time, the second team came, and Shinseki, who was squatting on the ground to recover, naturally became the primary target of attack. Then, she was undoubtedly knocked down first again. Rabbit and Shujua saw the battle in a mess and almost failed to save Shinseki. As soon as the result was over, Chu Sheng said lightly, "Have you found the 15x scope?" Shinseki immediately poured all her frustrations on Chu Sheng. Get 5 points of Tutso from Chen Mama. In an instant, Chu Sheng's Tutso value reached 101 points. Before Chu Sheng could ask why there were 101 points of Tutso value, the system popped up another prompt. Activate the function of mutual dependence of misfortune and fortune, which lasts for 5 minutes. Is mutual dependence of misfortune and fortune a new function of 100 points of Tutso value? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. From the literal meaning, it means that misfortune and bad luck coexist. As for those with low cultural level, they can directly understand it as the 2 worlds of ice and fire. The second point that caught Chu Sheng's attention was that the Tutso value system's Tutso broke through the 100-point mark. In the past, after the system reached 100, there would be Tutso later, but it was only a reminder without adding points. However, this time the Tutso value broke through the 100-point mark, which means there is a new threshold upper limit. This also means that when the new threshold upper limit is reached, there will be more powerful functions waiting for Chu Sheng. What is the most interesting? Naturally, the unknown is the most interesting. And exploring this unknown will bring people achievements and fun. Is the new threshold this time 150 or 200? Chu Sheng doesn't know. But he can do whatever he wants to rush up to see the strongest function after the system upgrade. Shinseki was still complaining about her grievances, saying that she had fallen twice because she was looking for a 15x scope for you. Blah blah. Chu Sheng was secretly happy, as his complaints increased little by little. But after Shinseki complained for a while, she found that Chu Sheng did not speak, and she felt very aggrieved. She agreed to come and help prove herself, and took on the dirty work of looking for a 15x scope. But this guy didn't even care about her and say a few nice words. I died twice to find a 15x scope for you. And you can't comfort me? Don't you have a guilty conscience? After Shinseki said this, before Chu Sheng responded, Xiaobai, who was sitting beside Chu Sheng's bed, lifted the hair behind her ear and then took a deep breath. Shinseki, the #1 female star on Douyu. Xiaobai naturally knows her very well. Because of Su Xiaomu, the two of them are friends, who can nod to each other when they meet. In addition, they see each other all the time on Douyu. So their relationship is not close, but not bad. But when Xiaobai heard Shinseki acting like a spoiled child to Chu Sheng, he felt a little unhappy. I can't tell what it feels like, but I'm just unhappy, Shinseki complained in a tone. And Chu Sheng was speechless for a moment, and didn't know how to answer. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his empty head. Ahem. It's just that your voice is so nice. I was listening to you talking and forgot it. When these words came out, not only the live broadcast room, but also Tuzi, Shijia, Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai were all stunned. Even Sun Hao, who was watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast with his feet propped on the table on Douyu's streaming platform, was so scared that he fell off the stool and fell hard on his butt. Oh my god! Chu Sheng is too coquettish. Chen Siki herself didn't react. Usually, when she was praised for her beauty, intelligence, thoughtfulness, good personality, and good singing, she would treat it with her signature polite smile. But Chu Sheng was really good at flirting. He actually praised her beautiful voice and forgot to reply. Which woman doesn't like to be praised? Or this kind of unexpected praise? It's just a red heart. Full marks are about to overflow. Okay. Shinseki now feels like she is in honey. This kind of praise has nothing to do with love. It is just the kind of sweetness of receiving a compliment that makes people overjoyed. Even if Chu Sheng asked her to help bring back another AWM, Shinseki would immediately raise her hand to take it. Tu Zi and Xiao Ju held a microphone in one hand and communicated privately. This guy is really awesome. I have to admit defeat. You know, because of the brewing on Weibo. A large amount of traffic was diverted to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. At this moment, the popularity of Chu Sheng's live broadcast room has broken through the 3 million mark in one fell swoop. And it is completely on par with some of Douyu's top anchors. In this case, the influence and explosiveness of such a flirtatious word can be imagined. It is worthy of being one of the 3 flirtatious people of Douyu. Full marks for flirting. Who the hell told me that Chu Sheng is a steel straight man? Even if a love saint comes, he has to kneel down and admit defeat. Okay? What Chu Sheng didn't see was that at this moment. Chapter 173 Chu San saw. The explosive genius. Xiaobai snorted coldly when he heard this, and stopped looking at Chu Sheng's back, but lowered his head and started playing with his nails. Xiaobai is not a hysterical person. But please remember that all women will bear grudges. Sun Hao got up from the ground tremblingly. Chu Sheng is really a man who knows how to deal with things. He dared to say such dirty words during the live broadcast. Although the anchor does not have the strong appeal of a star, he also has his own loyal fans, especially many wealthy emperors. Chu Sheng's words are not just to attract hatred for himself. He is so good at making trouble before he becomes famous. If he becomes famous in the future, he will not mess around like someone else all day long. And let me clean up his ass behind him. Right? Sun Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, then stood up and continued to watch. He was uneasy, wondering if Chu Sheng would be buried by Chinseki's sons. After Chu Sheng said this, the entire barrage exploded. The sons in Chinseki's live broadcast room were indignant and expressed their willingness to send razor blades to Chu Sheng to help him open an iron smelting plant. Chinseki was so beautiful at the moment that she didn't care about the chaotic live broadcast room. Damn. I give up. Chu Sheng is a good shooter and a better flirter. He doesn't care about his life at all. He even dares to flirt with Chen's mother. This seems to be more terrifying than the real evidence of cheating. Right? You know, as the #1 anchor on Douyu, she is also the top anchor in the entire live broadcast industry. How many fans should she have? How terrifying is it? Chu Sheng was completely stunned. Why is the ending different from what he thought? Tuzi and Shiju have both received 2 so points. But there was no movement on Chinseki's side. Shouldn't he be scolding Chinseki by saying this? Why didn't he receive 2 so points? Chu Sheng was puzzled. He ran all the way to the garage house at the end of Shuicheng Bridge. Chu Sheng had already entered the safe zone. He made a little supply and then ran away. Tuzi cleaned up everyone on the other side. He didn't rush to lick the bag. He first went to the airdrop box of the red skin and blue hat to take a look. Wow! 8-fold scope plus Groza. A very clever airdrop. After changing to Groza and taking the 8-fold scope, the 3 of them set out to find airdrops again. This job is hard, tiring and thankless. If I had known, I would not have agreed to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng ran all the way to the garage, because it was the place occupied by Rabbit and the others just now. No one came for the time being. After walking around the garage, Chu Sheng directly carried the 98K to the bushes across the bridge, took off his clothes and lay down inside, quietly acting as Voldemort. This is too shameless. Right? You want to be Voldemort with such strong skills? Usually, people with poor equipment or poor skills squat in one place and wait for someone to come and attack them unexpectedly. Don't experts look for people to kill everywhere? Chu Sheng's shamelessness refreshed all the audience's understanding of the word expert, in order to show that they are very strong. General technical anchors will not choose to do things like Voldemort that lower their status. However, Chu Sheng seems to enjoy it. Since it is to block the bridge, it is natural to block the bridge well, and block it in style, and achieve fruitful results. There is 1 minute left for this circle to refresh, and then it will be decided whether it is south or north. Some players also began to place bets. After all, if they don't get through this formation, it will be difficult to choose a side to enter the circle later. The audience was indignant at Chu Sheng's almost shameless behavior. Imagine meeting a person who is so despicable despite his overwhelming strength in the game. Their mentality would probably explode. It was said that he would show off his skills, but the anchor acted like Voldemort here. And this position is very tricky. The opponent can't find anyone unless they cross the bridge. Am I the only one who has doubts? How can you block the bridge with a 98K and an SKS sniper rifle? You should know that the speed of driving across the bridge is not low. It is quite difficult to block the bridge with a sniper rifle at this speed. Even if you fire a full automatic rifle, you may not be able to shoot down a single person, let alone a sniper rifle. Of course, with Chu Sheng's strength, it is very likely that he can shoot him in the head with a 98K. After reading the barrage, Chu Sheng chuckled. Why do you have to use a sniper rifle to block the bridge? Isn't this stupid? Just when Chu Sheng was blocking the bridge, the bombing zone took care of Chu Sheng's head again. He had been washed 4 times in this game, but Chu Sheng still lay there calmly, with no intention of leaving. The bombing zone in this game is a bit mysterious. He didn't go anywhere and just followed the anchor. Haha. The most unlucky anchor on the entire network. He said the bombing zone of the punishment circle. Why didn't anyone believe it? Some fans even went to Chensiki, Tuzi and Shijua's live broadcast room for a stroll, and finally understood Chu Sheng's joke after they came back. It turned out to be true. The reason why the 3 abandoned Chu Sheng was that they would definitely run in circles and eat poison if they followed this guy. And they could directly enter the circle of destiny after tricking him down. Chu Sheng opened the map and took a look at the position of Chensiki and the other 2. Well, not very far away. This is completely OJ8K. Ha ha ha. It turns out that the anchor will also be afraid. Check the position of teammates first. If they are not far away, they can still help them even if they are blown down in time. Looks as steady as an old dog, but in fact he is panicking. Chu Sheng's thoughts were exposed, and he couldn't explain anything, so he had to pretend that he didn't see it. He just thought that the sky fire would open its eyes today and give Chu Sheng a face and not bomb him. A burst of thunder sounded in the sky, and it seemed that a storm was coming. Chu Sheng swallowed his saliva and was ready to call for help. If he was blown down by the sky fire, he would call for help as soon as possible. The piercing sound piercing the eardrum sounded, and the ground exploded with explosions and flames, shocking people as the most terrifying astronomical phenomenon in PUBG. Few people were not panicked when they walked through the bombing area. After all, it was related to luck, and no one wanted to admit that they were really shit. The sound of the skyfire was huge, and the bombing area covered the entire Shuicheng, Kwoto, and the suburbs of our city. Chu Sheng suddenly heard a subtle buzzing sound like a mosquito in the skyfire. There's a car. There was no mistake. The humming sound of the engine was obviously a motorcycle, and it was a motorcycle speeding towards him. Chu Sheng put away the 98K and directly cut a grenade. Although he didn't see any trace of the motorcycle, he pulled the fuse without hesitation and started the countdown. The host's operation is a bit bold. I'm afraid you're going to blow yourself up. The sound of the motorcycle came from far away, and the audience in the live broadcast room also heard the roar of the engine. But it was too casual to pull out the grenade before the car was even seen. You should know that the grenade has only 6 seconds to detonate after the fuse is pulled. If it is not thrown out within these 6 seconds, it will be a disaster. When Chu Sheng counted to 3, he threw the grenade directly to the center of the bridge. Then, a grenade flew up from not far away, and made a 360-degree turn in the air, spinning steadily and landing on the bridge. Boom! Chapter 174: The Firepower of a Division. The guy on the motorcycle was about to show off his driving skills to his teammates. The motorcycle stopped steadily in the middle of the bridge and was about to accelerate to cross the bridge. As a result, there was a sudden explosion that killed both of them. The motorcycle was completely turned into a charred wreckage and fell to the side. How did they die? After they died, they were completely confused. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Chu Sheng threw the grenade with some spirit. And this speedster was also very smart when driving a motorcycle. When they heard the roaring engine sound, they thought that this guy would definitely rush over the bridge directly. Unexpectedly, he showed off his driving skills and made a 360-degree turn in the air and landed steadily. As a result, he stepped on the grenade with his buttocks, and the chrysanthemums opened. The two guys died straight away. When they were killed and watched the death replay, they saw a Voldemort crawling in the bushes at the bridge head. Moreover, this guy threw a grenade in the middle of the bridge without saying a word after hearing the sound of the motorcycle. To be honest, the motorcycle really started it first. Fuck. This guy didn't pull out a gun, but threw a club. The two felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. They felt happy after showing off their car skills, but they were slapped in the face when they landed. It's impossible to show off your car skills in front of the car king. Chu Sheng used his strength to tell the two that there is no one who dares to show off his motorcycle in front of me. When the new audience saw the old fans' comments, their eyes suddenly lit up. What do you think of this statement? Chu Sheng's driving skills are very good? When it comes to driving skills, I, Chu Sheng, only admire one person in my life. And that is Zhuge Wanjun. Chu Sheng did not go to loot, because he had nothing to lack and there was no need to go up to replenish anything. What he had to do now was to block the bridge and kill people. The number of kills has reached 8. And the bombing area has also passed. It was very face-saving that Chu Sheng was not punished because of the plot. Chu Sheng looked at the amazement of the fans and smiled. As long as he chose to cross the bridge, the mine just now would definitely be blown up. It's just that the two opponents chose a more decent way to die. And they showed off their car skills before they died. So they didn't die stupidly. On the other side, the 3 members of the airdrop team were waiting for the arrival of the next plane. Seeing Chu Sheng eliminated 2 people with grenades again, they didn't know what to say. Anyway, Chu Sheng would never use a gun if he could kill without a gun. Kill with a gun. And try to make trouble as much as possible. There is no such thing as a conventional gun suppression kill. A grenade contributed another 4 points of complaints to Chu Sheng, reaching the 105-point mark. After a series of shows just now, there are very few people scolding Chu Sheng in the live broadcast room. But there are still a small number of black fans and water army still brushing words like open brother, warm brother, and some new, which are obviously hinting that Chu Sheng has 15 times the gun suppression and 17 shots in 2 seconds. Chu Sheng looked at it and smiled. Without the 15x scope, it was useless to explain anything. When he got the 15x scope, it would definitely shock their eyes and leave everyone speechless. Continuing to stay in the bushes, without the interference of the sky fire, Chu Sheng soon heard the sound of a jeep coming, which was driving all the way from our city to the garage that Chu Sheng had just inspected. The jeep turned off, and Chu Sheng saw 2 figures flashing in the garage. And 2 people appeared directly on the open-air balcony on the 2nd floor of the garage, looking back and forth, as if they were going to occupy this place. This is a full-scale team. Chu Sheng's perspective took in everything at the moment, so the audience naturally saw everything clearly. Finally, something interesting has come. On the balcony on the 2nd floor of the garage, you can see most of the water city and the situation on the other side of the bridge. The charred motorcycle and 2 boxes smoking in the middle of the bridge immediately aroused the vigilance of the full team. Someone just rushed to the bridge and died. Be careful, there may be someone else. The person on the balcony on the 2nd floor was holding a 4-fold Mini 14 and looking back and forth at the bridge head, wanting to see where the person blocking the bridge was hiding. As a result, after scanning back and forth for several times, no one was seen. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed miserably. Esports does not require vision. Chu Sheng was hiding in this position in a very tricky way. He took off all his clothes. A 98K and an SKS were both dark-colored guns, which blended perfectly into the bushes. Several people carefully watched for a long time, but no one was seen. Let's cross the bridge. The fake garage has a good view, but it would be very embarrassing if they were guarding the bridge or blocking people. If someone crossed the bridge and occupied the high point later, it would be difficult for them to cross the bridge. But if they crossed the bridge first, they could get a lower view and come back later. Several people chose to rush to the bridge without saying a word. The most taboo thing about playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is indecision. You must know that the fun of this game is that you never know what will happen in the next second. And you never know what your enemies are doing. Several people came out of the garage building. All got on the Jeep and rushed directly to the bridge head by bypassing the house. The Jeep was not fast, and it was an open Jeep without a canvas top. Chu Sheng looked at the Jeep rushing over. The four heads on the car were like ripe cabbages in a farmland, waiting for people to pick them. Chu Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. When the Jeep stepped onto the bridge, he climbed out of the bushes and fired crazily with the 4X SKS in his hand. At this distance, after the 4X scope was opened, the huge head on the car could be seen, and even the nostrils could be seen clearly. Chu Sheng's crosshairs were like automatic aiming, completely locked on the head. Duh. Bullets fell crazily on the heads, and the four people who drove the car to the bridge suddenly felt as if a division's firepower was focusing on them. One person was quickly knocked down by a headshot and fell out of the car. Then the second one, and the third one. All of them were knocked down by headshots. When the Jeep sped past Chu Sheng, he just happened to hit the back of the last person's head, and directly jumped to 4 kills. And the number of kills reached 12. Cheat. This guy is definitely cheating. The 4 people who watched the replay were furious. This guy SKS directly locked the head, and all 4 people in the car were killed by headshots. And it was a 4X mirror close to the face. Can a normal person do this? Chu Sheng's mouse was directly dragged out of the mouse pad, and the whole person tilted wildly to the right as if he was flying out. After killing 4 people, he straightened his body and took back the mouse. This series of kills just now stunned all the audience. Even the fans who supported Chu Sheng had never seen such a terrifying speed and gun control. Too scary. Every shot hits the head, and the 4X scope follows the gun closely. This guy is a beast. Not a human. If I meet such a person in the game, I will report him without thinking twice. Besides shock, there is still shock. What surprised everyone even more was that they saw that Chu Sheng's fully equipped SKS had already 0 rounds in a round. Which means that in the short time of less than 3 seconds when he rushed to the bridge just now, he had used up a round of bullets. 2 seconds and 18 rounds. Chapter 175. Is this Li Yunlong's artillery regiment? Chu Sheng changed the magazine without saying a word. But everyone saw that the SKS had been used up in 1 round. Hey, where are those professional trolls and water army? The 2 seconds and 17 rounds you've been dreaming of. Come out and lick them. I'm afraid the trolls don't know how to troll these days. And it's not easy to get money back for doing things. But I have to say that Chu Sheng's hand speed is amazing. I thought only scientists could break through the limit and do 2 seconds and 17 rounds. But Chu Sheng really did it. Brother-in-law has been single for more than 20 years. And his hand speed is really extraordinary. The Jeep hit the steep slope at the bend and stopped. Chu Sheng ran over and drove the car to stop in front of the box to cover it, and then started to lick the box. After replenishing the bullets a little, when he licked the last box, Chu Sheng suddenly found a good thing. At the same time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was also in an uproar, which was interesting. Chu Sheng wanted to prove himself, and when he was busy looking for things like 15X scopes everywhere, a neat team of express delivery suddenly came, and also delivered a 15X scope and a dark green sniper rifle, which was very clever. Chu Sheng threw away the 98K and replaced it with an AWM. This was his first time using this gun of the dead. It is said that this gun is cursed, and people who hold this gun usually don't live long or are killed before they fire a shot. It is rumored that AWM is good for the main player, and this is all based on facts. The 8X scope is installed on the AWM, and the 15X scope is directly mounted on the SKS. Chu Sheng is very happy with this wave. The water friends in the live broadcast room are also looking forward to it. Hipfire blind sniping. 17 shots in 2 seconds. And then the 15X scope will suppress the gun. What can be more exciting than the cameraman reproducing these god-level operations in the live broadcast? I am now wondering if the first, second, and third generations will take the opportunity to come back, because Chu Sheng has whitewashed these god-level operations. The reason why it was confirmed before was because no one could do these operations. Now that someone can do it, isn't this evidence for them? Forget it. If Open and the others want to make a comeback, they can just do a live broadcast by filming their hands and screens like Chu Sheng did. Chu Sheng could do it yesterday, and he can still do it today, which shows that he has the ability. If they can't do it and still want to make a comeback, don't they want to be beaten into a meat pie? After Chusheng picked up the 15x scope, he said in voice, "Well, you don't need to look for the 15x scope. Why don't you look for it again?" Chen Siki fought hard and finally got another airdrop. But this time, it was an M24 with an 8x scope. And there was still no trace of the 15x scope. Chen Siki's tone revealed a trace of grievance. The three of them worked so hard to find a 15x scope. And now Yu Chusheng said nothing and didn't look for it. It was really a retribution. They started by tricking Chusheng into jumping into the nuclear power plant alone. And now all the retribution came to them. "I have found a 15x scope here. You can go directly to the safe area to occupy the advantageous terrain." Chusheng said it lightly. But the three of them felt angry after hearing it. After chasing a dream for a long time, you suddenly said you didn't need it. Just like the feeling of punching a marshmallow. Chusheng looked at the charred wreckage of the motorcycle that was damaged and leaning against the narrow bridge, and the jeep that was used as a cover in front of him. And suddenly he had an idea. The jeep was parked next to the motorcycle wreckage. The originally narrow bridge was blocked by the horizontal wreckage and cars in an instant. Chusheng blew up the jeep with a grenade, and it was completely unable to move. Although it was not blocked tightly, the gaps left on both sides were full, and could only accommodate one car. Then Chusheng did something even more beastly. He retreated to the fake garage at the end of the bridge, found a low-lying grass, and laid down directly in it. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. There was something in this operation. Normally, when seeing someone maliciously blocking the bridge, most people's first reaction would be that this road is different, and then change the road to cross the bridge. But there are only a few roads to go to the north. One is the bridgehead of G Port South Mountain. The other is the bridgehead next to the Water City where Chusheng is now, and the bridge next to our city, and the bridgehead of Y City, now in the safe zone. Except for the bridgehead of G Port South Mountain, there are only our city and Chusheng's side. Chusheng was not in a hurry, lying in the grass waiting for the poison circle to refresh. Not many people cross the bridge at this moment. But when the safe zone refreshes to the north later, can you not enter the safe zone? The poison circle shrinks, and a new safe zone appears, which is located just centered on the place where Chinsiki and the other two are. Once or twice is fine, but this is the third time. Even the fans feel a little strange and see a clue. Have you noticed that there is something special about the refresh of this safe zone? After saying this, many people found that it seemed that every time the safe zone refreshed, Chusheng was ruthlessly rejected. Could this guy be poisonous? He has his own bombing zone and punishment circle. The new safe zone is much smaller. It is all in the wild forest. It is the mountain between the shooting range and the water city. There are only 3 small houses in the safe zone. The terrain is high to low from east to west. Chinsiki and the other 2 are hiding in the 3-story garage house at the highest point. The safe zone refreshed in the north, which made all those hiding in the south extremely uncomfortable, because they had to face a choice to cross the bridge. All 3 bridges are dangerous, but swimming across the river might result in being beaten to the point where your mother won't recognize you. Chusheng hid in the bushes on the small back slope, carrying an SKS and a dark green sniper rifle. It would be hard to spot him unless he got close. If you enter the circle early, you can kill the people behind you. You have to know that there is no cover except trees and rocks in the wild area behind you, especially when crossing the bridge. If someone is guarding the high point opposite the bridge, it might be difficult to enter even if you throw a smoke bomb. Wait! Who the hell is driving a car to block the bridge? A 3-man team in a pickup truck sneaked over from outside the water city to cross the bridge. But they were stunned when they saw the scene on the bridge. This guy is such a beast. He actually blocked the bridge with his car. It seems that the pickup truck can just pass through. The 3 people saw this scene from a distance, and their hearts were beating fast. The bridge was almost built into a defensive fortification. Who would believe that no one was there? Park the car at the bridge head. There must be someone behind the car, because Chusheng blew up the car in advance. There was no way to judge the position of the person by looking under the car. Several people carefully parked the car at the bridge head and hid behind the pickup truck with guns on guard. Chusheng was hiding in the grass on the small reverse slope next to the bridge. He almost laughed when he saw the scene. Now in this position, as long as Chusheng got up, SKS could directly hit 3 people in a row. The fans all laughed miserably when they saw the scene. So, is this the purpose of Chusheng hiding here? Then the 3 of them were not sure about the situation behind the bunker. So they took out grenades and threw them at the back of the abandoned car at the bridge head like crazy. The three of them threw at least a dozen grenades in total, which made Chu Sheng's scalp numb. If he hadn't had the foresight to slip into the bushes, if he was still blocking the bridge behind the abandoned car, he would have been blown into a meat paste. There are so many mines. Is this Li Yunlong's artillery regiment? Chapter 176 Is 15 times the gun pressure enough? Chu Sheng was completely stunned. Did these guys just come out of the armory? They kept throwing more than a dozen grenades. How many grenades did they carry? At this moment, a sense of relief came to his mind. If Shirliji had chosen to hide behind the abandoned car just now, he would have been taught a lesson now. It has always been Chu Sheng who has the right to blow people up. When has he ever been treated like this? Under such a contrast, it was extremely wise for Chu Sheng to lie down here. Don't worry. Let's see how many grenades they have. Chu Sheng's small slope is very hidden. No one except the garage can find that there are people here. Watching the people throwing grenades one by one, the live broadcast room was full of laughter. Now they finally understood why Chu Sheng worked so hard to build a bridge-blocking bunker and didn't hide behind it. This team is probably the real blasting genius. This is the 14th one. The fans were like people watching a monkey show, and they were more excited than Chu Sheng in front of the computer. Finally, after 14 grenades, the four people all stopped because they had thrown all the grenades. No knockdown or kill information popped up, and several people looked at each other in disbelief. The density of the grenades just now was comparable to that of a bombing area. Right? They were still unmoved and unharmed? Several people took out their guns again and prepared to move forward to see what was going on. Seeing this, Chu Sheng knew that it was time for him to show up. Under normal circumstances, at this distance and position, he didn't need to use the scope at all. He could just shoot without using the scope and shoulder fire. However, since he was proving himself, he naturally wanted to make these trolls and water army return empty-handed. Chu Sheng quietly poked his head out. At this time, the four people's attention was on the abandoned car in front, and no one noticed the situation on the side. Chu Sheng's SKS with a 15x scope directly turned on the burst mode. At a distance of less than 20 meters, he couldn't even find the head with a 15x scope, let alone a headshot. Chu Sheng's finger clicked the mouse fiercely, and the bullets poured out as if in full automatic mode. After one shot, the camera almost bounced up to the sky. Chu Sheng quickly dragged the mouse to fire a shot, and then quickly moved the mouse up again for the second round. So in this extremely short time, Chu Sheng's mouse slammed on the desktop frantically, with an extremely fast and rhythmic speed. Some bullets missed, but most of them fell on a few people, and some even hit their heads directly. Chu Sheng felt that the 15x scope was the limit of the gun at this distance. Even if he was possessed by the gun god and completed a whole set of actions, he still felt a faint numbness and pain in his right arm. After a round of bullets, Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. There were boxes all over the back of the car, and Chu Sheng's right arm was trembling faintly. Panting heavily, Chu Sheng simply leaned back on the chair to rest. This was the first time he felt physically exhausted while playing games. He was completely empty-headed, which showed how terrifying the operation just now was. The fans were all dumbfounded. At this distance, a normal person could hit the first two shots with a 15x scope, but after 2 shots, the huge recoil of the SKS would directly throw the lens into the sky. The sound of Chu Sheng twitching the mouse just now stunned everyone. Even with a high DPI, Chu Sheng had to use almost all his strength to push the lens back. This wave of suppression is too terrifying. It was almost 20 meters away from the face with a 15x scope SKS suppression. One burst of bullets directly wiped out the opponent. I'm trembling. I bought this game for 98 yuan. Why can't I even suppress the fully equipped red dot EP9? But my brother-in-law can suppress the SKS with a 15x scope. This operation is not something that anyone can do, while explaining calmly. Look at how tired Chu Sheng is. The mouse returns to its position after 2 shots, and 20 bullets are fired 10 times. This high frequency may have directly injured the muscles. Look! The anchor is so tired that he just leaves his character standing there, and doesn't care about it. Chu Sheng rested for a while, and then he felt that the congestion and numbness in his right arm had improved. He took the tissue handed over by Su Xiaomu, and wiped the small beads of sweat on his forehead. Chu Sheng said weakly, "You want a 15x scope to suppress the gun. 17 shots in 2 seconds. And hipfire headshots. What do you want me to prove? What else needs to be said about boxes all over the ground at the bridge? What else needs to be proved about Chu Sheng's 16 heads? Sun Hao saw Chu Sheng wipe out a team with 15 times the gunfire from 20 meters close to the opponent. And he jumped up excitedly, and clapped his hands excitedly. It's done! This self-certification was completely successful. Chu Sheng perfectly reproduced the magical operations of the previous anchors. And there was no flaw or black spot. This is real strength. Marketing department. Start promoting Chu Sheng on Weibo now, and start whitewashing. What? You said that you haven't received the other party's contract yet, and it's not convenient to invest money in promotion? Go to hell. Now that there is only a piece of paper, and no formal agreement has been signed, you should vigorously promote it to show your sincerity. Otherwise, what if it is stolen by other platforms? The live broadcast room was also full of jubilation. The water army and professional trolls dared not speak, because once they opened their mouths, endless fans and friends would send overwhelming counterattacks, insults, and reports. There were also people watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast, ready to wait for Chu Sheng's live broadcast to prove his collapse and set off a new round of public opinion. This time, it was all kinds of conspiracy theories, leading from Chu Sheng to Su Xiaomu, making her lose her reputation. But what they never expected was that Chu Sheng actually proved himself perfectly. All the suspected cheats and real hammers that the fans saw on the Weibo marketing account were perfectly reproduced by Chu Sheng, and the cameraman could not find any flaws under the screen. When the person in charge of Tongmin's publicity department saw this scene, he thought about the money from the hot searches and the black fans, all of which had gone down the drain, and even helped Douyu attract such a large wave of attention and traffic in vain. And even more so, Douyu directly launched a PUBG anchor. He felt sick in his stomach and had a depression in his chest that was difficult to vent. This wave of Tongmin can be said to have lost both the wife and the army. It can be said that Chu Sheng's decisive operation just now directly attracted a large number of fans for him. This operation, I'm afraid there are not even one or two in all the live broadcast platforms. 20 meters and 15 times the scope to suppress the gun. Sorry that no one in the live broadcast industry can do it except Chu Sheng. Just came back and saw someone hammering Chu Sheng. Came over to take a look. This is the first time I saw Chu Sheng become a dead dog. After Qiu Huang finished speaking, he fired a super rocket, neatly and quickly, without saying anything. I just like to see Chu Sheng show off and get slapped in the face. This time it was Chu Sheng's second emperor. When will I get drunk together with the moon? Who also fired a super rocket without saying anything, as if it was free. Come on. Come on. I'll have my fun. Scolding the haters and haters is fun. And seeing Chu Sheng slap them in the face is even more fun. Juefeng followed closely behind and fired 3 rockets directly. Chapter 177 PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Cancer Anchor. Chu Sheng looked at the mini gifts and thanked them one by one, then ran to the box to replenish 7.62 bullets. He also picked up 2 sniper rifle silencers, which made him very happy. Chun Siki, 2Z, and Xiao Ju's live broadcast room also had fans reporting the situation on Chu Sheng's side. When they heard that Chu Sheng had knocked down 4 people with a 20-meter 15x SKS, 2Z's first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. At a distance of 20 meters, it was simply incredible to want to do this. But the facts were in front of him, and 2Z could only wait until the video came out tomorrow to see how Chu Sheng did it. Congratulations, Chu Sheng. You are the first person to prove her success in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chinsiki's tone was filled with joy. Chu Sheng's success in proving her success also proved that her vision was correct. Chu Sheng didn't know the history of Open Brother, Chongta Brother in Monual. When he heard what Chinsiki said, he was immediately surprised and said, "Ah, the first person to prove her success? What do you mean? Are all those people who proved their success before dead?" As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, before Chinsiki could react, Su Xiaomu on the side suddenly shuddered and rushed forward to cover Chu Sheng's big mouth with one hand. How could this guy say anything casually? The previous few people were the black spots that Douyu platform could not wash away. But Chu Sheng actually said it out loud. You should know that in the contract of Douyu anchors, it is clearly stated that you cannot say anything that damages the image of the platform. Looking at his sister Su Xiaomu, who suddenly went crazy, Chu Sheng opened his eyes wide and wanted to speak. But Su Xiaomu covered his mouth tightly, and he could only make a humming sound. Brother, don't talk nonsense during the live broadcast, Su Xiaomu said seriously. Chu Sheng is not a fool, and naturally understands that what he just said may involve some taboos of Douyu. Chu Sheng blinked his eyes to show that he knew he was wrong. And Su Xiaomu let go of his hand with relief. The barrage was already laughing. Doesn't this brother-in-law know about the first, second and third generations of Douyu? Open was a decent man when he was alive. Let's spit before we leave. Reported. He exploited the deceased anchor. Shinseki laughed and let the matter go. Sun Hao, who was watching from the backstage, was very upset. It seemed that Chu Sheng was also a troublemaker. It seemed that he would have to clean up after this guy in the future. Chu Sheng also laughed and turned to Su Xiaomu and said, "It's nothing. I haven't officially signed a contract with Douyu yet. There is no such thing as damaging the interests of the platform. Right?" Chu Sheng's words stirred up 1,000 waves. Su Xiaomu was so scared that she blocked Chu Sheng's mouth again. This idiot. How can you just say such a thing? Su Xiaomu was so angry that she wanted to die. How can you just say anything about the contract? She threatened Chu Sheng with her eyes wide open, saying that if you dare to say the wrong thing again, you will be finished. Chu Sheng blinked mischievously, and suddenly stretched out his tongue to lick the palm of Su Xiaomu's hand. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread from the palm of her hand to her whole body. Su Xiaomu felt her body tremble slightly, and her cheeks and eyes were no longer fierce, but melted into a pool of spring water. She suddenly retracted her slender hand, clenched it into a small fist, and gave Chu Sheng a Muay Thai warning, glared at Chu Sheng fiercely, and then returned to her seat. Others didn't know what happened just now. They just watched the little pigeon cover Chu Sheng's mouth mischievously to prevent him from consuming the deceased anchor. Of course, some people who watched the live broadcast caught a glimpse of useful information. That is, Chu Sheng has not yet officially signed a contract with Douyu. Doesn't this mean that Chu Sheng is still a free agent? You must know that after today's self-certification, there will definitely be a new star in the PUBG circle who will be sought after. At this time, whichever platform can sign Chu Sheng is equivalent to signing a large traffic. Sun Hao's whole head is big. Sure enough, people who are good at PUBG are a little different. Chu Sheng drove the jeep that 4 people parked at the bridge head and directly pushed the car into the last gap on the bridge. Then he got out of the car and detonated it with a grenade, completely blocking the road at the bridge head. This insidious trick was severely criticized by many netizens. Fuck. It's worthy of being the 3 sluts of Douyu. There are a lot of sluts. And the backhand is a wave of rewards. Haha. You are too young. Do you think this trick is funny? Don't you see how many people are watching here? I'm afraid someone will use this trick to block the bridge tomorrow. Those who like to jump from the airport, wish you good luck. Chu Sheng looked at his masterpiece. A bridge that split the scrap car in half. One side is full of boxes, and the scene looks scary. There are 8 boxes on the bridge. 1 full team, 1 3-person team, and 1 lone wolf. The other side is clean. Chu Sheng did not leave directly, but stood in front of his masterpiece, turned the camera, and took a screenshot to commemorate it. Too cheap. Almost everyone can imagine the depressed mood of people crossing the bridge when they see the blocked bridge. When they think about the idle people using this trick to block the bridge when they play games tomorrow, they feel bad. Chu Sheng is a completely cancer host in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds world. After crossing the bridge happily, Chu Sheng found a rock to hide behind when he reached the high point on the other side. When the poisonous circle began to shrink, all those stuck on the south side had no choice but to cross the bridge. They showed their skills. Some rushed directly. Some used smoke bombs to pave the way. And some swam. Some people drove over from Chu Sheng's side. But it turned out that some wicked guy blocked the bridge with his car. Not to mention a car. Even a person couldn't get across. So crazy. Revenge on society. They wanted to take a long way across the bridge with hatred. But Chu Sheng's AWM taught them a lesson. Some people swam over with smoke bombs, but before they could get ashore, they just showed their heads to breathe fresh air, and were shot in the head by Chu Sheng, who had been waiting on the shore for a long time, turning into one of the bright red numbers. The audience was numb. Chu Sheng's sniper rifle was even more terrifying than the cheat. Anyone seen by Chu Sheng would be registered in the book of life and death, and they would not be able to escape death. Chu Sheng's kills had reached a terrifying 20, and the new poison circle began to shrink again. This time Chu Sheng chose to join the main force directly. At this point, no one could doubt that he would win the game, let alone Chu Sheng's personal strength. Xiaoju had an M24 sniper rifle. Tuzi had an invincible Groza in close combat. And Shinseki also had a fully equipped M4 Plus Mini 14. Everyone had a level 3 helmet. This luxurious configuration was the brightest heart wherever they went. Chu Sheng was not a person who would sit and wait for death. After a fierce battle in the finals, he drove Chinseki's motorcycle directly in the finals to show off his driving skills. He drove left and right and crushed the last 2 people to death, and won the game with 22 kills. Chapter 178, he is definitely the boss. The screen freezes, the chicken is won successfully, and the self-proof ends. Chu Sheng did not talk too much, and answered all the questions of the fans with his actions. He Chu Sheng can do the operations that those legendary scientists and inventors have done, and he can do it in a more coquettish and unscrupulous way. Well, do you still have any doubts about me now? Chu Sheng suddenly felt very relaxed. The only regret in the last game was that the Tutso value only accumulated 128 points. And in the end, he was unable to trigger the ultimate skill after the system upgrade. However, the fact that a game requires more than 128 Tutso points to activate the ultimate move made Chu Sheng even more curious. Okay, you have successfully proved yourself. Don't forget the contributions of the 3 of us. We will treat you in the future. Since the self-proof was successful, the 3 people on Chinseki's side also dispersed. And before leaving, they did not forget to have a meal with Chu Sheng. Chinseki is very particular about what she says. She is usually careless during live broadcasts, but the last words are still meaningful. It sounds simple, just like having a meal. But the anchors are all from all over the world. How can it be so easy to get together at ordinary times? If there is, it is the annual Douyu Festival. Those who can be invited to participate in the Douyu Festival are all big anchors and leaders of various sections. Chinseki's words are naturally congratulating Chu Sheng for his future success in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section. How can a person who can be called the top anchor in the entire live broadcast industry be an ordinary person? After Chinseki left, Chu Sheng was left alone. Most of the viewers who clicked into the live broadcast room clicked on the follow button before leaving. Who wouldn't like to watch an anchor with invincible skills and who loves to play all kinds of cool things? At the same time, under the initiative of fans, Weibo was also filled with various cool operations of Chu Sheng's camera screen during the live broadcast today. At the same time, it was listed together with the previous hot searches of Chu Sheng's cheating, which triggered a wave of excitement. In this wave, Chu Sheng and Douyu may become the biggest winners. Chu Sheng attracted a lot of fans, and the number of followers in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 3 million, directly ranking among the top in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section. Another game? Host. Let's play solo this time. I want to see the jump to the airport. Chu Sheng's scalp tingled when he saw these comments. If he jumped to the airport, would he be beaten to death or shot into a hornet's nest? Chu Sheng glanced at the time. The previous game took only 30 minutes. In the end, before the 6th circle was even finished, almost everyone was dead. If the fans knew what Chu Sheng was thinking, they would definitely curse him. It's not you. You slutty pig. You killed more than 20 people by yourself and blocked the bridge in a frenzy. Everyone died outside the circle. Now you still complain that the game is over too soon? But Chu Sheng suddenly remembered that Xiaobai was still at home. He was playing a game here. What if Xiaobai couldn't wait to go home? Immediately, Chu Sheng was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my god! What did he do just now? He called Chinseki, Chi-Chi, and Chi-Mei during the live broadcast? And then he said a lot of dirty words? Xiaobai must have heard these dirty words. He must have heard them. Chu Sheng's blood color faded and his face turned pale. It's over. It's over. This time my life is in danger. Chu Sheng forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, turned around and asked, Xiaobai, the water friend here wants me to play a solo game. Is it late? Can I send you later? Xiaobai was naturally relieved to see Chu Sheng prove his success. She was about to leave when she suddenly heard Chu Sheng say that he wanted to send her off. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and she thought this was a good opportunity to ask Chu Sheng about his relationship with Chinseki. She lifted her hair and said reservedly, Okay. After that, she took Su Xiaomu's hand, and they left the room. Originally, Su Xiaomu wanted to create a pink atmosphere, find an excuse to go live, and then leave Xiaobai alone in her brother's bedroom. But for some reason, Su Xiaomu didn't want to do this when she had this idea. She was used to helping her brother to pull strings. But suddenly she had a little resistance to this kind of thing for no reason. So she was let out by Xiaobai. Since Xiaobai was completely fine, Chu Sheng happily ordered a solo queue. The fans were also very excited. And it seemed like God had helped him inadvertently. Host. Don't forget our fans for your future sexual happiness. Host. You see? We are really worried about your future life. Manually funny.jpg. Chu Sheng had no idea what these naughty pigs were talking about. What future sexual happiness? And the word sex and sex happiness seemed to be typed wrong? Seeing Chu Sheng's stupid look, which was completely different from the naughty words he said to Shinseki just now. The fans were so angry that they wanted to bite him. Even Juefeng couldn't help but come out to assist. Stupid. If you play one more game to delay the time, and since Xiaobai got us home later, you can unlock a lot of plots. After hearing this, Chu Sheng suddenly realized that he understood. Then when I come back, I can buy some fried chicken for midnight snacks to celebrate my success today. It's really a great plan. Then what awaited Chu Sheng was not a full screen of likes, but a big word get lost. Chu Sheng glanced at it and shrugged helplessly. These guys are really boring sometimes. Soon the game was matched. Chu Sheng planned to do some tricks this time, and then see if he could accumulate more complaints, and see what the ultimate move after upgrading is. Now the gun god possession can be opened in advance at a 20% discount, which is also good news for Chu Sheng. According to his mathematical system and probability theory, 80 points of Tuso value can open the gun god mode, which at least buys Chu Sheng 5 more minutes of early possession time. You know, 80 points to 100 points. Although only a short 20 points. But for PUBG, where every second is unknown and uncertain, it is definitely a risky experience. Just as Chu Sheng was thinking, the countdown ended, and Chu Sheng got on the plane directly. Alas, he got on the plane before he did anything. This wave is a bit of a loss. Look at the route of this game. It is extremely troublesome. From the airport at the bottom of the map, fly directly to the top city S. When the fans saw this, they were completely excited. They were all imagining that if Chu Sheng jumped into the airport to get a gun, wouldn't he have to kill all the 20 or 30 people in the airport? How exciting! 10,000 people signed a petition asking the anchor to jump into the airport and fight. Seeing that these new and ignorant fans actually asked Chu Sheng to jump into the airport, the old fans all laughed like pigs. Ha ha ha. These guys probably don't know the characteristics of Chu Sheng's bad luck when he landed. If he jumps into the airport, he probably won't even have a gun? Fighting? Not possible. Uh-huh. Even if I, Chu Sheng, die, jump from S City, eat poison, and die outside the poison circle, I will never set foot in the airport. Chu Sheng has 3 things he won't do: the airport, the school, and Peace City. All you newbies should know about this. Seeing these pigs making trouble again, Chu Sheng was immediately unhappy. What's the meaning? Can I, Chu Sheng, get out of the airport alive? I still don't believe it today. Chu Sheng directly marked a point at the K-shaped building at the airport. He was going to make trouble. Chapter 179, there is no place that Chu Sheng dares not jump. Seeing that Chu Sheng really marked the airport, Juefeng and the others were stunned. Even the taciturn Q Huang suddenly typed a series of ellipsis marks, expressing speechlessness and doubt. It's time for my famous Detective Cozy to come out and analyze. Chu Sheng's mark is very well prepared. The K-shaped building is very particular. You can attack or defend. If you can't grab the building, you can go to the boiler room next to it. If there is no gun in the boiler room, you can hide in the wild area to develop. Just when everyone was praising the well-reasoned analysis of the famous detective, he said something else. Of course, it is not ruled out that Chu Sheng deliberately made a false move, marked a point at the airport to arouse your interest, and then found an excuse to go to the toilet or get a glass of water, so that when he came back, he could land in S City naturally. Detective Cozy's analysis instantly won applause, especially Chu Sheng's earliest group of fans. That is, old acquaintances from Su Xiaomu's live broadcast room and Shinseki's live broadcast room. These guys really know Chu Sheng's tricks too well. Don't say that it is really possible for him to do such a thing. In fact, Chu Sheng also thought so at first. He had already arranged the plot. When the plane flew to the airport island, he suddenly covered his stomach and said he was going to the toilet. And then when he came back at the right time, he happily jumped to S City. After all, the overlord of S City is not just talk. As a result, this perfect plan was seen through by the sharp eyes of the famous Detective Cozy. If I force myself to act, won't I be hammered on the spot by the fans? Chu Sheng felt his scalp tingling. Damn. Why are there so many big players among his fans? This famous Detective Cozy is really... Oh! How could it be? Do people like me seem to be afraid of jumping off the airport? I just think that God has a good heart. Everyone spent 98 to buy the game. Why should they have such a bad experience? After all, only one person can win the game. So we should still take care of the game experience of the remaining 99 people. Chu Sheng tried to cover it up. And his readers sneered. If I hadn't watched your live broadcast yesterday, I would have believed you. Seeing that his fans were not moved by his words at all, Chu Sheng felt extremely embarrassed. Had these guys learned so well? There was no other way. So he could only jump out of the airport. Chu Sheng's goal did not change. He jumped out of the plane as soon as it passed the airport. In a place like an airport, shooting skills are secondary. The first is the speed of falling, and the second is looking at your face. The speed of falling determines whether you can rush into the house first, and looking at your face determines whether you can pick up the gun. As long as you have these two things, then you can consider the problem of shooting skills. Even those super gun gods such as G-God or Shroud, who landed at the airport without a gun, had to say sorry for bothering him and say goodbye. When the plane flew over the K-shaped building, Chu Sheng jumped directly and fell vertically with a parachute to ensure that he was the fastest. Looking around, other people were above his head, and their speed was not as fast as his, which made Chu Sheng feel a little relieved. He would rush into the house and give him a small pistol. The parachute accelerated down, and Chu Sheng controlled the parachute back and forth and landed at the door of the K-shaped building. Rushing in, what came into view was a level 1 helmet and a level 3 bag. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Could this be a change of fortune? The flying dragon exploring the clouds hand directly took action and quickly took the two objects on his body, and then ran inside like crazy. As a result, when he ran in, he saw an S-1897 5-shot gun. He was so happy that he wanted to rush forward. He was also happy that the airport was so good that he could have a gun with his bad luck. Suddenly, a black man rushed out from the side, picked up the gun and started to pick up bullets. Sorry. You are busy. You are busy. If he had a frying pan in his hand, Chu Sheng would dare to fly up to show his skill as a pan king. But to hit the gun with bare hands? Excuse me. Excuse me. Turn around and run away. The person who picked up the gun saw a guy with bare hands, so he naturally chased him while reloading. Why did he land at the airport? Of course, he wanted to kill people. There was no reason not to chase him when he saw him. Chu Sheng saw this guy following him out and rushed directly to the boiler room in the third row. Just like a farmer driving pigs to feed, Chu Sheng was now the trembling pig. Seeing Chu Sheng, who was so powerful in the last game, being chased by someone after jumping out of the airport, none of the fans felt sorry for him. They all wanted to see Chu Sheng being punished. Duh. Chu Sheng ran and looked behind him. The black uncle with a spray gun just chased him out. But the person who picked up the gun next to him attacked him from the side and killed him directly. He chased Chu Sheng without saying a word. As a result, after chasing for less than a few seconds, the deep sound of SKS sounded in the distance, and the guy with the rifle fell to the ground. Oh my god! This airport is really not a place for people to stay. Chu Sheng ran to the third row of boiler rooms and searched for 10 bandages, 2 bottles of energy drinks, and a rusty but still very hard frying pan. Still no gun. Chu Sheng had no confidence at all. He looked at the map and ran directly to the wild point in the southernmost part of the airport. No gun was picked up. Let's make a strategic shift first, and then I will kill him with a surprise attack after I get the gun. Chu Sheng forced himself to explain and beautify it. But guns? How could there be guns? Others start with nothing, and have to pick up equipment. But Chu Sheng doesn't even give him a dog. Seeing Chu Sheng in such a mess, in stark contrast to his awesome state after getting the gun, the professional trolls and water army in the live broadcast room went back to collect their salaries. And those who stayed were all water friends attracted by Chu Sheng. And the atmosphere was joyous and interesting for a while. Before, I thought what you said about the anchor's bad luck was false. But this time I really believe it. There is no gun to pick up in this place in the K-shaped building. I'm afraid Chu Sheng's 5 elements are short of guns. Chu Sheng, trembling with a frying pan, ran all the way, crossed the tarmac, ran up the hillside and ran towards the wild point. At this time, the safe zone was also refreshed. As expected, The location was centered on S City, and most of the safe zone was on the sea. This naturally increased the difficulty of running circles, because you have to run half the distance than usual to enter the safe zone, especially in a place like the airport, which is even more interesting. Chu Xing's face turned green when he saw the safe zone. Is this God's will to kill him? No matter what. Go to the house area to pick up a gun for self-defense. At this time, Chu Xing missed the time when he and Xiao Bai played in a double row. Xiao Bai was full of luck and landed at the airport. At the beginning, he just had to follow Xiao Bai and act like a dog. The doors and windows of the house area were intact, and there were no signs that anyone had moved. Chu Xing rushed into the house directly and picked up another level 1 armor. Finally, after searching 3 houses, he found a Thompson submachine gun with only 15 bullets. 15 bullets of Thompson? Okay. Very smart. Chapter 180. Let's have a fair duel of knights. Others who picked up a submachine gun like the Thompson would have 3 15-round .45 bullets on the ground. But Chu Xing only had 15 bullets. After all, in a game where luck is everything, you can't expect so much. A Thompson with 15 bullets. Well, it's fine to scare people. As for hitting people, well, it doesn't exist. Just as Chu Xing was about to search the next room, he suddenly heard a sound of Sasha's footsteps approaching the house. Because Chu Xing kept the good habit of closing the door when searching the house in the wild area. From the outside, the house looked as if no one had moved. Chu Xing was in the attic of the barn. He heard the man's footsteps and the sound of the door opening. He must have gone to the next room. Chu Xing didn't dare to move at this time. If the man opposite him was a big guy with an AK, wouldn't he be in trouble if he went out? He hid behind the sofa and bookshelf in the attic as a cover, waiting for this guy to rush up. He is obviously a technical anchor, but he likes to do such a disgusting thing. He has no qualities and demeanor that a master should have. He is simply a cancer anchor. A master who can shoot blindly with a hip shot and suppress the gun with a 15x scope. Actually hid in the attic to ambush people. And it seems that he is enjoying it. This made the image of a god-level master in the eyes of many new fans collapse instantly. Chu Xing glanced at the bullet screen. What do these people know? This is called being cautious. Okay? If a big guy with a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, and S686 came, wouldn't he be shot into the wall? Chu Xing's worry is not unreasonable. Standing still, listening to Sasha's footsteps swaying back and forth outside, Chu Xing was also anxious. However, after being possessed many times, Chu Xing is no longer the newbie at the beginning. Some refined operations and gun god habits are still retained. For example, when shooting with a rifle in full automatic mode, he will subconsciously squat to reduce recoil. For example, he will fill up the energy in advance in the final round, so that he can shorten the recovery time after the battle, etc. Squeak! Chu Xing heard a sharp and piercing sound of a door opening, followed by the sound of footsteps stomping on the wooden floor. This player was just about to land at the airport, but when he saw the dense crowd, he became scared and chose to land in the house area on the lower right part of the airport island, ready to search along the wild area. However, he was a little puzzled when he came to this house area. The doors and windows were all intact, and there were no signs of opening. But the wild area was empty. He was not even given 5 bandages. Was it because he was too unhappy today? With a last hope, he came to this barn house. The first floor was still empty. The wooden floor under his feet was thumping, and the player went directly to the second floor. Chu Xing squatted behind the sofa and bookshelf, looking at the stairs. I saw a headless guy wearing a first-class armor rushing up, and Chu Xing leaned forward and fired 3 bullets at him, because there were only 15 rounds of ammunition. If a submachine gun like Thompson was turned on in full automatic mode, I'm afraid it would all go out at once. In order to keep it steady, Chu Xing also switched to single-shot mode, relying entirely on manual shooting. Thompson's machine aiming is extremely anti-human, especially the mechanical sights that come with the gun. As the bullets are fired, there will be extreme tremors and diffusion. Chu Xing's 3 bullets hit the chest and stomach, instantly reducing the guy's health. When Chu Xing looked out, he also saw a P1911 pistol in the guy's hand. The sudden attack scared the guy, and he immediately fired wildly with the pistol in his hand. The bullets hit the sofa and bookshelf and shook out with chips. Chu Xing locked his head and started to walk around the pillar. The power of this pistol was not low at all. and it was only 6 points less than the Thompson in his hand. A magazine of bullets was quickly emptied and made a jamming sound. The player also squatted carefully against the cover to change bullets. The two of them played again. Chu Sheng's 3 bullets were emptied, and the other 2 all fell on the frying pan. The man's pistol was empty again. The pistol jammed again, and there were no bullets. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Could it be that this guy also only picked up 15 bullets? They were really poor people with the same problem. Now the two of them were carefully fighting around the sofa and bookshelf, and they had not exchanged bullets. Even the fans could see that this guy had no bullets and excitedly sent comments. No bullets. Kill him. After watching Chu Sheng's various show-off operations, they found it more interesting to watch this kind of chicken fighting. They thought that Chu Sheng, the great god, would encounter the same situation as them, unable to pick up the gun when he landed, and relying on hiding the whole time. This people-friendly style can bring Chu Sheng closer to the fans. Or watching Chu Sheng shoot blindly from the hip every day. One can only marvel, sighing how awesome this anchor is. But there is nothing else to do after marveling. This player can't escape now. If he leaves the sofa and bookshelf, he will be killed if he gets hit by another bullet. Chu Sheng turned on the public voice while walking around and asked, "Are you out of bullets?" This person was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to speak. Was he going to taunt him and then kill him? But there were indeed no bullets. And he also understood why there was nothing in the entire room. It turned out that this old bastard had taken everything away. And this guy is a beast. Right? He actually closed all the doors after searching. Do you think you need to be so cautious when searching a wild area? Chu Sheng suddenly got 5 points of complaints. If he knew the content of the complaints, he would definitely say aggrievedly, "Try to search the house without a gun. I ran out of the airport with bare hands. How easy is it for me?" Yes, 15 bullets are all gone. This guy was also frank and admitted it to Chu Sheng directly. Seeing that this guy didn't even have a helmet and only had a level 1 armor on his body, I'm afraid that most of his durability has been knocked off now. It's not a psychological burden to say that Chu Sheng, the opposite side, is killed with a gun. But this guy has nothing. There is nothing to lick after killing him. It is useless except to increase his data. Chu Sheng looked at the frying pan hanging on his buttocks. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. How about this? Let's fight for frying pans. Isn't that fair? The opposing player was stunned for a moment. Is this guy stupid? He has a gun, but still wants to fight for frying pans with him. Moreover, shouldn't he be the one who is dissatisfied and then first propose this matter? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Chu Sheng to make such a suggestion. This is definitely a troublemaker. Right? Could it be that Chu Sheng, this shameless guy, wants to use the excuse of fighting for frying pans to lure this guy out and then beat him to death? Wow. This is too beastly. So cheap. Chu Sheng saw these comments, sighed and said with compassion, "You guys are too dirty? Am I that kind of person? If it was a guy with a gun, I would kill him directly, and I would not be moved. But killing a man without bullets is meaningless except to increase my kills." Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly became sharp. I want to have a fair duel with him. Chapter 181. Well, I lost. The player looked at Chu Sheng's abnormal behavior and was worried. This guy must have some tricks. If it were any normal person, I'm afraid he wouldn't make such a suggestion in this situation. Not to mention that the other party took the initiative to make it. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. I don't believe it. The other party's answer was 3 simple words. Whoever believes it in this situation is stupid. Just stand there stupidly and get killed by someone. Don't say it's your opponent. Even if you play in a 4-person team, some passers-by teammates will covet your equipment and will find a chance to kill you and steal your equipment. Chu Sheng was speechless for a moment. He made such a sincere suggestion. But he didn't trust her? What about the basic trust between people? How about this? I'll throw the gun and bullets behind me. The opponent didn't have much blood and no bullets anyway. So Chu Sheng didn't worry about a sneak attack from behind. He walked to the window of the barn loft, threw all the Thompson submachine gun and bullets on the ground, and took out the frying pan in his hand. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Oh my god. Chu Sheng is really arrogant. He really threw away the gun and wanted a frying pan duel? Don't ask me. I haven't seen this guy show off a frying pan. Some viewers who watched Chu Sheng's live broadcast were also shocked, because Chu Sheng had only demonstrated a frying pan to block bullets once. As for the frying pan duel, did he inherit Red Wolf's unique skills? Chu Sheng's sniper rifle skills have been certified. And this guy is also very strong with rifles. But this frying pan? I really have never seen it. Now the viewers are also interested. And they are speculating whether Chu Sheng will perform the long-lost flying pot stunt. Give you some bandages and energy drinks. You fight blood. Chu Sheng controlled the character to shake his head, threw the bandages and drinks on the ground, and stepped back a few steps to show goodwill. The player was also shocked. The bandages and energy drinks were not fake. And this guy didn't have to worry about sneak attacks after taking a few steps back. Are you serious? He walked up to take the bandages and energy drinks, then squatted to apply the bandages to recover health, based on the idea that other people's things would be wasted. He did not use the first aid kit in his backpack. Chu Sheng was waiting for him with his head left and right. Although I don't know what this person is thinking. Since we want to fight for it, then let's do it. Take off your helmet and bulletproof vest as well, the player suggested. Chu Sheng still had a level 1 helmet on his head and a bulletproof vest on his body. Chu Sheng also thought it made sense. So he threw his bulletproof vest and helmet to the ground. The player also took off his bulletproof vest, which had little durability. This time, there was really no armor. A real naked PK. The fans in the live broadcast room were even more excited, opening up a new unknown field. Could Chu Sheng also show off with a frying pan? Because no one knew. Everyone was looking forward to it. Chu Sheng was very imposing, and he chose to use this method to end his opponent when he had the upper hand and could easily kill him. If he didn't have enough confidence and strength, he would be a model of no force. My blood is back. Okay. The opponent still didn't understand why this guy didn't choose to shoot him with a gun, and gave him bandages and drinks, but had to choose to use a frying pan to decide the final victory. Could it be that this guy is very strong in frying pans? A bad premonition came to his mind. But fighting with pots is better than fighting with guns. Right? The two of them came to the attic staircase with great tacit understanding. There was a small open space without cover, just right for fighting with pots. At the moment of triggering, Chu Sheng directly jumped up and threw the pot down. But the opponent dodged it with a nimble figure. While he was falling, the opponent jumped up and threw the pot on Chu Sheng's head, which immediately wiped off half of Chu Sheng's blood. Oh my god! This guy is quite amazing. Seeing that all Chu Sheng's attacks were missed and dodged, but the opponent hit it with one shot. The fans were also in an uproar. Where is the pot's skill? No. This must be another Chu Sheng showmanship. Think about the 5 bullets that wiped out the team in the last game. Chu Sheng can put down the Thompson submachine gun in his hand and fight with others. He must have something. Maybe this is Chu Sheng walking on the tightrope again, creating a tense atmosphere, and then a Jedi counterattack in the end. Such a plot looks interesting with ups and downs. Otherwise, if he kills the opponent with one pot right at the beginning, wouldn't it be no fun at all? The fans all thought so. Chu Sheng was just like that. He had a lot of cool stuff, and would show them off at any time. Today was no exception. After all, a comeback looked exciting. The two were still fighting. The air waves from the frying pan even made the waves on the beach bigger. As expected, Chu Sheng was hit by the opponent again in the duel. Suddenly, his health was only a few points. If he was hit again, he would be dead. When the fans saw Chu Sheng's health, they were stunned. It's finally coming. At this time, Chu Sheng must show his superb skills in dodging bullets, spinning and jumping with his eyes closed, and then smashing this guy's head with a frying pan, so that the opponent died with hatred and won the final victory. The script has been written. The actors are in place. And even the poses, lighting, and lighting of the two are all in place, just waiting to shoot the final magnificent ending. Chu Sheng swung the frying pan with his powerful claws and swooped down. The pan was carrying a strong aura that even tore the air apart. When the player saw Chu Sheng's devastating pan, he suddenly felt that the entire screen was filled with a pan, and he could not avoid this big pan no matter what direction he went. At this moment, the player suddenly jumped up. His figure was like an eagle flying in the sky, and like a golden arrow shooting at the sun. The pan in his hand shone with the light of 1,000 suns, and he swung it directly towards Chu Sheng. Doing. With a crisp sound of headshot, Chu Sheng's screen changed from color to black and white, and the settlement interface was also cut out. Number 86/100. All the fans were stunned. Is this a joke? Chu Sheng felt embarrassed and said to the man Got a pot. Got a pot. I admit defeat. Then, he immediately quit the game and returned to the matching interface. The fans were still confused. Where's the promised comeback? Where's the promised fatal attack? Why is there nothing? It seems that the opponent still killed him without any injury? This must not be the right way for Chu Sheng to open. Chu Sheng was already covering his face with his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This wave of pretentiousness was too much. How come this guy's frying pan was so strong? Chu Sheng watched the barrage of comments fly up, booing and slapping, and coughed awkwardly. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is really full of masters. Anyone you meet in the wild area may be a master of playing frying pan. I have to admit defeat in this wave. I lost. Chapter 182, Irritable Su Xiaomu. Ha ha ha. It turns out that you are too arrogant. Chu Sheng. This wave of laughter will make you die. Chu Sheng, I will reserve the first place in the funny collection. The most unpredictable PUBG anchor in history. Chu Sheng. Looking at these jokes, Chu Sheng felt that his face was even more red. This set of tricks completely messed up today's self-certification performance. This time, he is definitely going to be disgraced. Before, Chu Sheng's live broadcast had no black spots. Apart from being a bad luck anchor and a current winner, he was praised for his technical skills. Well, after today, Chu Sheng will be able to hang around in the live broadcast circle with the name of Chu Sheng, the pot god. Being killed without injury in a gun duel is no big deal. But being killed without injury in a technical job like a frying pan is so funny. How stupid must one be to be killed without injury by a frying pan? In addition, this was Chu Sheng's initiative. And he said at the beginning that it was for the sake of the game environment and to take care of other people's gaming experience. Well, this wave of show is flying. Even if this person can't win the chicken, the gaming experience can be said to be excellent. Chu Sheng's frying pan disgraced, and he accepted the ridicule of the fans in the live broadcast room. In the past, they could only mock Chu Sheng for his punishment circle, washing hair in the bombing zone, and no airdrops in this life. Now, after this wave of operations, there is new material. How can you not be happy? Especially the new fans who have watched Chu Sheng's previous self-certification. They were dumbfounded and became salted fish who could only shout 666. But after watching this, they can finally mock him. Come on. Host, I will fight with you and let you have one pot. It's okay to fight with fists. Let you fight 3 punches. Wow. This group of people is really naughty. Chu Sheng glanced at the time and coughed lightly. Okay. This round is over. It's getting late. I should send Xiaobai back. Today's self-certification ends here. I will go offline first. Seeing Chu Sheng was going to run away, the fans naturally didn't agree. How could he run away when the joke mode just started? And sending the girl home so early? Aren't you afraid of something happening? Chu Sheng was confused. What would happen if he sent the girl home early? Are you kidding me? If I send Xiaobai back later, I'm afraid there won't be any buses when he comes back. And he'll have to pay dozens of yuan more for taxi fare. Wouldn't it be better to buy some midnight snacks with this money? Okay. Chu Sheng paused for a moment, which immediately made the fans' eyes light up. Sure enough, Chu Sheng was convinced by them. Then I'll live broadcast to everyone after I send Xiaobai home and come back. Chu Sheng waved his hand after saying this, without waiting for the protests from the fans. This guy has the opposite sex but no humanity. What's good about girls? Are there any fun games? Hundreds or thousands of people invested millions, or even tens of millions of dollars, and spent their energy to make a game. Can those girls compare? Who gave you the confidence? After Chu Sheng finished his broadcast, he came to Su Xiaomu's bedroom door and knocked on the door and said, I'm done here. Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai were still chatting about girls' private affairs. Suddenly Chu Sheng knocked on the door and said something was over. The two looked at each other. Didn't this guy just start a game? Doesn't it take about 30 minutes to win a game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? How could Chu Sheng be so fast? Have you finished it so quickly? Su Xiaomu yelled while opening the door. This guy is really something. Why does he play a game so quickly? The two of them haven't talked for 10 minutes. And the warm-up hasn't even started yet. And it's about to end. Xiaobai also stood up, picked up his handbag, and followed Su Xiaomu out. How did this game end so quickly? You killed everyone in 10 minutes? Su Xiaomu's reply was very heartbreaking. If the fans in the live broadcast room could hear this, they would all die of laughter. Killing everyone in 10 minutes. Xiaoga's imagination is very rich. Chu Sheng hesitated for a long time, and finally told the truth under the double questioning eyes of Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu. Well, I fought with a guy in a frying pan, and was killed by Wushang. Fighting with a frying pan and being killed by Wushang. Is this still the Chu Sheng who was cool, and did all kinds of tricks when he proved himself? Chu Sheng looked frustrated. For Xiaobai, who likes to fight with guns, what's so shameful about dying in a pot fight? It's not shameful to die in a pot fight, as long as you don't have a gun and get killed by a pot. In Xiaobai's eyes, it's a real shame to be killed by a frying pan or bare fists with a gun. Chu Sheng felt very warm when he heard the first half of the sentence. Xiaobai was actually comforting him. But when he heard the second half, Chu Sheng's face suddenly froze. This was too heartbreaking. Well, I just had a gun, and he ran out of bullets. So I got arrogant and chose to fight with him. Chu Sheng's face was as red as a red bud. This wave was simply a ruin of his reputation. Starting tomorrow, the group of troublemakers in the live broadcast room will inevitably lead the rhythm crazily. It's really infuriating. After listening to Chu Sheng's explanation, Xiaobai was stunned, as if he had stabbed Chu Sheng again. Chu Sheng is such a careless guy. Seeing that the other party had no bullets, he actually put away his gun and fought for the pot. He was really crazy. However, Xiaobai thought about it. Other men would be eager to cover up such embarrassing things. But only Chu Sheng would tell him everything without caring about his own face. This sincerity is better than countless others. If the spectators knew Xiaobai's thoughts, they would definitely drop the melons directly on the ground. What? Is it that the lover's eyes see beauty? This kind of stupid operation can be a plus point in Xiaobai's mind? Okay, Xiaomu, I'll go back first. After Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu said goodbye, Chu Sheng had changed his clothes and followed behind him, and repeatedly reminded Su Xiaomu, lock the door. Don't open the door when I'm not here. Do you understand? Watching the two of them leave, Su Xiaomu felt annoyed for no reason. Okay. Chu Sheng, you are really a gossip. What can I do at home alone? Go. Su Xiaomu said as she pushed Chu Sheng out of the door. Chu Sheng smiled awkwardly and explained to Xiaobai, this kid. Xiaobai just lifted the hair beside his ear and said nothing. After closing the door, Su Xiaomu kicked off her slippers in a depressed mood. She didn't know why she was always angry for no reason when she saw Chu Sheng today. Su Xiaomu also noticed her abnormality, but she lowered her head to calculate the time. It should not be time yet. Why is she so angry? Usually, Su Xiaomu and Chu Sheng play around with each other, mostly as a joke between siblings, and they never really get angry or anything like that. But today, Su Xiaomu clearly feels her emotions fluctuating. Chu Sheng and Xiaobai are walking on the road in the community. Xiaobai is a proud and arrogant person, so she naturally won't take the initiative to speak. Chu Sheng is a very coquettish guy when playing games, but he is very reserved in private. I don't know how to speak, let alone what to say. Chapter 183, that's the kind of relationship. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Donghai City is a coastal city, and the temperature is still very cool at night in summer. Xiaobai was wearing a white dress with a pair of jade arms exposed. After coming out of the community, she was blown by the evening breeze and felt a little cool. Xiaobai and Chu Sheng walked side by side on the road, their shoulders touching each other from time to time. Chu Sheng seemed to feel the movement of his shoulder, looked down, and saw Xiaobai's unconscious trembling all over, as if he understood something. Chu Sheng put on a coat when he went out, because he knew it would be a bit cold at night after reading the weather forecast. But he forgot that Xiaobai only wore one piece of clothes when he came. At this time, any normal person with a brain would know what to do. Although Chu Sheng has a low EQ, he has gradually learned how to take care of others in the years he has lived with Su Xiaomu. Don't move. Chu Sheng's sudden words made Xiaobai pause. She didn't know why Chu Sheng suddenly asked her to stop. Didn't he know that it was very cold outside? But Xiaobai still stopped obediently to see what Chu Sheng was going to do. Chu Sheng took off his coat, put his hands around Xiaobai's little head, and put his clothes on her shoulders with both hands. Put on this coat. Chu Sheng put the coat on Xiaobai, which means that Xiaobai is now in Chu Sheng's arms. Feeling the remaining warmth on her body and watching such intimate actions, Xiaobai's cheeks were covered with red clouds. She had never had such intimate contact with any man before, and Chu Sheng's behavior instantly pierced Xiaobai's heart. The heat radiating from Xiaobai's face at this moment, was enough to melt all the glaciers on the earth. The iceberg arrogant princess was at a loss at this moment. And she was completely different from the indifference that she usually kept people away from. Thank you. Frightened like a little white rabbit, she pinched the collar with both hands to put on the clothes, and hurriedly bowed her head to thank Chu Sheng. After giving the coat to Xiaobai, Chu Sheng was left with only a short t-shirt on his body. The cool breeze really felt a little cool, and goosebumps were blown up on his arms. Chu Sheng's clothes not only brought warmth to Xiaobai, but also left an impression of first time in Xiaobai's heart. Seeing Chu Sheng wearing a thin t-shirt, Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why don't you put on your coat?" Chu Sheng was stunned when he heard this, and shook his head like a rattle. "It's not good for girls to catch a cold." Chu Sheng spoke gently, but there was an undeniable firmness in his tone, and he didn't give Xiaobai a chance to say the next words. He had to speed up a little, hoping to get a taxi earlier, so that he wouldn't have to be outside in the wind and cold. Are you familiar with Shinseki? In Xiaobai's opinion, since the first question had been asked, there should be no problem in asking the second one. So she was no longer reserved and asked her own question. After saying this, she began to get nervous. She sat in the back and heard it clearly today. The fact that they could call each other Chi-Chi, Chimei so intimately showed that their relationship must be very special. Shinseki and Xiaobai were both from the Douyu platform. Xiaobai had never heard of anyone daring to call Shinseki Chi-Chi or Chimei. Or Shinseki simply did not allow some unfamiliar people to call her that. The two should have known each other through Su Xiaomu. But Xiaobai was not sure what kind of relationship they had. She had just sat in the back and thought about it. At least they were not in a relationship. Because yesterday, Su Xiaomu, the nosy guy, was constantly trying to match her with Chu Sheng. If Shinseki and Chu Sheng were in a relationship, then Su Xiaomu and Chu Sheng lived under the same roof all day. So there was no reason for her not to know. It is said that women are all detectives when they analyze things seriously. Xiaobai had analyzed so much information just by sitting in the back and staring blankly. It was really scary. Chu Sheng didn't think much about it when he heard this question. After all, Shinseki is the #1 anchor of Douyu, and the most well-known female anchor in the entire network. She can almost be regarded as a benchmark for female anchors in this industry. She and Xiaobai are both on the Douyu platform, so there is no reason for them not to know each other. Chu Sheng thought Xiaobai was just curious about how he and Shinseki knew each other. After all, one was a super female anchor, and the other was a newcomer who had only been on the air for 1 day. She could withstand the pressure and help Chu Sheng prove himself, proving that the two had a close relationship. Chu Sheng hadn't thought that Xiaobai was jealous. After all, if a woman asked you about your relationship with another woman, in the eyes of some people with high emotional intelligence, I'm afraid they would have gotten a lot of answers. However, Chu Sheng's emotional intelligence was completely below average, so it was naturally impossible for him to interpret so much content. I met her during the live broadcast yesterday. She's a very cheerful sister. Today, thanks to her for helping me get a group of people to prove themselves. Otherwise, I would probably have to suffer a little today. Chu Sheng was speaking from his heart. If Shinseki hadn't brought Tuzi and Shujue, and Chu Sheng had been the only one to prove himself, he would have failed countless times. Those techniques can be reproduced, but the process will definitely be more difficult. Chu Sheng's words were just a normal description of the relationship between the two. But to Xiaobai, it was completely different. First, Chu Sheng used the word hardy to describe Shinseki. Xiaobai admitted that Shinseki was a mature and intellectual style, sweet-mouthed and knew how to praise people without leaving any traces. And she was carefree and easy to make people like her. Obviously, Chu Sheng used this word because he saw Shinseki's advantages and affirmed them. Secondly, she used the word sister, which means that the relationship between the two people has become comparable to that of many years of friends after just 1 day. Otherwise, how could a man and a woman call each other sister when they just met? And Shinseki was willing to help Chu Sheng to pull people to support his self-proof, which made Xiaobai feel a sense of crisis. Although I don't know where this sense of crisis comes from, Xiaobai clearly feels the threat. Oh! Xiaobai and Chu Sheng only met the next day, and they can only be regarded as acquaintances. But I don't know why I have such a strange feeling. After getting the answer, no one knows what Xiaobai thinks. Chu Sheng said Xiaobai to the doorstep before leaving. Don't think about going into the house to have a cup of tea and then blah blah. These contents are at least after 1,000,000 words. Chu Sheng wore a coat with the scent of Xiaobai. and bought a lot of midnight snacks on the way back, just to feed poison to the fans during the live broadcast at night. These guys made up stories about him being invincible and playing jungle without injury. How could they not buy some delicious food to satisfy their cravings at night? After Chu Sheng returned home, he sent Xiaobai a message saying he had arrived home, and the response to Chu Sheng was a smiley face expression, followed by a good night. For an iceberg tsundere, being able to send emoticons and type is already precious. Chapter 184 Freestyle. All the clothes Xiaobai wore had a faint fragrance. A fragrance that made people feel at ease. For some reason, Chu Sheng, who was in the taxi, smelled this fragrance and thought of many warm scenes of getting married and having children in the future. And the heroine in the scene was Xiaobai. Moreover, in Chu Sheng's mind, Xiaobai always had a peaceful smile on her lips, no longer looking cold and unfriendly like now. But what made Chu Sheng curious was that the child he imagined with Xiaobai was exactly the same as Su Xiaomu. This weird picture made Chu Sheng break away from his association and return to reality. After buying a lot of delicious barbecue and stew dishes, Chu Sheng returned home to celebrate with Su Xiaomu, but found that the girl had quietly fallen asleep at some point. Carefully closing the door, Chu Sheng did not see that after the light projected from outside gradually shrank, Su Xiaomu slowly opened her eyes. It turned out that she was not asleep, but pretending to be asleep. Chu Sheng returned to the house and closed the door, as if he was having fun. Today's self-certification was very successful, but the ending of the single row was a bit messy. I'm afraid the joke of the East China Sea Pot King can't be avoided. Chu Sheng opened the live broadcast software and changed the name of the live broadcast room to just come here to be happy. Well, this title is very meaningful. Even if Chu Sheng is killed as soon as he lands, he can say that he is doing it for the show effect and to bring everyone a happy atmosphere. Before Chu Sheng opened the live streaming, he found that there were many fans waiting in the black screen live room, chatting awkwardly in the live room. Do you think Chu Sheng will stand us up tonight? After all, his sister is the #1 pigeon king on Douyu. Your concerns are not unreasonable. After all, at this time, it is not uncommon for girls to drink tea in the bedroom after sending them home. Goddess Xiaobai is so cold and seems to favor Chu Sheng. It's hard to say what will happen tonight. Then do you think it's necessary to wait for the live broadcast? Wait. I believe Chu Sheng is definitely not such a person. Chu Sheng was very pleased to see this comment. Not all of his fans are slutty pigs. Finally, there are 1 or 2 reasonable fans. This wave of trust in him is really touching. However, before Chu Sheng could be moved from the bottom of his heart, this person added another comment. After all, Chu Sheng's offline emotional intelligence is only a little higher than that of a pig. There is no such thing as drinking tea in the bedroom. The above brother. The term offline emotional intelligence is very clever. There is something. We call this the Sign Emotional Quotient Index, which fluctuates dramatically with the switch between online and offline. Chu Sheng is a graduate of the Department of Mathematics at Tunghai University. How could he not understand the sign function? This wave is a bit of a complete show of his face. Chu Sheng couldn't help but type a paragraph. Why are you so excellent after 9 years of compulsory education? Because there will be a special display on the host's speech barrage. The fans immediately found Chu Sheng's speech. Wow! The host is back? There is time to type, but no time to broadcast live. It seems that something is going on tonight. My goddess Xiaobai. My heart suddenly hurts. Chu Sheng, please be gentle with my goddess. Please! There were a lot of messy comments, and Chu Sheng's scalp was numb. This group of fans is really excellent. If Chu Sheng doesn't show up again, these guys are afraid that they can imagine the 100,000-word pornographic novel serialized on Silicon System. Chu Sheng directly opened the push stream, and Chu Sheng's figure appeared in the live broadcast room. You guys are excellent. What is going on? Chu Sheng's appearance immediately set off the entire live broadcast room. This guy is really back. Xiaobai's attitude towards Chu Sheng is completely different from others. Almost all fans can feel this. This guy actually came back in the middle of the night, leaving them speechless. I really admire my brother-in-law. He has made it on his own with his own strength. Don't criticize me. Then the fans found that there were suddenly many boxes and bags on Chu Sheng's table. They seemed to think of something terrible. Wait. Chu Sheng. Stop it. You are a PUBG technical broadcaster, not a food broadcaster. I will report you if you dare to poison me in the middle of the night. This guy is really a beast. I have seen the skewers and braised dishes. My mouth is watering, reported. Chu Sheng ate happily. There were complaints in the live broadcast room. Chu Sheng ate for about half an hour. And the fans kept scolding him for half an hour. Burped. Ha ha ha. Chu Sheng put the remaining food into the refrigerator. Then went into the house and started live streaming. Okay. I'm done eating. Now I'm officially starting the live streaming for you. Just now. After being tortured by this guy Chu Sheng. The fans also showed their strengths and started to attack Chu Sheng indiscriminately. Come on. Donghai Guang. Let's perform another wave of pot fighting. Fighting is fine. I'll give you bandages and energy drinks to fill up your health first. After all, I have to take care of your gaming experience. Looking at the water turbulence shown by the fans, Chu Sheng smacked his lips. And after thinking for a moment, he chose the double row mode. Yesterday, I met Dai Mei by chance in the double row passerby mode. Today, I will play double row again to see if there is any new game experience. Solo row will hurt the game experience of other players. So let's play double row passerby today. Chu Sheng said this without blushing or beating his heart. After all, as the anchor with the least experience, he can't slap himself in the face. Right? I will consider the single row mode when I have better luck in the future. Clicking on the ready button, the game immediately switched to the loading interface of PUBG. As soon as he entered the game, Chu Sheng saw the randomly matched teammates. A guy with the ID name, Freestyle, appeared in Chu Sheng's teammate list. Freestyle? Look at this noodle. It is long and wide, just like this bowl. It is big and round. Is it this kind of improvisational rap? Hey. Hey. Can you hear me? Chu Sheng asked first. And generally, a girl would not be able to give such a name. Brother. Your voice is very nice. The teammate's voice also sounded. But Chu Sheng always felt that this guy spoke strangely. In the quality square, this improvisational brother ran to Chu Sheng's character, squatted in front of Chu Sheng, shook his head and said, Brother, can you take me to eat chicken? Asking about eating chicken right away, and squatting in front of Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng felt even more weird. Even though he was extremely unlucky, Chu Sheng still felt an indescribable atmosphere surrounding him. Chapter 185 When Men Get Coquettish. Women have nothing to do. This teammate has a nice voice. But Chu Sheng feels that his speech is very strange. But he can't tell what's so strange about it. Chu Sheng just switched out and turned on the music player, ready to play another jackpot dance to attract some complaints. But before he started, he suddenly heard a burst of DJ music in the quality square. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment and switched directly into the game, and saw that the quality square was suddenly full of people. Chu Sheng walked over out of curiosity, and he was shocked. The water friends in the live broadcast room all laughed miserably. Is this going to be so fast? It's been less than 2 hours. And this dance cheat has already been sold well at home and abroad. Has it entered the Asian market? Chu Sheng was completely confused. Damn. These guys are so fast in stealing skills? The guy surrounded by a group of people was swinging wildly to the music, sitting on the Thomas turn and other difficult moves. The players next to him were all excitedly shaking their heads in a circle. It was like a large nightclub scene. Ha ha ha. I saw Chu Sheng switching interfaces to make something happen. But I didn't expect that he had been beaten to it by other players. This player of Jack's hot dance must be Chu Sheng's friend. I've seen Chu Sheng's face full of despair. He'd rather die than not do anything. It's over. Someone has stolen my unique skills. I'll have one less skill to support myself. Chu Sheng was disheartened. It seemed that it would be even harder to collect complaints in the future. My craftsman's inherited skills were all stolen by others. This would ruin my job. 1 minute passed quickly, and everyone boarded the plane. The route of this ONEZ-138 flight was from the nuclear power plant on the right to P-port in the lower left corner. There is something about this route. The route deviates from the upper half of the map. Obviously, there are not many places to jump, especially places like airports, nuclear power plants and P-port. There will definitely be large-scale gun battles and casualties. Chu Sheng locked his eyes directly on the upper part of the map. No matter how fierce the battle was below, he searched for resources in a Buddhist way. Brother, where should we jump? The improvisational brother asked. There were very few places to choose on this route, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Chu Sheng glanced at the map. Since he was going to search the upper part, he naturally had to find a car and a boat. It was impossible to have a car, and he would never steal a car to support his family in this life. So he looked for a boat. Then let's go to my favorite spot. Chu Sheng directly marked a spot on the El Port beach. There would be 3 boat spawning spots along the way from here. The first one is on the beach below the nuclear power plant, where the chance of spawning vehicles is low. The second one is on the beach of El Port, where there is a high chance of spawning speedboats. The last one is on the beach in the wild area above. Unless you are blushing, the chance of spawning vehicles is generally 0. Seeing the punctuation of El Port, this impromptu big-breasted brother suddenly said, I have a dirty talk, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Chu Sheng thought, what dirty talk can a man say? The fans were also amused. This random passerby impromptu brother seems to be an interesting person. Talking dirty talk in front of Chu San saw. The 3 sours of Douyu. Isn't this just showing off one's skills in front of an expert? Chu Sheng was also unconvinced. This improv guy was not a law-abiding person. He started talking nonsense right away. He said, my dear, please speak. The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. And suddenly the improv guy said, I hope this point can be on me. Excuse me? Black question mark face. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? However, the water friends in the live broadcast room obviously responded quickly. When they heard this, they immediately got goosebumps all over the floor, and were all nauseated. I'm about to vomit the meal I ate last night. Chu Sheng seems to have finally met a rival, who is equally matched in flirting. I have goosebumps all over the floor. This flirting is invincible. Chu Sheng fiddled with his lips a little more. And then he understood the meaning of the flirting, which was a bit. Chu Sheng first said his favorite point. And then the slutty pig Ji Xiangge actually said that he hoped the point would be on him. Which means he hopes Chu Sheng likes Ji Xiangge. Wow. Gay. Okay. Chu Sheng said why it was so weird. Now think about the gentle tone of Ji Xiangge. In short, it was gay inside a gay. However, Chu Sheng resisted the urge to vomit and laughed awkwardly. Damn. This slutty pig doesn't have a spit value system. Does it? Chu Sheng didn't receive any spit value this time, but was spitted by Ji Xiangge to the point of exploding. If Ji Xiangge had a spit value system, I'm afraid that Chu Sheng's spit value would have exceeded 30 points. Haha. It seems that the name of the 3 sluts of Douyu is not worthy of the name. He was easily knocked down by a gay. Ji Xiangge, I was standing behind you, and you fell down before I even used any strength. Fighting. Chu Sheng, can be knocked down by passers-by without any injury, talking dirty. I can be easily knocked down by a random gay guy. Seeing the ridicule of the fans, Chu gritted his teeth in anger. Why can't he match with a normal teammate in random matches? No! The frying pan incident cannot happen again in this round. You can lose in the frying pan game, but you can't lose in the dirty talk. Stand up from where you fell. Chu Sheng rubbed his cheeks and forced himself to calm down. The first thing to do when facing dirty talk is not to feel disgusted first. If you can't even overcome the dirty talk, you have already lost before you even start. The plane flew over the nuclear power plant, and Chu Sheng and the improvisation brother jumped directly from the plane. If you can help me win the chicken this time, I will give you a red envelope. The improvisation guy seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a bit cold and awkward, so he spoke first. At this moment, Chu Sheng was completely serious. Hearing what the improvisation guy said, he sneered, closed the game voice, and began to explain to the fans. The fans were still discussing whether this improvisation guy was a rich man, and Chu Sheng's analysis followed. This routine is really too childish. What he said about sending red envelopes. In fact, the original intention is not to want my WeChat. The fans heard Chu Sheng's analysis, and suddenly realized that this routine is a bit deep. Then the fans were shocked again. Hey, how come Chu Sheng's EQ is so high at this time? A person who doesn't even know the joke of sending a girl home late can actually hear that sending a red envelope means adding WeChat. Could it be? There must be a special way to open Chu Sheng's EQ? Chu Sheng reopened the game voice and said, no. Keep the money for yourself to buy more food. This wave of refusal is very cool. Embarrassing but polite. Chapter 186 Gay Gay Monster. Hearing Chu Sheng's refusal, this impromptu guy didn't feel discouraged, and continued to attack and talk nonsense. I want to eat ham sausage. Wow. This sentence has some content. He wants to eat thick and long ham sausage. This guy is so gay. Chu Sheng's scalp tingled. Why can't he meet a normal teammate? Wow. The 2 big guys are talking nonsense with connotations. In just a few words. It's really a back and forth fight. It's so lively. Here. The famous Detective Cozy. We'll analyze it for you. Eating ham sausage is a double entendre. Everyone knows the first meaning. The second meaning is to change the topic and wait for the opportunity. This is a king-level fight. This game is interesting. After hearing what Detective Cozy said, everyone was looking forward to this game. Whether they could win the game was another matter. What they cared about most was whether they could win the game. Chu Sheng and Freestyle jumped directly from the plane. Behind them, there were at least 5 teams of 10 people jumping into the nuclear power plant. They were so crowded that it looked like dumplings. Even the Port El Port had 2 teams fighting for it, plus Chu Sheng's 3 teams. There were also 2 teams in the wild area of the garden nursing home not far away. In short, because of this troublesome route, these marginal areas that were rarely visited before suddenly became lively. Wow! There are so many people. I'm so scared. You will protect me, right? Before landing, this improvisation guy started his performance again. Chu Sheng looked as if he was constipated. But after all, he was the one he had made an appointment with in a double row. So he had to play with tears in his eyes. Okay. We won't go to Port El. We'll just sail there. Chu Sheng glanced at the coastline. There were no boats on the beach of the nuclear power plant. And there was no car in the entire Port El. Only a 2-person motorboat on the coast. 80% of people who jumped into Port El would fight for Sansong. After all, as the place with the highest probability of producing high-level materials in Port El, a rifle at the beginning of the game would be more useful than anything else. Chu Sheng and the improvisation guy landed directly on the beach and got on the motorboat without saying a word. Chu Sheng marked a point on the K-town at the top of the map. He didn't believe that there would be anyone in this place. The speed of the motorboat is not inferior to that of the speedboat. The speed of 80 kilometers per hour is far ahead of others. Without worrying about the terrain, the 2 of them rushed to Cape Town quickly. Moreover, Chu Sheng looked at the location. He was now rushing to Cape Town. If nothing unexpected happened, the safe zone should be refreshed at P-Port or the mine. This wave of routes was a bit sour. After arriving later, pick up a few more barrels of oil. This route is even more extreme than sailing from S-City to the airport. The improvisation brother was confused for a moment. Why did he need oil? The safe zone didn't refresh. Maybe if he was lucky, it would be refreshed directly on his face? What oil? Indian magic oil? Chu Sheng was too tired to complain, and found that besides Xiao Bai, there seemed to be another person who made him helpless. K-Town is not big or small, but the resources are extremely scarce. Basically enough to support 2 people. Park the motorboat next to the beach, and the safe zone will appear soon. The ultimate punishment circle. Chu Sheng's face turned green when he saw the safe zone. Although he knew that it might appear in P-Port or the mine area, this safe zone is too ultimate. The center of the safe zone is the location of Sansong on the beach of P-Port. The safe zone covers all the mines and fishing village docks, and most of the other locations are on the sea. The 2 searched separately. Chu Sheng didn't see the gun, but he had picked up more than 30 bandages. Did you pick up a helmet? I have 2 level 1 helmets here. Ji Xingge couldn't help but ask. Chu Sheng only found a backpack. No helmet or armor. Anyway, he was used to being poor and carrying a lot of money at the beginning. Chu Sheng ran over to get a helmet without saying a word. But as soon as he entered the room, he saw 2 level 1 helmets on the ground. 1 green and 1 black. Come on. You wear the black helmet, and I'll wear the green one. Ji Xingge picked up the green level 1 helmet and put it on his head. Chu Sheng thought, there are only 2 helmets. It doesn't matter which one you wear. Let me wear this green hat. I want to be the man who silently outputs behind you. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. There is something in every word of this guy. It really gives people goosebumps. The viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. This guy named Freestyle is really sexy. Every word makes people think deeply. Especially when they see Chu Sheng's uncomfortable and desperate look. They feel happy. Finally, someone can cure Chu Sheng. Could it be a voice changer? Someone suddenly guessed that it might be a girl who turned on the voice changer to deliberately tease passers-by. Wow! Chu Sheng has Little Pigeon, Mother Chun and Xiao Bai. And the passerby has also met Dai Mei. And he is also looking for a girl. Isn't this a bit too beastly? Then I still hope that this passerby is a real gay. The search of K-Town was very fast, because there were not many places to search. All the houses and warehouses were searched. Chu Sheng only had a crossbow and a P1911 pistol. By the way, Did you find any gasoline? Chu Sheng searched the house area below K-Town and only found a barrel of gasoline, which was probably not enough to support such a huge sailing route. Don't worry. I will always stand behind you and cheer you on. Chu Sheng was going crazy. He didn't complain at all. And he met a crazy guy who was talking nonsense. If there was no oil, this route would definitely be ruined. At this time, Chu Sheng hid in the house, took out a grenade, and really wanted to end his life like this. But then he thought, even if he was blown down, this guy would definitely come to save him. And he might talk nonsense again. Speak human language. Chu Sheng's tone was a little serious. And he fired 2 rounds of pistols at the position where the improvisation brother was. Yes, 2 barrels of oil. I will remember everything you said. The netizens were almost laughing like pigs. This guy was too good at making trouble. Chu Sheng was speechless. But everything will be fine if there is oil. Seeing that the poison circle will be refreshed in 40 seconds, Chu Sheng ran directly to the motorboat and greeted the improvisation brother. Little Gidge, you are so awesome. You actually knew to let me prepare the oil in advance. Chu Sheng drove the motorboat and drove counterclockwise along K-Town towards S City and G Port. The reason for choosing this route is that there are many ships along the coast along this route, so it can ensure full speed along the way. And you can change ships halfway if you run out of oil. After all, if the 3 barrels of oil drive slowly, they can also enter the circle. But Chu Sheng only has bandages on his body, not even energy drinks, and it will be very uncomfortable to encounter the battle at that time. Chapter 187. Isn't it just talking dirty? Little Gidge? Chu Sheng had a question mark on his face. What the hell is this name? Can you talk properly? It's lonely when you're driving a boat, because you don't have to worry about being beaten. You keep talking dirty. And the speed of this motorboat is really not fast. When it's calm, you can rely on the momentum to move forward. And then the speed reaches 80 kilometers per hour. Most of the time, there are winds and waves on the sea. And the speed is 560. The voice of the improvisation brother is full of grievances. And the tone can't help but rise by 3 points. What's wrong with me? Why do you treat me like this? Chu Sheng's hair stood on end. And the comments were also crazy, with people saying things like Chu Sheng, the unfaithful man. The motorboat was moving at full speed. When it was almost at the beach in S City, Chu Sheng saw a speedboat and directly pushed the motorboat up, switched to the speedboat, and continued to move forward. The poison circle had begun to shrink. Chu Sheng thought for a while and said, Brother, can we talk properly? I feel uncomfortable when you talk like this. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence, with only the sea breeze and the sound of the speedboat hitting the sea. When Chu Sheng saw that his teammates suddenly stopped talking, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, wondering if he had spoken too harshly just now. We were all strangers in a double row, and the atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. It seemed a little inappropriate to say this to a stranger. Chu Sheng was very embarrassed. Just when he was about to speak to ease the atmosphere, the impromptu guy finally spoke. Isn't your name Mu Xiaogu? If I don't call you Little Gidge, should I call you Little Moo? Okay. Chu Sheng admitted that this name was more gay. Brother, are you going to call me gay? Chu Sheng's questioning only got a proud him from the other party. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, turned off the internal voice, and started to set flags again in the live broadcast room. Since I, Chu Sheng, can be honored as one of the 3 sluts of Douyu by everyone, there must be something remarkable about me. This guy is clearly trying to game me today. If I lose, how can I save my face? The netizens were very excited. Did Chu Sheng have another trick? From what he said, he wanted to know the man-male sign and take the lead? What are you afraid of? Isn't it just talking a little gay? Who can't do it? Come on. Let's hurt each other. How long have you played this game? Chu Sheng asked while driving the boat. About more than 30 hours? More than 30 hours. That's basically the level of a new player. Chu Sheng has basically lost interest in collecting Tutsao points. Up to now, the Tutsao points are less than 10 points. It will take a long time to accumulate them until the gun god is possessed. Why not just do an interview show and take a closer look at this gay guy? 30 hours. You are just kidding. I've only played for less than 10 hours. You're asking me to help you in PUBG. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Chu Sheng didn't lie. He played PUBG for only 1 night. Definitely less than 10 hours. Wow. You know to take the water route instead of the dry road after playing for less than 10 hours. You're awesome. Brother. When the fans heard this, they knew there was something in the conversation between the two. The masters fought. Each move was fatal. And there were dangers everywhere. Why don't we go ashore and find a car? And then we can go. Brother Jixiang saw that the poison circle had begun to shrink. And they were afraid that they would be poisoned before they reached the city Z in the upper left corner of the map. With only a first aid kit and more than 20 bandages, it would be troublesome to enter the circle to eat poison. After taking a look at the map, Chu Sheng opened the map and scanned it before he figured out where to go. There are fixed spawn points nearby, but he is not sure if there are people. Where to go? Chu Sheng asked. Go to the circle. Now I really believe that you may have only played for 10 hours. At first, Brother Jixiang thought Chu Sheng was lying to him. But now he heard this. He was afraid that he was really a newbie. Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly. Anyway, he had let go of himself. This trip to the kindergarten has deviated from the driving route, and the car doors have been welded shut. So let's start racing. Oh, to the circle? I thought you were going to your heart. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he was suddenly prompted to get 5 points of complaints from freestyle, which made Chu Sheng's eyes light up. This slutty pig really came to gay him on purpose. You say that people nowadays, isn't it good to play games and eat chicken? Why do you have to use so many routines? The most basic trust between people? But since Chu Sheng knew that this guy did it on purpose, he couldn't get off the car just because he wanted to. Uh-huh. You are so annoying. The impromptu brother's sissy answer made Chu Sheng almost vomit. But after this confrontation, it was the water friends in the live broadcast room who suffered tons of critical damage. Obviously a healthy and positive live broadcast room. Suddenly a weird atmosphere began to spread. I didn't expect you to be such a Chu Sheng. Goodbye. Goodbye. A steel-straight man with negative emotional intelligence actually said a 100% critical hit love words at this time. I finally found the reason why Chu Sheng is still single. So this is the correct way to open the anchor? Is it too late to say goodbye now? At this time, Chu Sheng also changed his strategy. Since you want to be gay, then I will take the initiative and not passively defend. Why do you want to find a car? Is my boat hard to ride? Or do you have other dogs outside? Chu Sheng thought that this remark could catch the other party off guard. As for this kind of swearing that makes people's scalps numb, since they have rolled up their sleeves and hurt each other, who is afraid of whom? After Chu Sheng said this, he gained another 5 points of 2 sub-points. And suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he had found a mysterious treasure. Driving a boat and talking nonsense like crazy. And then accumulating 80 points of 2 sub-points to start the gun god mode when the boat enters the safe zone. It seems to be a way to get rich. The Jeep is big and comfortable to sit in, and it can drive straight into the safe zone. This motorboat is so small, and it takes a long time to get into the safe zone. How troublesome. Chu Sheng understood every word of this sentence. But when he put them together, he always felt like something strange had been mixed in. This is my experience of driving a boat for 10 hours. Although the motorcycle is short and compact, it is durable and can guarantee a very long endurance. Moreover, you don't have to exchange fire with others when entering the circle. How safe. Chu Sheng's words are not inferior at all, and even have the potential to surpass his predecessor. Put me down quickly. This is not the car to the kindergarten. It turns out that my brother-in-law usually wears a seal when he broadcasts live. Now that the seal is opened, the thick white and thick smell in his body can no longer be suppressed and overflows. I lost. I thought it was a one-sided massacre. But it turned out to be a duel between two strongest people. Chapter 188. Isn't Fujiwara Takumi the driver? Chu Sheng's complaint value has risen to 15 points. And this wave of operations is very comfortable. No need to think about any fancy operations. Just drive the boat and say flirty words. Although the process is a bit unbearable. Isn't it said that games are second life? Anyway, it's all asterisk. Just bear with it, and it will pass. The gay flirting between the two men made some fans' scalps numb. What the hell is going on when people around you are watching the live broadcast with your mobile phone? And Mom, it's really not what you think. After listening to Chu Sheng, the improvisation brother was silent again. After a while, when the speedboat passed through Z-Town, he said faintly, okay, you are right. Baby! Baby? Wreck. Who the hell is your baby? Chu Sheng felt a chill. Has he used the forbidden word baby? Isn't the name of this live broadcast room just come in and have fun? But why do I feel full of malice? This anchor is poisonous. Where is the promised PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Why did I see two Billy Harringtons playing bondage wrestling as soon as I entered the door? Is it true that opposite sexes are only for reproduction? And same sex is true love? The emotional intelligence of the elder brother-in-law seems to have been opened up all at once. If I said this to Chen Mama or Xiao Bai during the live broadcast, I'm afraid I would have been taken down long ago. With a cold laugh, Chu Sheng stopped the boat and began to bandage. Improvisational brother also had a good look and added a barrel of oil. The poison circle was almost shrinking. They still had about 3 kilometers to get to the safe zone. Although the two of them were arguing with each other, their desire to survive was still quite strong. Until the speedboat sped away again, the two of them started a new round of nonsense. Chu Sheng's target was the wild area on the west side of the mine, which was close to the coastline and located in the center of the safe zone. So he could search again. He only had a crossbow, an EP161 now. And the piggy improvisational brother only had an Uzi. The equipment of the two was really pitiful. By the way, what should I call you? You have to have a name. Right? Chu Sheng always felt it was weird to communicate without a name. You can call me whatever you like. You are my little baby anyway. I don't mind. Okay. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He has been single for more than 20 years. And he didn't expect to become a little baby in other people's mouths just by playing a game. Chu Sheng took a look at the ID, thought for a moment and said, "Then I will call you Fat Ribbon." Okay. Okay. You are my little baby. And I am your fat ribbon. Just hurt each other. Chu Sheng's complaint value reached 20 points. And he finally rushed into the safe zone after adding another tank of gas. However, at this time, the new safe zone was only 20 seconds away from being refreshed. The two stopped for a while, applied bandages and continued sailing. The new safe zone was refreshed again, and a circle was drawn with Port San Song as a circle. The wild area was still in the safe zone, and Chu Sheng accelerated directly towards the beach, using the speedboat as a cover. The two hid behind and bandaged frantically. Fat Ribbon watched Chu Sheng bandage, and then opened a can of energy drink. He had drunk the drink directly on the road before, and now his health can only return to 75 points. Which is very embarrassing. Baby, do you have a drink? Give me one? Chu Sheng was already immune to these dirty words at this time, and automatically thought of brother. Give me a bottle of drink. However, he still had to continue his dirty talk. Tuso value or not? How can you eat chicken without Tuso value? You said that you can eat chicken without Tuso value? You must have heard it wrong. You can only eat chicken without Tuso value. There is no chicken. Yes. I'll give you a big bottle. That Ribbon was immediately moved. His big baby drank energy drinks by himself, and actually took out the remaining painkillers for him. Wow. So touching. Drinking energy drinks by himself and giving me the remaining painkillers. What kind of spirit is this? Is it love? Is it responsibility? However, Chu Sheng only said hee in response, and then threw the drink on the ground. Drink it. Drink it. It's all yours. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Chu Sheng take out a box of gasoline from his body, they all laughed like crazy. That's right. This is responsibility and love. A passionate love. This is a box of flavored drinks. The flesh on Fat Ribbon's cheeks was trembling with twitching. It was indeed a big drink. Although he was slapped in the face, he still had to accept the drink. And the two quickly moved towards the room area. A glance from a distance showed that the doors and windows were intact and should not have been searched. Chu Sheng went into the house and searched for a long time, but finally only found some bandages. Over there, Fat Ribbon was also complaining while searching, saying that his luck was terrible today. He had a full set of Scar-L and a level 3 helmet last time. But how come he only had an Uzi in the third circle this time? How could he win the game? The fans were almost laughing to death. I'm afraid this guy couldn't figure out that it was because he was matched with Chu Sheng that this ending happened. What? You think it's unlucky to be matched with me? Just now you kept saying a big treasure. And then you turned around and muttered about how unlucky you were. Chu Sheng directly blamed Zhu Beiji. Anyway, he had done this kind of blame many times, and he was familiar with it. As for the criticism from the fans in the live broadcast room, Chu Sheng pretended not to see it. The complaints continued to increase, and Fat Ribbon explained frantically, "How could it be? I mean that all my luck was used to match you. So I am still poor. A small pistol. A crossbow. How can I win the game with this?" The two had a gay conversation, and they exchanged words. Seeing this, Fat Ribbon had to comfort him. Okay. Okay. I will give you a red envelope whether you win the game or not. Then he emphasized that it was a WeChat red envelope. Chu Sheng chuckled and ignored it. There was a car spawning point on the road in front of him when he came out of the wild area. The probability of spawning a car here is very high, and it can basically be said that a car will spawn. Chu Sheng and Fat Ribbon ran over, and Chu Sheng saw a motorcycle. Seeing the motorcycle, Chu Sheng almost laughed out loud. Giving him a motorcycle is more useful than giving him a rifle. Chu Sheng's confidence and momentum suddenly came together, and he said confidently, okay, this chicken dinner is a sure thing. Fat Ribbon? It's too late. Get on the car. Chu Sheng jumped on the car directly, and then he saw that the motorcycle only had one tank of gas left. This? Fat Ribbon. Did you throw away the drink I gave you just now? Chu Sheng drove the motorcycle in front of Fat Ribbon and suddenly asked. Fat Ribbon smiled. He was afraid that this guy would easily defeat him. Fortunately, he didn't lose. Come on. Fill up the gas, and then I'll take you to race. Fat Ribbon heard Chu Sheng's tone was different. What did this guy play for 10 hours? Driving games? Are you good at driving a motorcycle? Fat Ribbon was a little worried. After all, this car is not a Jeep or something. If it flips over, it won't kill people. If a motorcycle flips over, it will be a hearse. Don't worry. Have you heard of Fujiwara Takumi, the old driver of Akina Mountain? Chu Sheng can't guarantee anything. This motorcycle driving skill is really strong. Fat Ribbon picked his nose and said, no. I've only heard of Takuya-kun from Inaichome, who is also a driver. Chapter 189 Woof Woof Woof. It smells so good. Inaichome Takuya-kun? What the hell is this? Chu Sheng has no idea who this person is. Takumi. Takuya. Are they brothers? Although Chu Sheng doesn't know. But the water friends with great magical powers and wide knowledge know it. Chu Sheng. I'm giving you a serious advice. This guy is a bit of a trick. You'd better stay away from him after this fight. Chu Sheng. Take my Takuya-kun's high-speed vacuum. Chu Sheng was confused. What are these pigs talking about? After filling up the motorcycle with gas, the poison circle began to shrink. Chu Sheng glanced at the map and saw that there were few places he could go. Gunshots were heard from time to time from Port P, and even from the mine. There were occasionally 1 or 2 98 Burmese shots, who were not sure if they were warning passers-by. The key point was that the route was too bad. There were not many places to jump, and the safe zone was refreshed in the corner of the lower left corner. Chu Sheng could already imagine the crazy battle at the bridgehead of the airport island. I'm afraid that the fishing village, the warehouse area under the mine, Port P, and even the wild area behind the mine were all experiencing fierce fighting and exchange of fire. Most of the safe zones were in the sea, which meant that the area available for players to move around was reduced, and the intensity and probability of the battle would increase accordingly. Chu Sheng carefully analyzed the location in the safe zone. The equipment they had now could not support a battle beyond 100 meters. If it was within 100 meters, perhaps the crossbow and Uzi could still work wonders. There was a barn behind the path under the mine. Chu Sheng marked a point here. This location was not bad. There was a mountain behind it, and a wheat field in front of it. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. After marking a point, Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator and flew directly towards the target. Fat Ribbon saw Chu Sheng's violent posture on the motorcycle, and was immediately scared to the point of wanting to jump out of the car. Chu Sheng inexplicably received 5 points of complaints from Fat Ribbon. He didn't know what was going on yet. This guy was shaking with a tremor, as if he had really taken a roller coaster. Wow. It's just a joke. There's no need to be so extreme. Bro. Chu Sheng didn't expect that a motorcycle would make this guy so eager to survive that he gave in and laughed. What do you mean by so extreme? Why can't I understand a word you say? Fat Ribbon sighed, put away his overflowing arrogance, and became serious. Brother, driving a motorcycle like this will cost lives. Can we just walk slowly along the road? The fans didn't expect that Fat Ribbon, who had just called you a baby, would give in on the motorcycle. And they all laughed. As expected, no matter how tough he was, he had to be soft when faced with a life-threatening situation. Chu Sheng didn't intend to let this guy go easily. He flirted with him crazily at the beginning. Now when he let go of his reserve and accepted the challenge, this guy immediately became timid. You move and stop at your own will. It's not a big sword that costs money. How can it be so comfortable? You are such a nasty person. When you are on the boat, you call me baby and cute. But when you get on the motorcycle, you call me brother. It's not okay to be so indecisive. It happened that there was a high slope in front of him. Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator and rushed up directly. Immediately, the motorcycle left the ground at the highest point and rushed directly into the air to make a 720-degree rotation. Fat Ribbon was about to explain and beg for mercy. But when he saw the motorcycle flying in the sky and spinning randomly, he was so scared that he couldn't breathe. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the motorcycle landed steadily. Some people are like this. It's obviously a game, but they don't know why they are so nervous. Some people can play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds like a comedy, but some people are completely suspicious when playing it, comparable to a horror movie. Chu Sheng's last Hansen drift directly parked the motorcycle at the door of the housing area, one step at a time. This motorcycle is deadly. I will be a dog if I ride your motorcycle again. After getting off the motorcycle, Fat Ribbon has not yet recovered, and instantly distanced himself from the motorcycle and hid far away. Chu Sheng was confused. This acting is too exaggerated. Right? Isn't it just a motorcycle in a game? Is it so exaggerated? At worst, it's just a box of death. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Sheng couldn't understand this mentality at all. But he felt so good when he thought about making Fat Ribbon lose face. He searched the house and found a few smoke bombs and blast bombs. As for other things, sorry, your luck is not enough to exchange for other items. When Fat Ribbon reacted, Chu Sheng had searched the wild area back and forth, and there was no submachine gun or anything. The poison circle slowly shrank to the end, and the new safe zone was refreshed. The location happened to be on the eastern foot of the mine, including the mountainside, the housing area and the warehouse. Anyway, for Chu Sheng, it was just a daily punishment circle. With a motorcycle, any circle is not a problem for Chu Sheng. But Fat Ribbon, it is definitely impossible to run through this circle by legs. You know, the road in the mine is very troublesome, with extremely complex terrain. In addition, there are only 35 people alive now, which can be said to be an enemy on every tree and grass. There are gunshots from time to time in the mine. There must be someone blocking there. If you run with bare legs, you will probably die halfway. Chu Sheng got on the car directly without saying much nonsense. Fat Ribbon looked at Chu Sheng's roaring motorcycle, and then looked at the terrifying circle of punishment, and hesitated for a moment. Woof woof woof. All the water friends in the live broadcast room laughed to death. What is a flag? This is it. Just a second ago, it was said that if you sit on it again, you will be a dog. And the next second, the circle of punishment came. This retribution came too fast. Fat Ribbon got on the car with a thick face, and then said in a delicate tone, "Be gentle. Please take care of entering the safe zone." Funny.jpg. Smells so good. Chu Sheng took a look at the safe zone. There must be someone in the house area at this time. There is no need to think too much. This equipment is probably a wave of SF Express to rush to the house. The high point of the mine is a good choice. But Chu Sheng went to the high point of the mine this time not to kill people, but to hide. After all, this equipment, within 50 meters? It's okay. If it's farther, it's probably Mingli. Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator, directly blasted the motorcycle, and ran straight towards the mine. As the vehicle with the strongest grip and the most floating, the motorcycle has an unparalleled speed, but it also has the highest death rate among all vehicles in PUBG. If you want to control a motorcycle, you must remember a common sense. That is, you must not offend the motorcycle at any time. And don't think of taking your anger out on the motorcycle. Don't ask why. This is the truth that some soldiers without common sense have exchanged for with their blood and lives. Seeing Chu Sheng driving the motorcycle directly towards the cliff, Fat Ribbon's heart was in his throat. If he rushed over like this, he might be killed. Chapter 190 Drainage Ditch Cornering Method? You will die if you drive up like this. Fat Ribbon's voice was trembling, and Chu Sheng could even imagine the terrified face behind the voice. When the fans heard that Fat Ribbon was so scared, they laughed out loud. This guy is too scared to death. Right? You know, Chu Sheng's motorcycle is the safest means of transportation. No doubt about it. But Fat Ribbon said it like this. No. Old driver on Akina Mountain. This wave will take you to fly. The roar of the throttle was even more terrifying. and the shock was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Chu Sheng directly rushed towards the high slope, and the motorcycle flew up the steep slope. Not only that, after the motorcycle was completely airborne, Chu Sheng did another 360-degree turn in the air, which frightened Fat Ribbon so much that he took his hands off the keyboard. The motorcycle turned back in a circle, and the wheels shook on the higher, pancake-like slope. And then the motorcycle bounced up again. It bounced up from a low altitude, and the front of the car tilted forward madly. Fat Ribbon saw this scene, and his face turned pale. Okay, this wave of motorcycles will definitely fall headfirst. And as for him and Chu Sheng, they will definitely fall to the ground and turn into boxes. Fat Ribbon saw Chu Sheng playing with fire, and chose to give up treatment. However, just when the low-altitude flip was exactly half a circle, the front tire of the motorcycle touched the ground, and a beautiful rotation on the spot directly stabilized the motorcycle. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Sheng had already climbed from the foot of the mine to the top of the highest mountain in the mine. There were abandoned wooden boxes in front of him as a shelter. Chu Sheng glanced at the bottom of the mine. From this direction, he could see 3 teams of people stuck to each other. There was a team in the 3-story apartment building in the distance, a team on the left hill, and another team under the open-air tent on the right. All 3 teams came into Chu Sheng's sight. If he was given a 98K or something like that at this time, he could kill them all with a fixed-point shooting. But looking at their equipment, a crossbow and an Uzi, it is better not to get involved in a 3-person mahjong game with such equipment. The new poison circle shrinks in only 1 minute, and Chu Sheng does not have much time left. Fat Ribbon was dumbfounded, and he never thought he could survive. However, when he saw the current situation of the mine, he chose to put away his Uzi and took out a grenade. How can we play this? There are 3 teams stuck in front, and we will definitely not be able to get through with this equipment. The joy of escaping death was immediately dispersed by a breath of sadness. This is a dead end. If the 2 had a high-powered scope and a rifle, they could completely take out the 3 teams. All 3 teams came into view from this position, all facing them sideways or with their buttocks, completely shooting at them. But it was so hateful. Until now, there was only one Uzi. And look at Chu Sheng, with a crossbow. How could this equipment kill people from a distance of 100 or 200 meters? It was completely a fool's dream. Chu Sheng saw Fat Ribbon take out a grenade, and was immediately shocked. What are you doing with the grenade? Fat Ribbon smiled bitterly and said, You are not still thinking about getting out of the mine alive? There are 3 teams in front of us, and we can't get through. It's better to blow ourselves up than to give away our heads. Chu Sheng's eyes rolled, and suddenly laughed. If you bark like a dog again, I will take you to the safe zone. Bark like a dog and enter the safe zone? Fat Ribbon hummed, and his tone was raised by 3 points. I don't believe you. There is nothing in this situation, and you still want to enter the safe zone. I am not a fool to be fooled by you and bark like a dog for nothing? Such a poor promise. After all, he has played the game for more than 30 hours, and he can still see the situation clearly. Chu Sheng didn't say much, got on the motorcycle again, and said, Then you detonate yourself here, and I will enter the circle. Fat Ribbon watched Chu Sheng get on the motorcycle again, thought about Chu Sheng's amazing driving skills just now, and looked at the 3 teams of people fighting in front of him. If he drove the motorcycle down, he would become the focus of the 3 teams' fire. Besides, the mine was full of mountains, and the terrain was complicated. If he fell to his death, wouldn't he become a joke? It would be fine to find a deserted place and fall to his death quietly. But being surrounded by a group of people in such a place would be a joke. Go or not? That was the question. Chu Sheng was ready to drive the motorcycle to the right of the box. Seeing this, Fat Ribbon gritted his teeth and said, Woof woof woof. Then he sat on the back seat of the motorcycle without saying anything, and gritted his teeth and said, If you can't get into the safe zone, you just wait. Chu Sheng received another tutso value, and then laughed. Dear Fat Ribbon, hold my waist tightly. I will take you to live a carefree life. Chu Sheng's dirty words triggered another wave of barrage. Ziwei.gif, check it out. I'm full. Full to the point of overflowing. Another visible tutso value. Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator directly, and the motorcycle rushed out like a wild donkey. The 3 parties who were fighting suddenly heard a roaring motorcycle sound, and they were all stunned for a moment. I saw a motorcycle speeding directly along the side of the steep slope, and the motorcycle was almost parallel to the ground. Chu Sheng rushed directly towards the two people in the right team. When they saw the motorcycle coming straight at them, they ignored the enemies on both sides and aimed their guns directly at the black motorcycle. Chu Sheng swayed left and right to dodge the bullets, but he was still hit on his body and the motorcycle, and green blood and sparks appeared. That ribbon hiding behind him was not hurt at all. Chu Sheng swung the handlebars to the left frantically, and the whole motorcycle began to spin forward like a butterfly, running over the two people's heads like a bowling ball. The enemy, who was hiding behind the open-air tent stone with only two heads exposed, was beheaded by Chu Sheng and turned into a box. Then the motorcycle spun wildly and stumbled down to the lower mine floor. Chu Sheng steered the motorcycle to swing a few times in the air and landed on a flat ground. Dense bullets were fired again, and he stepped on the accelerator again to go up the steep slope against the wind. The motorcycle flew into the air again with smoke, bounced on the top of the gun tower in front of the mine, and fell directly to the ground, and then flew away. This wave of fancy motorcycles stunned the remaining two teams in the mine. Oh my god! This is too good! Right? Escaped from the firepower of the three teams and crushed two people. Violent motorcycles can't be so scary. Right? The fans in the live broadcast room knew that Chu Sheng's motorcycle skills were one of the three best in Douyu, but they still couldn't help but be amazed when they saw such a scene. This driving skill is too scary. Chu Sheng may not be a graduate of the Department of Mathematics of Tunghai University. I think he looks like a stunt graduate from Blue Fly. The driving skill fans are online. This week's highlights: Chu Sheng has won another victory. In ancient times, there were swordsmen who took the heads of enemy generals in the midst of thousands of troops. Today, there are motorcycle racers who leisurely kill people and escape. Chapter 191. You and me on the confused tree. Confused fruit under the confused tree. Hit and run anchor. I'm paying attention. That ribbon sat in the back seat, watching the screen spinning wildly. And then he escaped from the mine inexplicably. He was confused throughout the whole process, watching the screen spinning. And then suddenly his eyes turned green, and he came out of the bare mine. Here. He came out just now? That ribbon was stunned. He could come out of the dangerous mine like this. Was he kidding? How about it? Was this dog barking worth it? Chu Sheng continued to joke. If Fat Ribbon hadn't barked, he would have died on the hillside on the way to the mine. Although he was secretly very happy, Fat Ribbon was not soft-hearted. Your driving skills are pretty good, but compared to Takuya-kun's high-speed vacuum suction, you are still too young. Takuya-kun's name again, and high-speed vacuum suction. Although I don't understand what it means, I just feel that it is amazing. Chu Sheng is now a qualified motorcycle racer, so he naturally wants to compete with him on a motorcycle in this regard. Coming out of the mine, there are forests on both sides. The forest on the right is extremely awkward. The thickness of the tree trunks is just enough to accommodate one person, but the surroundings are open and there is no cover, so it can only block the enemies on one side, and the remaining three sides will be attacked. Especially when Chu Sheng saw that someone had thrown a smoke bomb over there. He lost the intention to go there. As for the factories and houses in the safe zone, they are probably already occupied now, and this equipment cannot defend the house even if it rushes into it. Chu Sheng had only one choice in the end, which was to run to the mountain on the left. The terrain on the mountain is complex, with high and low slopes, boulders and big trees. Crossbows and Uzi still have a fighting force in jungle warfare. After pausing for a second, Chu Sheng drove the motorcycle directly towards the mountain. The roar of the motorcycle resounded through half of the safe zone. Seeing the dense jungle and thick tree trunks on the mountain, Chu Sheng wanted to stop behind a big tree, and then obediently stuck at the edge of the safe zone like Voldemort. But when he ran halfway, he suddenly heard the sound of bullets whizzing through the air behind him. The sound was very close. Chu Sheng looked behind him and saw two people running towards the top of the mountain on the downhill road behind him. They wanted to shoot Chu Sheng down. Without stopping, Chu Sheng didn't even have the desire to fight back. From the sound, it was Scarl and SKS. Even if he opened the crossbow with automatic aiming, he couldn't beat them, and the team behind him looked like they could run into the safe zone. This made Chu Sheng very embarrassed. Should he block them at the edge of the circle? What to block? After a sprint uphill, the motorcycle flew up again. Chu Sheng was now able to control the motorcycle well. The motorcycle directly covered the trees in the jungle, flew to the top and began to land immediately. At this time, Chu Sheng suddenly had an idea and controlled the motorcycle to swing back in the air. This pulling back made the motorcycle crash into the dense branches of a thick tree. The motorcycle got stuck on the treetop and was about to fall slowly. Quick! Jump off the car! Chu Sheng quickly pressed the F key to jump off the car and landed on the tree trunk. Fat Ribbon was already scared by the dazzling speeding skills and the final circle. He had never entered the final circle like this after playing for dozens of hours. He was scared by Chu Sheng's words and jumped off the car without saying a word, even forgetting to ask why. After the two jumped off the car, they sat steadily on the tree. This position was simply the ultimate explosive snakeskin monster. 720 degrees of blood mother hidden. The leaves on the treetop were extremely lush, as if wearing 20 ghillie suits. The motorcycle slid down from the tree, and surprisingly did not fall down, but slid crookedly towards the back. Seeing this scene, Chu Sheng was very happy. This motorcycle would not come to the rescue again like yesterday, and directly slide down and crush someone to death, and come to the best of the game? Looking at the stubborn and unyielding motorcycle, the fans also thought of the same scene yesterday. If this happened again, it would be hard to explain. I can see that Chu Sheng must have cheated. He used the mind-body conversion technique. He directly swapped motorcycles while driving, so he could do so many amazing moves. And just now, he must have controlled the motorcycle to reverse, preparing to crush the team that just attacked them. Congratulations to the Hokage for another point. The team running behind saw a motorcycle suddenly reverse down the mountain, and their eyes were stunned. If they were not far away and could drive a little further, they would have been crushed to death. How did this motorcycle reverse down? Seeing this scene, it is probably guessed that the two guys above must be dead. Otherwise, there is no reason for the stopped motorcycle to reverse back. He must have died while riding a motorcycle. I didn't hear any gunshots, another person said, and dodged to the side to avoid being run over by the motorcycle. The two of them were all focused on running in circles, and they didn't see the death message of falling in the upper right corner. However, they didn't hear any gunshots, and the motorcycle rolled down again. The analysis was probably correct. The thought of the two people who rushed in front of them just now falling to death while riding a motorcycle made them laugh. Another two soldiers without common sense. At this moment, the motorcycle that was sliding down backwards suddenly became unstable, swung violently, and began to roll flat on its back. It was already rare to be able to roll backwards for so long without falling. This time, the team finally lost balance and fell directly on the downhill road and began to roll. The position changed greatly, and the player who made way was directly crushed to the ground. Chu Sheng, who was hiding in the tree, was still talking, but he saw a message of being knocked down by a vehicle suddenly popped up in the upper right corner. His brows suddenly frowned and felt that this matter was not simple. I really said it. Chu Sheng's tree was extremely hidden and in the safe zone. No one would have thought that there were two people hiding in this tree. This position is too cheap. Right? Who the hell would have thought that there were people here? Why should I explain to others what I have done in my life? Fat Ribbon gradually recovered from the confusion of the racing just now, and took a breath of cold air when looking at his current position. This place is really amazing. You have only played PUBG for 10 hours? Fat Ribbon didn't believe it this time. Even if he saw this kind of driving skills in the PUBG highlights, it was just a glimpse. Not like Chu Sheng's old driver turning the corner easily. Chu Sheng didn't blush or feel nervous. He had only played for less than 10 hours. But it was not this account. Yeah. Is there any problem? Then I heard Fat Ribbon sighed. Hey. Even though we have been through so much, baby, you still don't want to tell me the truth? Well, who told me that I am a green hat on my head? Even if you lie to me, I will admit it. Chapter 192 Brother. Is there something wrong with your method of picking up the items? Chu Sheng and Fat Ribbon stayed quietly on the tree. This position was too bad. Even Chu Sheng felt it was a bit stable. But this also gave him an inspiration to climb a tree. In the map of Jedi Island, most of the trees are thick and lush. If you can land on them, and suddenly a surprise force comes, wouldn't it be great? The two people squatted on the tree and dared not move, for fear that they would fall down if they deviated a little. Newton was hit by an apple under the tree and thought of gravity. If they fell from the tree, it would add a heavy stroke to the enemy's data. I have a feeling that after watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast, it won't be long before someone proficient in motorcycles climbs up a tree to smother someone. Fuck you. In the future, we must not only be on guard against Voldemort, But also be careful of this tree. Chu Sheng heard the rustling footsteps coming from far away, and immediately became alert, with the crossbow already in his hand. Fat Ribbon also had the Uzi in his hand. With Chu Sheng's 10 hours of gaming experience, he would never believe it. This guy could have honed such a skill, either with blood and tears, or because he played too much GTA 5. Fat Ribbon didn't dare to move. At this moment, everything was based on Chu Sheng. He did whatever he said, and he was as obedient as a wife who followed her husband's lead. The guy who was knocked down by the motorcycle was pulled up, and the poison circle behind him also shrank immediately, leaving him no time to use the first aid kit. Chu Sheng also gained 10 points of complaints because of this motorcycle, reaching the 60-point mark directly. Hey, it's two people. Chu Sheng heard the chaotic footsteps, and immediately heard that two people were running towards the tree one after the other. The tree where Chu Sheng fell happened to be in the safe zone, and it was the thickest tree nearby. Otherwise, how could it bear two people squatting on it? The two ran behind the tree, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had found support. They just laid down under the tree, and started spraying pesticides. This wave of metaphysical motorcycles almost killed them. Chu Sheng's perspective moved downwards, and he happened to see two people lying under his crotch spraying pesticides. You asked Chu Sheng if he dared to move, and Chu Sheng naturally shook his head to indicate that he dared not move. What did the netizens laugh at when they saw this scene? These two people lay on the ground in a human shape spraying pesticides. It was absolutely unimaginable that there were two people on the tree watching them. When Fat Ribbon saw the two people lying down spraying pesticides, he couldn't help but shoot directly. It's like there are two naked girls in front of you who are extremely tempting, but you have to stick to the rules and can't do anything. Can we fight? Fat Ribbon couldn't help but ask. These two people are just two pieces of fat. Looking at their equipment, one is ScarL plus S686, and the other is SKS plus Victor. Chu Sheng took a look at the weapon matching of the two and couldn't help but sigh. They are both very particular people, because of the memory of many gun gods. Chu Sheng's understanding of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is far beyond ordinary people. The habit of bringing sprayers in the finals is completely the way of playing in Korea, because the server delay is low. The sprayers with chokes in the finals are extremely powerful, and coupled with low delay, almost everyone will die if sprayed. In addition, the spray gun has a reputation of being equal to all beings, and its effect in the final circle is comparable to that of the AWM. Another person is carrying an SKS and a short sword, Victor, which is also very particular, with a submachine gun like Victor. As long as you hit someone within a range of 50 meters, no matter where you hit, even the most powerful person will not last more than a second. Don't worry. Let these two people explore the way and clear the obstacles first. Chu Sheng is as steady as an old dog. Anyway, the two of them are already trapped in a jar and can be killed at any time. Why not keep them to make some contributions? The two of them took medicine bags and pulled energy, and then hid behind the tree and observed carefully. The poison circle was shrunk, and a new safe zone appeared in the farthest house area. To pass through this housing area, you must pass through the warehouse at the foot of the mine, or go directly down from the forest. There are still 25 people alive now. It can be said that one move will affect the whole body, and there may be Voldemort hiding somewhere, waiting for you to rush up and deliver a wave of express delivery. The two people under the tree dare not act rashly, and Chu Sheng on the tree has no desire to take action for the time being. There is no need to think too much at this time. There are people on the hill in front and in the warehouse below. Everyone is stuck. Only when people die in the battle can they fight their way out. Since they can win by lying down, no one will be willing to fight to the death. Leave the cleaning and paving work to them, and Chu Sheng just needs to enjoy the results. After the two men recovered their health, they could actually see the enemies in the warehouse and on the mountain. SKS fired continuously. The sound of bullets echoed in the forest, and the high-powered scope of ScarL quickly responded. The other party also noticed the two men, and the bullets fell on the tree trunks, which made Fat Ribbon's scalp numb. He couldn't help but ask, will this bullet not be shot directly up? Chu Sheng thought seriously and said, maybe. If some people can't control their guns at all, the bullets can be shot into the sky, and it's not difficult to hit the tree canopy. The exchange of fire under the tree continued. Chu Sheng and Fat Ribbon each aimed at a head, and as long as Chu Sheng gave an order later, they would directly kill the pig to sacrifice to the sky. The fans couldn't laugh anymore. The two of them stayed under the tree for so long. Didn't they ever think of looking up? Well, 99.99% of the players hiding behind the tree wouldn't be so bored as to look up at the tree. The exchange of fire seemed to be over, and there were only 45 seconds left before the safe zone refreshed. The two players were also shot twice, and began to shrink behind the tree to recover health, as if they were preparing to run away. Okay, we can fight now. Chu Xing's voice was filled with laziness, and it was obvious that he had been bored for a long time. There was a guy with a level 3 helmet below, and another with a level 2 helmet. Chu Sheng aimed directly at the guy with the level 2 helmet and told Fat Ribbon, "When you fight that iron-headed kid, remember not to blow his head off." Chu Sheng's crossbow shot an arrow directly, and the guy with the level 2 helmet was headshot. This distance was less than 5 meters, and it really hit whatever he pointed at. Fat Ribbon's Uzi also made a buzzing sound, and before the man could react, it turned into a box. After killing the two people, Chu Sheng and Fat Ribbon jumped down from the tree. The two were like two hungry wolves. Chu Sheng opened the box and wanted to drag the Scarl to him, but the thing disappeared as soon as the mouse was placed on the Scarl. Since the Scarl was picked up by Fat Ribbon, Chu Sheng thought that he could just pick up an SKS. Just when he was dragging the SKS halfway, it strangely disappeared, and he ended up with a Victor on his body. Chu Sheng was completely confused, and his fans laughed wildly. Did this fat guy really only play the game for 30 hours? Why is his hand speed in picking up items comparable to that of someone who has played for 3,000 hours? Chapter 193 Lock plus AWM equals invincible. Brother, is there something wrong with your way of picking up the items? Chu Sheng was full of black lines. Scarl and SKS were picked up. So what did he use? Fat Ribbon heard Chu Sheng's question, smiled and felt proud, and hurriedly responded, "Of course. I was a gold medal courier when I worked in a courier company. It's a professional habit. Please understand." Chu Sheng heard this wonderful explanation, and his head was full of black lines. He wanted to say, "Brother, I still have to go to work tomorrow. Can you go offline quickly?" Fat Ribbon seemed to feel Chu Sheng's resentment, and asked fearfully, "Baby, you are not interested in my Scarl and SKS, right? If you want, I can give it to you. But you can't kill your teammates." This sentence directly blocked Chu Sheng's idea of getting a gun. At this time, the two people who were suddenly killed also entered the death replay, and saw Chu Sheng and Fat Ribbon, who had been hiding in the tree long ago. Seeing that he and his teammates had been attacking under the opponent's crotch without knowing anything, and these two guys had seen them for a long time, but had not made a move, he suddenly felt that his IQ was crushed. Just now, after the two were suddenly killed, they still swore that this must be a cheat. But after watching the death replay, the two old faces turned red and only gnashed their teeth. How did these two guys climb up the tree? After watching the death replay, I realized that my behavior was completely in the eyes of the other party, and they looked like two idiots. What's even more infuriating is that the equipment of these two people is extremely lousy. One is holding an Uzi, and the other is holding a crossbow. Shame! Killing these two guys increased Chu Sheng's Tuso value by 10 points, reaching 70 points. The rifle and sniper rifle were taken away by Fat Ribbon, and Chu Sheng had no choice but to pick up a fully equipped S686. Seeing Chu Sheng's equipment, everyone in the live broadcast room was amazed. A spray gun plus a crossbow. Is Chu Sheng going to repeat the poor chicken game again? You know, Chu Sheng relied on a crossbow and a spray gun to kill all sides and win the chicken game successfully. This time, these two artifacts are collected again, and I'm afraid it's not far from winning the chicken game. After collecting some medical supplies, Chu Sheng maxed out his energy. At this time, there were only 20 seconds left before the poison circle shrank. There would be no more enemies behind him, and the enemies on the hill in front had been cleared. Chu Sheng and Fat Ribbon successfully climbed the hill and ran along the mountain road towards the last housing area. The poison circle followed behind them, and the electric light on the power grid looked thrilling. This poison was not something that people could afford. Once the poison circle was in place, the 7 points of damage per second was unstoppable. News of deaths outside the poison circle kept passing from the upper right corner, and the sound of gunfire in the housing area in front was also extremely intense. Rifle fire, 98k tremors, grenade bombings and smoke bombs paved the way. Chu Sheng noticed the kill information in the upper right corner while running, and suddenly found a guy named 66 Kai directly filling the screen. For consecutive headshot kill information from AWM made Chu Sheng's scalp numb. Be careful in front. Chu Sheng saw a stone in front of the safe zone, which was just the right size for 2 people to hide. And the direction was also towards the house area below. Except that it might be a bit troublesome to run in circles later. It was still a good place. Fat Ribbon thought Chu Sheng meant to be careful of the enemy in front. Fat Ribbon was extremely inflated after getting Scarl and SKS. After a miserable game and a lot of hiding, I finally got to the finals and got a lot of fat. Now it's time to clear the haze and kill everyone. Chu Sheng ran faster with full energy and was the first to run behind the big rock. Fat Ribbon was busy picking up guns and bullets and didn't even have time to lick the drink first aid kit. The battle in the room seemed to have come to an end, and the number of survivors dropped sharply to 10. From the beginning of the run, Chu Sheng has been paying attention to the kill information in the upper right corner. This guy named 66 Kai killed 5 people with headshots by himself with AWM. Every shot was a headshot, comparable to the gun god. Some players also noticed the kill information. With such a mocking name and such strong strength, they immediately thought of scientists. Chu Sheng should be careful this time. There seems to be something in the final circle. Brother-in-law is completely unaware and even wants to eat a chicken happily. I'm afraid he will be taught a lesson this time. AWM hits the head every time. I won't believe it even if I die. This guy must have opened the lock. Sorry. I can do whatever I want with AWM plus lock. Fat Ribbon followed behind and was about to run into the stone when suddenly a slight sound of a silenced AWM came. Then the black level 3 iron head on Fat Ribbon's head exploded directly, and he knelt on the ground. As soon as he fell to the ground, a rifle followed and hit his butt, and the red blood bar was reduced to half. Help! Baby! Save me! Because Fat Ribbon fell down. The bleeding speed was not fast. Chu Sheng squatted in front of him with interest and smiled. I told you to be careful. Why are you so reckless and rush in a straight line? Fat Ribbon saw that Chu Sheng didn't save him, and immediately put away his tail and behaved obediently. Brother, if you don't save him, he will die. Chu Sheng was still shaking his head, obviously without any action to save him. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, this guy burst into tears, and while crying, he muttered, sure enough, you already have another dog outside? You don't love me anymore. And you didn't even save me when you saw me fall down. Do you hope that after I die, you can have a sweet double row with that dog? Okay. Then I will fulfill your wish, Fat Ribbon said as he crawled outside, obviously wanting to die. Seeing this, Chu Sheng punched this guy in the ass, and immediately lost a lot of blood. Now there is only a little left, and I am afraid he can't even last 5 seconds. Brother, don't. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please save me. Fat Ribbon was still thinking about acting and letting Chu Sheng pull him up helplessly. But he didn't expect this guy to be so awesome and actually punch him directly. Chu Sheng had long been immune to this set. This guy was a drama queen. But he was obviously afraid of death. This punch made him blush, and he was beaten obediently. Chu Sheng then reached out to rescue him, leaving only a little blood on his skin. Baby, you are really a soft-hearted person. You said no, but your body saved me. Chu Sheng sneered and said, I think I will be hit in this position. Can I take 2 steps back and pull you? After taking 2 steps back, Chu Sheng loosened his hand again, and he turned into a box in a second. Fat Ribbon knew that this was Chu Sheng's threat, and said seriously, okay, no more jokes. Let's play well in the final round. Chapter 194, Who Doesn't Have an AWM? After pulling up the Fat Ribbon and wrapping 3 bandages around it, another embarrassing problem arose. He had no medicine on him. He immediately equipped 2 guns on himself. By the time he collected the weapons and bullets, the medical supplies had been looted by Chu Sheng. With the poison circle refreshed, the two had to run to the safe zone in a panic. Chu Sheng squatted behind the stone and observed the situation in the house area below. The silenced AWM. The sound was weak, and there was no flash from the muzzle, so it was difficult to lock the direction. The stone here was only about 100 meters away from the house area below. But Chu Sheng did not see the AWM after scanning around. Brother. Fat Ribbon spoke shyly, wanting to ask Chu Sheng for some first aid kits and energy drinks. What's wrong? Chu Sheng said, and took a glance, only to find that this guy's health was less than half. And he immediately seemed to understand why this guy was so humble. Hey, you were busy picking up guns and bullets just now, and now you know the pain of not having a first aid kit. right? Looking at Fat Ribbon, whose helmet had exploded and whose blood couldn't be restored, Chu Sheng suddenly had a plan. It's okay to want a first aid kit and energy drinks, but you have to do something for me. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, Fat Ribbon obediently woof 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 3 times, causing Chu Sheng to frown. This guy is quite tactful and self-aware. The viewers in the live broadcast room almost burst out laughing. This Fat Ribbon is really good at handling things. But Chu Sheng didn't want him to bark like a dog. Well, what I mean is that there is a silenced AWM over here. Show your head again, so I can see where this guy is. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the voice fell into silence. So my barking just now was in vain? A trace of trembling could be heard in Fat Ribbon's voice. Probably because he felt sorry for himself. Another round of laughter in the live broadcast room. Okay. He thought he was very smart, but ended up losing both the wife and the army. After all, committing suicide is a technical job. So Chu Sheng still has to throw out something tempting. Your shouting is definitely not in vain. I'll give you an extra first aid kit when the time comes. When he heard that he could get an extra first aid kit, Fat Ribbon's eyes lit up. He had been frustrated for more than 20 minutes. He had reached the finals and got a fully equipped Scar-L in SKS. If he died without hitting anyone, wouldn't it be a waste of frustration before? It's just committing suicide. He's good at it. Fat Ribbon stood up straight. Just half of his head was exposed, and it was very clear on the light white stone, as if he was pointing at his head and saying, "Shoot here." Then, as expected, the low sound of the silenced AWM sounded, and one shot blew up Fat Ribbon's head, and directly turned him into a Mediterranean. Although the silencer reduced the sound and eliminated the firelight, Chu Sheng still found the man's location. In the bedroom on the second floor opposite. Because the light in this room is very poor. It is dark from Chu Sheng's side, but he can still capture the movement inside. Fat Ribbon completed the task very well. And at this time, he hurriedly asked for credit. "Baby, help me up." However, Chu Sheng stood aside and was not moved at all. Because this time, he was the second to fall. So the bleeding speed was obviously much faster. Seeing the blood bar shortening bit by bit, and soon reaching the deadline, Fat Ribbon was panicked. "Brother, please save me. I promise I won't be a fool this time." Chu Sheng pretended to be ignorant, threw 2 first aid kits and a bottle of painkillers on the ground and said, "Well done. This is the reward for your perfect completion of the task just now." Fat Ribbon was about to collapse. Who was the fool? He was knocked down and fell to the ground. He couldn't use the first aid kit. This really made Fat Ribbon angry. Chu Sheng collected a wave of complaints and accumulated 80 points of gun god possession. He directly possessed Shroud. Fat Ribbon's health bar has lost 1/3. The first aid kit in front of him can only be seen, but not used. It's really torture. Our mission rewards have been settled. Right? Now I have to concentrate on dealing with the silenced AWM. Chu Sheng turned around and stared ahead, and saw the muzzle of the silencer swaying in the dimly lit room. The fans were all laughing. This fat guy really had no sense of tact. But this guy was a complete loot monster. Even Chu Sheng's hand speed couldn't rob him. It turned out that there were masters among the people. Now Chu Sheng was petty and started to settle accounts, which was very uncomfortable. There is nothing wrong with this wave of logic. Full marks. Chu Sheng said that everything is under my control. The task reward for showing up to complete the task and attracting firepower has indeed been settled. As for whether you can pick it up or not, that's your problem. Very naughty. Fat Ribbon. This loot monster is very uncomfortable. Fat Ribbon wanted to cry, but had no tears. The longest road he had walked was Chu Sheng's routine. At the beginning, giving him the first aid kit was a big trap, leading him to jump into it step by step. Now he fell down again, and he was still the meat on the opponent's felt board, at the mercy of others. Save you. But I can't save you in vain. Right? Chu Sheng's tone made Fat Ribbon grit his teeth. This guy is too vengeful. But at this time, he still had to bow his head. Fat Ribbon smiled and said, "Boss, of course, I can't let you work in vain. You are so kind to help me. This first aid kit is your hard work fee. How about it? How can I be so embarrassed?" Chu Sheng smiled and bent down to pick up a first aid kit. And then he started to pull the Fat Ribbon. All the fans laughed so hard. Chu Sheng was too treacherous, and the Fat Ribbon was trapped by him. This time, they really learned how powerful Chu Sheng was. It turns out that my brother-in-law is so treacherous. I can't tell at all. This weight is very comfortable. And I got a first aid kit back. After the fat ribbon got up, he immediately took the first aid kit and painkillers on the ground, fearing that Chu Sheng would snatch them again. What would he do if Chu Sheng refused to admit it? This AWM is something. You should be careful. Fat Ribbon has also played for dozens of hours, so he naturally understands what this means. But this guy has AWM plus violent headlock, so he is invincible. How can he fight? Fat Ribbon suddenly had another bad idea, trembling all over, and couldn't help asking, that big-breasted brother, do you have a lot of medical kits on you? Could Chu Sheng let him give away endlessly to use up his AWM bullets? Seeing Fat Ribbon's paranoid look, Chu Sheng was immediately amused and said with a smile, who doesn't have an AWM? It can just explode a level 3 helmet. Fat Ribbon was confused. Could Chu Sheng still turn out an AWM? Then Chu Sheng took out his crossbow. Anyway, they were both things that could blow up a level 3 helmet with one shot. So why did the other parties work, but his didn't? You don't mean the crossbow? Fat Ribbon was surprised. Well, in terms of damage, only the crossbow can be comparable to the AWM. There's nothing wrong with Chu Sheng saying that. But, Chapter 195 Zhu Xian. Any player who has played for more than 10 hours knows that a crossbow is very difficult to use. You can point and shoot within 30 meters. But the trajectory is a bit confusing after 30 meters. Other guns such as SKS can make quick adjustments based on the bullet landing point. But for a crossbow, you can't see the trajectory after the arrow is fired. And you can only load one bullet at a time. So you need to have an extremely precise grasp of the crossbow. There is only one chance. And there is no chance to adjust after firing. Comparing this kind of weird trajectory with the AWM is really crazy. There is no comparison at all. Is Chu Sheng going to kill the immortals with a crossbow? Fuck. This wave is going to be exciting. The AWM will shoot you once you show your head, leaving you no chance to change damage. The same is true for the crossbow. As long as you hit your head, you will definitely die. But how can the speed of the crossbow compare to the AWM? If two people lock on at the same time, the bullet will definitely arrive first. Why do I feel excited? The new safe zone has also been refreshed, and the position of the AWM team is just within the safe zone. The others are still exchanging fire, but the AWM obviously has no intention of attacking them, but is preparing to wipe out Chu Sheng and his group at the farthest end. As for the guys at the nearest point, the Groza with the highest DPS rifle can be shot in 3 shots with a level 3 helmet. What is there to be afraid of? Chu Sheng saw the black sniper silencer of the man dangling in the window through the camera. As long as Chu Sheng showed his head, he would shoot him without hesitation. The only time Chu Sheng could shoot was when the opponent stood up and aimed. As long as the opponent aimed successfully and locked the head automatically, the bullet would be taken. The time difference of aiming the 8-fold scope was within a few tenths of a second to lock the position and estimate the lead time. Shoot the crossbow arrow, and then retract the head. The fans thought about it carefully. This is a completely impossible task. If Chu Sheng had a 98K or M24, he would just need to exchange blood and let Fat Ribbon save him. But this crossbow, Chu Sheng didn't have much time. The poison circle only stayed for 40 seconds. After 40 seconds, the poison circle would shrink. If they couldn't solve the lock AWM, they would be killed or poisoned. No. Let's throw smoke bombs and leave, Fat Ribbon said, hiding in the smoke and running directly into the house area below. If there was a cover, there would be a chance to sneak into the safe area, which was better than fighting with a guy who looked like a god here. And he was a guy who did whatever he wanted with an AWM. However, Chu Sheng had no intention of moving. He was still observing the man to see if he had exposed half of his legs or half of his shoulders. Then Chu Sheng saw the silencer of the other party's sniper rifle start to swing, which was obviously preparing to stick his head out to aim. What if this guy can penetrate people through the smoke bomb? You know, some violent cheats can directly penetrate smoke bombs, but some lock-on cheats are similar to the lock-on used by Open Brother, and can only shoot at units that appear on the screen. Chu Sheng didn't want to take the risk to prove whether this guy's cheat was violent or not. If he rushed out, everything would be over. Don't worry. It's just an AWM. What are you afraid of? Chu Sheng said in a neutral tone, putting away his previous nonchalant and joking tone. Fat Ribbon also heard the difference in Chu Sheng's tone, and closed his mouth with a look. Chu Sheng observed for more than 10 seconds and found that this guy seemed to be a lone wolf, which made it much easier to deal with. A rocket suddenly flew over from Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. It was Emperor Zuyu, who gave Chu Sheng a rocket. Whether or not I can succeed in killing the immortals this time, I will give the anchor a rocket based on the courage of this crossbow against AWM. Since President Yu has already made a move, I will not be stingy. I will give a rocket first. If I can succeed in killing the immortals, I will make up for 10. Q Emperor appeared out of nowhere and flew a rocket directly. Chu Sheng saw 2 rockets on the computer screen next to him. But he didn't have much time left now. So he didn't have time to thank him at this critical moment. If I fall, just help me up. Chu Sheng gave Fat Ribbon some instructions. And then took a deep breath. Chu Sheng's pupils shrank visibly. And Chu Sheng felt that his mind and body had reached a peak at this moment. He turned his head, and the green crosshairs on the crossbow were aimed, quickly locking on the house. He felt that he needed to raise it a little higher. And then with a whoosh, the crossbow flew out directly. AWM saw Chu Sheng's head show up. And the 8-fold scope was directly opened. The moment it zoomed in, it saw that Chu Sheng had tilted his head to aim. Bang! The silenced AWM whistled low, and the bullet burst out. At the same time, Chu Sheng's crossbow had already flown to the window, without giving this person any chance. The crossbow arrow directly hit the forehead of this 66 Kai, and the arrow shot his head. A ball of blood also burst out on Chu Sheng's head. But because the other party was determined to be dead first, the bullet only left a green bullet mark on Chu Sheng's head, and did not cause any damage. 1 shot to kill. Crossbow versus AWM. Chu Sheng won. Fuck. Crossbow headshot kill. Other places are also fighting. Now there are only 4 people left in the field except Chu Sheng and Fat Ribbon. The remaining 4 people all ducked their heads and hid secretly. This is really a fight between gods and mortals. When the AWM started the killing mode just now, they already felt that this guy was extraordinary. After all, even the top anchors might not be able to hit the head with every shot. So none of them dared to appear in the opponent's field of vision. And they carefully lay behind the cover and entered the safe zone little by little. And this guy's name was also very ironic. 66 Kai was obviously meant to be meaningful. As a result, 66 Kai suddenly appeared in the upper right corner. This god was killed by a crossbow headshot, which completely stunned the rest of the people. This violent cheat was indeed punished. But the one who punished him was another more violent god. Crossbow. Kill the AWM. How did he do this? Everyone remembered the IDE Mushaogu immediately. Boss. RBQ. RBQ. Okay. Use the smoke bomb to pave the way into the circle. Chu Sheng didn't have time to think about anything else. He threw the smoke bomb directly and spread it all the way under the house area in front. Fat Ribbon was completely confused. He wanted to ask Chu Sheng how he could use a crossbow to defeat an AWM with an automatic aim lock. Could this guy also be a cheater? But thinking about it, it doesn't seem right. How could someone use a cheater to go all the way from K-Town to the mine? Follow Chu Sheng and rush directly into the smoke. Chu Sheng reloaded the crossbow while running, and then switched directly to S686. In the close combat of the final circle, what else can be better than this gun? Chapter 196 Silent Hill in the finals. Seeing Chu Sheng rushing forward with a shotgun, Fat Ribbon wanted to stop Chu Sheng and throw him an SKS. But Chu Sheng ran too fast, and he couldn't stop him at all. Under the cover of smoke, Chu Sheng touched the low wall at the edge of the housing area directly. There was still a little distance from the safe zone. Chu Sheng crouched and walked close to the low wall, and Fat Ribbon followed behind with a rifle and trembling. This scene was extremely funny, making the viewers in the live broadcast room laugh. What's the point of Fat Ribbon picking up a rifle? Where does it get him to be brave? Chu Sheng carefully listened to the movements around him while moving forward. Now there are only 6 people left alive. Who knows where the enemy will suddenly appear from and give you a big surprise. The S686 with a choke and a shotgun bag is a killer weapon. It has more damage and a longer effective range. The reload speed has also been greatly improved, as long as there is time to hide in the cover. 2 bullets can be loaded. Coming to the house at the front of the housing area, Chu Sheng lay on the ground directly, using the low wall and weeds as cover. Chu Sheng's current position is just at the edge of the safe zone. Fat Ribbon also lay behind Chu Sheng, but because the low wall is limited in length, this guy's feet are exposed. That baby? Can you crawl a little forward? My feet are exposed. Chu Sheng didn't dare to crawl forward. If his head was exposed, it would be much more tragic than his feet. It's okay. We're already in the finals. There are not so many pedicure girls. The poison circle shrank very quickly. It was shrunken in just a dozen seconds. Surprisingly, no one died in this poison circle. This was very interesting. The power grid of the poison circle was parked on Chu Xing's left-hand side. Even his left hand had crossed the poison circle. Fortunately, the developer's poison circle authentication mechanism meant that only when the whole person was in the poison circle would they be harmed. The new safe zone had also been generated. But this final circle was a bit interesting. All the housing areas are not within the safe zone. The new safe zone just happened to be in an open space in the middle of the housing area. The entire open space only had a few boxes and abandoned cars as cover. Chu Xing still had 3 smoke bombs on him, which was enough to cover the entire safe zone. The only regret was that he didn't pick up a grenade. Otherwise he could have a final circle skyfire bombing. As for the fat ribbon guy, there is no need to guess that he was busy picking up guns and bullets. And definitely didn't have any spare smoke bombs. I'll throw the smoke bomb later. And then we'll rush over together. Chu Xing had already switched to the smoke bomb. And it was exciting to think about using a spray gun to shoot a black gun while the smoke bomb was there. There was only 30 seconds of waiting time in the safe zone. And the remaining 4 people were almost all stuck in the house area, not daring to move. This circle was very uncomfortable. The house they had worked so hard to occupy was not in the final circle. When the poison circle began to shrink, it would be a fierce battle. The winner might be decided before the poison circle shrank. There were only 10 seconds left for the poison circle to shrink. Chu Xing lay behind the low wall and started throwing smoke bombs directly into the circle. 3 consecutive smoke bombs directly disrupted the plans of other teams. You know, they are closer to the safe zone. And there is a bunker in front of them. As long as they rush under the bunker, the situation will be very stable. But this smoke bomb directly disrupted their plan. How could they defeat this group of people while the smoke bombs made people invisible? Damn it. A troublemaker sneaked into the final circle. Chu Xing suddenly stopped complaining and reached 100 points directly. Opening the 3-minute good and bad are interdependent attribute. 3 smoke bombs gradually spread, covering the last safe zone in a cloud of smoke. Chu Xing stood up, cut out the shotgun, and jumped over the low wall. He had already observed the terrain clearly. Facing him was a scrap car. A little further away was a box. And in front of the left was an abandoned rusty container. Someone would definitely come out from behind the container later. Chu Xing quickly ran to the scrap car and squatted. Gunshots were heard in the smoke, and the location was still very close. Chu Xing listened to the sound and determined the position, then quietly stood up and turned his head. And the position was just locked on the edge of the container he had just noticed. For a master, you have to know every detail of every terrain at a glance. In the FPS game where milliseconds are counted, these are the key to determine the outcome. Chu Xing carefully identified the location of the sound again, and then shot from the shoulder without opening the scope. The crosshairs of the shotgun began to shrink and become more concentrated. And then a fire dragon shotgun shell poured out from the muzzle of the shotgun. A knockdown information record suddenly popped up on the screen. Fuck. The anchor shot was quite impressive. He could judge the opponent's position in the smoke and knock him down with one shot? If this guy hadn't just proved himself today, and the cameraman hadn't withdrawn from the screen, I would have really hammered the anchor. Newcomers, sit down. Basic operations. Basic operations. Brother-in-law shot 8 with a rifle in the smoke bomb in the finals. What's so strange about a shotgun that can kill one with one shot? Because the prompt is knocked down. This person must have teammates. And he fell next to the container. It goes without saying that he must retreat behind the container and wait for his teammates to rescue him. Chu Xing reloaded the bullet without saying a word and rushed up with the shotgun. His unrestrained look didn't look like the finals at all. It looked more like he had just picked up a gun and chased the enemy without a gun when he landed. As Chu Xing expected, the man was sprayed down by the S-686 and was completely confused. His first reaction was to hide behind the container. And then his companions came back and squatted to rescue him immediately. Chu Xing's advanced speed was extremely fast. When he saw the hazy blue iron sheet of the container, he jumped horizontally and then fired 2 shots without stopping, killing 2 people. Now there are only 4 people left on the field. Whether it is 2 against 1 or 2 against 2, it can only be decided after the smoke dissipates. Chu Xing did not listen. After killing 2 people, he quickly replenished his ammunition, and then began to move forward cautiously in the smoke. collecting sounds around him. When Fat Ribbon was climbing over the low wall, he was hit by a stray bullet from nowhere, and he was so scared that he was stunned. He immediately lay on the ground and cut out grenades from his body. Although he didn't pick up any throwing objects in the previous wave, Fat Ribbon picked up 2 grenades at the beginning of K-Town. Someone wanted to harm him, so he couldn't let him have an easy time. Fat Ribbon threw a grenade directly at the position in front of him, and then threw the second grenade to other nearby positions. Anyway, I don't know where the enemy is, so I just throw it randomly. Ding ding bang. The grenade hit the ground with a crisp sound. The remaining safe zone was not large, and one grenade happened to fall near a Voldemort. Hearing the grenade, he was so scared that he immediately stood up and ran away. Chu Sheng heard a burst of hurried footsteps, and the sound became louder and more frequent. So he fired a shot in the direction. Another direct kill. And there were only 3 people left on the field. Chu Sheng squatted down to reload bullets. And suddenly the air wave of the grenade explosion directly blew him away, and his health bar was immediately reduced by more than half. Chapter 197. Sorry for the mistake. Fuck. Chu gnashed his teeth in anger. If the distance was not a little far, he would have been killed by a thunder. Chu Sheng just noticed that the sound of pulling out the pin came from the position of Fat Ribbon. Is there any need to guess who threw the grenade? Even the fans in the live broadcast room analyzed that the grenade could only come from Fat Ribbon. This guy is quite slippery. His looting speed is comparable to Tam. With a lick of his tongue, all the good stuff inside is gone. Throwing the grenade, he is ready to kill Chu Sheng as well. Now it was a 2-on-1 situation, and the smoke began to thin out. Chu Sheng rushed directly to the direction of Fat Ribbon, shot the guy in the back of the head, and knocked him to the ground. Huh? I thought it was an enemy. Sorry for the mistake. Chu Sheng just said a few words, and the whole thing was over. Fat Ribbon was in tears, and he really held a grudge. Chu Sheng didn't pull Fat Ribbon in the first place, and the guy had already fallen down 3 times. If he tried to save people immediately after the smoke faded, wouldn't he be killed in the same place? Chu Sheng didn't use medicine either. It was too late at this time, and he was slowly recovering blood by relying on energy. Anyway, with a shotgun in hand, it only takes 1 shot to kill the chicken head or the chicken, but after reloading the bullets, Chu Sheng suddenly felt a vague figure in the smoke in front of him, and then fired 2 shots. Only a tremor and a burst of fire were heard hitting the abandoned bunker. The other party seemed to have noticed that people were killed by the shotgun one after another, and he also looked out of his mind. After Chu Sheng fired both bullets, he stuck his head out, and dense rifle bullets poured out and came towards Chu Sheng. There was no time to reload, and Chu Sheng had already seen the guy's head from the hazy residual smoke. Cut directly to the crossbow. The crossbow arrows had been loaded before. Chu Sheng opened the scope and shot an arrow directly from the gap in the window of the abandoned car bunker, and killed him directly with a headshot. The screen froze for a moment, and then the words "good luck, chicken dinner tonight," and the final reward calculation appeared. Chicken dinner success. Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. The combination of a shotgun and a crossbow, if it can really make it to the finals, is really no weaker than any rifle and sniper rifle combination under cover. High burst and high damage. As long as it hits, it will basically be taken away in 1 shot. After eating another chicken happily, Chu Sheng shuddered and rubbed the chicken's skin on his arms. Oh my god. This game is really heartbreaking. The fans also laughed wildly. Everyone understood why Chu Sheng had goosebumps when encountering a gay monster like Fat Ribbon. It really makes people want to kill teammates. Moreover, Chu Sheng did not choose to kill the gay monster directly, but transformed into Anal Man and fought against Fat Ribbon head-on. Zuyu and Quang also did as they said before, and Chu Sheng's live broadcast room suddenly became NASA and started to fly rockets. After a lot of rockets, the live broadcast room suddenly became noisy. Chu Sheng's technical friends no longer doubted that this guy was really strong, and Chu Sheng is a guy who is good at making trouble. If he goes to solo, it will be so lonely. Just now, the double row was so happy. If it is a 4-person team, wouldn't it be hilarious throughout? Chu Sheng. Play a 4-person team? Support the 4-person team to do something crazy. It doesn't matter whether you win the game or not. The ultimate goal is to do something. Chu Sheng glanced at this group of idle pigs. Are they the ones who do something crazy and then lose their food after being imitated by others? It's time to think of some routines that others can't imitate. And Chu Sheng feels that he really needs to recharge. Especially a technical anchor like him, who must keep up with the times. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage. And these guys all wanted him to do something in the 4-person team. Even Qiu Huang and Zhui Feng hinted wildly, wanting to see if Chu Sheng could match a young lady in the 4-person team. Okay. Since you all begged me to play in a 4-person team, I will mercifully agree to your request. Now you should stand up. Don't kneel in front of me. Chu Sheng acted like a drama queen again, causing all the fans to gnash their teeth. Just a little bit of nonsense. How many more do you want to lose? You will lose us if you are so naughty. Unsubscribe and leave. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor young. Today you are indifferent to me. Tomorrow I will be too high for you. When Chu Sheng decided to play in a 4-person team, in a mysterious YY, Xuefeng, who was known as the dog administrator, was making trouble again. There is strength in numbers. This time, there are more than 20 people in YY. But more than 100 people. These people have only one goal, to snipe Chu Sheng. Last time, he was unlucky that none of the more than 20 people could match up with Chu Sheng. So he successfully pretended to be awesome in front of Dai Mei. And his smug look was extremely annoying. After Chu Sheng finished his self-certification and sent Xiaobai home, Zhui Feng started to do things secretly. Because there were many people who joined the fan group, Zhui Feng easily called more than 100 brothers in YY, waiting for Chu Sheng. If none of the 100 people could match Chu Sheng, then everyone would really give up. Okay. It looks like Chu Sheng is ready for a 4-person team. Keep an eye out later. If you are matched with the same game, let me know. As the general leader in YY, Xuefeng is in charge of the overall planning. Now he is just waiting for Chu Sheng to take the bait. With so many fans' requests, Chu Sheng naturally followed suit. Moreover, he really didn't want to play the single-player mode, so he directly clicked on the 4-person team mode. At the same time in YY, Xuefeng also asked everyone to start clicking the preparation button, because there is a delay of several seconds between the live broadcast room's push screen and the anchor's actual operation screen. This time, he learned to be smart and clicked the preparation button in advance. Searching for the game, Chu Sheng soon entered the PUBG waiting screen on the screen, and then entered the game. After Chu Sheng entered the game, he immediately saw his 3 teammates. At this time, someone noticed the game feature code below Chu Sheng's health bar on the live broadcast interface. And after comparing, he shouted excitedly, Chu Sheng and I are in the same group. There were other people in YY who did the same, and they were all matched into Chu Sheng's game. There were even 2 lucky guys who became Chu Sheng's teammates. This game seemed to indicate that there would be a lot of unrest. And Zhui Feng also clenched his fists excitedly, and he was also matched into this game. Sure enough, you have to snipe late at night to have a chance to meet. Zhui Feng pulled all the people who were matched with Chu Sheng into one channel, and was shocked to find that there were actually 12 people matched into this game. 12 people. This game is a bit interesting. These people are very excited. Seeing the host jumping like this, he should give him a hint this time. Xuefeng, what should we do? We will be matched with Chu Sheng. Will we fight when we see you later? Match with Chu Sheng. Are we going to kill the sniper team and win the game? Chapter 198, I seem to have seen this script before. Xuefeng thought about it and said, Brothers, I may delay your gaming experience. If you don't mind, I will pretend to be offline, and let Chu Sheng's 4-person team become a 2-person team. You should know that the game difficulty of 2 people and 4 people in a 4-person team is completely different. Whether in terms of firepower intensity, gun line and reconnaissance, there is a huge gap. If it is a single 4-person team, it's fine. Just use weapons to take care of yourself. But there are many factors to consider for a 2-person 4-person team, such as if one person falls, should the other take a gun to prevent people from rushing up, or go to help people in the first place? Of course, if you choose to continue, then we will stage a scene of infernal affairs and drag Chu Sheng to death. Xuefeng's first thought was to change the 4-person team to a 2-person team, but he had to ask the 2 people's opinions on this matter to see what they meant. The 2 thought for a moment and smiled. As long as we can watch the anchor get humiliated, then the 2 of us will be dead chickens and pretend to be offline. A group of people all smiled grimly. And this game was a bit interesting. 2-person 4-person team. Right? Inflated anchor. Right? Not even a motorcycle for you. After Chu Sheng entered the game, he turned on the team voice. Hey, Hey, can you hear me? The two teammates who pretended to be offline naturally couldn't talk. They were responsible for pretending to be dead in this game. And then when they really died, they watched Chusheng the whole time, and then provided Chusheng's real-time situation to the sniper team in the YY live broadcast room. The plan worked, Chusheng shouted, and the two pretended to be dead and pretended not to hear. Another teammate named NMCell did speak. Little brother, this is my first time playing. Can you take me to win the game? It was actually a girl. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became more than 10 times more sensitive. It was not the kind of cute little girl, but the kind of voice that was somewhat cold and aloof without any fluctuations. The first impression is like a voice changer. Or really a voice changer. Chusheng took another look at the ID, and then quickly judged that this person must have a voice changer. Although he has never played games before, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know what NMCell means. Giving such a name, and turning on a voice changer that can be heard immediately. I can only say that this brother's routine is not in place. Chusheng is not a fool. And smiled at the water friends in the live broadcast room. This person has the same script as Dai Mei. And the words are exactly the same at the beginning. I have to ask Dai Mei tomorrow how much this script costs. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. But the new viewers were still confused. And the old viewers were already laughing. This was really the same style as Dai Mei. But the voice changer was too bad. There was no tone at all. It sounded too fake. Since this guy wants to act, then I will act with him. Chusheng muttered again after saying this, almost making the viewers laugh to death. This is not the anchor. The gay is the voice changer master. Is it so difficult to match a normal player in this game? Since the performance was about to start, the lights were ready, and the emotions were in place. Chusheng opened the microphone and said, "Eat chicken." "No problem. This time, I will help you eat chicken mouth." Chusheng flirted from the beginning. But when he thought that the other party behind the computer might be a hairy, foot-picking man, the picture was too sour. Haha. Good. This sound without fluctuations, and the phrase that sounded relatively cheerful created a weird atmosphere. Then, Chusheng received 10 points of complaints from NMCell. With the complaints, Chusheng's eyes lit up. This guy really has a problem. This is a bit interesting. The two teammates didn't talk, and they didn't move at all in the quality square. The remaining ID is NMCell, and he is also a big guy with a voice changer. The 4-person team is really deep. Hey girl, this is your first time playing this game. Why did you choose such a name? Chusheng glanced at the countdown. There was still half a minute left. Since no one else was talking, he couldn't let the atmosphere get cold. Right? This name is very inspiring. Any problem? The answer of the voice changer master made Chusheng stunned, and even forgot that he was broadcasting live again. This answer. It's not written in the script. Very inspiring? NMCell is very inspiring. This answer is so good that time and space flow backwards. Okay. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned like Chusheng. Wait. This answer seems to be a little wrong. It's not just wrong. It's completely wrong. Chusheng reacted and couldn't help laughing directly. This wave of answers made him speechless. Very strong. This NMCell is so good. Is he trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my tenpei? Hey. Why isn't the one above a certain Jibao? Oh. Because this novel website is wholly owned by Tencent. And if there is a plot of supporting the enemy, it will be 404. Hearing Chusheng's strange laugh, the girl suddenly asked, "What's so funny? Is this funny?" Chusheng nodded vigorously. It was really funny. But the performance still needs to go on. Of course. It can't be said like this. Otherwise, what if this guy retreats directly, or finds a teammate, and shoots him when he lands? No. I also think this idea is very inspiring. My sister was watching the drama next to me just now, and I laughed along. In line with the idea of unconditionally putting the blame on his sister. Chusheng let Su Xiaomu take the blame without thinking. Never mind the scandal and Li Bear. Never pay attention to rumors and serious injuries. Abbreviated as NMCell. What's the problem? Chusheng was stunned. And the fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Even Juefeng, who was arranging the troops, and more than 100 big-breasted brothers in YY were all stunned. Turtle. This is too showy. Right? Even the elusive Detective Kosi in the live broadcast room couldn't help but say, I analyzed this conversation 15 times in the 48 seconds just now. and I didn't find any loopholes. I can only say that the other party is too strong. Chu Sheng, you have to be careful this time. Chu Sheng was completely confused. And himself actually has such an explanation. It's really inspiring. You are great. What should I call you later? I can't call you Mom. Right? No. And himself? Chu Sheng almost let it slip. After thinking about it, it's true that this name is not easy to call. So he simply said, then you can call me Xiao En. Xiao En? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Wow. This guy can really make use of local materials. His ID is En himself, which is abbreviated as Xiao En. It's okay. As the famous detective Cozy said, this guy is a full-level, rigorous opponent. The screen froze, and then everyone boarded the new flight plane. This is a plane without a flight number, commonly known as a black car. Xiao En, where do you think we should jump to? Chu Sheng took a look at the route. This wave of routes is from Port P in the lower left corner of the map to Guangmingding and Town Z in the upper right corner. Most places in the map can be jumped to, so there are many choices. This is my first time playing. I don't know. Brother, you decide. Chapter 199. Dare you come to my Hongxing Causeway Bay to collect the minimum living allowance? Are the other two friends here? If you can hear me, you can mark a point. Chu Sheng thought that it was late at night and the other two might not be able to talk. So he asked them to mark a point to indicate the location. Seeing that the two did not move, Chu Sheng was in trouble. Xuefeng's eyes lit up in YY. It would be meaningless to just go down and beat Chu Sheng to death, since Chu Sheng has the attribute of the Heavenly Punishment Circle. Shinseki and others can sell teammates, so they can also reverse the Heavenly Fate Circle. Let's go. Brothers, let's go to the safe zone to search for guns first, and then wait until the equipment is ready, and then go to the edge of the safe zone to block Chu Sheng. Xuefeng's plan was quite good. Anyway, there was no gun to be found on Chu Sheng's side. Even if there was, it was a shotgun or a small pistol, which posed no threat at all. By then, they would all have high-powered rifles and sniper rifles. With the strength of a division, they could directly trap Chu Sheng outside the poison circle at a distance of 400 or 500 meters. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Seeing that Chu Sheng hadn't jumped yet, Xuefeng frantically marked P-Port, the mine and the surrounding wild areas, asking everyone to jump here. Also, leave 1 or 2 people on the plane, and land with Chu Sheng later. If there are cars around, drive away. And if there are boats, drive directly to the shore. In short, don't let him have any vehicles. Xuefeng smiled very brightly, with his big teeth bared, and he was extremely happy. This plan is perfect and perfect. This wave made Chu Sheng even more rampant. He wanted to take revenge for the millions of fish balls he lost yesterday. Chu Sheng took a look at the map. Since he had missed Port P, he might as well go to Town K. Then he could find a boat along the coastline to enter the safe zone. And Town K was also the location of the final route. His 2 teammates seemed to be online, but they couldn't be heard and didn't know what was going on. He might as well let the plane drop them and let them fall freely. We waited until we got to Town K before going down. The other 2 seemed to be offline. The plane flew all the way, and when it reached the edge of the land, it dropped all the remaining people at once. Chu Sheng took a quick look, and in addition to their team of 4, there were 5 people who were motionless. Are there so many dead chickens? Chu Sheng couldn't help but wonder. These 5 people didn't move, plus the 2 in their team. 7 dead chickens. If someone came to pick up the dead chickens, wouldn't it be a great relief to get 7 kills? Xiao En, don't move. Just slowly fall down by yourself. Chu Sheng also emphasized it specially. You know, there were a total of 9 people who were dropped by the plane in the end. And Chu Sheng saw 3 people jumping from Guangmingding behind him. So this number is a bit interesting. There are 8 people in 2 full teams. And there is a person who is falling automatically without moving, which is a bit suspicious. Let me tell you, this parachute jump is a bit interesting. Someone actually sneaked into the dead chicken team to collect the minimum living allowance. Chu Sheng and the fans in the live broadcast room laughed. If he hadn't noticed something wrong with his sharp eyes, it would be interesting to land later. Sneaking into the dead chicken team to collect the minimum living allowance? The fans looked at Chu Sheng's screen. Why didn't they see it? The anchor is inflated and started to brag. Do you know why the Jedi Island looks foggy? It's because of the anchor's breath. The two friends who came to snipe had already dived to the coast as soon as possible. But they didn't find any cars or boats. Then they went straight to the beach under Guangmingding. As long as they took away all the cars and boats in the car, they would be OJ8K. The parachute opened automatically at low altitude, and the 9 people flew towards the coast with the wind, which looked very spectacular. Xiaoan listened to Chu Sheng's words very much. He didn't move and simply took his hands off the mouse and keyboard, letting the character land on its own. Chu Sheng took a look at the position where the 9 people were flying, drifting towards the high point of the cliff on the shore. It seemed that they were likely to fall into the sea. You have to know that this high point of the coast in Town Z is full of cliffs below. If you fall down, you have to swim a long circle from the upper and lower beaches to come back, and it will take at least 3 or 4 minutes to get ashore. But none of the 9 people moved, and they didn't seem to be afraid of falling into the sea. The fans laughed when they saw this. And you, Chu Sheng, also have times when you guess wrong. Where is the guy who was supposed to eat the minimum living allowance? And he didn't move. If Chu Sheng didn't move here, he would probably be thrown directly into the sea. I'm afraid he would wait until the first poison circle shrinks before swimming ashore from the sea. At that time, the scene would be so beautiful. The 2 guys in Chu Sheng's team, who were hanging up and pretending to be dead, naturally didn't care. Anyway, this time, they acted as the eyes of the live broadcast in YY. The OB perspective live broadcast is much more timely than the broadcast in the live broadcast room. Well, it looks like we are going to fall. Xiaoan's voice sounded faintly. Although it was the first time to play this game, everyone knew that falling off a cliff was not good. It's okay. Hold on. There is a traitor among us. Now it depends on who can't help it first. Seeing that there seemed to be a trend of falling, the guy pretending to be a dead chicken finally couldn't help it. He pulled the umbrella back and turned it around, landing in a slightly safer place. Seeing someone move, Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly and smiled. Look, this guy can't help it. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar. There was really someone picking up a dead chicken. How did Chu Sheng find it? Xiaoan was also very surprised. This person actually moved. He was a living person just like them. But this person couldn't help moving now. What should they do? The umbrella had reached the lowest point and automatically broke, and everyone fell from the air. The position was just at the edge of the cliff by the sea. If they swung for another second or two, they would really fall under the cliff. This person never expected that 8 dead chickens would fall densely and neatly on the rocks on the edge of the cliff. And his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god! These are 8 heads. This wave of guaranteed collection is so happy. Ran directly towards the chicken farm from a distance. Seeing the man rushing over with shining eyes, Xiaoan was a little panicked. This man is rushing over. What should I do? Or should I just play dead and not move? Xiaoan was also in a complicated mood, because PUBG has been very popular recently. So she also bought one to play for the first time. I remember others said that PUBG is a shooting game. How come it feels like a palace conspiracy? Don't panic. Wait until he rushes in front of us. Then we will move together and beat this guy who eats the minimum living allowance to death with random punches. Chu Sheng's mouth corners rose. Is this minimum living allowance so delicious? Beating my teammates, stealing my minimum living allowance, and even on my territory in Z-Town. This is completely ignoring him. Although Xiaoan didn't know what the minimum living allowance meant, it was obvious that this man wanted to rush up and beat them to death, waiting for this guy to rush in front of him. The first target is Xiaoan. At this time, Chu Sheng switched the voice to the public channel and shouted, "Damn it! He dared to come to my territory of Hongxing Causeway Bay to collect the minimum living allowance. Brothers, beat him up!" Xiaoan was waiting for this opportunity and punched this guy directly. Chapter 200. There is only one Haonan brother in the whole Causeway Bay. This guy who lives on the minimum living allowance never expected to encounter a dead chicken among the dead chickens. And it sounds like there are a lot of them. Then he was hit by Zion. And then Chu Sheng and Zion chased him, scaring him to flee in panic. Originally, he and his brother were going to jump to Guangmingding together, but when they saw that there were so many people at the end of the plane, they thought of jumping down to take a look. If there were any living people, they would turn around and search the warehouse on the hillside of Guangmingding. But when they landed, they saw that they were all dead chickens. After a careful count, there were actually 2 teams. Faced with such temptation, no one could resist. A person with good game skills may not be able to kill 8 people even if he worked hard. He landed with 8 heads. And he could get a KD with the data. If he was lucky, he would kill 2 more after meeting up with his teammates. He could also show off with a screenshot of 10 kills. Isn't it great? As a result, this side was immediately taught a lesson. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here to pick up dead chickens. The man ran while begging Chu Sheng for mercy through the public channel. Humph! You dared to come to my Hongqing Causeway Bay to eat the minimum living allowance. You must think your life is too long. Chu Sheng chased him while waving his fist. Xiaoyan was also chasing him frantically from behind. I have to say that this feeling is great. The water friends in the live broadcast room were so upset that their waists could hardly straighten up. The leader of Causeway Bay was very strong this time. And this guy who received the minimum living allowance was really unlucky. He actually ran into Chu Sheng. Xiaoyan and Chu Sheng also attacked separately, making this guy run around like a headless fly. Seeing the pursuers in front and the tigers and wolves behind, the player was forced back to the edge of the cliff again. Chu Sheng and Xiaoyan joined forces and pushed this guy to the cliff. Brother, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have come to Causeway Bay to eat the minimum living allowance. I was so obsessed with the heads that I made an unwise move. I beg you to spare my life for the sake of my being in EP161. Chu Sheng rushed up and punched him when he heard this. Fuck. You are in the 13 tigers of EP161. A whole generation higher than us. You are taking advantage of me. Right? Xiaoyan watched with interest. These guys are too good at acting. Are they so immersed in the role? Isn't this game supposed to be a shooting game? It seems to be quite fun. There are many ways to play. The player who was beaten had only half of his health left. He only remembered Causeway Bay and TSC1 from watching Young and Dangerous. And then Dongqing. He didn't know anything about other places. If it was Dongqing, he would be beaten to death without even thinking about it. But he didn't know about other places. What should he do? Seeing Chu Sheng approaching and Muay Thai warning, the player gritted his teeth and shouted, Hack your Hongqing. Do I? Dongqing Yaoan. Fear a Chen Haonan? Humph. When I make a comeback one day, I will definitely flatten your Hongqing. As soon as he finished speaking, he chose to jump off the cliff. Anyway, there was the sea below, and he wouldn't die if he fell down. At that time, he could just let his teammates in Guangmingning drive over to pick him up after searching. This guy shouting also scared Chu Sheng. He didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn. Remember, there is only one brother, Haonan, in the whole Causeway Bay. Even if you call your brothers, you will die. Chu Sheng made a call to the bottom of the cliff, and then suddenly found a message flashing in the upper right corner. Zhou Mao slipped and fell to death. Huh? Chu Sheng walked to the edge of the cliff and glanced down. Sure enough, he saw a box and a body still rolling down. This cliff is irregular, not a vertical cliff, and there are protruding reefs at the bottom. This guy jumped down and was thrown in the middle, and then fell to death with half blood. Fell to death. Such a loser. Chu Sheng mocked again, and this wave directly brought his Tutso value to 20 points, which made him feel very happy. Coming back to his senses, looking at his 2 offline teammates and a team of dead chickens, Chu Sheng asked, This is your first time playing this game? You haven't killed anyone yet? Xiaoyan nodded. Isn't this a redundant question? He must have never killed anyone in the first time. There are 4 dead chickens here. This wave of minimum living allowance is given to you. In fact, Chu Sheng also wanted to take these 4 minimum living allowances. But when he thought about killing people later, if he accidentally killed 20 more, and the developer banned the account for a day of testing, wouldn't it be a big loss? And if he took the minimum living allowance himself, these fans would definitely say that he was so shameless that he took the minimum living allowance with such good skills. Chu Sheng had thought of it a long time ago. So he simply let this voice changer boss take the minimum living allowance. And then he quietly switched to the website for checking the results of eating chicken outside to check the true face of this in himself. What do you mean by dead chickens? And minimum living allowance? Xiaoyan didn't know how to ask more questions. She didn't understand a word of the professional terms in this game. Chu Sheng thought that this guy really put on a full show, just to dispel his doubts, make him think that it was really a woman, and then cheat him. Chu Sheng. For money and sex? Huh. Ridiculous. Am I such a superficial person? Dead chickens are players who have been offline after entering the game. They are all offline, so you can attack them at will. As for the minimum living allowance, it means the minimum number of heads. Think about it. These people are motionless dead chickens. Killing them will guarantee a minimum kill. It doesn't matter if you die in this game. In some cases, you may not be able to kill a person even if you work hard for 20 minutes. Xiaoyan nodded. So that's what he meant. But did this group of people fight like this from the beginning? He pretended to be a dead chicken and fell down to collect heads. As a result, he met his team, who also pretended to be dead chickens. In the end, he jumped off the cliff and committed suicide. It was also very tragic. Xiaoyan took 4 heads with 1 punch. Chu Sheng also searched for an MCell's record on the query website. As a result, he found that this guy really hadn't played a game. Wow! Are people working so hard for acting now? Register a new account to come and cheat. Chu Sheng also learned a lesson from his mistakes. He thought he was the best in the game when he played with Dai Mei. But after the answer was announced, he looked like a retard when he looked at his own performance. Chu Sheng still thinks that Xiaoyan is an actor. Who knows which anchor opened a small account to entertain in the live broadcast room. After switching back and seeing that Xiaoyan had eaten all the dead chickens, Chu Sheng ran directly to Z-Town and said, "Let's go. Search the city quickly. I guess someone may come here later." The 3 brothers of the Dongxing henchmen who jumped off the cliff just now are on Guangmingding. They may come here to seek revenge later. Chu Sheng must arm himself as soon as possible to prepare for the upcoming battle. Xiaoyan also followed Chu Sheng's buttocks. After entering the city, the 2 of them searched one side across the road. Chapter 201 is the fortune coming. Chu Sheng rushed into the house and saw a black level 3 helmet. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked. What happened to the King of Bad Luck and the Lord of Bad World? Why is there a level 3 helmet in the first room of Z-Town? Chu Sheng was completely shocked. In order to prevent the black level 1 helmet from being mistaken for a level 3 helmet due to the light, Chu Sheng rubbed his eyes first, took a closer look, and then ran into the house to take a closer look. After pressing the tab key, a menu of objects on the ground appeared. It was a Special Forces helmet, level 3, which is commonly known as a level 3 helmet. I just want to know who else is there. Chu Sheng suddenly felt proud. No matter how much blood he lost later, this level 3 helmet was in place, and his status was different immediately. Chu Sheng was embarrassed to be greeted with a warm level 3 helmet as soon as he landed. However, Chu Sheng put on the helmet without saying anything to prevent any changes. The wretched smile on his face was so mean. The news that Chu Sheng got the level 3 helmet naturally reached Juefeng, who was stunned when he heard it. Damn! They searched several rooms when they landed, let alone the level 3 helmet. Even the level 2 helmet was not collected. Chu Sheng landed with a level 3 helmet. Where is the bad luck? Where is the equipment? Don't let us snipe this guy. But he gets lucky and picks up a 98k later. Juefeng gritted his teeth. You know, if Chu Sheng gave him a sniper rifle, the whole game would be in countdown mode. If Chu Sheng really got a 98k, it would be uncertain who would block whom. How are you car thieves? Make sure there are no cars around, Juefeng asked. Now he just hoped that Chu Sheng would not pick up medical supplies. In this way, without a car, the first level poison alone would be enough to kill them. The mission is completed. All the boats on the beach have landed, and all the cars on the roadside have driven directly into the sea. Then we picked up a motorcycle and are on our way back. This wave of tasks was completed perfectly, and it can be said that Chu Sheng's way of driving a boat or a car into the circle was completely cut off. Okay, come back soon. We have prepared freshly made and fully equipped Scarl and AKM for the 2 warriors, and we are waiting for you to return triumphantly. Chu Sheng landed with a level 3 helmet, and his luck was bursting, just like other players landing with an 8-fold scope and 98k. Then Chu Sheng ran to the second room again, and as soon as he entered the room, he was surprised to see a set of level 3 armor. Chu Sheng himself was completely confused. Happiness came so suddenly that he was a little caught off guard. There are 3 levels of defense in 2 houses. If I don't win this time, I will regret my luck. I don't want this to happen. But sometimes you can't stop luck. Chu Sheng pretended to be arrogant. If he didn't pretend now, when would he do it? With his luck, he doesn't have the chance to land with the strongest war god suit every time. Juefeng naturally heard the news from other people and was furious. How come Chu Sheng, who was poorer than himself when he was live streaming, turned over and made a fortune after they sniped him? This 3-level helmet and 3-level armor. Could it be that Gao next door played online for him? This wave let alone blocking Chu Sheng. It seems uncomfortable to survive from his hands. Chu Sheng was already laughing. He already had the God of War suit. So how could the gun be far behind? Hey, I got the God of War suit right after landing. I lost the desire to search. This game is so hard to play. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, a lot of Tuso points suddenly appeared. The IDs were all so fancy that I didn't recognize them. Only one of them made Chu Sheng's eyes light up. Xuefeng DSB? This ID has some meaning. Xuefeng Deshabi? And Chu Sheng found that there were only himself and Zion here, and 2 teammates who were offline. How could he get Tuso points for bragging on the live broadcast? And they came from more than a dozen IDs. Just because of his chattering. He received more than 10 points of complaints at once, and his complaints soared to more than 30. But there is no need to think deeply. There is a large amount of complaints here. So why not take advantage of it to brag more and quickly activate the gun god possession? Then this wave will be very happy. Chu Sheng rushed to the 3rd room without stopping. When he saw the things on the ground, he squinted his eyes uncertainly. Don't mistake S686 for 98K again. Take a closer look. This wave is very happy. Sorry. I am so awesome this time. 98K is in my hand. No thanks. This is very comfortable. God of War suit plus 98K. If there is a high-powered scope, this game can be declared over. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Where is the unlucky anchor? Cancel. Unsubscribe. Anchor. Do you know that you are doing false advertising and will go to jail? MMP. Landing with a War God suit plus 98K. I have never had this experience. But an unlucky anchor did it. Flip the table. This is interesting. It seems that Chu Sheng is going to break the record of 29 kills of Brother Open. Right? Let him pick up 98K so early. Isn't this killing whoever he sees? Chu Sheng's face was already full of smiles. And after Chu Sheng finished speaking, he really received more than a dozen messages with a Tutso value. And the Tutso value was already heading towards the 50 mark. His eyes lit up. According to this situation, it is possible to reach 80 points. Or even higher. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity, Chu Sheng wanted to try out the ultimate move after the system upgrade. Which gun is better? The M4 or the AKM? Little N on the other side suddenly asked. 2 rifles? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, wondering if this voice-changing monster brought him good luck. But when he thought of a fat pig with a charming posture and orchid fingers calling a little brother behind the screen, Chu Sheng felt a chill. It must not be the good luck brought by this guy. At this time, Chu Sheng naturally chose to play tricks. You have heard of AKM. The Russians all use this gun. It is extremely powerful, and it only takes 2 shots to hit a level 3 helmet. Then Chu Sheng ran towards Xiao En while talking. Chu Sheng just wanted to test this guy. After all, everyone who plays PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds knows that the power and stability of a fully equipped M4 are so strong that it can be called the king of rifles. Oh, then I'll listen to you. Xiao En equipped the AKM without saying a word, and then picked up the 7.62 bullets. What Chu Sheng didn't expect was that he didn't receive any complaints from Xiao En. This wave was a bit of a thing. This guy is really playing for the first time. And he doesn't know that the M4 is stronger than the AKM? Or is it hidden too well? Even the system didn't find this guy's negative emotions? Anyway, without saying much, Chu Sheng ran over and picked up all the remaining M4 and 30 bullets. M4 plus 98K. Give Chu Sheng a basic scope and a high-power scope. And he can almost go out and kill people. Chapter 202. Wait. Something seems wrong. When Xuefeng learned that Chu Sheng already had a rifle and a sniper rifle, he was in a bad mood and immediately said to the others, pick up more medicine, bandages, etc. Don't be picky. Chu Sheng has already got a rifle and a sniper rifle. Hearing this, the others looked ashen. Is this going to serve as a background board to help Chu Sheng brush up his data? Don't worry. We will walk together in a team of 2. And we will help him up immediately after he falls down. Remember? Our goal is to block Chu Sheng and prevent him from entering the safe zone. There is no need to keep shooting at him. This wave of chasing the wind boosted the morale a little bit. After all, Chu Sheng with a gun and Chu Sheng without a gun are 2 different forms. Chu Sheng received another wave of complaints, which made him excited and puzzled. It was like picking up 100 yuan on the road, and then walking a dozen steps to find another 100 yuan. When people sighed at their good luck, They would also wonder if there was a trap or something like that. From the beginning to now, Chu Sheng has only forced a guy who ate a dead chicken to death. Where did so many people have negative emotions towards him? Could this guy really have a group of brothers and come to cause trouble later? Chu Sheng was shocked. My goodness. Is Dongqing Yaoyang now so powerful? He brings more than a dozen brothers to play a game? Society. Society. Xiao En. Search faster. We will retreat after the search. Chu Sheng had a bad feeling. So he said hello to Xiao En and started searching quickly. Then, in the warehouse of Chu Sheng's house, he found 10 bandages, rifle accessories, 98K bullet bags and silencers. Arriving at the warehouse above K-Town, Chu Sheng saw a medical kit and painkillers. Chu Sheng subconsciously reached out to pick them up. But suddenly, there was a prompt that there was not enough space. At this time, Chu Sheng suddenly realized that he had not seen a backpack until now. This is embarrassing. The medical kit and painkillers must be picked up. These are vital medical supplies. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and threw the bandage directly on the ground, and then used the freed space to put the painkillers on it. But there was still not enough space in the medical box, which was a problem. Xiao En, have you seen a backpack over there? Chu Sheng couldn't help but ask. He had searched all the way up here, but he really hadn't seen a backpack. What is a backpack? I haven't seen one. Xiao En's words stunned Chu Sheng. She searched a row of houses, but didn't find a backpack. Chu Sheng suddenly realized something. The bad luck was still lingering, and it didn't disappear. It just appeared in an extremely special form. No backpack. This is very uncomfortable. How can I carry these good things without a backpack? Chu Sheng didn't believe it. After thinking for a long time, he threw away 25.56 bullets and 10.7.62 bullets. And then he put the medical kit on his body. The first poison circle was still 1.5 minutes away from refreshing. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and moved into the room next to the warehouse. He didn't believe that he could put 3 backpacks together in a room. But today, he couldn't find any. The fans in the live broadcast room found this problem when Chu Sheng was trying to install the medical kit just now. And they laughed like crazy as if they were on drugs. Wasn't it very rampant just now? How come you can't even find a level 1 bag? I'm afraid this will drive my obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. What do you think if there are a lot of medicine or bullets later? Chu Sheng can only look at them and can't pick them up. How sour will it be? There were crazy dirty words in the barrage. But this time, the netizens really hit the mark. Chu Sheng pushed open a door, and there was a first aid kit. Chu Sheng took a look, struggled to move his eyes away from the first aid kit, and then continued to look for other houses. He had nothing to throw on him now, so he had to find a backpack first, and then come back to get these things. Chu Sheng walked into the inner room, and when he opened the door, there were 2 bottles of energy drinks placed side by side, which made Chu Sheng feel heartbroken. Xiao En, can you still carry anything on you? It's a pity to leave such delicious drinks and first aid kits on the ground covered with dust. I can't carry any more stuff on me. Can we go now? Hey. This little En thought that a person could only carry so little stuff, and he shouted that he wanted to leave. Chu Sheng looked desperate. So many medicines. What a pity. Go to the beach first to see if there are any boats. I will search these rooms. Chu Sheng was really heartbroken, and hurriedly began to search the other rooms. The floor was full of 5.56 and 7.62 bullets, as well as various first aid kits, bandages and drinks. And it was as dazzling as a large pharmacy. Chu Sheng stood in front of him and hesitated for a long time, reluctantly threw the first aid kit on the ground, and then picked up 2 more first aid kits and put them on his back. Although the medical kit is awesome and can replenish all health points at once, it takes up too much space. Instead of carrying 1 medical kit, it is better to bring 2 first aid kits to restore health points. After searching all the houses here, Chu Sheng finally despaired. Is there no backpack here? It turns out that the punishment will only be late, not disappear. Hey, level 3 helmet and level 3 armor. Where is the invincible one you promised? Ha ha ha. It seems that the 2 guns of the brother-in-law don't have sights yet? What nonsense are you talking about? Does Chu Sheng still need sights? Machine aiming is enough. Other sights will increase the difficulty of the game. 2333. Don't you feel bad for being so mean to the anchor? I just want to know how 2 first aid kits can get into the safe zone. This question is worth studying. Let the anchor show us. Chu Sheng ran out of the house area and looked at the houses. If he found the backpack, he would definitely come again to take all the houses here. Xiaoan looked around the beach and didn't see any boats. There are no boats or cars on the beach, Xiaoan said calmly, not worried about not being able to find a vehicle. As if this guy still didn't realize what this meant. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. And then he asked Xiaoan to come over to him. And then he ran to the beach below. As a result, before he got to the front, he saw 2 or 3 stranded speedboats and motorboats on the beach. Who is so wicked? They drove all the boats to the shore. Chu was furious. All the boats were on the shore. How could he escape? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy. It looked like someone was teasing the anchor. Juefeng didn't say in the live broadcast room that he stopped the sniper army. Otherwise, if these viewers leaked it to Chu Sheng, he would be dead. Chu Sheng was too lazy to look for the land vehicles. He was 100% sure that he couldn't find any vehicles within 1 or 2 kilometers nearby. All the ships on the sea were driven to the shore. This wave was very uncomfortable. Juefeng laughed when he learned that Chu Sheng was going to leave and was worried about the vehicles. Today, he, the ghost-faced phoenix, was going to kill Chu Sheng, who called himself Shuga Dokuan. No, Shuga Wanjun. Chapter 203 Brother. There's still construction going on over there. Xiaoan, do you have any grenades? Chu Sheng was in a lot of trouble because he didn't have enough space. So he had a strategic smoke bomb hanging on his waist. Only one. What's wrong? Xiaoan picked up a fragmentation grenade and hung it on his waist when he landed just now. Chu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that there was a grenade. He could give it a try if he had a grenade. Running all the way to the beach, Xiaoan also saw that the ships were docked on the shore, and asked curiously, is this game as realistic as the high and low tides? The ships are stranded on the beach. Before Chu Sheng opened his mouth, all the viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. This girl is a soldier with common sense. She even knows about things like high tide and low tide. She is quite awesome. This was the first time Chu Sheng heard such an explanation. He said with a frown, this is not a ship that ran aground due to high tide and low tide. I don't know where these guys came from. They drove all the boats ashore. This is clearly not allowing us to enter the safe zone. Chu Sheng's words immediately earned him more than 10 points of complaints, directly reaching more than 60 points. But even if he was possessed by the gun god at this moment, it would be useless. The gun god was helpless in the face of this circle of punishment. There will be a poisonous circle coming later. People in the poisonous circle will lose blood. Only in the white circle on the map can you be safe. Chu Sheng gave Xiaoan a scientific popularization, then turned around to get Xiaoan's grenade, and saw Xiaoan with an octopus head. This guy actually came over with a gas mask on his head. Chu Sheng never picked up these coats and clothes on the ground. Xiaoan's behavior looked like a novice who was playing the game for the first time. As soon as this idea came out of Chu Sheng's mind, Chu Sheng was awakened immediately. Wake up! Chu Sheng. You can't be fooled by these appearances. This is definitely a big guy with a voice changer. After exchanging a wave of projectiles with Xiaoan, Chu Sheng walked towards the speedboat on the beach. There is no such thing as blowing up a motorboat. The durability of a motorboat is not enough to withstand a grenade. It will be charred and completely unusable. The poison you mentioned should be fine for me. Right? I just picked up a gas mask and put it on. It should be able to prevent poison? Chu Sheng laughed. If a gas mask can prevent poison, wouldn't everyone have one? Without directly answering Xiaoan, Chu Sheng smiled and said, then try it when the poison circle comes later. Then he walked to the front of the speedboat. Fortunately, this group of idle guys who came out of nowhere actually drove all the vehicles to the beach and stranded them. This kind of troublemaker player is really disgusting. Fortunately, they didn't have Chu Sheng's trick. If Chu Sheng were to do this, he would have to park all the speedboats upside down on the beach to stop the people from coming later. After looking at several speedboats, Chu Sheng found the one closest to the sea surface, found the right angle, pulled the fuse, and threw it directly under the speedboat. The grenade exploded immediately, and the whole speedboat was pushed back a distance by the air wave and the explosion, and half of the tail slid back into the water. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. This was basically no problem. He got on the speedboat and fell backwards. The speedboat slowly began to enter the water until it was completely submerged in the water. There is a boat, and we are saved. Juefeng was shocked when he learned that Chu Sheng had used a grenade to blow up the boat again. He had to change his plan. Just as he was about to redeploy his troops, he received another message from YY that Chushing's speedboat had no fuel. How could I forget this? This guy always has one tank of fuel when he encounters a vehicle. Xuefeng was overjoyed and continued to deploy troops at the edge of the safe zone. After all, there was not only Chusheng in this game, but also other enemies. They had to ensure maximum integrity and not be killed by others, and then wait for another wave of Chusheng. Chusheng was happily preparing to drive the boat away, but when he saw that the vehicle had only one tank of fuel, he jumped off the boat in anger. Little N, wait for me by the boat. I'll go to K-Town to get a barrel of oil. The boat is out of oil. Chusheng remembered that there was a barrel of oil in the house area he searched in K-Town, but he didn't take it because of the capacity. Now the poison circle has begun to shrink, but he must go back to get the oil. Throwing the 2 first aid kits on the beach, Chusheng immediately turned back. Seeing Chusheng in such a miserable state, the fans in the live broadcast room also felt a toothache. This is too miserable. Even worse than having no gun. Everyone felt it. It's okay to fill your body with medical supplies or accessories without a gun, but it's very uncomfortable without a backpack. You can't pick up any good things you see. You only have 50 points of capacity, so you have to count on your fingers. Just like counting the daily necessities of life. Chusheng ran all the way to the housing area. He remembered that the barrel of oil should be in the house with pink wall paint, so he went straight to the room. At this time, the 3 people who had finished searching at Guangmingding had already got rifles and a jeep, and immediately decided to avenge the dead Dongxing Yaoyang. How could they not avenge their brother, who was forced off the cliff, driving the jeep all the way down the mountain in anger? The team just saw Chusheng running directly into K-Town on the road. Fuck. Running away from the poison in reverse. The 3 people were all stunned. Was this a reverse operation to pay tribute to Wei Jiang? And this person didn't seem to have a backpack on him? This was interesting. Was it because he was too excited to force someone to jump off the cliff just now that he didn't have time to pick up the bag? The jeep accelerated and rushed directly to the housing area. Chusheng picked up the gasoline and just ran out of the door for 2 steps when he suddenly heard the roar of a jeep. Huh? Where did the car come from? Chusheng was stunned for a moment. And then he heard the sound getting closer and closer. However, because the house area was in a low-lying area, Chusheng simply continued to run in the opposite direction and ran towards the high point of the cliff. The jeep rushed over and saw that Chusheng was the only one there, and was immediately overjoyed. Run over. Run over this guy to avenge me. Zhou Mao, who died before, shouted. He died in frustration, so he couldn't let this guy die so easily. The pleasure of running over someone to death is definitely comparable to the 98K mobile headshot. How many players died because they wanted to run over someone with a car, but were killed by the opponent's concentrated fire? Chusheng ran to the cliff and saw a jeep rushing over from the road of K-Town warehouse. This wave is very exciting. In the past, my brother-in-law often showed off his skills by driving a car. Will he be killed by this jeep this time? 3 against 1. This is very cool. Chusheng only has 55 rounds of 5.56 bullets in total. It's very embarrassing to want to kill 4 people. The gang rushed over directly. Chusheng looked at the jeep without moving a step, which made the 3 people in the car even more excited. Accelerating the throttle, Chusheng's bullets went straight up without saying a word. The machine-aimed M4 burst fire, directly pointing at the person in the driver's seat. Although he didn't have the shooting god mode, the steady 5-shot burst from this distance directly knocked the person in the driver's seat down. Then Chusheng jumped to the side without saying a word, and the jeep passed by. The jeep without a driver swayed randomly, and someone suddenly cut to the driver's seat and braked. But the out-of-control jeep couldn't be stopped as soon as it wanted to, and flew directly down the cliff. Chapter 204. Maybe there is a hole? This jeep fell directly off the cliff, and exploded a moment later, followed by thick smoke. The information in the upper right corner showed that 3 people were killed and eliminated by the vehicle. Chusheng was happy at first, and this wave was very comfortable, but he became depressed a moment later. This good car fell down and exploded. It would be easy to enter the circle if this wave could be left. Fortunately, a person was shot down just now. Chusheng touched it and wanted a backpack the most. When he came to the box, he didn't have many guns and bullets, and he was tightly covered with some bullets and bandages. Chusheng almost cursed after seeing this. This game might be poisonous. There was no backpack. This guy who came down from Guangmingding didn't even have a backpack. Chu Sheng replenished some 5.56 bullets without saying a word, and then ran towards the beach. The poison circle had already passed through K-Town. Xiaoyan saw the blue electric net passing through his body. And then his blood bar began to lose blood bit by bit. Why am I still poisoned even though I have a gas mask? Xiaoyan asked suddenly. Chu Sheng was running towards the beach at this time. But he didn't want to answer these questions. So he said casually, maybe your gas mask is leaking. Then when Chu Sheng ran to the beach, he saw Xiaoyan throwing down the gas mask and squatting on the ground to look at it carefully. It seems to be true. This gas mask looks much older and has some damage. No wonder it can't protect against poison. Chu Sheng was confused. And the fans were also amused by this teammate's analysis. I guess this Xiaoyan is really playing the game for the first time. And it is very likely that she is a girl. I think she is a big guy with a voice changer. This routine has been used by Dai Mei. I want me to fall twice in the same place. It's impossible. Pretending to be stupid and pretending to be a newcomer. But this guy is more deceptive, and actually bought a new account for 98 yuan. Am I the only one who is curious about how this little bit of medicine will get into the circle later? Chu Sheng injected the oil into the speedboat. Then went to the beach to pick up 2 first aid kits before getting on the boat. Perhaps it was too miserable this time. And even the bombing zone didn't come to take care of Chu Sheng, which made the fans watching the live broadcast very angry, secretly cursing that the bombing zone was too unprofessional. At the edge of the safe zone, the wind-chasing team all huddled in the house. Feng Jue, you are poisonous. You must have attracted the bombing zone. I didn't expect that you have the same physique as Chu Sheng. I have the urge to kill you and sacrifice to the heavens. It turned out that the bombing zone had been circling around Feng Jue since the beginning, and it almost searched and followed all the way. Now the team has all arrived at G-Town and V-shaped trench, and wanted to intercept Chu Sheng here. As a result, as soon as they stopped, they were warmly welcomed by the bombing area. Juefeng also had a hard time. When he was playing games, he was also a European emperor with a level 3 suit. Why did they come together to snipe Chu Sheng? Why didn't the bombing area bomb Chu Sheng, but stared at him and bombed him non-stop? Juefeng touched his fat round face. Feeling sad? Is it because of his stunning handsome appearance that even the heavens are jealous of him? So they sent down fire from the sky to punish him? Hey, is it possible that even with a peerless face, the world will not tolerate him? Hearing Juefeng's narcissistic words, everyone else felt sick and wanted to vomit. At this time, Q Huang cursed in the live broadcast room, "Don't be narcissistic. I'm about to vomit. Chu Sheng has found oil and is sailing the boat. We have to change the ambush location." Chu Sheng was already driving the boat close to S City. All the boats along the coastline were driven to the shore. Seeing this scene, Chu Sheng knew that he had encountered a perverted player. I've heard of the abortion group, but I've never seen the stranded team, who is so idle that they stranded all the vehicles on the shore. There were several speedboats on the beach along the way, and you could see one almost every 100 meters. Chu Sheng had only heard that some players have a tendency to take revenge on society. Not to win the game, but just to ruin other people's gaming experience. Today, I finally encountered it. These are all the ships in the northern part of the map, and they are stranded on the shore. It's really scary to meet such people who take revenge on society in the game. This wave is very uncomfortable. The speedboat can't speed up, and there are not many medicines on him. It feels like Chu Sheng can't even enter the safe zone this time. Chu Sheng has no bandages on him, and the only medicines are 2 first aid kits and a bottle of painkillers. The speedboat can't speed up, and there is no fuel near Port G. If there is no vehicle, the 2 people will definitely die. Juefeng also began to move under the skyfire and ridicule. The first poison circle had shrunk, and a new safe zone was created with the mine and P port as the center, which was exactly the same as the last game. The only thing that comforted Chu Sheng was that Xiaoyan didn't have many bullets on him. Only 1 round of bullets for his AKM, and all he had on him were bandages, first aid kits and other medical supplies. He was bandaged all the way, so his health was sufficient. Chu Sheng had already used a first aid kit, and the remaining medicine had to be calculated more carefully. After barely passing G-Port, Chu Sheng tried his best to control the last bit of fuel, and finally found a speedboat on the beach of the lower city of G-Port. This is the blessed land in the lower city of G-Port. Chu Sheng had escaped from trouble several times before. It was indeed a blessed land, which gave Chu Sheng a chance to live longer. This speedboat only had 1/3 of fuel, but it was much better than 1 tank of fuel. He drove the speedboat directly into the safe zone. But there were less than 40 seconds left before the safe zone refreshed. Chu Sheng thought about it, and marked a point in the double-row housing area in the old place. The housing area here is considered to be a relatively luxurious and large one in the wild area. Chu Sheng came here just to pick up some bandages. And the most important thing is to pick up a backpack. Now he finally understood. Before, it was not a big deal if I didn't have medicine or a gun. But it was really painful if I didn't have a backpack. The pain of not being able to pick up something is more painful than not being able to pick it up at all. If you can't pick it up, at least you still have a thought. But when it's right in front of you, you can't pick it up. That's really torture. It's like you cry and shout for a beautiful girlfriend every day. And then one day you suddenly have a beautiful girlfriend. But you can't kiss or touch her, which is very painful. The 2 teammates who were hanging up in K-Town have also been poisoned to death. Now the 2 of them are responsible for monitoring 1 person each, and always reporting Chu Sheng's location to everyone in YY. When Chu Sheng marked a point in the wild area, Shui Feng knew the location almost at the same time, and immediately rushed to the house area with a large number of people, preparing to ambush Chu Sheng. Brothers, it's time to make achievements. Kill Chu Sheng, and don't let this guy get too arrogant. Chapter 205. Let's just be in awe. Shui Feng and his men looted a lot of vehicles, and 3 jeeps roared off. Any team that saw this would not dare to offend easily. It was fine if there were 4 people in a team and 3 vehicles. But when several teams opened their high-powered scopes and prepared to fight, they saw that the 3 vehicles were full of heads. And they were so scared that they put away their guns and hid, letting the military vehicles pass. If a fight broke out, more than a dozen people would get off the vehicles, which would really be the strength of a division. All the jeeps were hidden under the reverse slope. And then everyone quietly hid in the house area, forming a defensive formation, waiting for Chu Sheng to come over, and then giving him a big surprise. However, as Shui Feng came over, the bombing area naturally responded and continued to bombard the heads of several people. Shui Feng, I didn't expect you to be a guy like Chu Sheng. Otherwise you should go first. In the past, when watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast, everyone laughed at this guy for being as cowardly as a dog in the bombing area. Especially Shui Feng, who also said that he was walking in the bombing area without any fear. And then, now everyone is shrinking in the house, not even daring to approach the door, for fear that the sky fire will fall directly at the door. That would be too bad luck. You can't blame me for this. I promised that I was not followed by the sky fire all the way before. You have to believe me. Shui Feng is now speechless. In this game, the bombing area has been locked on him. According to what others said, Shui Feng must have something on him. Chu Sheng's speedboat had already reached the shore. Seeing that the housing area was covered by the bombing area, his heart skipped a beat. After entering the safe zone, he had used up all the first aid kits and painkillers, and there was no more medicine left. If he went to search the housing area and was bombed by the bombing area, it would be a waste of time. Shaolin also saw the bombing area with fire and black flames on the speedboat. Even if he had never played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, he almost understood that if he was bombed by this thing, he would be dead. Let's wait for the skyfire to end before searching. Anyway, the safe zone has already entered, and there are still 2 minutes before the next safe zone refreshes. So there is no rush. The next new safe zone is in Port P. By then, the final round will be a city battle. The skyfire finally ended, and the red bombing zone was removed from the map. Chu Sheng couldn't wait to jump off the ship and rush directly to the house area. Everyone, get ready. Give Chu Sheng a big surprise. Shui Feng was also very excited. If he succeeded in this ambush, the bad luck of the money-scattering god of wealth in the live broadcast room would be gone, and he would be a man who punished Chu Sheng in the future. At that time, if Chu Sheng was knocked down without helping him, and then said some crazy dirty words, wouldn't it be great? However, just when Shui Feng was daydreaming and giggling, a new bombing zone suddenly came, still above Shui Feng's head, directly covering the house area. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shui Feng was about to collapse. Why did he come? Shui Feng, you are not Chu Sheng's long-lost brother, right? Q Huan couldn't help but ask. This was too mysterious. In the past, when watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast, everyone laughed and watched this guy hide from the sky fire in a mess. This sniper shot was successful. and the sky fire fell on their heads. Their scalps were numb. Xuefeng, I think you could open a live broadcast room to challenge Chu Sheng. What about the bad luck of the PUBG anchor? You should be the first one to disagree. With the time of washing hair in the bombing zone, I guarantee that you will earn $1 million a month. Listening to everyone's jokes, Xuefeng really wanted to cry. It was obviously not like this when he was playing. Now the mud fell off his pants. It was not shit. Chu Sheng was the same. Just about to run to the house area. But the bombing area covered the house area again. The bombing area fell here twice in a row. And the location was exactly the same as the last bombing area. Chu Sheng's heart was beating fast when he saw this. There was something in this house area. With all of the sky fire, Chu Sheng thought for a moment and went directly to the P-Port house area. Let's go. There is something strange in this house area. It has been covered by the sky fire. It is probably haunted. Let's go to P-Port to search directly. Chu Sheng swam back to the speedboat and headed straight for Port P without looking back. The two traders who were watching the battle accurately transmitted the news back to the YY channel. All 10 people were stunned. Why did they go through thousands of hardships to collect and then drive here to intercept? Wasn't it just to intercept Chu Sheng here? But now this guy actually passed by the door 3 times without entering. Are you in a hurry to control the water? When he learned that Chu Sheng did not choose to come in after seeing the bombing area, Xuefeng had to bear the blame with hatred. Xuefeng, let's go separately later. Otherwise we will never be able to intercept Chu Sheng in this life. Q Huang said seriously. Chu Sheng got a dozen points of complaints for no apparent reason. And he saved up 80 points to start the gun god mode. Possessed by G God. The speedboat's fuel was not enough to support the two to reach the P-Port housing area. So they stopped directly on the beach outside. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and took Xiao In to the hill above P-Port. And laid down on the hill. This location is a good choice. As the highest point in the entire P-Port safety zone. In front of it is the entire P-Port housing area. And behind it is the beach with no cover. No one should be stupid enough to rush over from the beach. Even with the M4 and 98K in Chu Sheng's hands. They can teach him a lesson. How come I haven't met anyone in this game for more than 10 minutes? Xiao In was a little puzzled. Except for the couple who fell behind at the beginning. She didn't even see the team driving the jeep. And she entered the third circle all the way. It was supposed to be a game of 100 people. But how come there are only 40 people left? And there is no one to see? Chu Sheng almost laughed out loud. If they met someone, I'm afraid that with their miserable looks, they would be able to lick the box in 1 second. It's okay. I guarantee that there will be people in front of you later. Looking at the entire P-Port from here, I'm afraid that several teams will really sneak over later. Chu Sheng now hopes that someone can take this high point and then come up. What Chu Sheng lacks now is a courier. Preferably a level 3 package filled with bullets and medical supplies. Chu Sheng's latest movements were also grasped by Xuefeng and his men. Except for the 2 people who matched with Chu Sheng. The remaining 10 people all came out of the bombing area under the sky fire and prepared to kill directly to the high slope outside Port P. There is no strategy in this wave. Our 3 cars will rush directly to the bottom to build a bunker. Chu Sheng has few bullets and no supplies. If he is hit, he will die. Thinking about the wonderful scene of 10 people rushing directly up. Everyone in YY was excited. Don't you? Chu Sheng. Want someone to come? Then how about 10 people? Chapter 206. Dongxing came to help Yaoyang find a place. Several people climbed down the window and ran towards the jeep on the reverse slope. The sky fire made people's scalps numb. Xuefeng was unanimously voted to stay behind to cover the rear. Just because this guy was as evil as Chu Sheng. What if he ran with Xuefeng and was punished by the sky fire? Being knocked down is okay. But if he was killed by the explosion while driving, it would be completely over. Xuefeng was drawing circles in the bathroom of the apartment building alone. This must be the bad luck brought to him by Chu Sheng. For sure. Receive 5 points of complaints from Xuefeng BSB. Chu Sheng was stunned. Why is this guy so crazy about his Tutsi points? Xuefeng Deshabi? It really can't be this guy Xuefeng. But that's not right. Who would name their ID Deshabi? Q Huang led a group of people and ran towards the parking lot on the reverse slope against the skyfire. The skyfire was still bombing. And everyone was very careful. What is that? Q Huang. Why don't we let Xuefeng run over by himself? If he follows us, wouldn't we die in vain if the car was blown up by the skyfire on the road? Yes. Yes. It's not easy to match a game with Chu Sheng. I don't want to be blown up before I even meet him. Juefeng was in a state of annoyance. He said, "Brothers, we are all in the same YY channel. Can I hear what you are saying? That's too much. Do you think I can't hear you? Okay. I know what you mean. You drive away. I'll run over by myself." Although he was very sad, he didn't want to take the bigger blame. Juefeng decided to run into the safe zone by himself. Otherwise, if he was really killed in the car explosion, he would become a criminal who was criticized. Then our commander-in-chief will have to work hard. We'll leave first. Q Huang and the others were secretly delighted. It seemed that although Juefeng was as unlucky as Chu Sheng, he had one good thing. Juefeng was a tough guy. Knowing that he was in bad luck, he didn't follow everyone in the car. What a great spirit of dedication. Just as they ran to the top of the slope, a huge fireball suddenly fell straight down, making a sharp and piercing sound in the eardrums, followed by an explosion and splashing flames. A jeep was directly blown into a charred black, with crackling flames all over the body, and the bombing area ended. Okay, now we really have to run away. A jeep was blown up in front of us, leaving only 2 jeeps. And now we really have to run away into the circle. You go first. We will leave 2 people to run away. Seeing this, Emperor Q decided not to bring Juefeng with him next time. They had agreed to snipe Chu Sheng. But in the end, the most dangerous factor turned out to be their own people. It seemed that there was a traitor among them. 8 people got in the car and headed for the designated location. Emperor Q ran at a fast pace behind. As for Juefeng, let's wait until they run far away before coming out. Otherwise, what if they are affected by the sky fire? Chu Sheng was lying on a high place, and his words just now began to come true. Zion had seen several teams of people sneaking into the house area, but because this is a high point, the people below can't see anything unusual. Chu Sheng was lying quietly when he suddenly heard the sound of a jeep, which was getting louder and louder. Looking around, 2 jeeps rushed out from the residential area in the distance, directly over the mountains beside the road, and directly towards the beach on his side. Xiao En, the courier has arrived. Get ready to receive the goods. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, and the courier was delivered to his door just as he was talking. This wave was very happy. Lying in the grass under the tree, the 98K in his hand had been taken out. It didn't matter whether there was a scope or not at this moment. He happily took down this full formation and had everything. Xiao En was very nervous. After all, it was the first time to play this game. He had killed dead chickens before, and now he finally had to fight against real players. The 2 cars did not drive directly up the mountain, but stopped directly against the slope. The 2 cars stopped side by side, and together with the slope next to them, they formed a steel defense line. Then Chu Sheng saw 7 or 8 people jumping down from the cars. What the hell is going on? Chu Sheng was completely confused, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Isn't this a 4-0 team? How come 8 people came down together? Did he encounter an independent group? The people in these 2 jeeps or something. I think it's probably Dongxing Yaoyang's little brother who came again. Otherwise, who would be so generous as to arrange so many young and dangerous people to appear? It's over. Chu Sheng has really offended some big shot this time. This is probably the most powerful one except for the Red Army. Right. Now it's going to be interesting. Chu Sheng has no bullets and no supplies. He has to face the firepower of a division alone. The enemy can flatten the mountain with 1 grenade per person. Everyone is just kidding. These people can't see Chu Sheng. So how can they know there are people here? Chu Sheng thought so too. He didn't move, so he definitely couldn't be seen from the bottom of the mountain. However, after these people got off the car, they all hid behind the car consciously, and even aimed at the top of the mountain with their scopes. Have these people discovered us? Xiao En saw that the team did not come up, and they all stretched their necks to look at them. Chu Sheng's face was strange. Logically speaking, this place would never be discovered. At least not by the team that just came. And there were 8 people coming. It seemed that this team had some skills. Xiao En, do you have a lot of 7.62 bullets? Chu Sheng's smile gradually solidified, and his expression was extremely serious. He had thought of a fact that he was extremely reluctant to admit. That is, this team was coming for him. Look at the direction of the muzzle. They are all hiding behind the car, and there is no posture to rush up. Is this the normal behavior of a player who wants to occupy a high point? Extremely abnormal. There are still 30 rounds on the AKM, and there are no extra ones on me. 30 rounds? Chu Sheng still has 20 rounds. Enough. Well, Xiao En, give me another 10 bullets, Chu Sheng said. If a grenade was thrown down at this time, it would probably blow up a lot of people directly. I don't have any extra bullets in my backpack. How can I give it to you? Xiao En thought Chu Sheng was really weird. All her bullets were loaded into the magazine. So where did she get extra bullets for him? Chu Sheng was stunned, thinking that at this time, the voice changer boss was still pretending to be a newbie with him. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy. And they were even more suspicious. Could this voice changer really be a girl? Was it her first time playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? You're right. Xiao En doesn't have any spare 7.62 ammunition in his backpack. What can I give you? Chu Sheng was speechless for a moment, and organized his words and said, Brother, there are 8 people below, staring at us covetously. Let's be sincere to each other and stop acting. Chapter 207 I want to shoot 10. Xiao En was confused and even felt puzzled. What is he acting? Be more sincere. Brother, is he suffering from paranoia? But I really don't have any 7.62 bullets. Chu Sheng looked at the crowd below, took a deep breath to calm himself down, and said, You throw the AKM directly on the ground now, and then see if you have 30 more bullets. Xiao En thought about it, and did what Chu Sheng said. There were indeed 30 bullets, so she just threw them on the ground. Anyway, she didn't know how to divide the bullets. Chu Sheng picked up 10 bullets, and then asked Xiao En to take back all the guns and bullets. Chu Sheng picked up the bullet, and without saying anything, he aimed the 98K at the guy who was looking back and forth behind the jeep. At a distance of 100 meters, the 98K did not need to raise the muzzle at all, and it could hit whatever it pointed at. Chu Sheng slowly stood up and looked at the person. The moment he saw him, he fired directly, and a headshot knockdown message popped up directly. The 98K's machine aiming is still very comfortable. In terms of the most anti-human machine aiming, the Thompson submachine gun, Uzi and Scarl can be ranked in the top 3. The players who were headshot by Chu Sheng were directly confused. When watching Chu Sheng's headshots during the live broadcast, they didn't feel anything. But when it really happened to them, they suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He just poked his head a little, and Chu Sheng's bullet had already fallen. Before he could react, he had already retreated into the bushes, and he couldn't find his position at all. His teammates began to rescue him, and Q Huang and Zhui Feng also started running from the house area. Zhui Feng was giving orders while running. Just rush up. Chu Sheng has no bullets. What are you afraid of 8 against 1? The people hiding behind the jeep thought. That's the truth. Chu Sheng doesn't have many bullets on him. If the 8 of them rush up, Chu Sheng will die if one of them hits him. Right? The 8 of them immediately gathered together to discuss. And when they pulled their teammates up to recover, they rushed up and wiped out the nest. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. It was not going to work this way. He could only knock down one person at a time, and then be pulled up again. When would it end like this? The poison circle began to shrink, but Chu Sheng could already estimate the location of the next safe zone in advance. It would be at the southernmost end of P Port, near the location of San San on the beach. It would be easy and difficult to enter the circle at this location. The most stable way is to walk along the beach, and dive into the water when someone attacks you. Keep touching the safe zone. Then use smoke bombs to block the road and find cover. And look for an opportunity to fight. The difficulty is that there is a division of troops behind this. If you don't solve it, you will be hacked directly. I'm afraid you will be surrounded by this group of people on the beach and raise fish scientifically. Just as Chu Sheng was racking his brains to think of a countermeasure, he suddenly saw 2 people running in front and behind on the beach in the distance. They were heading towards the Dongqing Avengers. 2 fully occupied jeeps, plus 2 guys running behind. Looking at such a big scene, even Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Dongqing Yaoyang is really awesome. He can summon more than a dozen brothers to help in a casual game. Chu Sheng suddenly had an idea, and thought of an idea besieging way to save Zhao. Chu Sheng crawled backwards a few steps, then stood up and squatted on the ground, aiming the 98K in his hand at the 2 guys running 300 meters away. If these 2 guys are knocked down, then the people at the bottom of the hill will have to split up to rescue them. Right? If he runs over, Chu Sheng can shoot again. If he chooses to drive over, the people below will lose part of the cover. In any case, Chu Sheng's current pressure can be relieved. But Chu Sheng's behavior is completely shocking in the eyes of the live broadcast room. Is Chu Sheng going to use the machine aiming 98K to shoot at people 300 meters away? Give me an 8x scope. I can't even hit a moving target 300 meters away, let alone machine aiming. Can I still see the opponent's head? I don't think this wave will work. Although I don't know what these guys do. Chu Sheng is not a man. How can he beat 10 people alone? Almost no one could believe that Chu Sheng could kill 2 moving targets with machine aiming. After all, this was too mysterious. This matter naturally spread to Xuefeng and Q Huang through the 2 observers. Q Huang smiled when he heard it. Headshot with machine aiming from 300 meters away. This is not the Soviet sniper in the Battle of Stalingrad in World War II, who can be killed with a machine aiming Mauser rifle. I will stand and let him shoot. After saying that, Q Huang really stopped running and stood there and started drinking energy drinks. This wave was very ironic. Chu Sheng just wanted to try the feel of machine aiming at a long distance. And this guy stopped very cooperatively. Let me make it clear that this guy is not a temporary actor I found. Chu Sheng also half-jokingly laughed in the live broadcast room. And then, the fans also agreed that if this is a temporary actor, his acting skills are too poor. With a fixed target, it is easier for Chu Sheng to find the feel. The crosshairs were aimed directly at the head. And then, the inexplicable feeling in his heart made Chu Sheng raise the muzzle a little higher. These inexplicable feelings came from the experience of God Ji. Bang! Sparks flew out of the gun, and the 98K bullet turned into a spot of light in the air and flew out directly in a parabolic posture. You used the 98K sniper rifle to headshot and knock down QAQZZZZ. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. This ID looked very familiar. Isn't this the Q Emperor who opened the Emperor in his live broadcast room? The water friends in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment. Some people even glanced directly in the VIP column. And immediately all the questioning comments of Q Emperor floated out. This ID seems to be Q Emperor. I compared it, and it's exactly the same. The famous Detective Cozy. Remind you again that 10 people are illegally forming a team. Cozy's words were very obscure. But the water friends were hanging out in the major live broadcast rooms every day. And they were all watered like giant cuns, madly devouring all kinds of jokes. Could it be that Q Emperor took a group of guys to snipe Chu Sheng? It's very likely. Think about all the stranded ships on the beach in K-Town. This was all intentional. Fuck. These people are so shameless. They even went to snipe my brother-in-law when he was in such a miserable state. The key is that they didn't even call me. What a beast. The crowd in the live broadcast room was excited. This wave of operations has been confirmed. It was Q Huang who led a group of fans to sneakily snipe Chu Sheng. The case was solved. Hey. Q Huang is rich and powerful. And he is usually taciturn. Why would he do such a shameless thing? I don't understand. Maybe Q Huang is a more reserved person. Chu Sheng shot him in the head and knocked him down. Then he glanced at the barrage and thought of all the ships that were stranded on the shore in K-Town. He gritted his teeth in anger. Q Huang. You thick-browed, big-eyed guy. You actually started to slander me with these guys. Even in the game. Q Huang was completely shocked. Chu Sheng shot him in the head at 300 meters away. And now he fell directly to the ground. Xuefeng. Come! Come and save me! The only one who can save him now is Xuefeng, who is not far behind him. He is really scared now. What if Chu Sheng shoots him in the head again? Chapter 208. One rocket for one dog head. Chu Sheng now understood completely. He hid well. And these guys came straight at him. They were obviously forming a black group while watching the live broadcast. At this time, Chu Sheng pulled the bolt, opened the sight, and aimed at Q Huang again. With a slight smile on his lips, Chu Sheng held his breath and looked at Q Huang, who was struggling to crawl back on the ground. He said in the live broadcast room, Q Huang, I have recognized you. My gun is now aimed at your butt. Now I give you a chance, and give me a reason not to kill you. Although they were 300 meters away, the voice in the live broadcast room was still clearly transmitted to Q Huang's ears. At this time, he had no time to climb. Q Huang directly cut into the live broadcast room, gave a rocket without saying a word, and then left a message, one rocket for a life. A life in the game is worth a rocket. Awesome. I bought this game for 98. And Q Huang bought this game for 1098. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes. And he suddenly discovered a new way to play the game. A life for a plane. Chu Sheng laughed when he saw this comment, and imitated it, Q Huang's approach seems to have provided me with a new way to make money. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, his crosshairs had actually been quietly raised, because there was a guy behind him, and he was not ready to save Q Huang. Isn't this disturbing his business? Can this be tolerated? Q Huang was also anxious. His rocket had already flown out. Chu Sheng would not go back on his word. Right? I'm telling you. Chu Sheng, you can't go back on your word. You said you wouldn't kill me. Q Huang hurriedly typed another paragraph in the live broadcast room and sent out some fish balls. Chu Sheng was like a profiteer, aiming his gun at the guy who came from behind. Chu Sheng, keep my word. I won't kill you if I say so. But, Chu Sheng's but was dragged out for a long time, which whetted everyone's appetite. As the 98K fired another shot, the bullet turned into a spot of light in the air and shot directly at the running Juefeng. This time it was a moving target shooting, which was more difficult than a fixed point. But because of Q Huang's assist just now, Chu Sheng found the feeling of raising the machine aiming at this distance. So it should not be a problem to hit the target this time. But whether he could headshot and knock down the target depended on luck. The bullet glided in the air. The people at the bottom of the slope didn't know whether the bullet was aimed at Juefeng or Quang. So they had to warn him. Be careful. Chu Sheng is shooting again. Before he finished speaking, Juefeng, who was running, was hit by a bullet in the head. A large piece of green blood spurted out of his head, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Then Chu Sheng saw another familiar ID. Juefeng DSB? Isn't this the guy who was crazy about him before? Okay. The case has been solved. The first one to fall was Quang. So this one is definitely Juefeng. However, Chu Sheng's face suddenly became tangled. Does Juefeng have any self-abuse tendency to give himself such a name? The fans in the live broadcast room all laughed like crazy when they saw this ID. Juefeng, you idiot? What grudge does this guy have against Juefeng? He even chose a game ID like this. Ha ha ha. Juefeng was caught in the crossfire, innocently hacked, and even appeared on TV. However, Chu Sheng smiled and said that Quang, such a low-key and reserved person, did not look like someone who would stop fans from sniping the anchor. If Juefeng, the slutty pig, had not been behind him to give advice, he would definitely not do such a thing. Juefeng was also confused. If Quang was shot in the head because he was too slutty and stood there to take the bullet, then his move was very clever. He actually ran directly into the bullet. Hey, Juefeng, I'm curious about why you gave yourself such an ID. Although we are ugly, we still have to have confidence in society and life. Don't give up on yourself. Come on. Stay strong. Chu Sheng said a lot of dirty words again, and then looked at the sniper army that was in a dilemma down the slope, with a smile on his face. Juefeng was also scared to death, and hurriedly imitated Q Huang, directly sent a rocket to Chu Sheng, begging for mercy in various ways, and explained a wave. My ID means Juefeng-Wavy, not Juefeng-Shabi. The developer system has a limit on the characters for naming, so I use the abbreviation. Who is blackmailing me to Shabi? I will get out of the authority in minutes after I finish the fight, Juefeng said and quickly switched back. Then said to the person in front, I sent a rocket to Chu Sheng. He shouldn't shoot at me. You guys come and save me and Quang. Before leaving, Juefeng pretended to be powerful, which immediately aroused the opposition of other fans. Anchor, I think Juefeng has a wolfish ambition. It's better to get rid of him first. Yes, Chu Sheng. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Today he can organize fans to snipe you. Tomorrow he may do something more excessive. I can't stand it anymore. You said a team of people sniping is fine. This guy actually linked a regiment of troops to deal with you. This is clearly to make you fall and make a fool of yourself during the live broadcast. Such people can't be kept. The fans were also frantically making slanderous remarks and asking Chu Sheng to kill Juefeng. Juefeng immediately cut out after hearing the news, and without saying a word, he fired another rocket, and then threatened, you asterisk ministers, actually made slanderous remarks in front of the emperor. It's really eunuchs interfering in politics. Eunuchs interfering in politics. Juefeng also directly scolded countless people as eunuchs in one sentence. And then, the two sides got even crazier, seeing that Juefeng had already fired 2 rockets for his intense desire to survive. It would be unreasonable not to save him. Then someone really drove a car and went to the back to save 2 people, with 1 car missing. It would be difficult for the other car to hide 4 people. Chu Sheng was quick-eyed and quick-handed and directly shot the outermost person in the head. Suddenly, another person fell down. He was so anxious that he wanted to crawl to the back of the car. But there was no way to hide 4 people on the back of the car. And he couldn't get in no matter how hard he squeezed. This wave was very desperate. Chu Sheng didn't rush to kill this person. After all, Chu Sheng, live, rocket, right. However, this person didn't have a rocket. And he directly opened the public voice and wailed, "Brother-in-law, I was threatened by Juefeng to get on this black car. I don't have money to fly a rocket. Please don't kill me. TSK. Juefeng was sold again. The water friends in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. And this strong desire to survive was enough to make people laugh to death. Then, because it was a public voice, Shaolin also heard what this person said. What about brother-in-law? Threats? Black cars? Rockets? Etc. Why can't I understand a word? Why does this person keep saying some strange things? As if he is talking to you. Can you understand? Chu Sheng shook his head frantically and turned around to sell this guy out. I don't understand what he is saying at all. This man fell to the ground. You can shoot him with an AKM. Try to kill someone with a gun. Chapter 209, What is meant by one man guarding the pass against 10,000? Chu Sheng's showy moves never stopped. And the viewers in the live broadcast room were almost going crazy. Oh no! My abdominal muscles are almost bursting out from laughing. Chu Sheng is too mean. 2,333. Juefeng led the ball in Marseille turn. And he fell flat on his face. What about leading people to snipe the anchor? 10 people were beaten by one person's show of water turbulence. After the god of wealth who throws money, I'm afraid he will get the title of the king of football. Juefeng. There's nothing wrong with this wave. Chu Sheng didn't shoot himself, but let his teammates shoot. Doesn't this count as him killing people? It seems that I have seen Juefeng and Quang trembling. I must interview these big-breasted brothers after the game. What is the difference between watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast and eating Chu Sheng's bullets? Chu Sheng was holding a 98K to Zion. And the other 3 were so scared that they dared not show their heads? Zion aimed the AKM with a machine sight at the man below. And then asked, "Then I will shoot?" At a distance of less than 100 meters. The AKM machine sight shot a person lying on the ground again. And it was not aimed at the place where it was pointed. Chu Sheng hummed. And Zion fired directly. The first bullet landed on the man's buttocks steadily and accurately. And a green mark was clearly visible on the anus. As for whether it was caused by the bullet, no one knew. Then the AKM shook violently. The muzzle shook violently and raised. And the remaining bullets shot all the way from the ground to the sky. Until the 20 bullets were empty. Wow. Chu Sheng. You are a man who doesn't keep your word. You said you wouldn't shoot me. How come you got shot again? Juefeng almost cried. This life is worth 1,000 gold. It's a life that was exchanged for 2 rockets. But before his companions drove over to rescue him, he was shot in the butt again. And the red blood bar was less than half left. Chu Sheng was also dumbfounded. He didn't know whether it was the AKM's metaphysics or Zion's shooting skills that made the fully automatic gun fly upwards. Chu Sheng clearly saw a bullet hit Juefeng's butt. And the first bullet also landed on the buttocks. Shaolin's shooting skills are quite good. Shooting AKM? Shaolin's shooting skills are quite awesome. He only hits people's buttocks. It seems that just now, he didn't press the gun. A bullet landed on Juefeng's buttocks? Chu Sheng explained to the fans. Chu Sheng also regretted that there was no 8x scope at this time. If there was, he could clearly see the details of Juefeng's anus. Why do I feel that Shaolin doesn't look like a voice changer? And his shooting skills don't look like it. Hold on. Think about Dai Mei's story. The fans were also scared of being cheated. When they thought that the sweet and cute Dai Mei, who was loved by everyone, was actually an old anchor driver. It would be difficult to fool them who were just driving. Chu Sheng looked at the time. There were only 40 seconds left before the circle was shrinking. He couldn't waste time with these guys anymore. He had to find a way to eat a few people to replenish supplies, and then enter the circle. The 3 people below were like 1,000-year-old turtles, not even showing their heads, which made Chu Sheng very uncomfortable. The person who drove over blocked the car in front, and began to rescue Juefeng and Quang, who fell to the ground. But when the car drove over, it was full of 4 people. How would the 6 of them get back later? This was certainly not a problem Chu Sheng needed to consider. Looking back at EP City, Chu Sheng saw a person squatting on the open-air balcony on the second floor not far below, guarding and looking around constantly. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. No matter if this guy has teammates or not, he will knock him down first, and then quickly go over to replenish him when he enters the circle. If he doesn't replenish, he will die directly in the final circle. Chu Sheng took aim and shot him in the head. The man hiding on the open-air balcony on the second floor was confused. He didn't even notice where he was shot from. He hurriedly moved towards the wall of the rooftop, trying to find a cover. But he didn't know that he fell into Chu Sheng's trap. On the other side, Qiu Huang and Zhu Feng were pulled up, and Zhu Feng's face changed immediately when he came up. Wait until I recover enough blood. We will rush over and kill Chu Sheng. I bought my life with 2 rockets. I must knock Chu Sheng down, and then have a good talk with him. Chu Sheng saw that the teammate of the man in the house area also came up, and he cautiously flashed out to test. Then Chu Sheng looked back and saw that the jeep was moving slowly, and there were 2 people jogging closely behind the rear of the car, using the car as a cover to block the approach. The players here also came out to rescue people, and Chu Sheng turned back and aimed a machine gun to snipe instantly. There was no reason at all. He shot 2 people in the head and killed them on the rooftop. Xiao En, go to the second floor of the platform of the house below. There are 2 dead people inside. Go and loot their bags. Chu Sheng set up a gun on a high place and let Xiao En sneak over to loot the bags first, and wait for him to kill this group of water friends who had no idea of how to force, and then go to meet up. Hey, why use such a disgusting word as licking? Xiao En said indignantly and trotted down, before sneaking into the people in P-port. Xiao En also observed several teams and roughly knew the positions of those people. So he dodged and covered in various ways, and went to the second floor of the house to lick the loot. Chu Sheng looked at the slowly moving jeep and the 3 people who were trembling at the moment, as well as the guy who was wronged and turned into a box, and raised his gun directly. They thought that the slow speed of the car could serve as a barrier, but they forgot that if the speed of the car slowed down, Chu Sheng could almost shoot the people in the car. With your level, don't come to snipe next time. I'm afraid that if I kill them all by accident, my account will be banned. Chu Sheng taunted, fired a shot, and shot the jeep driver in the head. There was no driver in the car, and the others didn't dare to drive the car when they saw the danger of the driving position, and even jumped out of the car without staying. The tail of the car where the 5 people were was trembling, but no matter how big the jeep's rear was, it couldn't stop 5 pigs. Chu Sheng pulled the bolt to reload and fired another shot, knocking down another person. No, there's no time to save. Get in the car and rush over. Zhu Feng gritted his teeth. At this time, the poison had already been applied. If he rescued people and then packed up, the poison would be even more difficult to get in. The remaining 4 people got in the car directly and accelerated suddenly to rush over. Chu Sheng dodged a little, and another 7.62 bullet hit him. The man in the driver's seat was bleeding and fell off the car. The jeep lost control and swung wildly. The 3 people at the bottom of the slope also received Zhu Feng's order and got in the car to rush up and attack directly. Chu Sheng stood up and jumped back slightly. A bullet landed on the co-pilot seat, shooting down another person. The fans in the live broadcast room didn't know what to say. Chu Sheng's 98K was like the ultimate computer system. Once locked, it would be deleted. There was no room for you to fight back. It was extremely domineering. Seeing the jeep start to accelerate up the slope, Chu Sheng jumped back again. As the bullet was loaded, the hip-shooting monster appeared again and shot the guy in the driver's seat down. Chapter 210. You're giving away both lives and money. The jeep suddenly lost its driver, and it was powerless to climb uphill and leaned against the mountainside. The last person in the car jumped out of the car and hid behind the car, waiting for the teammates behind to come up and rush together. In the past, watching Chu Sheng's 98K headshots was very exciting and refreshing during live broadcasts. But it was not the same idea when it came to his turn. A deep sense of powerlessness. As long as he was given a chance, he would not be able to seize it. And all the bullets fell on his head without exception. It was a pity that there were too many of them. They searched a large area and had to divide the equipment equally. And they didn't even pick up a level 3 helmet. However, it was safe to hide behind the car. When Zhu Feng and the others came over, he would rush forward and let Chu Sheng end the game in a poisonous circle and regret. The idea was good, but he forgot the most important point, because the jeep was unable to stop because of the uphill. The handbrake was not pulled. So after he got off the car and hid behind the car for a while, the Jeep began to slowly retreat from the slope due to gravity. And the player had to follow the Jeep and began to retreat. He didn't dare to pull the handbrake when he got in the car now. He believed that Chusheng must have aimed his gun at the driver's seat at this time. And if he dared to go up, he would immediately become a box. But the Jeep was moving backwards faster and faster. Now it was almost impossible to catch up by running crouching. And it was difficult to hide behind the cover even if you ran wildly. The fans laughed so hard watching this scene of people chasing cars. This scene was quite familiar because they often saw this scene when playing games. When driving, they met a team on the road. And then the other party fired a gun to provoke. And their group drove directly to the nearest point. When getting off the car and preparing to show off their power, they found that they forgot to pull the handbrake. And the car, the only cover, slipped away directly. And staged a tragic scene of people chasing cars and being shot by the other party. This incident tells us that we must pull the handbrake when getting off the car. Chusheng looked at the running players and couldn't help laughing. Because it was really funny from his angle. He raised the gun and shot a bullet directly into the soul and took away the team. Chusheng now has 7 heads. The driver who drove down from Guangmingding and knocked down. And the 2 people on the rooftop behind. And the rest were all provided by this group of fans. Please, don't come to send it again. I'm actually a pacifist. I don't want to kill anyone. Chusheng's tone was filled with sighs and helplessness. And the mean tone made everyone laugh. And Juefeng, who was driving towards him, gritted his teeth. He had planned for a long time. But now more than a dozen people couldn't take down Chusheng. 10 people fought against 1. But 4 were killed in return. Is this a joke? Juefeng was inexplicably afraid. If he couldn't take down Chusheng, he would have to hide his identity and keep a low profile in the live broadcast room in the future. He stepped on the accelerator in order to prevent Chusheng from getting shot in the head. Juefeng also used an S-shaped snake-like running method to avoid Chusheng's bullets. After Chusheng changed the bullet, he aimed directly and fired a bullet. As a result, no one in the car fell down. Juefeng immediately became confident and laughed. I finally found the trick to deal with Chusheng. This time, Juefeng's S-shaped snake-like running style became more unrestrained. And the other 2 people in the car were shaking wildly back and forth. Chusheng pulled the bolt to change the bullet. Not afraid at all. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room did not understand Chusheng's routine, and thought that the previous shot was really empty. It turns out that Chusheng could also miss the target. This is a bit interesting. If the 3 Juefeng people really drive up later, Chusheng will be in trouble. I always feel that this last wave of Juefeng will turn the tide and beat Chusheng to his knees and beg for mercy. Chusheng glanced at the barrage. These guys are really tricky. As a great strategist, Thanos. No. Chusheng. Just need to snap my fingers lightly. Snap. Juefeng and his gang are going to be completely finished. Chusheng didn't rush to shoot. The side of the machine gun kept swinging back and forth with Juefeng's car. It looked like he had turned on the automatic aiming. Chusheng aimed at almost wherever Juefeng drove. But the aiming position was not Juefeng's pig head. Another bullet burst out of the barrel. Juefeng and his gang were still not injured. And no one was shot out of the car. But there was a bang in his ear. Juefeng turned the car head sharply in an S shape. And the whole person fell to the ground and rolled because he lost control. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Chusheng was aiming at the tire of the Jeep. 2 shots blew out a tire. In addition, Juefeng's self-righteous snake-like turn caused the Jeep to lose balance and roll on the ground. Seeing this, Chusheng did not think about killing the remaining 3 people. The others who were knocked down also bled to death one after another. And Chusheng's kill count reached 10. He ran all the way down the slope. And the poison circle began to shrink. After a neat parkour, he came to the 2nd floor rooftop and lay on the ground to lick the bag. This time, he finally got a 2nd level bag. A 4-fold scope, a holographic sight, medical supplies, and bullets. Chusheng was like a refugee who had been walking in the desert for a long time. The moment he saw the box, it was like seeing an oasis after a long drought. It took a few seconds, and there was not much left in the box. Xiaoying came early, so he had already found all the accessories and bullets. Since they had already sneaked into the residential area, there was no need to sneak in along the beach. The 2 jumped down from the roof and moved towards the apartment building and the small restaurant along the container in front. Juefeng behind him made a few random moves, and the jeep rolled 3 or 4 times in a row. The blood on the 3 people turned red, and they climbed out of the car with difficulty. As a result, the poison circle shrank, and they began to lose blood. Juefeng first applied a bandage, and then started to wrap the first aid kit. The other person was not so lucky, because he had no bandage. He was poisoned and fell to the ground before the first aid kit was even started. Q Huang still had 5 bandages on his body, and he began to fight hard. After recovering, the 2 of them immediately ran away. Juefeng was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Chu Sheng was too cunning. He didn't shoot people but directly shot the car with the last 2 shots, and almost caused the car to be destroyed and killed. This guy did it on purpose. So hateful. Chu Sheng aimed at the 98K and shot it in the head from 300 meters away. With this strength, it was not a problem to shoot the moving target in the car. This guy deliberately blew up the tires to make them flip over, and made them run away from the poison. This guy was too insidious. Chu Sheng didn't even look back at Q Huang and Juefeng. If these 2 guys had the chance to enter the finals, he would play with them. If they didn't, it would be none of Chu Sheng's business. Anyway, he said to let the 2 go, and he did it. Chu Sheng switched to the M4 fully automatic rifle, and he and Xiaoyan moved forward little by little. Now there were 22 survivors left, and it was very likely that the houses in the safe zone were full of people. Chapter 211 Stealing Ass. The apartment building has 2 floors, and Chu Sheng went around it directly. Choosing this kind of building in the finals is simply courting death. As long as the safe zone is not here, people inside can basically not enter. When you come out of the house, there is no cover except for the low wall as a cover, and it is simply unrealistic to want to escape. Chu Sheng led Xiaoyan around the small restaurant and continued to grope forward. Juefeng and Quang were in a mess. They took blood and medicine and ran away in a poisoned state. If there was a shot at this time, the reputation of the 2 local tyrants would be ruined. In front of the small restaurant is a house with an attic. Before Chu Sheng got close, he heard the sound of stomping on the floor on the 2nd floor attic. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. She also heard the footsteps, and was very excited. There are people in here. Chu Sheng hummed softly and told Xiaoyan, press the control key when you walk. You can walk quietly, and the noise will be much smaller. Chu Sheng touched the wall, and squatted at the door to wait. This house with an attic is not in the safe zone. If he runs first, he will definitely be shot by the people inside. This place is only 3 or 5 steps away from the safe zone. Chu Sheng's current idea is that if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. He doesn't believe that the people inside can be more patient than him. Xiaoyan doesn't understand why Chu Sheng didn't rush in. But seeing how fiercely Chu Sheng killed people just now, he just squatted behind him obediently. The footsteps in the room were louder, and the complexity did not sound like that of one person. There seemed to be several people in there? Xiaoyan couldn't help asking again. Chu Sheng heard it clearly. There are 3 people in there. 1 in the attic upstairs, 1 in the toilet, and 1 in the kitchen. Xiaoyan didn't know why Chu Sheng could hear it so clearly, and even knew where they were. As the poison circle shrank, the footsteps in the room became more frequent, and it was obvious that they were making their last struggle. Chu Sheng's gun was ready, and the muzzle pre-aiming point was directly on the head. As long as they pushed the door out, Chu Sheng could guarantee to harvest them in the shortest time. With the sound of footsteps, the 3 rushed out one after another, and the electric net poison circle followed behind them. After coming out of the house, the 3 rushed into the poison circle in a hurry, and no one looked at the situation on both sides. Xiaoyan had seen people rushing out, and excitedly reminded Chu Sheng, people are coming out. However, Chu Sheng did not shoot at the first time, and everyone thought that Chu Sheng was stunned. It was not until all 3 people came out of the house, and the poison circle also passed through 2 people and began to lose blood, that Chu Sheng fired. The fully automatic bullets hit the back of the head directly. After a volley of bullets, the 3 people had not reacted yet, and all fell to the ground. Let's go. Let's get into the circle quickly. Chu Sheng threw 2 smoke bombs forward to block the road, and licked several first aid kits and grenades when passing the 3-person box. Before Juefeng and Quang ran into the safe zone, the new poison circle began to move again. Fortunately, they had enough medicine. Otherwise they would really die outside. Chu Sheng and Xiaoyan came to the small toilet under the iron fence, and the abandoned car one after another. The poison circle moved, and the people stuck in each other's room area also fell into a chaotic battle. In just a dozen seconds, various people died outside the poison circle, and those killed by random bullets were directly harvested. When the poison circle was in place and a new safe zone was generated, there were only 12 survivors. 12 people. Chu Sheng went into the toilet to recover blood and take medicine, but did not see the two familiar IDs. Now it's interesting. Both guys survived. Great. There are also careful fans in the live broadcast room, who saw that there was no news of Juefeng and Quang dying outside the safe zone in the upper right corner. And these two people survived. Ha ha ha. There is always a way out. There will be blessings in the future if you don't die in this poison circle. Juefeng laughed wildly by himself. And the two of them happened to be hiding a little in front of the house, where Chu Sheng had just intercepted the team. There happened to be an abandoned box reader here, and there were 3 boxes under his feet, with painkillers and bandages in them. Enough for 2 people to recover full blood. Q Huang couldn't help but let out a breath of foul air. This wave was really dangerous. The two of them just had only 1 bar of health left. If they jumped 1 more bar of poison, they would kneel directly outside the poison circle. As a result, they just happened to come in. Juefeng and Q Huang were recovering their health. As the smoke dissipated, they both found Chu Sheng and Xiao En hiding in the toilet not far ahead. Don't alert the enemy first. Let Chu Sheng and others fight first. When they fight later, we can sneak up from behind. If Juefeng showed his head now, the only result would be that he would be shot in the head by Chu Sheng and then stuck outside the safe zone. One of the advantages of entering the circle with poison is that you can be sure that there is no one behind you. So you only need to concentrate on dealing with the enemies in front. This is the advantage of many people choosing the side blocking tactic. After all, if someone suddenly appears from behind, by the time you are shot and turn your head to find the aiming time, it is very likely that he has already become a dead person. Now Juefeng's biggest advantage is that Chu Sheng has no idea that there is someone behind them. If he fights with others later, he will be too busy to take care of himself. This is the highlight moment of Juefeng's appearance. You must know that Chu Sheng is a gunman with great skill, and is full of murderous intent. If Juefeng can kill Chu Sheng once, it will really be a topic of conversation in the live broadcast room in the future. In the future, when Chu Sheng kills various professional players or masters, Juefeng can light a cigarette and then say in an extremely calm tone, "See, Chu Sheng is awesome. Right? Even if he is so awesome, he was still killed by me." When he thought about being able to show off like this and enjoy the admiring eyes and cheers from all the girls, Juefeng couldn't help laughing. But this laugh sounded indescribably vulgar to Quang. After the supplies were completed, Chu Sheng saw through the high window of the toilet that there were people moving back and forth on the second floor of the apartment building in front of him, as if they were on guard. Seeing this, Chu Sheng and Zion switched positions, squatted near the door, and aimed directly at the house on the second floor of the apartment through the high window fourfold scope. As the man ran back and forth, Chu Sheng fired a bullet, and the message of headshot knockdown appeared immediately. Chu Sheng immediately switched to a rifle and shouted Zion to rush in together. When Juefeng saw Chu Sheng rushing to the room, he was delighted and felt that the opportunity had come. When Chu Sheng rushed to the building, they could take advantage of the chaos and move directly to where Chu Sheng had just been. Wouldn't it be great? Q Huang, get ready. We will move to the toilet later. Chu Sheng was decisive and did not hesitate, especially when rushing to the building. You must rush up at the first moment after being knocked down. Otherwise, hesitation will easily lead to failure. Let someone rescue the teammates, and the opportunity just now will be completely gone. Chu Sheng kicked the door open and didn't even look at the first floor. Switching to the first person, he strode directly to the second floor. Chapter 212 Scientific Pig Farming. In the 1 second before he showed his head, Chu Sheng had already scanned the living room and saw no one. Without saying a word, he cut out a grenade and threw it directly into the innermost room. Then smoothly switched to a rifle and rushed directly to the toilet. Now it was nothing more than these two places. A grenade was thrown into the inner room. Even if there was an enemy, the first choice would be to jump off the building, and he would never rush out to fight. Chu Sheng ran to the toilet door in 2 steps. Seeing the tightly closed toilet door, he had an idea in his mind. He switched to a grenade again and pushed the door open from the corner. One person fell to the ground, and the other was guarding the door with a gun. As soon as the door was opened, bullets gushed out like angry dragons, and all missed. Just when he was confused about how to open the door and saw no one, Chu Sheng threw a grenade directly in, and then closed the door. The toilet was in chaos. There were only 2 people left in the team, and now they were in trouble. The player holding the gun pushed the door open and wanted to rush out, but Chu Sheng didn't give him this opportunity at all. As soon as he went out, he was shot by Chu Sheng, who had been guarding the side. Then the fragmentation grenade exploded immediately, and the air wave and the ripple effect directly blew the guy at the door and stuck to the wall, and the 2 of them turned into boxes. There were 2 loud noises in the room, and then 2 kill messages of Chu Sheng were seen, and the number of survivors was reduced to 10. Juefeng and Quang, who sneaked into the toilet at this time, were both nervous. Doing such an exciting thing under Chu Sheng's nose. Wouldn't they be nervous? After hiding in the toilet, the 2 immediately shrank in the corner and behind the door, not giving Chu Sheng a chance to find them, and continued to pretend that no one was there. Seeing Chu Sheng's kill message, Juefeng concluded that Chu Sheng had successfully attacked the building, and he would definitely not come to the toilet at the back. And they came in with poison, and there was no cover behind them, which meant that they didn't have to worry about being stolen, and they only had to take Chu Sheng from the back while the circle was brushed later. This was the first time that Juefeng and Quang felt that Chu Sheng's life was so close to them. Humph. What's the use of being a god of guns? You'll still lose to me. Juefeng. Chu Sheng searched the bodies of the 2 men and flipped through them out of boredom. He didn't find anything useful except an 8x scope. 8x scope 98K. Chu Sheng came to the inner room and leaned against the window to observe the surroundings carefully. There was definitely no one behind him. They were the last team to come. As for Juefeng and Quang, I don't know where they are hiding. This is not what Chu Sheng cares about now. Anyway, whoever reveals a flaw will be beaten. All beings are equal. It is such a principle. Chu Sheng moved back and forth in the room, even smashing all the glass on all sides with his bare hands to make noises, just to tell other places that there were people inside. Others did this because they didn't want others to pass by. But Chu Sheng had the opposite idea. If he made noises, someone would focus their attention here, and someone would be unable to resist showing their head. And this was the opportunity he wanted. Sure enough, after Chu Sheng made noises, someone secretly showed his head from the window. And what awaited him was naturally a black muzzle and a 98K that hit the target. Chu Sheng slaughtered crazily by the window, and Chu Sheng occupied the apartment building. But the new safe zone was strangely refreshed in the bathroom where Juefeng was. This wave of safe zones was really spiritual. Even Chu Sheng was stunned when he saw the safe zone. Normally, shouldn't it be far away from him? Why is it behind him? But it's okay this way. As long as Chu Sheng guards this apartment building like a front tooth, others who want to enter the safe zone have to pass in front of him. He blocks them all outside. Isn't it a happy chicken dinner? This wave is as stable as a dog. Seeing the new safe zone, the people in the other rooms all felt a little embarrassed. This safe zone is a bit embarrassing. All the people are concentrated in the upper part, and there should be no one in the safe zone at this moment. As time passed, the people in the house came out from the back, restrained each other, and the sound of fighting like 500 firecrackers broke out. When the poison circle began to shrink, only 7 people were left alive in the whole field. Then smoke bombs were used to pave the way, and the entire floor below Chu Sheng was covered in white. Juefeng, who was hiding in the center of the safe zone, was both happy and scared at the moment. He was happy that he was finally the son of destiny, and could wash away the suspicion of having the same bad luck as Chu Sheng. He was sad that he couldn't get out of this circle, and there was no chance of stealing Chu Sheng's ass. This was a bit uncomfortable. Hiding outside the toilet, neither of them dared, so they had to shrink in the corner of the toilet, with their guns pointed at the door. And as long as Chu Sheng dared to come in, they would give him a surprise. Come on, Juefeng. Whether you can punish Chu Sheng or not depends on you and Quang. The person in front of him threw a smoke bomb to block the view. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and said to Zion, when the poison comes, just go to the safe zone and wait for me. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to throw the grenade, because according to his observation, Juefeng and Quang, the 2 pigs, had not yet popped up the kill information or the killed information. They must be hiding in some unknown corner. Chu Sheng didn't know who Quang was, but didn't he know Juefeng? A wretched guy. Who knows where he was smiling wretchedly. Chu Sheng jumped out of the window and landed directly on the side of the low wall. This is the only way to enter the circle. Now it is too late to go around the edge to enter the circle. The poison circle's 11 points of damage per second is completely unbearable. Many people think that with smoke bombs to obscure the vision, others will not find your specific location. But for experts and professional players, listening to the sound is the basic of the basics. Chu Sheng heard the approaching footsteps and fired confidently. Half a magazine of bullets was fired and knocked down one person directly. Then the second footsteps gradually approached. Although this person was clever enough to lie on the ground, the subtle sound still could not be hidden from Chu Sheng, and all were blocked outside the safe zone. After Chu Sheng finished dealing with everyone, only 4 people survived the whole game. After entering the circle, Chu Sheng lay on the ground and sprayed medicine, and laughed. This is interesting. There is only one Juefeng and Quang left. I don't know where these 2 wretched guys are hiding. After Chu Sheng recovered, the apartment behind him was completely in the poison circle. The current safe zone was very small, except for the toilet they just came out of. There was only a highway. There was no place to hide. Chu Sheng saw a white car on the side of the road. He wondered if the 2 people would hide behind the car and the trees. He ran over and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. When passing by the small toilet, Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, because through the wooden door of the toilet, he saw the muzzle of the gun model coming out of the door. There was someone behind the toilet door. But what made Chu Sheng puzzled was that he clearly came out of this toilet. Why did these 2 guys hide in the toilet? However, Chu Sheng had an idea and had thought of a way to punish the 2. Well, in the final round today, Teacher Chu will give everyone a serious talk about scientific pig farming. Chapter 213 Teacher. What should I do if the pig is listless? Chu Sheng has already seen the location of the 2 people. Although this is a small bug in the Unreal 3 engine modeling used by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Chu Sheng decided to tell the majority of fans about this subtle point after the end. After all, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a real game. Juefeng and Quang, who were hiding in the toilet, were obviously scared. They still didn't understand the number of survivors in the upper right corner. The ending was a decisive battle between them and Chu Sheng. But they knew how terrible Chu Sheng's shooting skills were. I'm afraid he would be killed before he even rushed out of the door? Now they hope that Chu Sheng hasn't discovered that they are in the toilet, so that when the final circle safety zone disappears, they can fight for the winner. But they immediately heard the sound of a vehicle engine outside. Q Huang frowned and had a bad feeling. What is Chu Sheng doing driving? Juefeng didn't understand at all. The safe zone was so small, and he was afraid that he would drive directly outside the poison circle. However, as he heard the roar of the engine getting closer and closer, Juefeng suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But it was too late. Chu Sheng drifted directly and parked the car horizontally at the door of the toilet. Zion was also completely stunned. Although it was the first time to play this game, there were still 2 enemies in the final circle. Shouldn't he go to find those 2 people now? Why play with cars here? After Chu Sheng stopped the white car, he jumped out of the car directly, and the M4 in his hand fully automatically swept all the shuttles at the car. Suddenly, the car began to twist, and thick smoke began to rise from under the engine cover. Juefeng had figured it out. Chu Sheng had discovered their location. He drove the car to block the last toilet door and prevent them from getting out. But now Chu Sheng was already hitting the car like crazy. Zion didn't know what Chu Sheng was doing, but it was right to follow him. Right? The fully automatic AKM was also hitting the car like crazy. The car started to catch fire at a very fast speed, and then it exploded on the spot with a boom, blocking the toilet door. The fans in the live broadcast room were confused at first. They didn't understand Chu Sheng's series of operations, but when they heard the footsteps in the toilet at this moment, they still didn't understand that Juefeng and Quang, the 2 pigs, had quietly slipped into the toilet without knowing when. Wow! It's confirmed. Chu Sheng has used the perspective hack. I just want to know when Juefeng and Quang ran into the bathroom. Didn't Chu Sheng come out of the bathroom not long ago? And Chu Sheng recovered a lot of blood in the bathroom before he chose to go out. During this period, there was no trace of Juefeng and Quang. Do these 2 guys know how to escape underground? They dug a hole and slipped directly into the bathroom. But now the 2 are like helpless little hamsters, completely trapped in this small room. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage and smiled. By the way, let me remind everyone, be extra careful when leaning against the wall in the game. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a very real game. Just now, I don't know if it was Juefeng or Quang who hid behind the bathroom door, but the gun barrel was exposed through the door. If it weren't for this, I really wouldn't have noticed that there was someone inside. After all, Chu Sheng had just come out, and he would subconsciously fall into a misconception of thinking the most dangerous place is the safest place, and he might not go into the toilet again after a circle. At this time, some fans suddenly realize that they sometimes encounter such a situation. It is possible that they hide themselves and are discovered inexplicably, or they see a gun suddenly protruding from the wall of the house, so they know that there is someone inside. This situation is very common, but not many people notice it. There is something in the host's words. This game is really real. I noticed it before, and I almost laughed crazy. The other party thought he was not discovered, but in fact, the muzzle of the gun had passed through the wall when he looked outside. This game is really hard to defend. In addition to guarding against the enemy, you must also be careful of various game bugs that expose your position. Chu Sheng directly opened the public channel and shouted to the opposite side, "Q Huang, Xue Feng, don't hide. I knew you were in there a long time ago." Xue Feng's face was red with anger. As the commander-in-chief of this time, it can be said that their actions really made Chu Sheng suffer a little at the beginning. The behavior of the straight team almost made Chu Sheng die in the circle. But the subsequent behavior really started to make various mistakes. Starting from the bombing area lingering above Xue Feng's head, it disturbed everyone. On the other hand, Chu Sheng successfully entered the circle, occupied the high point, and beat them like a dead dog. The ambitious straight teams became comedians one by one, and died miserably. Even Q Huang and Xue Feng endured humiliation and rewarded rockets to beg Chu Sheng to spare their lives. So they survived. Humph. It's not over yet. When the final safe zone shrinks, it's still uncertain who will win or lose in the medicine competition. Xue Feng naturally had to be tough. If he gave in after spending all the money, wouldn't it be a slap in his face? All the water friends in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. Xue Feng was probably just a fool. Chu Sheng could just put a grenade in there and make the place chaotic. Now everyone also understood the meaning of Chu Sheng's scientific pig farming. It really was raising pigs in the toilet and getting rich. Then Chu Sheng turned into Teacher Chu online, wearing Su Xiaomu's gold-rimmed glasses and looking like a pedant. Today, I'm going to tell you about scientific pig farming. What should we do if the pigs need to take a bath? We need to use smoke bombs to give the pigs a full-body spa smoke massage. This way, the pigs can be massaged to make the meat more firm and delicious. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he threw a smoke bomb directly into the toilet window, and the toilet was filled with smoke. And even smoke was puffing out of the window. Originally, Xue Feng also had a grenade on him, and wanted to throw it out of the window to kill Chu Sheng. But he didn't expect Chu Sheng to throw a smoke bomb first. Now that the window couldn't be seen clearly, neither of them dared to throw a fragmentation grenade casually. Otherwise the grenade accidentally didn't throw it out, but bounced back and killed themselves. What if the netizens laughed so hard that they peed? Teacher Chu. Wait a minute. I'll take a note of the paper. I said why the pigs in our village have been listless recently. It turns out that they haven't been massaged. Chu Sheng saw this and interrupted. No. The listlessness is obviously because there is no mating. But now we are different. There are 2 pigs in the room. You said they have a massage to relax. What are they going to do? Chu Sheng's words immediately gave the netizens goosebumps. This is too gay. Teacher, there are 2 boars in your room. Chu Sheng's face tightened all of a sudden, and he pretended to scold. What's wrong with boars? Don't 2 boars have the right to mate? You are blatantly discriminating. Chapter 214 New Ultimate Skill. Chu Sheng's words were directly released in the public voice. Xue Feng and Quang were so angry when they heard Chu Sheng's words, but they couldn't do anything to fight back. The damn Chu Sheng completely blocked the door with his car, and they were trapped now. Chu Sheng, don't be so arrogant. This time it's just a plan failure. I will still snipe you next time. Straight team will never give up. Xue Feng was still stubborn. He had been insulted by Chu Sheng, and he even slandered him and Quang for doing such a thing in the toilet. Xue Feng didn't even need to think too much. Now the live broadcast room must be in a state of great joy. In the future, when the fans see him, they will definitely pop up words like the scientific pig farming manual. This wave can be said to be a complete defeat. Chu Sheng saw that the smoke was gradually disappearing, so he quickly set another smoke bomb in. Xue Feng and Q Huang only heard the sound of something thrown in. Their vision was blurred, and they couldn't see what it was. They subconsciously thought it was a fragmentation grenade, and they hid in the toilet slightly higher like crazy. The two hugged each other tightly, hoping to avoid the explosion. However, with the sound of puff, the two people's hanging hearts slowly settled down. It turned out to be a smoke bomb. Chu Sheng wanted to humiliate them. Xiaoan watched the conversation inside and outside the toilet. Why did it feel like Chu Sheng knew the last two enemies? Do you know them? Why did they call you a beast right away? Xiaoan asked. The people inside were blocked and couldn't get out. And they couldn't get in outside. If the safe zone hits them again, wouldn't they lose? Chu Sheng couldn't admit it at this time, and shook his head and said, I don't know them. These people are angry and talking nonsense. Xiaoan just hasn't played the game. But he's not a fool. He can tell that Chu Sheng is making excuses. Chu Sheng immediately received another complaint from Xiaoan. Juefeng's complaint value is also bursting. Chu Sheng's complaint value has reached 138 points. The countdown is over, and the new poison circle begins to shrink. The safe zone also appears after the poison circle shrinks. The center of the safe zone happens to be the room where Juefeng and Qu Wang are. This is the last poison circle, which takes 195 seconds to wait, and then it starts to shrink. There is no safe zone on the whole map, so the final victory can only be determined by the medicine competition. However, because Juefeng and Quang's house is in the center, they will be poisoned for a few seconds less, which is crucial for medicine competition. In other words, in Juefeng's opinion, the final outcome is still unknown. Chu Sheng blocked the door with a car, and maybe saved their lives. Quang, take a frying pan and shoot wildly at the window. In the final round, it is almost standard for everyone to have a frying pan, as a weapon that even bullets cannot penetrate. It has a high luck value attribute. Then Chu Sheng saw Juefeng and Quang running around on the spot, and then kept hitting the window with a frying pan. Immediately, Chu Sheng understood what the two meant, and couldn't help but praise, Juefeng is still a bit smart. Knowing that Chu Sheng and his friends might have fragmentation grenades, in order to prevent grenades from being thrown in, the two could only find a way to block the window. If Chu Sheng threw a grenade, there was a high probability that he would be hit out by the frying pan again. The fans seemed to have figured out the meaning behind the seemingly idiotic behavior of the two. The two were fighting desperately. However, the two frying pans were constantly waving, and there was indeed a high probability that they could block the grenades. If the grenade fails to get in, it won't be a big deal. If it gets bounced out by the pan, Chu Sheng will have nowhere to hide outside. This is a big deal. However, Chu Sheng just watched the two perform quietly, and then tried to throw a smoke bomb. Bang! A crisp sound of a pan was heard, and the smoke bomb was indeed blocked by the pan and bounced back directly. The smoke bomb made a puff sound outside, and the rising smoke completely blocked the view. Seeing that this trick really worked, Juefeng shouted excitedly, ha ha ha. Even if I am trapped in prison, I, Juefeng, have a way to survive and turn the tide. Being able to block smoke bombs, grenades are naturally out of the question. Juefeng and Quang are even better. This time, Chu Sheng was poisoned first, and the balance of victory began to tilt towards them to a large extent. Chu Sheng seemed to be raising pigs scientifically in a pig pen. But in fact, it became an important move to help Juefeng counterattack and win. If the toilet door was not blocked, perhaps Chu Sheng would rush in to fight with guns, and they might not win. But now Chu Sheng can't get in. This is interesting. Juefeng used a frying pan to defend himself and began to taunt wildly. What if Chu Sheng killed so many people? Now he is still going to lose to Juefeng. In the future, he Juefeng will avenge his previous shame and dare to claim to be the man who killed Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng watched Juefeng's taunting, waiting for the smoke bomb to slowly end. Holding M4 and looking around outside the toilet door, Chu Sheng had already thought of a way to deal with Juefeng, just wanting to see how much Tutso value this crazy flirting pig head could give him. Finally, in Juefeng's crazy Tutso, Chu Sheng's Tutso value reached the 150 point mark, and after reaching this value, the Tutso value no longer increased. That is, it reached the limit, and Chu Sheng obtained a new ultimate skill, Bad Luck Transfer. You can transfer your own bad luck to one person, and the duration is half an hour. Half an hour? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. 150 points of Tutso value is not so easy to collect. Does this lasting half an hour mean in one game? Or cumulative time? This crappy system has always been lazy. and there is no clear explanation. So Chu Sheng can only rely on practice. Without saying anything, Chu Sheng directly transferred the bad luck to Xue Feng's head. Xue Feng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. An indescribable feeling. Do you really think I can't punish you? Chu Sheng came to the door of the toilet. Although the car was burnt, due to its height, half of the toilet door was exposed. The bullets of the M4 poured directly towards the wooden door, smashing it to pieces, and immediately opened up a large space. Xue Feng and Qiu Huang were completely panicked. They didn't expect Chu Sheng to have such a method. 2 windows plus a door. Now 2 people can't guard so many places. Xue Feng gritted his teeth and switched to a fragmentation grenade. Attack is the best defense. At this moment, he naturally had to take the initiative to attack and not give Chu Sheng the opportunity to throw a grenade. Xue Feng's grenade flew at a tricky angle and flew directly towards the hole in the broken door. However, the grenade was like a demon. It bounced directly on the window of the abandoned car outside. After 2 clangs, it actually jumped back into the toilet and landed directly on the floor. Xue Feng was stunned, and Quang was also panicked. They never thought that the grenade they threw out could be bounced in. Chapter 215 Red Matchmaker System. Chu Sheng, who was outside, was also stunned. He had heard the sound of the fuse of the wind-chasing fragmentation grenade being pulled, and he had even prepared to dodge it. As a result, the grenade made a clanging sound and was bounced back by the frame of the abandoned car. No one could dodge this grenade. Just like no one could dodge a fart in a closed car. There was a commotion for a few seconds, and with an explosion, the screen froze, and the picture of good luck chicken dinner popped up. Chu Sheng suffocated for a moment. Wasn't the effect of bad luck transfer too fast? Less than 5 seconds after Chu Sheng moved, Xue Feng threw a grenade and killed himself. Xue Feng was stunned, wanting to cry but unable to. He definitely threw the grenade. But how could it bounce back? This was too bizarre, wasn't it? Qiu Huang was suffocated, and after a while, he came to his senses and said, "Okay, I understand. Xue Feng, your luck seems to be worse than Chu Sheng's. I'm afraid I can't snipe with you in the future." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed the brightest. Xue Feng had just said a bunch of crazy nonsense. But the grenade returned to the original path and killed himself. This operation was obviously too fascinating, and it directly showed off to everyone. I've decided. The best player of the game. Xue Feng de Shabi. This bomb is much more impressive than Chu Sheng's headshot with a 98K from 300 meters away. I am a member of the stranded team just now. I want to reveal. From the beginning, the bombing area has been following Xue Feng, and it has never stopped. I was wondering why the bombing area didn't follow Chu Sheng this time. I thought it was because he took his sister to share some of his bad luck. So it seems that Xue Feng is more terrifying than Chu Sheng? Suddenly, I feel that Chu Sheng's title of the most unlucky anchor is about to be taken away. The netizens joked endlessly. Xue Feng came out and saw these comments. He gritted his teeth in hatred but couldn't argue. He held it in for a long time and only said one sentence. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Don't despise the young and poor. Xue Feng said this and turned away. This game was really embarrassing. Looking at the arrogant and unbridled smiles of these guys, a sense of frustration suddenly arose. However, Chu Sheng's test was far from over. He wanted to see if the half-hour bad luck transfer would really continue to work. It didn't matter who he played with in a 4-person team. He might as well call Xue Feng and Quang, who had a lot of psychological trauma, to help them win the game and soothe their wounded hearts. Xue Feng, don't leave. Come and see. Since you were so miserable in the last game, I will help you win the game. Chu Sheng also comforted Xue Feng. After all, this guy looked pretty miserable throughout the whole game. When Xue Feng heard Chu Sheng's words, he was stunned for a moment and then thought, wouldn't it be impossible to follow Chu Sheng without guns or vehicles? And have to carry poison all the way into the circle? Wash your hair in the bombing zone? Such a miserable game experience is not as good as playing it by yourself. Wait! Xue Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't Shinseki, Tuzi and Shijua have a fate circle tactic? Then he just needs to reverse parachute with Chu Sheng. Can't he search happily and wait for the final circle? And even get a little revenge. Isn't it wonderful? Anyway, Xue Feng and Quang's IDs are really easy to remember. Chu Sheng directly entered their IDs in the search bar and directly pulled them into the team. Are we 3-person, 4-person team or matching with a stranger? Chu Sheng asked in the live broadcast room. And then simply said a YY number to the two of them. And they all came to YY. Why not bring in the girl from NMCell from last game? Juefeng had a reason for suggesting this. First, this girl's ID is really easy to remember. And basically it belongs to the type that is unforgettable at first sight. Secondly, it is hard to tell whether this person is acting or really just starting to play the game. But no matter which one it is, it will definitely cause some obstacles to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng thought about it. It happened that he hadn't figured out whether this little N was a boy or a girl, a newbie or a big shot. So he might as well bring him in to play another game. Chu Sheng just had this idea when an invitation message popped up on his game interface. From NMCell. Oh my god. This wave is a bit spiritual. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but exclaimed. Chu Sheng was just about to pull Xiaoan in. But Xiaoan was quicker and chose to invite Chu Sheng in advance. Then Chu Sheng ruthlessly clicked on the rejection. And then took the initiative to pull Xiaoan into the team again. After being rejected, Xiaoan's cheeks bulged like a goldfish. But soon an invitation message came over. And Xiaoan agreed without thinking. He wanted to question Chu Sheng. This guy looked down on her as a newbie? After entering the team, Chu Sheng directly clicked on the match game. After all, the team voice in the preparation interface cannot be used. And Chu Sheng can only communicate with Xiaoan after entering. The game matching speed was very fast. And the 4 people were put into the game in less than 2 seconds. As soon as I entered the game, Xiaoan questioned me. Why did you reject the invitation? Do you look down on newcomers? Xiaoan's tone finally changed a little. With a hint of resentment in her tone. She didn't drag her feet just now. Okay. Although it was her first time playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It didn't mean that she had never played the game before. It's just that she didn't understand the game settings and props thoroughly enough. And she didn't kill teammates like this. Right? Chu Sheng was immediately confused. And at the same time, a string in his heart suddenly broke. The tone changes of the voice changer were very strange. But Xiaoan's angry voice sounded very natural. Could this guy really be a girl? This thought flashed by in a flash. And then Chu Sheng told Xiaoan about YY and invited her to play with him on YY. Xiaoan was also playing this game for the first time. And seeing Chu Sheng's awesome operation, she was ready to play again. And YY was also convenient for communication. You don't know what YY is? Chu Sheng asked hesitantly. Psycho. I just played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for the first time. It's not like I haven't played other games before, Xiaoan said coldly. And after a while, there was a sudden sound of a microphone in YY. Chu Sheng saw that YY's level was very high. And it was a woman. The water friends in the live broadcast room naturally supported Chu Sheng's being criticized. And this Xiaoan was very much to the taste of the water friends. Unpretentious and straightforward. And had a bit of the feeling of a white goddess. I always feel that Zion is indeed a girl. The voice accounts are all big ones. And they are bound to a lot of game information. She should be a girl. Right? Why can Chu Sheng meet girls in a casual match? I have played the game for 400 hours and only heard girls' voices on the plane. Unless you are willing to be like Chu Sheng and randomly meet gay monsters. Boss. This is real RBQ. RBQ? Here. Juefeng has quietly told Q Huang about the plan. After all, no one who plays PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds wants to land without a gun or a vehicle. And be hit by Tianhua. Since betraying Chu Sheng can bring wealth and glory, there is no need to hesitate. Okay. Chapter 216. For the sake of wealth and glory. Selling an anchor is nothing. Q Huang also thinks so. According to Chu Sheng's setting, it is completely an ascetic monk's journey to eat chicken. Okay. Anyway, it's painful for him to suffer alone. And it's painful for a group of people to suffer. So it's better to let him bear the pain alone. And then let them start with wealth and glory. At this time, Juefeng and Q Huang need to act. Are you really a girl? Not a voice changer? Chu Sheng also took every step carefully and tried to test it. Zion's voice was flat. And he felt that Chu Sheng's question was like an idiot. Your question is stupid. If I pretend to be a woman, will you give me an extra gun or a few more first aid kits? This question immediately stunned Chu Sheng. Yes. Xiaoan can't get any benefit from him. And he has to act as a newbie here. It's useless. Okay. Chu Sheng is not the kind of person who will kneel down and lick the little sister as soon as he sees her. What kind of level 3 helmet? Level 3 armor. 98k, and 8x scope are all delivered to his feet. Moreover, the two of them didn't even make it to the finals with their backpacks. I'm afraid no one would want to continue playing with such a miserable teammate in the second round. Chu Sheng suddenly realized that this Xiao En was really a girl. Juefeng and Qiu Huang finished their plan. But when they heard that Xiao En was really a girl, they felt a little jealous. He has played this game for more than 200 hours. But he hasn't seen a single girl. How come Chu Sheng has only played for 2 days, and has seen a lot of girls? Isn't this too unfair? Miss, your name Zion is a bit strange. And it's in English letters? Juefeng asked. Chu Sheng thought, what's so strange about this? Many girls have English names now. English letters? Zion was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, it's the N in Qing, not the N in English letters. Xiwen? Juefeng smiled. And sure enough, the name Xiwen sounded right. Chu Sheng felt a little embarrassed, but he forced himself not to show any abnormality, and directly put the blame on Juefeng. What's the letter N? Why would you have the idea of the letter N? Such a cute girl must be called Xiaoan. Chu Sheng first turned the tables, and then was naturally laughed at by netizens for being shameless. This guy is too shameless. Just now he asked the girl fiercely if she was a voice changer master. And then, he started to put labels on her in the blink of an eye. Social society. See, people have to be so shameless to match girls. Then I'm afraid I won't be able to match girls in PUBG for the rest of my life. Chu Sheng, be careful. Everything you say and do now will be recorded as evidence in court. Be careful, I will let the goddess Xiaobai watch it. As the few people were chatting casually, the countdown ended, and the 4 people boarded the plane. It was another private plane without a flight number. This time, the route was from Port N on the airport island directly to Port G's upper city. Seeing this, Juefeng directly marked a point at Port N, and Quang also marked a point at the container at Port N. Chu Sheng took a look at the route, and saw that the 2 rich people in the live broadcast room wanted to jump to Port N. So he didn't think much and casually marked a point at Port N. Then let's jump to Port N this time. After all, they are rich fans, so we have to take care of their emotions. In addition, Chu Sheng also thought that jumping to Port N was a good idea. While others didn't react, he directly occupied the advantageous terrain of the container. At that time, he could happily block a wave of bridges. Maybe he would become rich all of a sudden. The most important point is that there must be a ship at Port N. So when we move to Port G, we won't have to be so embarrassed. Seeing that Chu Sheng also agreed, he seemed to be unprepared. Juefeng and Quang both covered their mouths and tried to hold back their laughter. They had only one thought in their minds. This wave is stable. As long as they say goodbye to Chu Sheng. This guy with bad luck. Wouldn't it be wealth and glory? And a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor would be at their disposal? Arriving above Port N, Chu Sheng jumped vertically without saying a word, and Xiao En followed closely behind. The speed of vertical parachuting is extremely fast. With a maximum speed of up to 235 km per hour, Chu Sheng has seen a team jumping off the plane, also heading to Port N. But this team chose to go to the housing area, and did not fight Chu Sheng for the container at the beginning. However, Chu Sheng's slightly raised mouth corners gradually froze, and then his whole face froze. He saw the figures of Juefeng and Quang still on the plane, and they gradually moved away with the passenger plane. Chu Sheng, I don't want this to happen, but in order to have a good start, we can only resort to this last resort. We believe in your ability. We are waiting for you and Xiaoan to return triumphantly in the safe zone. Juefeng and Quang each expressed their blessings to Chu Sheng. They endured humiliation, and were not going to eat and drink at public expense. Chu Sheng never expected that even these 2 guys would start to play this trick. Juefeng, Quang, I wish you can come to support us after you have searched the upper city. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and said, What Chu Sheng? These guys are the real beasts. The fans in the live broadcast room were almost overwhelmed by Juefeng and Quang. It was simply a show of destiny. The embroidery of Hua Mulan. This can't be blamed on Juefeng and Quang. The reverse fate circle tactic was invented by Chen's mother, and she can only be blamed. Now the game sells out teammates. Is it fun to play like this? Chu Sheng is not feeling well this time. With Xian, a newcomer, it can be said that in Port is 1 against 4. See? Only such a shameless rich man can be the emperor. Chu Sheng still had a thought in his mind, and couldn't help but say, maybe I am in the circle of destiny? This statement is even more ridiculous than letting Juefeng kill through G-Port. Please, host, Have some idea, and don't have such unrealistic dreams. Why not expect to land and get EP9? Maybe this is better. Submachine gun. It doesn't exist. Right? Why not expect to have a motorcycle? Maybe you can complete a quad kill. Is it the circle of destiny? Didn't you have any idea when you jumped? Chu Sheng did not argue with the fans. He could not argue with so many people. Moreover, he was just guessing about this matter. He should blame the system for being too bad. There was not even the most basic prompt. It was probably because they made the most basic UI and logic program and released it. They did not even do user interaction and bug detection before they opened it to users. After Chu Sheng landed, he rushed into the warehouse and found an M16 on the ground. What kind of bad luck is this? A gun is given as soon as you land? Is there no backpack this time? Or is there no medical supplies or protective gear? When the fans saw Chu Sheng had a gun as soon as he landed, they were all dumbfounded. But they calmed down immediately after a while. Chu Sheng's bad luck did not follow the routine. Last time, he landed at level 3 and did not get a backpack. This time, he landed with a gun. Maybe there were no supplies? Chapter 217, Xue Feng's mentality exploded. While everyone was wondering, Chu Sheng had already picked up the gun and bullets, and then continued to move deeper into the warehouse. A stun bomb. A level 2 armor. A smooth start. Xiao En landed in a container. Because he had just started playing, and didn't know where the equipment in the container was, he could only look for containers with open doors one by one, sticking his little head in to see if there was anything to take. Xue Feng and Q Huang landed in the puzzle building in the upper city of G-Port. Surprisingly, there was no team in the entire upper city. The puzzle building, white building and the bungalow on the top of the city in the upper city are all relatively wealthy locations. But surprisingly, few people fall here. Even if there are, at most 2 teams come here. There are many people jumping into G-Port, but almost everyone's focus is on the containers and sea view houses in the lower city, resulting in few people paying attention to the upper city. This place is easy to search. The puzzle buildings are basically the same specifications. And the weapons, armor and medical resources are pretty good. But there are just not many people for some reason. Xue Feng and Quang jumped down, and there were only 2 of them. This wave is very comfortable. At least 3 teams have landed in the lower city, and they will definitely kill each other later. And the 2 of them are happily searching in this paradise. Plus the first circle is definitely in the safe zone, which means that the 2 can search for 10 minutes. One person occupies the 6+2 white building, and the other occupies the puzzle building. Xue Feng and Quang Dia both laughed. When they come out of the mountain, they will definitely make Chu Sheng drool with envy. Xue Feng can already imagine Chu Sheng's envious eyes, and then think of Chu Sheng and his team, who sailed all the way from Port N to Port G through difficulties and dangers, and carried a spray gun on their backs. Suddenly, a sense of superiority arises spontaneously. After searching the warehouse, Chu Sheng jumped directly onto the container, and saw an S12K and SKS placed together. A normal person would definitely choose SKS in this situation. After all, as a sniper with huge damage, as long as there are accessories and a high-power scope, you can get the final circle from the beginning. But Chu Sheng thought about it for a moment, and he had a feeling that he would definitely have a chance to use the S12K. So he dragged the lead bullet and S12K on the ground to his body, and then marked his position. Xiao En, there is an SKS here. Come and get it. Chu Sheng reminded Xiao En to come and get the gun, and this naturally fell into the mouths of Xue Feng and Q Huang. The 2 were confused. What? It has only been a while since he landed, and even the safe zone has not been refreshed. Chu Sheng has already picked up the SKS, and from the tone of this guy, he is not going to take this SKS. Doesn't it mean that he already has 2 guns, and both are better than SKS? What else is there to consider? It must be a configuration of M4 plus 98K. Xue Feng was jealous. He just picked up a backpack, and Chu Sheng had M4 plus 98K. Where is the bad luck? Although Xiaoan didn't know what kind of gun this SKS was, since Chu Sheng asked him to take it. It must not be a rubbish gun. But he still asked, I have a Kar 98K sniper rifle and a Scar L. Are these 2 guns not enough? I saw you killed a lot with the Kar 98K last time. After hearing Xiaoan's equipment, Xue Feng and Quang were full of regret. If they had known earlier, they would have jumped with Chu Sheng and the others. Aren't the SKS and 98K theirs? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all amazed. Chu Sheng not only had no bad luck this time, but it seemed like he had some luck. This is definitely not the right way for Chu Sheng to open it. Do you think it was this guy Juefeng who sucked away Chu Sheng's bad luck and made Chu Sheng develop smoothly? What a fearless spirit of sacrifice. Juefeng, you will always live in our hearts. Chu Sheng has received more than 10 points of complaints from Juefeng and Quang. Chu Sheng looked calm. It's just a gun when I landed. Why do you still complain about me? It's standard to have a gun when I landed. Sit down. Sit down. Basic operation. After Chu Sheng loaded the S-12K, he went to the second level bag smoothly. After completing the second level God of War suit, he collected some medicine such as first aid kits on the container. As for Shaolin's equipment, Chu Sheng didn't need to worry about it at all. This girl was even luckier than him. Then a hologram and a red dot arrived. Chu Sheng didn't need anything except some accessories. The safe zone was refreshed at this time. The first safe zone happened to be refreshed on the airport island. The entire safe zone covered the island and the surrounding sea area. Parts of the 2 bridges were also wrapped in the safe zone, forming a complete island circle. Juefeng saw the countdown for the refresh of the safe zone and saw a white dotted line on himself on the small map. He opened the large map with some confusion and was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Why is Chu Sheng in the safe zone? But he is not? And it can basically be called the Heaven's Punishment Circle. The upper city of G-Port is not far from the town of Z in the upper left corner of the map. If you want to enter the circle, you can either sail along the coastline to the dock and then directly rush to the bridge to the island, or sail through P-Port and then go to the airport island. No matter which way you go, it is difficult and dangerous. Even Juefeng himself has doubts about himself. Is his luck really that bad? The last time he was in the bombing zone, he was in the Heaven's Punishment Circle when he landed. He just hopes to pick up enough supplies and then enter the circle to join up. Chu Sheng had everything he needed. Standing on the high point of the container, he could see the movements of people in the housing area. Chu Sheng saw that one guy had already touched the housing area at the fork in the road in the distance, and the remaining 3 people were still searching the house quickly. Xiao En, how is the search going? Let's go up. Chu Sheng was not worried about his shooting skills. He had been possessed by the gun god many times. Although his shooting skills were not superb, he still had above average strength. Especially now that Chu Sheng realized that the reaction and shooting skills brought about by the gun god's possession were temporary. But the tactics and understanding of the game would be deeply imprinted in his mind. As long as there are reasonable tactics and good shooting skills, it should not be a problem to kill these 4 people. Shaolin was also very comfortable at the beginning. I remember that when she played the game last time, she even thought that this game had no backpack. This time, she has all the bullets, medicine bags, accessories, armor and guns, and she suddenly feels that she has everything. In the last game, except for the dead chicken at the beginning, she has not killed anyone with her own hands. When she heard that Chu Sheng wanted to rush over to hit someone, she was immediately happy and nodded, no problem. Chu Sheng first switched to M16, which has mixed reputations in the game. What is bad is that many ordinary players disdain this gun because it is a rifle without a fully automatic mode. Many people subconsciously press the left mouse button directly when using this gun to fight. As a result, they only fired 3 bullets during the fight and were sanctioned by the opponent. But the advantage of this gun is that if the 3-shot mode is used well, the firing rate can exceed any fully automatic rifle. Secondly, the bullet speed of this gun is also extremely fast. It is the only rifle that can match the bullet speed of Mini 14. Chapter 218. Don't ask. Just ask an S1897. Many people like to use the M16 with a 4x scope for single-point long-range targets. The lead time to consider is smaller, and the feel is softer than SKS. So it has become the first choice of many professional players. Chu Sheng slid down from the height, and when he saw that he was in the safe zone, he couldn't help laughing. The kind with snot bubbles. Therefore, it also verified one thing. That is, this bad luck transfer is not limited to one game. If this game ends in 20 minutes, Juefeng will also be miserable in the first 10 minutes of the next game. It is worthy of being a magical skill that can only be opened with 150 points of Tutso value. The effect is simply imba. Seeing Juefeng far away in G-Port, with the bombing area looming over his head, Chu Sheng couldn't help but ask, Juefeng, is the upper city rich there? Juefeng searched 6 rooms in a 3-story building. and finally managed to equip a gun with great difficulty. Now hearing Chu Sheng's question, there was an inexplicable boasting in his tone, which made him grit his teeth and feel uncomfortable. Where is the unlucky anchor? So unprofessional. Completely deceiving the audience. Now Chu Sheng's question was completely showing off. And Juefeng gritted his teeth and said, "Don't ask. Just ask the full S1897. Chu Sheng didn't mean to laugh at it at all, but still received 10 points of complaints. Not bad. You can find a fully equipped S1897. Which means you are lucky. I could only pick up a small revolver back then." Chu Sheng was very sincere. Juefeng's luck was still better than his. At least, he had a fully equipped gun. But after saying this, Juefeng immediately suffered tens of thousands of points of damage. My friend, this is heartbreaking. Juefeng's mentality is probably going to explode. There is something here. Chu Sheng is usually miserable. But how come when he matches with Juefeng, Juefeng absorbs all of Chu Sheng's bad luck? My famous detective Cozy has a keen eye, and has already seen that there are some unknown PY transactions. Could it be that Chu Sheng used his inner strength to force out his bad luck and shot it at Juefeng? Pay attention to your words. What does shoot mean? That's clearly called crossing. Do you understand? Chu Sheng laughed so hard when he saw these comments. He was afraid that after this game, Juefeng would have a psychological shadow on PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and would not dare to play it again in the short term. Q Huan was not much better. He only had an Uzi for self-defense. As for accessories, he picked up a lot of them. Enough to arm a reinforced company. But there was no gun. He met up with Xiao En, and tricked a rifle expansion magazine from Xiaoen. He installed it directly on the S12K, and his combat effectiveness soared immediately. After taking a look at the group of guys searching from the south, Chu Sheng, who was squatting behind the broken wall, saw someone go to the single-family house above to search, which means that there are only 2 people left in the entire densely populated area. Let's go. Let's hide in the house in front. Chu Sheng bent down and ran quickly towards the house in front. Xiao En followed closely behind him. After entering the house, Chu Sheng said to Xiao En, after entering, "Walk quietly. Let's go directly to the attic on the 2nd floor to hide." The house Chu Sheng chose was the same as the single-family attic house that trapped 3 people in the previous one. After entering the door, he closed the door and quietly slipped up to the 2nd floor attic without moving. The 2 people who were searching nearby suddenly heard the sound of a door closing, and they were stunned. They knew that 2 people had jumped out of the container just now, as these 2 guys dared to play in a double row. The 4 decided to search the room before moving over. Unexpectedly, before they took the initiative to attack, the 2 guys inside had already sneaked over. "We have someone coming here. Come over quickly after searching." After calling the 2 teammates, the 2 prepared to move over directly. An Uzi and an AKM. The close combat damage is huge. There is no need to be afraid. However, the 2 only vaguely heard the sound of a door closing, and they could not tell which room it was, so they just had to move forward carefully bit by bit. Chu Sheng could already hear the rustling footsteps of the 2 people, and Xiao En also held her breath and dared not move. Last time, she was outside the house and could clearly hear the footsteps inside, so this time it was her turn to go inside the house. After she found a good position, she dared not move at all, for fear of making any noise. Scarl was in her hand. If the head showed up later, she would immediately shoot it. As for whether it would go up to the sky, it was a matter of fate. Be careful. The person has come over. Don't rush to shoot later. Chu Sheng reminded Xiao En a little bit. The girl's various actions had dispelled Chu Sheng's doubts. It should be a girl who is new to PUBG. Chu Sheng stood slightly forward of the stairs. He could see the door on the right as soon as he looked up. He was afraid that someone would rush upstairs and be taken away by Xiao En first. That would be a loss. The example of Dai Mei was just in front of him, and Chu Sheng didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Xiao En didn't understand Chu Sheng's true meaning at this moment, and thought that she would be very useful. So she nodded and agreed. Only the water friends in the live broadcast room got Chu Sheng's point. There is a new girl standing behind him. Chu Sheng is now much more worried about the back than the front. If Dai Mei attacks from behind, Chu Sheng will be in trouble. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Chu Sheng even heard the 2 people circling outside the house. It seemed that they wanted to see if there was anyone inside through the window. After circling 2 or 3 times, they pushed the door open. still on guard. He didn't rush in immediately after the door opened, but observed it again. Another person also pushed open another door. The two entered the house at the same time. They pushed open the toilet and kitchen, but didn't see anyone, so they breathed a sigh of relief. There's no one in here, and nothing has been moved. Chu Sheng and Xiao En actually heard a voice. The two people were actually communicating with public voice. This wave of operations was very impressive. Many players are like this. I don't know if it's by default or they forgot to adjust it. When they form a 4-person team, they always use the public voice. Sometimes, words like I'm out of health, someone come and save me, you attack them from behind, I'm going to throw a grenade, and so on all fall into the ears of the enemy. Of course, some people deliberately use it to fish. But it's rare to see such a mean person who thinks in reverse. I'll go to the attic to take a look. You go to the front and be careful. The two of them have a clear division of labor. When they heard this, Chu Sheng and Xiaoen's eyes lit up at the same time. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room were lamenting that this guy's death was coming. As 12K close to the face. Basically kneel down when you see it. Intimidated by the momentum of this gun, and will never stand for more than a second. As soon as I rushed to the attic with footsteps, I saw two people in the attic, and my eyes widened. Before I could react, two S-12Ks were fired directly. Completely unreasonable. Chapter 219, Brutal Destruction? After Chu Sheng knocked him down, he didn't finish him off immediately. After all, he had to attract his teammates to come over. What if he was hit by a grenade? He stepped back a little to change the bullet. In this kind of battle in a small house, a shotgun in hand can really do whatever he wants. After being knocked down, the man ignored the shock and crawled back frantically, shouting to his teammates to save him. These two people are really beasts. He was knocked down before he could even fire a single bullet from his AKM. They are really beasts, who actually squatted in the attic with a shotgun, watching the man crawling down with difficulty. The footsteps outside were getting closer and closer. Chu Sheng took the guy away with 2 shots, and then came down from the attic. Seeing the figure that just flashed out of the window, he fired 3 shots and knocked down another person. Without changing the bullets, he went out and finished them directly. Then Chu Sheng started to change the bullets and observe the traces of the remaining 2 people. Xiaoen didn't expect that the unprepossessing gun in Chu Sheng's hand was so powerful. He immediately became interested. The sound and momentum of the lead bullet exploding out of the barrel are much better than 98K. Okay. Can I use the gun in your hand? Xiaoen asked rarely. Hearing this, Chu Sheng felt a chill on his back. But when he thought that he had left the house now, he should have no problem using M16 to deal with the remaining 2 people. After exchanging with Xiaoen, he had an extra 98K on him. When Chu Sheng thought of the situation like Dai Mei, he was still worried and said, "This gun is very powerful. Don't shoot casually." Xiaoen nodded on the surface. The gun was to be used. What was she going to do if she didn't shoot? To ward off evil spirits? These 2 people were suddenly killed by Chu Sheng, and they kept reporting to their teammates, saying that someone had come out and they should come over to take revenge. Chu Sheng almost laughed to death. He was not afraid of godlike opponents, but teammates like pigs. Seeing that the teammates on the mountain also ran out, Chu Sheng and Xiaoen squatted directly on the only way to the house area. When the fans saw Chu Sheng's position, they were all stunned. This position is too shameless. I have to remember it. Next time I jump to import, I will also ambush people at this position. I'm convinced. The anchor shooting skills are so terrifying. And he has so many dirty things on him. He is really the best at winning PUBG with routines. The fans really love and hate Chu Sheng's style of play. You say that a technical anchor doesn't go out and fight with others, but actually does this kind of thing here. It's really unrefined. You can call him shameless, but it won't work on him at all. Calling him a beast is just like calling him a dog, which is completely useless. The fans are happy to see it, but they are also gnashing their teeth. At this time, you don't stand up and fight to show your charm as a master, and then convince this girl to ask for a WeChat number and contact her often to make an appointment to eat a 7 yuan spicy hot pot 13 times a night. But you are actually staying here to show off. Just imagine the explosive mentality of the fans. At this moment, they are not much better than the 2 guys who were sprayed with their faces. Xiaoen also squatted next to the trash can in a similar manner, while Chu Sheng lay directly on the trash heap, and the color of his body completely blended into the colorful trash heap. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to tell, After this man came over, he only saw his teammates box through the low wall, but didn't see Chu Sheng. He squatted down carefully and looked around, fearing that Chu Sheng would suddenly jump out from some strange place and give him a fatal blow. But he never expected that the enemy was only a wall away from him. This man searched for equipment in the house area. He only had a UMP-9 on him. Seeing his teammates box, he couldn't help but be tempted and wanted to go up to replenish a wave of equipment. In their opinion, this guy must have fled after killing someone, and they dared not stay where they were. So they moved cautiously along the wall. Chu Sheng had heard the footsteps behind him, and Xiao En also felt very excited. A shooting game actually gave him an exciting and thrilling feeling. Not to mention how exciting it was. Xiao En was relieved when he heard the footsteps gradually fade away. This game was so exciting. Chu Sheng was still lying on the ground. After a while, a man suddenly flipped over from the low wall, and his butt was facing Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng naturally hit him with a combination of M16 punches without saying a word, telling you directly that you will bloom in the 14th, 15th, and 16th month of the first lunar month. Xiao En, go and kill him. Chu Sheng stayed behind to reload. Naturally, the comfortable job of killing people should be given to newcomers to build their self-confidence. Xiao En was very happy. He had just got the S12K, and now he finally had the opportunity to show his talent. He ran up and killed him with 2 shots. But at this time, the last person on the other side also came over, leaned over the low wall, and began to focus on Xiao En. Xiao En had just killed the person, and subconsciously squatted down to loot the loot. Suddenly, his blood dropped wildly, and he was shocked. He was completely confused and couldn't react. Then came a scream, which was completely different from the usual calmness of speaking. Just like a storm, Chu Sheng had already cut the 98K with a 4-fold scope, and aimed directly at the opponent's head. The man was still hitting Xiao En and didn't care about Chu Sheng at all. The simplest target shooting was less than 20 meters away. One shot directly spurted out a ball of green blood, and all 4 people were buried in Chu Sheng's hands. After clearing everyone, Chu Sheng put away his gun and went to pull Xiao En up. This wave of operations was still a bit risky. Chu Sheng didn't have the gun god in this wave. He relied on the S12K to rush to the building to fight the enemy, disguised as a garbage bag to trick the opponent's back, and release Xiao En as bait to kill the last person. I just let it slip. When Chu Sheng asked Xiao En to go out to make up for the people, he actually heard the sound of running from far to near. There was no cover in front of him. The guy who ran to the upper room to search before must have faced him directly when he came out. To be honest, Chu Sheng still didn't have the confidence in this kind of fight, so he simply let Xiao En go up to make up for the people. However, Chu Sheng's little trick was still discovered by the sharp-eyed book friends. Chu Sheng's operation in this wave is very problematic. When hearing the enemy's footsteps, he actually asked Xiao En to go to the enemy, and stood in front of him as a human level 4 armor to absorb damage. And then he quietly hid behind him and killed him with a 98K headshot. This person. Has the anchor been shameless? He actually let the girl go up to take the damage. It feels that among those who have played so many games with Chu Sheng, only Xiao Bai can avoid being cheated by Chu Sheng. The other girls, Chen Mama, Dai Mei and Xiao En, seem to have been cheated by Chu Sheng. Aren't all the good things in this game given to girls? Why does the anchor take the girls in the opposite direction? Chu Sheng smiled after reading it. It was not a big problem as long as he didn't die in this wave. Now that all the enemies important were cleared, he didn't have to worry anymore. You guys, haven't you heard that flowers in a greenhouse can't withstand a storm? I'm letting Xiao En adapt to the cruel competition and killing in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds in advance. Let her thrive. Okay. This excuse is also great and glorious. Chapter 220. This is a magical road to heaven. Anyway, everyone has seen that Chu Sheng has no sense of being a big anchor, and often uses some stealing tricks. He happily cleared the 4 people here, looted all the accessories, replenished some ammunition and medical supplies, and Chu Sheng and Xiao En had everything they needed. Chu Sheng was very happy. This ultimate skill is quite interesting. He has never experienced this kind of start since he started playing this game. It is completely dreamy. The first poison circle has not yet shrunk, and he has no desires here. If there is something missing, then just search for a level 3 War God suit. After taking a look at the safe zone, Chu Sheng thought for a moment and said, Xiao En, I'll take you to block the bridge. Chu Sheng was also extremely inflated. Just now, he killed a team of people alone without the possession of the gun god. With the blessing of Juefeng and the 4 people, the Tuso value also directly reached 50 points. Xiaoan frowned slightly when he heard Chu Sheng's address, but didn't say much, and followed Chu Sheng to the highway. There was no car in the garage, and Chu Sheng continued to run towards the residential area above the right-angle intersection. There was another residential area over there, and maybe there was a car. This time, it's not so tense. Anyway, we are in the safe zone. Even if there is no car later, we can run into the safe zone. Juefeng has been bombed all the time. Fortunately, the puzzle building is easier to search, and we don't have to run out often, avoiding the risk of being bombed. But after searching a dozen rooms in a row of puzzle buildings, we only found an S-1897 and an Uzi. This wave is very uncomfortable. They are all close combat guns for attacking and defending buildings, but they are completely useless for Juefeng now. Q Huang is a little better. At least he has a UMP 9 for self-defense. But he only has a level 1 set, and not many medical supplies. It's almost time to go. Or you won't be able to leave if you can't find a car later? Q Emperor reminded. There are still 30 seconds to start the poison circle, and I don't know if there are any cars around. Juefeng just remembered the running circle and said hurriedly, I'll go find a barrel of oil to carry. You go to the road behind to see if there are any cars. A key factor restricting the upper city of G-Port is that there are only 2 roads in front of and behind the residential area, and there are not often cars on these 2 roads. If you want to swipe a nuclear power plant circle or something, you're basically done if you can't find a car. Juefeng finally recognized the reality. His current treatment is exactly the same as Chu Sheng, but at least he can find some guns. Juefeng, who knew Chu Sheng's routine well, had a bad feeling when he thought of running circles. It was possible that he couldn't find a car this time, and he would have to leave by boat. Why not search for a barrel of oil quickly? Chu Sheng and Xiaoan turned to the upper housing area and saw a 2-seater motorcycle on the side of the road at a glance. Chu Sheng didn't spend time searching. After all, the poison circle would refresh in more than 10 seconds. If he was slower, someone would rush to block the bridge first, which would be bad. Driving a motorcycle, carrying Xiaoan, he arrived at the bridgehead in a blink of an eye. Looking at the ruins of the abandoned car at the bridgehead and the thick steel of the bridge, Chu Sheng had another idea in his heart. The motorcycle accelerated, and the roar of the engine exploded. Even the gas station on the other side could hear the sound. Seeing Chu Sheng not driving towards the road, Xiaoan was so scared that his heart was in his throat. It's going to be a car crash. Xiaoan squeezed out a sentence from his throat with difficulty. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. What was Chu Sheng going to do? He didn't just rush into the compartment of the scrap truck to ambush people. What kind of trick was this? Chu Sheng drove the car directly onto the bridge iron frame and directly onto the top steel beam of the bridge. Chu Sheng jumped directly from the car. Xiaoan was still confused. He didn't expect that this place could be passed like this. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Is this operation so cool? I didn't expect that you can drive a motorcycle directly to the top of the bridge. Chu Sheng just had an idea. Seeing that the steel bars of the bridge were wide enough, and there was a slope, he thought whether he could drive a motorcycle directly to it. As a result, he really succeeded. He stopped the motorcycle steadily, then ran directly to the other side along the steel bars and lay on them, with the steel bars blocking. Even if the people below looked up, they couldn't see anything without looking carefully. This place is really wretched. You can see it clearly from the car below. If a fool comes to block the bridge later, won't he be killed by Chu Sheng? I've written this trick down in my little notebook. I'll try it out in the early morning. I always feel that blocking the bridge will cause bloodshed in the future. Xiaoan followed Chu Sheng's example and lay on the steel bars. As the poison circle began to shrink, someone really drove over in a short while. An orange car drove crookedly from the beach coast. Don't shoot for a while. Chu Sheng kindly reminded Xiaoan again. But when Xiaoan heard this, he always had the illusion that he might fall down in the next second. The orange car drove all the way to the bridge, looked carefully for a long time, and didn't seem to find anyone. So it hid the car behind an abandoned truck. And then 4 people got off the car. 3 of them directly climbed into the truck and squatted down. And another one squatted behind the straw box next to them. Chu Sheng watched the 4 people below motionless. But he didn't do anything. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all very anxious. What was Chu Sheng waiting for to take down all of them? The 4 stupid geese below didn't move at all. The distance was no more than 20 meters, which was completely a fixed-point target shooting. Chu Sheng endured for another half a minute, and found that no one crossed the bridge. He cut out a grenade, and then said to Xiaoyan, "You will shoot the man behind the box later, and leave the remaining 3 to me." Xiaoyan also stood up and cut out a gun. But this time he cut out an S12K. After all, this gun is very powerful, and it only takes 2 shots to kill someone. Chu Sheng naturally wouldn't deal with this team so easily. So he turned on the public voice and started talking nonsense. "For brothers blocking the bridge, you have been surrounded by me. Quickly put down your weapons and surrender." The inexplicable public voice startled the 4 people, and they all looked around like ants on a hot pot to find the direction where the sound came from. "Don't look for it. I turned on the invisibility plugin. Right in front of you." Chu Sheng's words made the 4 people even more terrified. There was no one behind or in front of him. Where was this person talking to them? Could it be that he was really an invisible plugin? Don't play tricks here. I have never heard of any invisible plugin. The 4 people were also bold, and were not afraid of this situation at all. Haha. Are you so confident carrying an 8x scope 98K? And the friend with the level 2 helmet next to you? Your level 3 armor is really pretty. Chu Sheng's 2 words immediately made the 4 people curse. Is this bastard really an invisibility hack? Chapter 221 Selling Bamboo Rats. 3 yuan each. 10 yuan for 3. Chu Sheng immediately gained more than 10 points of complaints. This group of guys really believed that Chu Sheng was an invisible cheat. The 3 of them were all lying in the carriage. Even if the people at the far end of the bridge took a high-powered telescope, they could not see the traces of the 3. But Chu Sheng could accurately describe the appearance characteristics of the 3 people. Obviously, he could see the 3 people. This is a bit mysterious. Damn. It's so unlucky. I finally encountered an invisible cheat in a circle of destiny. Damn it. How to kill the invisible cheat. With other locks and locks, you can still know where the person hits you. But with the invisible cheat and the wall-penetrating cheat, you have no idea the opponent's trace. How to fight it? Xiaoyan was ready to shoot, but Chu Sheng said that he had used a cheat, which made the people below panic. Xiaoyan didn't know what Chu Sheng was going to do, so he had to squat down and continue aiming. The guys below were a little dazed, wandering around, and had no idea where they were. The viewers in the live broadcast room also burst out laughing. This player has dignity. Okay. Chu Sheng didn't even want to give them a quick death. Who would normally think that a person was on the steel beam on the bridge? You want to live, right? If you want to live, take off your helmet and protective gear and throw them in the truck compartment. Chu Sheng was like a voice remote control, asking them to do all kinds of weird things step by step. Take off the armor? The 4 of them were all stunned. What kind of gameplay and routine is this? You won't kill us if we take off our clothes? The 4 of them were also puzzled. What was this guy trying to do? Let them take off their clothes, but not kill them? Chu Sheng nodded and said, I promise that as long as you take off your armor, I won't shoot you. Since they heard the cheat so confidently, the 4 of them looked at each other and thought for a moment. It's just taking off the armor, not taking off clothes for real. So take it off. It's a pity to be able to search so much from the airport. And it's a full team of 4. It's a pity to die here. As for eating chicken, I don't want to think about it. With this invisibility cheat, I can just kill a few more people before the final circle. The 4 of them took off their helmets and armors at the same time. Chu Sheng suppressed his smile as he watched the 4 of them perform their clumsy actions. The live broadcast room was full of ridicule. Chu Sheng was too shameless. He must have set his eyes on the level 3 armor and was afraid that the grenade would blow up its durability. So he thought of such a play. He was really a beast. I just don't know if these 4 people will be furious when they see the replay of their deaths later. Watching the 4 of them take off their helmets and armors, Chu Sheng nodded in a serious manner and said, Very good. No tricks. The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They really wanted to just give it a try. But they didn't expect that this person really knew their every move. They were on guard all around. But they didn't realize where Chu Sheng saw them from. Well, you did a good job. So I'll give you a reward. The 4 people were even more confused. Did this mean there was a reward? Then Chu Sheng pulled the fuse of the grenade. The 4 people also heard a crisp pop sound. But they didn't realize it was a grenade. Chu Sheng squeezed it for 3 seconds and threw it directly into the car. The clanging sound attracted the attention of the 3 people, and they saw that there was a grenade under their feet. When the three people reacted and wanted to turn over to get out, the grenade exploded directly, and the three people turned into boxes. At this time, Xiaoan also received the signal, and the S-12K directly opened the scope and shot at the last guy, who was so confused that he had no choice but to go. The shotgun was like a rainstorm from the sky, and the bullets fell all over his body. After a few shots, his health was less than 1/3. This guy was completely scared. He didn't see anyone, but saw the grenade explosion and bullets falling. It was so scary. Driving away. This was the only thought in his mind now. The bullets fell on the truck body, emitting flames and loud noises, and it stuck to the truck cover and moved all the way to the orange car. Chu Sheng had already changed to 98K and aimed at the driver's seat. As long as this guy got in the car, he would accept the punishment of his 98K. Xiaoan had used up all 8 bullets. Pouting in anger, Chu Sheng could kill a person with 2 bullets. But even 8 bullets in her hand could not kill anyone. This gun was really useless. As soon as the man got on the car, Chu Sheng's 98K made a loud bang and killed him directly. All 8 heads were obtained. Chu Sheng had already got 8 kills before the airport island appeared. Xiaoan saw the 4 boxes below and wanted to jump down to lick them happily, but was stopped by Chu Sheng. Don't go down yet. Let's wait until the safe zone is refreshed before leaving. These 3 plump boxes are something that everyone wants to lick. This is a complete island circle. Chu Sheng doesn't believe that no one will cross this bridge again. There are no speedboats on the opposite coast, so it is basically hopeless to drive a boat to the island. There are 2 ways. Either swim over directly or drive a car to the bridge. After all 4 people died here, the 4 of them clicked on the death replay in a rage, wanting to see where the invisible cheater was hiding. As a result, when they opened the death replay, they immediately saw 2 people lying on the steel beams of the bridge, just above the heads of the 3 people. The 4 people blushed when watching this wave of replays. All of them looked like idiots, especially when they were blown to death. The 4 people still scolded Chu Sheng for not keeping his word. Now it seems that there is no invisible cheat. I am afraid that the 4 of them turned on the stupid cheat themselves. How did this guy get up there? Damn it! I'm not going to play anymore. I feel like I've been shown off. I'm just like an idiot. The 4 people were madly complaining about Chu Sheng. The resentment was almost rising to the sky. Chu Sheng directly accumulated 80 points of complaints and happily activated the gun god possession. The first breakthrough in North America. The gunshots at the bridgehead disappeared, and everything returned to calm. The people who had finished searching in the city of M on the other side drove to rush the bridge, stopped at the bridgehead and observed with a high-powered scope for a long time, but did not find any human figures. They drove forward carefully, and they drove very methodically. At first, a cart led the way, followed by a car and a jeep. Chu Sheng watched the convoy coming all the way. Xiaoan didn't ask this time. She would follow Chu Sheng's attack later. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill someone this time. The cart came to the back of the truck, and saw an orange car with a box next to the door. He looked around very carefully, but didn't see anyone. He went up to see the box, and it was brand new and intact. Could it be that they were sniped from the mountain and couldn't come down to loot? As the leader lifted the alarm, everyone else came over, hid the car behind the truck, and turned over to hide inside the truck. Hey, why are there 3 boxes here? Looking at the bag again, it was neat and tidy. It didn't look like anyone had licked it. There was even a level 3 armor. All 4 of them turned into Tam, licking the bag crazily, not knowing that Chu Sheng had another grenade in his hand, and started shouting in a public voice, selling bamboo rats? 3 yuan each. 10 yuan for 3. Chapter 222. The carriage is a mass grave. The 4 people came out of M City without any high-level supplies, and some of them even had their rifles not fully equipped. Originally, they came here to rob people coming out of the airport island, but the safe zone was inexplicably refreshed below, which made the 4 people worry. Fortunately, M City is located on a major traffic route, and the last thing it lacks is cars. After searching for a wave, the 4 people wanted to intercept at the end of the bridge before the poison circle came over. As a result, before they started, they heard the sound of fighting on the bridge. Some people had already arrived in advance, which made them very uncomfortable. But the gunshots came quickly and went away even faster. And then it was silent all the way as if nothing had happened. Several people rushed to the bridge with trepidation, and inexplicably found 4 boxes that had not been looted. Do you think it is possible that it was 2 against 2? And in the end, after being knocked down, they were killed by the grenade. So the boxes were intact, and no one had looted them? The 4 people were happily looting the boxes in the scene. And suddenly a voice of selling bamboo rats came out. Selling bamboo rats? Isn't this what is said in the live broadcast room? But the 4 people reacted immediately, and broke out in a cold sweat. The voice was so clear that the person must be nearby. And they were still looting here. Chu Sheng held the grenade for 4 seconds, and threw it out directly. All 4 people hid in the carriage with their necks shrunk, observing where the sound came from. As a result, a grenade fell directly into the carriage. Someone saw something suddenly pass by in front of him, was stunned for a moment, and then looked down at the ground. The sound of ding ding bang was also very crisp, which caught everyone off guard. What was the sound just now? I saw something flying in front of me, but I didn't see it clearly. After Chu Sheng threw the grenade in, because there were 3 boxes in the carriage blocking it, the grenade fell directly into the box. No matter how hard the 4 people looked, they couldn't find anything unusual in the carriage. A second later, a deafening sound came from the carriage, and the rising black smoke covered Chu Sheng's face, with the effect of the carriage's convergent explosion. The smoke became a little denser. The 4 people all turned into boxes, and there were 7 boxes in one carriage. From Chu Sheng's angle, it looked spectacular. The poison circle had shrunk by half. Chu Sheng opened the map, and found that Juefeng and Quang were still in the upper city of G-Port. Can you two still come over? Chu Sheng knew the strength of his bad luck. Even an experienced person like him could not guarantee that he could enter the safe zone. Juefeng was so scared by this baptism that he might collapse and commit suicide by pressing a thunderbolt. Juefeng and Quang boarded the boat and found that there was still half of the oil on the boat. They were relieved. After all, they were not as unlucky as Chu Sheng, with a speedboat and a barrel of oil. Although the medical supplies on him are not much, he can still take the damage of a poison circle. No problem. We can enter the circle. Juefeng was too tired to complain. His scalp was numb from the bombing area just now. He might have to wash his hair after he got to the island. Since the 2 of them can enter the circle, Chu Sheng will not worry about it. It is better to take care of the present. With 12 kills in hand, Chu Sheng feels that this time he will break through some shackles. Xiaoan has also learned to be smart. When these people saw the box, they forgot everything, and were directly blown into muddles by a bomb. If there are still people licking the boxes later, I'll throw mines. Xiaoan also wanted to know the feeling of knocking down people with her own hands, especially seeing Chu Sheng kill people easily, which aroused her impulse. Chu Sheng took a look at the poison circle, and then retreated to P City. It was estimated that there would be more people coming later, so he would wait for another wave happily. The fans were all stunned when they saw the carriages below were almost covered with boxes. This is a mass grave. I want to see someone else find this place next, and then see a pile of boxes and be confused. 7 people were killed in a carriage pit. Okay. I feel like there won't be enough people in this wave. Chu Sheng doesn't seem to be leaving. It has to be said that this position is too cheap. In addition, Chu Sheng deliberately harassed them, and even sold bamboo rats. What else can't this guy do? However, this routine was immediately recorded in their notebooks. When they fight, they will come up with such a wave. Wouldn't it be great? However, what Chu Sheng didn't expect was that after this, many people wanted to get on the steel beams of the bridge, but accidentally fell off the bridge while driving motorcycles, causing a sharp increase in the number of bridge jumping incidents on the airport island double bridge. The 2 continued to lie down and wait. Chu Sheng acted decisively and solved the battle with the grenade, so it did not attract attention from the far end. Chu Sheng and Xiaoan waited for dozens of seconds until the first poison circle completely shrank, but no one showed up. Hey, it seems there is no one left. Shall we go? Xiaoan couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go down to lick a wave of boxes. The new safe zone was not far from the 2 of them, and it was directly on the left side of the military base. The TV station tower behind them was also within the safe zone. Chu Sheng thought for a moment, and since he had a high-powered scope anyway, he simply went to the TV station tower to shoot. The 2 went around to the other side of the bridge again, got on the motorcycle, and went back down the same way. And then Xiaoan got off the motorcycle without saying a word and went to lick the box. Chu Sheng didn't lack anything, so he picked up some bullets and waited on the side. Xiaoan was new to the game, so he was very slow in looting. He often asked Chu Sheng whether it was better to have a right-angle grip or a vertical grip. Chu Sheng was bored waiting. And when he saw 4 cars parked in a mess behind the truck, he suddenly remembered a video of a trick he saw online before he played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It was a legendary video of a great player eating chicken. The guy was bored and blocked the bridge with a bunch of cars. Chu Sheng looked at the vehicles at the moment. 2 cars, a cart, and a jeep. According to the width, it should be enough? Why not try this out himself? No matter if someone comes in with poison later, he will just block this road completely. Chu Sheng drove his cart towards the poison circle at the bridge. Xiaoan thought Chu Sheng was going to abandon her and run away alone. So she jumped out of the car without saying a word and said, "Don't go. Wait for me." Chu Sheng was speechless. When he heard that he was driving, Xiaoan didn't even lick the bag. "You continue to change. I'll use my car to block the bridge." Hearing that Chu Sheng was not leaving, Xiaoan said "Oh," and continued to flip in to lick the bag. Seeing Chu Sheng's operation, the live broadcast room was boiling. Isn't this a unique skill that someone has long lost in the world? Is Chu Sheng going to reproduce it? Chapter 223. This bridge is under construction. Please take a detour. Is Chu Sheng going to block the bridge with cars? Honestly, it's been a long time since this wave of operations appeared. Paying tribute to the legend? Same as coquettish. But Chu Sheng is not only coquettish, but also very naughty. Why does it sound like he is talking about fleas? The fans in the live broadcast room almost guessed what Chu Sheng was going to do. This wave was too cruel. There are almost no boats on the beach opposite, and there must be people blocking the bridge on the other bridge. So if you want to go to the island, you either have to drive a boat or a car. Chu Sheng has blocked the road for driving, and there is no boat. When people on the other side swim over, how miserable it will be. All 4 cars were parked side by side, with a slight gap of less than half a body length, just blocking the entire bridge. Chu Sheng got out of the car and took a look, feeling quite satisfied. After getting back in the car and switching positions, Chu Sheng jumped off the other side and fired 3 bursts of shots from the M16. He also called Xiaoan to come and take a taxi together. Xiaoan was also dumbfounded when he saw Chu Sheng's masterpiece, and immediately understood Chu Sheng's intention. This is to completely block the bridge with cars, so that no one else can get through. Too much. Xiaoan thought so. But if he didn't participate in this kind of thing, he always felt that something was missing. Xiaoan directly picked up the S12K and approached and started to spray wildly. 8 bursts of shotguns hit the car, and a burst of bullets immediately started to catch fire. After Chu Sheng blew up a car and saw Xiaoan close to the car to attack, he wanted to ask her to stand further away so as not to be blown up by the car explosion. But before Chu Sheng could speak, Xiaoan quickly reloaded and fired 2 more shots. The car exploded on the spot, and Xiaoan fell directly to the ground. Chu Sheng sighed, and this time, he completely believed that this girl was a novice, close to the car to attack. This is something that no one can do. After pulling Xiaoan up, Chu Sheng warned her, stand further away to attack. Otherwise the car explosion will affect you. Xiaoan pouted in anger, and said angrily while spraying medicine, "Why didn't you tell me just now? And waited until I was blown up before telling me? You did it on purpose." Chu Sheng was speechless. The speed of Xiaoan's S12K's 8-round burst was almost as fast as his M16. So he didn't have time to remind him. Then Xiaoan muttered in a low voice, "This person is really dark in his heart, deliberately letting his teammates die. No wonder he can think of such a wretched ambush position." The live broadcast room was almost laughing. This wave of summary is really correct. The locations and tactics found by Chu Sheng are all wretched. And I don't know what's wrong with this guy's brain. This made the fans worried. You think Xia Jizi and Chu Sheng, such a wretched guy, living under the same roof, won't be affected, right? And Chu Sheng did ask Xiaoan to pull the gun line and take damage. This guy is the real Chu Sheng. Even the new girl in the PUBG game can see it. Chu Sheng was so aggrieved that he turned off the channel voice and complained to the fans in the live broadcast room. This girl is really something. Her S12K has an 8-round burst speed faster than my M16. The car exploded before I even opened my mouth. Did I hint it with my eyes? Chu Sheng's words made the fans in the live broadcast room laugh. This girl is really talented, as she can use S12K to make a 3-round M16 effect. A dying S12K can headshot from 30 meters away, and Xiaoan can use full auto effect. I don't know whether to say that S12K is a magic gun, or that these two girls are awesome. These girls are proficient in some attributes that normal people don't have. I don't know what Xiaoga's attribute is. Chu Sheng continued to sweep the car. There was no need to worry about bullets. There were 8 boxes behind him. And the weapons and ammunition added up to fully arm a reinforced company. After sweeping all 4 cars, Chu Sheng looked at the wrecked cars in front of him with smoke and flames. And then he listened with satisfaction. I tried to squeeze into the gap. But I couldn't squeeze in at all. And I couldn't climb up either. Chu Sheng was satisfied, and went back to the mass grave to replenish ammunition. But this is not the end. Blocking the road is only the first step. When you are stuck by the scrap car and can't cross the bridge, the feeling of being dead is simply painful. But what is even more painful is, Chu Sheng placed all the guns, bullets and medical supplies that were not in the box on the bridge in different categories, not far from the scrap car, and they could be seen at a glance. Killing people is not the end of the world. Chu Sheng's move is simply the most despicable. There are nearly a dozen first aid kits, 2 medical boxes, painkillers and energy drinks neatly placed on the ground, just like a dot matrix, forming a 5x5 square, which looks very dazzling. 98K, M4, SCAR-L, AKM, SKS were neatly placed from the left side of the bridge to the right side. Chu Sheng even placed 6 frying pans in the last row. The level 2 helmet and level 2 armor were placed at the far end, creating a suit effect. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. And Xiaoan was also stunned. This move was simply a show of Li Yunlong's wife Xiaoqin. Oh my god. To be honest, the title of Douyu's 3 coquettish people is not enough to describe Chu Sheng. I think this guy should be called the number 1 coquettish and coquettish person in Douyu from now on. This move is too coquettish. There is no need to explain coquettishness. And there is no need to explain coquettishness. This coquettish. Does it mean that he has never had a car, so he rides the waves in a boat? Turtle. The upstairs player is really showing off by pretending to be loyal. Are you being reckless when you charge the building with a 98K? Are you being reckless when you block the bridge with a 98K in a V-shaped trench? Reckless. I can't wait to see the faces of the people who will charge the bridge later when they see this. The atmosphere among the fans was very lively. Not caring that it was almost 12 o'clock. Turtle was really showing off this time. So mean. So mean. Using a scrap car to block the road and eating poison to get through would be fine. But he actually put so many supplies. Even if a whole team came, they might not be able to eat all of these supplies. Do you know the pain of looking at them, but not being able to get them? After finishing everything, Chu Sheng looked back and took a screenshot, expressing his satisfaction with his masterpiece. Let's go. Xiaoan. Let's go! Chu Sheng glanced at the big map. Zhui Feng and Qiu Huang were still floating on the sea. There was still more than half the distance to enter the safe zone. There was only 100 seconds left before the next poison circle contracted. Chu Sheng directly got on the motorcycle and called Xiaoan to prepare to go to the TV station tower to climb up and look far. The motorcycle roared past, and it arrived at the TV tower in less than half a minute. This can be regarded as the highest point of the entire map, and the only comparable one is Guangmingding. However, the top of Guangmingding is flat, and this place is higher. Chu Sheng went directly to the open-air platform on the second floor of the TV station, where he could almost include most of the airport island in the drill. With the 8-fold scope turned on, Chu Sheng could clearly see his masterpiece of blocking the bridge just now. Now all he had to do was wait for someone to carry the poison and enter the circle from this side. And then, he would be in tears when he saw the huge amount of supplies. Chapter 224 Airdrop is impossible. In this life, Chu Sheng squatted on the ground and looked around with an 8x telescope. As for Xiaoan, it was really boring to just enjoy the breeze and the scenery here. If you are bored, go out and watch variety shows, gossip, etc. I'll call you when you leave later. Chu Sheng saw Xiaoan jumping down from the second floor out of boredom, and then walking up and down the stairs, obviously looking extremely bored. Xiaoan didn't expect Chu Sheng to say that. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Then can I play music?" Chu Sheng thought about it, and felt that it was not a big problem. No one should come here. Even if they come, he will be able to find them in the first time with the gun god in his body. And there will be no accidents. After all, we are on the line now. And we are still the breakthrough hand, not the breakthrough point. Okay. You play the song. I'll watch from the bridge head. Chu Sheng raised his 8-fold scope slightly, and even patrolled the location of M City. Because Xiaobai's computer has all the settings optimized, this wave of full special effects is clear. If it were a more ordinary PUBG computer, I'm afraid that when I glanced at M City, I would see mosaics. But on Chu Sheng's screen, M City 1.5 kilometers away was still very clear. Just as Chu Sheng was looking into the distance, suddenly there was a roar of an airplane tearing through the sky. Airdrop plane. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he looked back and found that the TV tower he was on was exactly on the plane's route, and it was the earliest point in the safe zone. Normally, the possibility of airdrops in such marginal areas is very small, and his bad luck attribute has been transferred out. But he is not very lucky, so Chu Sheng did not have much expectation. But the fans are different. This time, Juefeng sucked all Chu Sheng's bad luck with the star-absorbing method. Will there be another airdrop to hit his face this time? Chu Sheng, try to shoot a shot into the air with 98k. Maybe the airdrop will hit your face? Yeah. Shoot a plane. A certain anchor broadcasts shooting airplanes live at midnight and earns millions a month. Chu Sheng looked at the group of troublemakers and said lazily, "You guys are really idle. Don't you know what I am? There is no such thing as shooting and dropping an airdrop." Right? Chu Sheng said this, put away his 98k and put it on his back, and stood in the direction where the plane was flying. Then he squatted down. Then laid down again. Stand up again. Squat again. Lie down again. This cycle repeats, while muttering, "Heaven and earth, please give me an airdrop for my poor sake." Chu Sheng's movements were continuous, and it looked as if he was kneeling down to the plane. This move completely stunned the fans. Didn't this guy just keep saying that airdrops don't exist? How come he suddenly became a different person? Oh, it's true that he is a shameless and slutty anchor. Seeing the plane getting closer and closer, Chu Sheng also stopped his behavior, and then said helplessly to the fans, "Look, I said there will be no airdrops. I've knelt down. Isn't it sincere enough? Haha. If there is an airdrop today, I will confess to Chen, to Xiaobai tomorrow." Chu Sheng was originally going to say Chen Siki, but when he thought that the other party was a big anchor, and the two had never met, it was not good to make such a joke. But the relationship with Xiaobai. Chu Sheng thinks it's okay. Right? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Wait. It seems that something important just flashed by. Chu Sheng said that if he got an airdrop, he would confess. He first said the word Chen, and then said Xiaobai. This wave. I didn't expect that Chu Sheng, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be fickle. You mean Chen's mother? Damn. You are so shameless. You want to be my father. Chu Sheng is really shameless. He first said Chen, and then turned to Xiaobai. But with Chu Sheng's luck, I'm afraid he won't get an airdrop. The fans were attracted by Chu Sheng's self-explosion. And even Chu Sheng responded as if to save himself. Look, I dare to say this because I don't believe there will be airdrops. Chu Sheng said, turning the screen to the plane flying overhead, watching the plane fly towards Port P. And there was no sign of dropping anything along the way. Look, it's so far away. It must have been dropped into the sea. Chu Sheng snorted in his heart. He must have a rough idea about airdrops. Otherwise, how dare he make such a bet? Confessing to Xiaobai. What's the difference between this and going to die? When I think of Xiaobai's cold way of lifting his hair and staring at people, it's difficult to say a normal word. If this is a real confession, it really makes people's backs cold. Chu Sheng continued to observe the bridgehead to see if anyone passed by. The second poison circle was about to refresh. If no one came, then no one would come. It was a pity that Chu Sheng spent a minute to arrange it neatly for so long. Shaolin also started to play a song. The rhythm was very exciting at the beginning, but it was very strange when he sang. Some people's pronunciation was not very clear, but some lyrics were very standard Chinese. The song had a great rhythm and sounded good. But the Chinese? Is it popular to pronounce unclearly now? There are several sentences that are so confusing that I don't know what they are singing. Chu Sheng couldn't help but ask. Shaolin paused for a moment, and after a while he said, "This is an idol group, but there are Chinese people in it, so some of them don't speak Chinese very well." Chu Sheng was stunned again. There were girls in their class who liked these idol groups before. But shouldn't they like those oppa and the like? Why do girls like female idols? Don't they all like those male groups? Chu Sheng asked puzzledly. Those idol groups with long legs should not be the favorites of otakus. For example, his former roommate liked Girls' Generation and called himself Son. Xiaoan was choked by Chusheng again. Chusheng had received 2 consecutive complaints from Xiaoan. And thought, could it be that he said something wrong? Can't girls like girls? Xiaoan said stubbornly. I see. I understand you. Now Chusheng understood. It turns out that Xiaoan likes women. Well, even if Chusheng can't understand this kind of thing, he won't object. After all, this kind of thing is a personal problem. Chusheng expressed his understanding. Xiaoan always felt that Chusheng's words were a bit weird. What do you understand? What do you understand? Is it possible that he was discovered? So what do you think of this song? Xiaoan asked without giving up. Chusheng was about to answer, when he suddenly felt a shadow covering his head, and the entire platform became visibly dark. Chapter 225 I Choose Death. Chusheng looked up and saw a big red box with a parachute on it. It was right above Chusheng's head. Fuck. Airdrop? Chusheng was completely confused. Where did this airdrop come from? He just saw a plane flying over his head. When did it drop an airdrop? Looking at the direction where the plane was about to disappear, there was also an airdrop falling. It happened to fall on the sea. Double airdrop. He really knelt down to give Chusheng an airdrop. This wave of operations was a show of heaven. The live broadcast room also exploded instantly. The barrage kept leading the rhythm. Of course. What is the most important thing? It is a confession. Chusheng, you are not going to regret it. Are you? If you regret it, you are not a man at all. And you will be black for the rest of your life. There is no airdrop. There will be no airdrop in this life. So I can only secretly make a living. God said he didn't want to airdrop this beast. But when he heard that he could match a marriage and confess his love, he just had to be airdropped. At most, he will have worse luck in the future. The netizens saw Chusheng's eyes rolling back and forth. But he didn't say anything. Obviously, this guy was already thinking about how to evade punishment. The netizens naturally wouldn't give Chusheng this opportunity. In short, they used all kinds of words. In summary, if Chusheng dared to break his promise today, world peace would be affected tomorrow. Chusheng had no idea how to fight with the fans. All the excuses he could find had been blocked. Now he was completely forced to do something. No, I won't broadcast tomorrow. This thought flashed through Chusheng's mind, and was rejected in a moment. This group of fans was so annoying when they wanted to collect debts. I was afraid that when I went online, all the debt collectors would come to my door. The airdrop fell to the ground and began to emit a column of red smoke. But Chusheng had no interest in seeing what was inside. Now his mind was full of entanglements about confessing to Xiao Bai. This was over. Really over. Chusheng was like a bereaved mother, crying and saying to his fans, "Hey, today is probably my last live broadcast for you. I'm afraid I won't be able to live until the day after tomorrow. Take care. It's not that serious. Maybe you confess your love by accident, and Xiao Bai agrees by accident. And then you say goodbye to being single by accident? Or Xiao Bai punches you by accident. Chusheng falls backwards by accident. And then you get run over by accident. Is goddess Xiao Bai not good? Is she not beautiful? Is she not excellent? If she is not, then what are you afraid of? Don't panic. Hold on to your fans. You are now the #1 flirty anchor on Douyu, with millions of followers and millions of popularity. Don't be self-deprecating and confess your love. Then you will find that even so, you will be rejected by goddess Xiao Bai. Looking at the comments of netizens, Chusheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The words had been spoken. Even if he disagreed today, the video would be screenshotted by the troublemakers tomorrow. And Xiao Bai would definitely see it. That's it. Okay. I'm asking you a question. Is this song good? Just when Chusheng was upset, Xiaoan spoke again, with a hint of anger. Why is it so difficult to ask a question yourself? Is it because it's not good that you refuse to answer? It's pretty good. Which group sang this song? Chusheng reacted and asked. The song was indeed not bad, but he had never heard it before. At this time, the universal fans also came from the barrage. Crying is from a female idol group called Xingchen, with 4 members, an unknown 18th tier group. Xiaoan's voice was also heard in the headset. Xingchen female group, but it's not very famous. Chusheng didn't know much about the entertainment market, but it was similar to the anchor industry. In addition to strength, Opportunities are also important if you want to be famous. Xiaolin's words brought him back to reality. Chu Sheng didn't want to think about any messy things now. He would play this game well first. As for the confession, it would be better to delay it for a while. Then I'll play another one of their songs. Xiaolin seemed to be in high spirits after receiving Chu Sheng's praise. This time, he chose a slow lyrical song, which was still mixed with non-standard Chinese. Chu Sheng came to the airdrop box and opened it. He saw a level 3 helmet, a 15x scope, an M24, and an adrenaline. This wave of airdrops can be said to be a perfect score. He changed all of them at once, and put together the level 3 God of War suit. He removed the 98K and replaced it with an M24, and threw the 8x scope directly on the ground and replaced it with a 15x scope. At this time, a 15x scope is just right. He can see far from a high place, and the 8x scope can no longer satisfy Chu Sheng. M24 with 15x scope. Domineering. Chu Sheng began to patrol with 15x scope accompanied by singing. The magnification effect was simply terrifying. Chu Sheng could even see the windows of the room in M-City clearly. If someone flashed by, they would be clearly captured. After swinging back and forth, the camera pulled to another island bridge. Chu Sheng said as softly, and saw a two-person cart running in the opposite direction from the bridge. And then bullets kept falling near the cart, stirring up dust. Seeing this, Chu Sheng couldn't understand that these two guys must have failed to rush the bridge. This cart ran all the way along the coastline towards this side. Halfway through the run, it stopped the car to spray medicine, replenished a wave, and continued to accelerate towards the bridge on Chu Sheng's side. When the two passed the gas station and drove onto the bridge, it was already the second safe zone. I'm afraid no one would block the bridge. Right? Because the electric net of the poison circle is blue. The view behind is very blurry through the blue electric net. Hey, I think the road ahead seems to be blocked, the driver asked. But his teammates didn't see it clearly and had some doubts. Let's go over and take a look. It's not clear. Logically, at this time, there shouldn't be anyone blocking the bridge. Right? As the cart accelerated, the two rushed to the center of the bridge, and their jaws dropped completely. At this time, the second poison circle also began to shrink slowly, and a grand scene fell into the eyes of the two. After being stunned for 4 or 5 seconds, the two could not help but curse in unison. Who is so beastly that he found 4 cars to block the bridge? How the hell are we going to get through? They tried to drive the cart and accelerate and hit it, but it was naturally motionless. If it were a normal car, it might be able to be lifted up and hit. But the 4 cars had been blown up by Chu Sheng and turned into old wreckage, and there was no way to move. After a wave of collisions failed, the two leaned directly on the ruins, and then saw a scene that made them even more unbearable. What the hell? The person who did this has no asshole. Behind the defense line formed by the scrap cars, there were a variety of resources. Medical boxes, first aid kits, drinks arranged in a square array, and neatly placed weapons, as well as armor. Chapter 226. Do you know what resentment is? With so many resources, even if a whole team came, they probably couldn't eat them all. Especially the energy drinks and painkillers arranged in a square of 5 by 5, which was simply terrifying. How many places would have to be searched to find so many things? I'm afraid that all the medical supplies on the entire airport island combined would not be so much. No. We must get over this obstacle. After we get over it, there are so many medicines waiting for us. Are you still afraid that we won't survive? Anyone who sees this huge amount of supplies will not be indifferent. With so many medicines, even if you don't enter the circle to resist the poison, I'm afraid it can withstand 3 or 4 rounds. Chu Sheng's complaint value soared wildly, and he was completely happy. These people were really full of resentment. In just a short moment, his complaint value rushed to 110 points. What made this team even more jealous was that there was a wisp of red smoke on the TV tower not far from the bridge. This was clearly an airdrop. As long as they crossed the obstacles, there would be a huge amount of supplies and airdrops. Isn't this the ultimate fact? However, what made these two people anxious was that they couldn't cross this obstacle. The 4 cars blocked the road to wealth. The gaps between the cars looked extremely tempting, but people couldn't squeeze in at all. The two tried for a long time like fools, and Chu Sheng's 15x scope kept locking on the two, watching their actions. Seeing that the second poison circle was about to be in place, the two gritted their teeth and stamped their feet. Let's jump into the sea. And then swim up to get the stuff. With these supplies, even if we run around the island with poison, we can still run down. The two made a decision. And simply chose to jump over the railing and jump into the sea. Chu Xing's 15x scope kept locking on. And when he saw the two jumping into the sea, his eyes lit up. And now there was something fun. These two really didn't give up. The second poison circle was in place. And a new safe zone came into being. Rushing inside the airport. Almost the entire airport elevated oil sticks. C-shaped building, factory building, terminal building, and apron were within the range. This circle is interesting. The airport has a simple terrain, but a complex house layout. It is a place for fighting wits and courage. And now there are probably not many people in the entire airport. The rest are all blocked outside the bridge. Or sneaking to land on the beach in the south. After the poison circle shrank, Zhuifeng and Quang continued to run wildly. There was not much medicine left on their bodies. There was one last port straight to cross. And finally land on the beach at the southernmost end of the airport island. Chu Sheng saw two people swimming in the sea. If it was an 8-fold mirror, he would probably only be able to roughly see a white strip on the sea surface. But with a 15-fold mirror in hand, he could even see the head clearly. Shoot? These two people didn't enter the poison circle. M24 shot one by one. If they are killed in the sea, they are GG. It will be bad to let them go ashore. The fans urged Chu Sheng to shoot. But Chu Sheng was Chu Sheng. So he naturally had a more Chu Sheng style. There was no rush to shoot. And even let the two people go ashore. The first thing the two did after going ashore was to take medicine. They couldn't recover blood in the sea just now. So they quickly used a first aid kit to pull up their bloodline when they went ashore. When they thought of the many supplies for them to use at the bridgehead, they simply drank a bottle of first aid kit and threw a bottle of drinks without any scruples. Chu Sheng still didn't shoot. The two of them rushed towards the supplies without stopping. At this moment, they had nothing in their eyes but supplies. Finally, they climbed onto the bridge and saw the medical box. At this moment, Chu Sheng raised the muzzle of his gun and the bullet burst out. The sound of the M24's gun was like an angry dragon. And the sound of the gun almost spread to most of the airport. Bang! Blood splattered on the head. And it was shot down directly. Someone. The two of them reacted immediately. It was really a dog shit. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Putting so many supplies here is a trap. The other person was busy hiding behind the truck. And the fallen person also struggled to crawl towards his teammates. But Chu Sheng obviously would not give them a chance. After pulling the bolt, the 15x scope appeared clearly on the screen again. At this time, another person had switched to a smoke bomb and was about to pull out the fuse and throw it out to save his teammates. At a distance of 700 meters, Chu Sheng raised the muzzle and another bullet burst out. It turned into a spot of light in the air and flew straight down, drawing a beautiful arc. The smoke bomb happened to be thrown on the ground at this time, and the smoke began to spread. But Chu Sheng's screen still showed the information of headshot kills. And 2 more heads were obtained. 14 kills. The powerful M24 is actually the first artifact of this game. Although the AWM is extremely powerful, it cannot be fired it will due to the bullet limit. Otherwise, when there is no bullet left in the final circle, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. The M24 is different. Although it cannot directly blow up the level 3 helmet, it can deal 99 damage with 1 shot. And it can kill it with 1 shot as long as the health is not full. Moreover, the bullets of this gun are regular 7.62 bullets. Basically, you can get more than 10 or 20 bullets as long as you loot the bag. The biggest advantage is that there is no ammunition problem. These two people are so angry that they are so happy that the supplies are in front of them. But they are only 1 step away. Looking at the death replay again, the two people are so angry that they are like Buddha ascending to heaven. It turns out that since the two appeared on the bridge, they were closely watched by the TV station. Even when they were in the water, this guy didn't shoot, just waiting for the two to come ashore. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that this wave of PUBG material exhibition at the bridge head was the work of this guy. First, the abandoned cars blocked the bridge, and then the material exhibition came, which was simply playing the two in the palm of his hand. It's just a game. How can there be such a mean person? No. Even if this guy didn't cheat, I have to report him to vent my anger. The two people's resentment was almost overwhelming. After working so hard for so long, It turned out that everything was already in the hands of the other party. Just like two circus monkeys, giving people a free show. After being dissed by these two people, Chu Sheng's Tutso value once again reached the 150 mark. As for who this wave of bad luck will be transferred to, Chu Sheng has not decided yet. Anyway, he can decide before the end of this game. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were very distressed. And these two people were too miserable. After failing to rush the bridge from the left side of the map, the strategy shifted to rush the bridge on the right side. But they encountered a guy like Chu Sheng again. They spent a lot of effort to jump off the bridge and swim. But the supplies on the shore were taken away by Chu Sheng less than 10 meters away from them. What could be more aggrieved than this? If I had known this earlier, I might as well die directly on the bridge on the left. At least it would be more glorious. The plan here was successful. And the two people provided 40 points of complaints, which was almost the revenge for killing his father. Chu Sheng was about to leave. But when he retracted the 15x scope, he vaguely saw movement at the gas station. He opened the scope again and scanned it. And he actually found a motorcycle, parked carefully at the bridgehead. There was no motorcycle at the gas station at the bridgehead just now. Chapter 227. Are all the players this year so good? There was a motorcycle parked at the bridgehead, and a man squatted behind the box, holding an 8x scope to observe the situation ahead. I don't know which wicked guy actually blocked the bridge with his car. This wave is very uncomfortable. The speedboat was also driven away. Now there is basically no choice to cross the bridge. After confirming that there was no one behind the abandoned car at the bridgehead, the player stood up and drank a bottle of painkillers, then used a bandage to pull up the blood, and then stepped on the motorcycle and rushed directly to the bridge. Chu Sheng was stunned with a 15x scope. What is this guy going to do? Is he going to hit the abandoned car head-on and then fall over the obstacle? If you are lucky, you can get through. If you are unlucky, the car will be destroyed and you will die. Chu Sheng's 15x telescope is like a running camera lens. The center of the picture keeps rotating with the motorcycle. If Chu Sheng hadn't taken a screenshot, I'm afraid many netizens would criticize that this is a body lock. This guy didn't show any sign of slowing down, and even kept speeding up. Chu Sheng is a master of driving a motorcycle. If he rushed up at this speed, without a helmet or anything like that, he might hit a scrapped car and explode and be shattered. There is no possibility of survival at this speed. This is the vision of Chu Sheng, a motorcycle gang, and he will never make mistakes. Then, the guy tilted his motorcycle towards the left, which made Chu Sheng even more confused. Was he going to do acrobatics and rush over the railing? But Chu Sheng immediately rejected this behavior. It's impossible to get over here. As an experienced motorcycle driver, I don't think it's possible. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he saw the guy drive the motorcycle directly onto the iron box next to the railing. The motorcycle flew up along the iron sheet, passed through the steel bridge, and drew a beautiful arc in the air diagonally. It also made a 720-degree loop in the air. It was so amazing. Chu Sheng was in a daze. This guy was really amazing. He actually used that inconspicuous piece of iron sheet as a sprint pedal. What did the anchor say just now? Absolutely impossible? Is this a show of strength in front of Guangong? And then killing Guangong? The anchor seems very embarrassed. His face is swollen. Chu Sheng watched this guy show off so much that the water was flowing, while circling in the air. The player was attracted by the neatly arranged supplies on the bridge. Although it was just a glimpse, the medical box, first aid kit, and energy drink were all in sight. This scene directly shocked the brother, who rushed to the bridge. Is this a reward for crossing the bridge? Instantly, an indescribable sense of pleasure rose in his heart. He was already carrying 2 waves of poison into the circle, and the medicine he searched on his body could not last long. This is really a case of there must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Although I don't know which bored guy did this. This stupid behavior just saved his life. Chu Sheng was also madly complained by the fans, and was completely slapped in the face. He just said that it was impossible to drive here. But he was taught a lesson on the spot. And this guy. You say that pedaling over the bridge is fine, but he also has to do all kinds of gorgeous rolls in the air. Is it awesome to have awesome motorcycle driving skills? It's really awesome. Chu Sheng felt embarrassed and felt really uncomfortable to be slapped in the face by the players. The M24 under the 15x scope continued to lock on. If this person escaped to the beach, this wave would be a real show. After a series of water turbulence operations, Chu Sheng turned into a photographer and background board, feeling indescribably frustrated. He definitely couldn't let this guy run away. Otherwise Chu Sheng would be laughed to death by his fans. The muzzle of the gun was constantly adjusted during the tracking. If some professional players saw this live broadcast angle, they would definitely be able to react to what Chu Sheng was going to do. He kept the crosshairs locked on the head of this speeding gang through continuous fine-tuning. After a random show in the air, he parked the car steadily on the beach. The two wheels were submerged in the water for about 1/3 of the time, and the acceleration was very slow, moving out of the water little by little. At the moment when this person landed, Chu Sheng had already fired a bullet, and then he put the camera away without even looking at it. The bullet was suspended in the air for less than a second, and it hit the head and took him away directly. With a jump out and kill, Chu Sheng's kill count has reached 15 kills. Chu Sheng looked at the kill, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Dare to show off your motorcycle in front of him. This is the end. At least he saved a wave of reputation. And this wave of that person was completely cold. And Chu Sheng finally dared to speak. Still showing off your car skills in front of me. Aren't you asking for a fight? However, Chu Sheng still admired this guy. He could find that iron plate and speed up the bridge crossing. He could use this method when someone blocked the bridge in the future. It would be interesting to block the bridge from behind. But this player is still very good. He can find a way to cross the bridge. Chu Sheng finally praised him. After all, praising him is just praising himself in a roundabout way. This wave is still worth it. There is only 1 minute left before the new safe zone refreshes. Chu Sheng should also find a way to enter the circle. He opened the big map and took a look. The interior of the airport is now complicated. He doesn't know if anyone has sneaked in. Chu Sheng is not going to go. Then there is only the mountain opposite the airport, from where you can see most of the airport. Moreover, Chu Sheng has a 15x scope in hand. Is there any place in the safe zone that he can't hit? He got on the motorcycle directly. Xiaoan was still playing a soft song in YY, and Chu Sheng didn't ask her to turn it off. Anyway, playing games with BGM is also fun. This wave is a bit arrogant, and the live broadcast room can't watch it. Other anchors only play songs in the quality square, and when parachuting, they turn off the music immediately after entering the game for fear of covering up the footsteps. Chu Sheng is a bit arrogant. The M24 with a 15x scope can cruise almost anywhere. It is in the safe zone. Just keep an eye on your back and don't be afraid. Okay? I want to see my brother-in-law use a 15x SKS. I want to see it with a 1-up. You guys are making trouble again. Right? Open was a decent man before he died. Let's spit before we go. Chu Sheng smiled as he saw these pigs trying to make trouble again. Looking at Juefeng and Quang, who were gradually approaching the southern end of the airport island, he couldn't help asking, "Can you two still enter the circle? Do you want us to pick you up?" Although the two had little blood, Juefeng was so scared when he heard Chu Sheng's words that he immediately trembled and quickly refused. If Chu Sheng followed them and landed in the bombing zone, it would be even more difficult to explain. And there is a house area above. Maybe they can survive if they go in and touch it. Chapter 228 Long-Range Cover. Fire support? No need. You guys go into the circle and occupy the advantageous terrain. We'll be there soon. Juefeng immediately rejected Chu Sheng's request seriously. Don't come. Since Juefeng doesn't need help, Chu Sheng doesn't have to bother crossing the safe zone. After marking a point on the mountain, Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle directly, asked Xiaoan to get on the car, and then jumped down from the TV tower at an accelerated speed, flying to the platform house below the radio and television station. The mountain top is at least 50 meters away from the platform house below, and Chu Sheng just drove out at high speed. Although Xiaoan knew that this was a game, he still couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he drove down like this, the car would be destroyed and people would die, and the car would explode. Even the fans in the live broadcast room felt that if the motorcycle went down from such a height, it would lose all its durability as soon as it landed, and then exploded into the sky. Chu Sheng was too aggressive this time. He controlled the motorcycle and repeated a 720-degree loop. Then the motorcycle fell on the rocks near the bottom, and the shock absorption slowed down the car. The durability was only about half of it. Then it slid down steadily between the stone cliffs, and finally landed on the lowest platform. Chu Sheng did not stop the car. He drove the motorcycle around the platform, straightened the front of the motorcycle, and started to accelerate. After passing through the wire mesh, he accelerated directly, preparing to fly over the road. One wave has not yet subsided when another wave rises. Xiaoan's mood, which had just been calmed down, was stirred up again by Chu Sheng. Seeing the motorcycle take off again and perform various difficult rotations again, Xiaoan's heart jumped directly into his throat. There is obviously a road. Why does this person have to play some difficult games instead of taking the normal road? Chu Sheng did not care about Xiaoan's complaints, and directly jumped over the road with the motorcycle and landed directly on the opposite mountain. After going around to the edge of the safe zone, which was also the highest point on the mountain at the moment, Chu Sheng parked his motorcycle, which was smoking, to the side. The entire airport was in front of Chu Sheng, and he could see the uphill road in the distance at a glance without any obstacles. Chu Sheng found a high shade tree and hid behind it. Two people could not hide under one tree. So Chu Sheng quickly designated a tree for Xiaoan and asked her to pay attention to the back. After all, the poison circle had not shrunk yet, and someone would definitely come from behind later. With the 15x scope of the M24 turned on, the entire airport could be seen at a glance, and every move was in Chu Sheng's eyes. Xiaoan's song was still playing. This time, even Xiaoan felt that the song was a bit of an obstacle to hearing, and couldn't help asking, "Isn't the song a bit loud? I should turn it off. I can't even hear the footsteps." "It's okay. It's nice. Keep playing it." Chu Sheng was already humming along, and the slow song wasn't loud, so it was totally unnecessary. Then, the tree Chu Sheng found for Xiaoan was behind him. Even if an enemy came over, Xiaoan would definitely be the first to be discovered. When Xiaoan was hit, he would naturally be able to react and fight back, all because of the strong desire to survive. Xiaoan hadn't reacted yet, but when she heard Chu Sheng praising the song, it was as if he was praising her, and all the unhappy thoughts just now were thrown out of her mind. "Are you serious? Do you really think this song is good?" Xiaoan's tone became fluctuating, and she was no longer as calm as before. Chu Sheng was quite understanding of this. For example, when his roommate played Girls' Generation's Mr. before, Chu Sheng praised the song and said that it was good. Then his roommate had an excited expression and even paid for Chu Sheng to have lunch, praising Chu Sheng for his good taste. Xiaoan must be in this state now. It's really nice. Whether it's this slow song or the electronic music just now, they're both brainwashing. Chu Sheng answered truthfully. This made Xiaoan feel as sweet as eating honey. Just as Xiaoan and Chu Sheng were chatting, Zhu Feng's voice suddenly came from the voice chat like a pig being slaughtered. "Brother-in-law, save me. Please save us." Zhu Feng's voice was extremely sad and panicked. Chu Sheng glanced at the big map. The two were running hard and were about to run across the road. The 15x scope moved directly upwards and locked on the position that took away the tags of the two teammates. "What's the matter? Explain it clearly?" Zhu Feng was just yelling nonsense, and he didn't explain the situation clearly. This made Chu Sheng very depressed. Did he have to use his love to generate energy and shout a few words of encouragement? At this time, Quang's voice came, saying calmly, "We were going to search the wild area, but we were targeted. There was a full team behind us that kept shooting at us." Learning the cause and effect of the matter, Chu Sheng understood it and found it was not a big problem. "Zhu Feng, I'm not saying anything to you. Is it necessary to yell for such a small matter?" Chu Sheng looked calm and indifferent. This kind of thing can be solved by just turning around and shooting. This person really has extremely poor psychological quality. Zhu Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Aren't you more cowardly when you don't have a gun? Now they have 2 spray guns and Uzi, and one of them is holding a MP9. How can they fight back against 4 people? Request long-range cover and fire support." As the two ran into the field of vision, Chu Sheng's camera was completely aimed. "Keep running down. No matter what happens later. Don't look back. Run to the apron to find cover, and then listen to my instructions." Chu Sheng's tone calmed down, and his expression became serious. Chu Sheng was more than 800 meters away from Zhu Feng. Chu Sheng's 15x scope was raised very high. It was rare to hit someone at this distance, and he didn't expect a headshot. After hearing Chu Sheng's instructions, Zhu Feng and Quang ran towards the apron in front of them without saying anything. There were some shelters under the apron, although they didn't know what Chu Sheng was going to do. They just had to do it. Zhu Feng and Quang originally wanted Chu Sheng to shoot from a distance to scare the people behind them and make them retreat. Then, they could go find Chu Sheng to reunite when they were safe. But this group of people chased them relentlessly. They chased them even when they saw them running to the airport area. Isn't it just stealing 2 bottles of energy drinks? Is it necessary to chase them all the way? Juefeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. If he had known, he would not have picked up those 2 bottles of energy drinks. Rushing into the airport, Chu Sheng had already seen Juefeng and Quang, the 2 of them running towards the apron. Chu Sheng glanced at the equipment on the 2 people. It was simply too miserable. They were all level 1 sets. Juefeng carried a spray gun and Uzi, and Quang had only a EP9 on his body. It can be said that it was very miserable. But Chu Sheng didn't feel sad at all. Juefeng hadn't finished looking for someone to snipe him and set his pace. So he invited him to play another game later. Then Chu Sheng saw 4 people appearing in the camera, constantly chasing Juefeng and Quang. It can be said that they knew the man and attacked him. Chapter 229 Invisible Enemies. Juefeng and Quang kept moving around to avoid bullets, and the 4 people behind them were chasing in a straight line, giving Chu Sheng room to operate. Shooting at this distance, even Chu Sheng was nervous. Whether he could hit was still a question. The M24 muzzle roared deafeningly, and the bullet drew a graceful arc in the air. This time Chu Sheng did not dare to calmly put away the gun. After all, in this situation, he did not have an accurate grasp of the bullet's landing point, and needed to see the bullet's landing point and then adjust it. As the light spot in the 15x scope continued to rush down, the bullet fell directly on the enemy, who was standing and shooting. The bullet landed directly on the man's crotch, bursting out a ball of green blood. Chu Sheng was originally going to see where the bullet would land, but he couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw the scene. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also caught off guard. This bullet was really something. It was definitely a headshot. Chu Sheng really had the aiming lock on. It's just that this lock is a bit of a joke. I'm afraid you'll get 800% headshot damage this time. Hearing that Chu Sheng was still laughing, Juefeng couldn't help himself. Is this the time to laugh? How could this guy not know the importance of urgency? The player who was hit immediately lost half of his health, and was so scared that he quickly laid down and started to hit him. Someone. The companions were still shooting at Juefeng and Quang. When they heard someone, they found that their teammates had lost half of their health, and they began to search for traces. But they looked around and still found no trace of the enemy. They never thought that this was a super powerful bullet from behind the shade of the trees on the hilltop 800 meters away. There was another low roar, and this time the bullet directly penetrated the skull of the man lying down to spray medicine, knocking him down on the spot. Where did it hit? Could it be a hang? The 4 people were like frightened deer, and they had no idea what to do. If they retreated, they would be out of the safe zone, and it would be difficult to come in later. But if they continued to move forward without knowing where the enemy was, they would most likely end up dead. Just when they were in a dilemma, Juefeng and Quang had already reached the apron and found a suitable shelter. Just when Juefeng was about to say Chu Sheng, it was directly displayed that Chu Sheng had shot someone in the head. Juefeng shrank his head and was lucky that he didn't say it just now. Otherwise, he would be criticized by the fans again. Now all they have to do is shout 666 and cheer for Chu Sheng. The 4 people didn't even hear the gunshot. At a distance of 800 meters, the gunshot had already dissipated and could not reach the ears of the 4 people at all. The ghostly bullets made the 4 people fall into terror, throwing a smoke bomb to the teammate. The others also went into the smoke, pulling the teammate and then observing the enemy's position. At this time, Q Huang also stood up and began to play the role of a troublemaker, using UB9 to shoot in the smoke. Chu Sheng had too many bullets to use up, and nearly 100 rounds of 7.62 bullets were enough to make the enemy feel terrified. Another shot was fired, and the bullet sank into the smoke and hit the foot, scaring the rescue teammate to let go directly. There were also light submachine gun bullets whizzing through the ears of several people, and some even fell on their bodies, making people feel that they had accidentally strayed into a place of trouble. Some were killing people, some were rescuing people, but the sound of the bullets made people's scalps numb. Put more smoke bombs forward. Get up and rush in. After pulling their teammates up, the 4 of them took some medicine and began to spread smoke bombs forward frantically, wanting to rush directly into the airport and hide on the back slope of the satellite dish cover. However, Chu Sheng would not give them any chance at all. The smoke bombs laid by several people were very poorly, basically without any rules. They just kept throwing them far away, and then rushed in headfirst. The gap between the smoke bombs gave Chu Sheng an opportunity. The figures of the 4 people were extremely clear under the 15x scope. As soon as they ran out of the smoke bomb, Chu Sheng's bullets had been pre-aimed, and the light spots were flying very fast in the air. As soon as they entered the smoke bomb, a green mist filled the white mist, indicating a headshot and knockdown. One of the four fell again. But this time, they could only let their teammates continue to crawl forward, and no one dared to stop. Qiu Huang and Jue Feng also followed them from the apron secretly, wanting to take the opportunity to do something. This group of guys chased them on foot for at least 200 to 300 meters, which was unbearable for anyone. Now there was a chance to do something. How could they be left out? Pulling the bolt to change the bullet, Chu Sheng continued to lock the smoke bomb with a 15x scope. Another person emerged from the smoke. Chu Sheng had already found the feel for continuous shooting at this distance, and fired another shot. Although he didn't hit the forehead, the bullet still landed on the neck, still causing critical damage. And coupled with the insufficient blood recovery just now, the damage was just enough to knock him down. Two people fell down, which made Juefeng and Quang very excited. They can handle the rest by themselves. Just when Chu Sheng was changing the magazine, Xiaoan behind him was suddenly knocked down by a burst of bullets. And Xiaoan didn't even react. Chu Sheng turned his head suddenly, cut out the rifle, and locked the enemy's position with dynamic vision at the first time. All 5 bullets were locked on the head, knocking down the first person directly. This was the third time Xiaoan fell to the ground, and his blood loss rate was very fast. In the time Chu Sheng knocked this person down, he had already bled 1/3. If he didn't end the battle quickly to rescue him, he would probably be completely dead. After Chu Sheng knew this, he knocked down one person and rushed up without saying a word. Just halfway through the charge, an enemy popped up. This kind of terrain is very advantageous for Chu Sheng, because most of the exposed positions of the opponent are upper bodies, which are very easy to be headshot. 10 bullets directly knocked down another person. Chu Sheng's actions were quick and neat, and he didn't even change the magazine. He rushed up and saw the last enemy who came up. He shot and took him away directly, and got 3 kills. Then Chu Sheng jumped down and squatted down to rescue at the last moment. 17 kills. The bright red words gradually dissipated as Xiaoan was pulled up. According to the current trend, Chu Sheng may really break his previous kill record. The series of knockdowns just now were quite impressive. More than quite impressive. His shooting skills were so strong that any mistake would have been a disaster. Am I the only one who discovered that Chu Sheng killed people without any injuries? After being reminded, everyone suddenly realized that Chu Sheng's health had not dropped at all since the counterattack just now. These 3 guys are too weak. They didn't hit a single shot? I'm afraid the 3 of them didn't expect Chu Sheng to be able to fight 3 people violently when one of his own team was knocked down. And Chu Sheng's pre-aiming points were basically on the head, giving the 3 people no chance to fight back. Another discovery. Didn't you notice that Chu Sheng didn't change the magazine during the whole process of fighting 3 people just now? Chapter 230 Motorcycle Reckless Man. The fans were stunned for a moment, then reacted. Chu Sheng just fought 3 people alone, and he didn't change a magazine of bullets during the whole process. If it were me, I would have died of cancer at changing bullets. How confident is this guy? If there were 4 people on the other side, would he not change bullets? Chu Sheng will definitely say arrogantly, 40 bullets can't kill 4 people? Let's find out. Pulling Xiaoan up. This time Xiaoan was so scared that she lay directly behind the tree and started to spray pesticides. She didn't even notice where the group of people came from. Chu Sheng changed the gun immediately after changing the magazine, and refocused his attention on the enemy, who had already hidden on the reverse slope of the big pot in the distance. Seeing the 2 people on the ground still lying stubbornly, Chu Sheng shot them one by one. Completely unreasonable. Chu Sheng hits the target 800 meters away, just like hitting a target 100 meters away. You can't learn it. I think the anchor should use the camera to record the screen every day in the future. Otherwise, I think as long as a newcomer enters the live broadcast room, he will definitely think that the anchor is locked. I don't think the newcomer needs to be mistaken. There are still 35 survivors now. Chu Sheng will definitely break 20 kills this time. As for whether he can break 29 kills, it depends on the arrangement of fate, because the exact location of the 2 people could not be found now. Chu Sheng asked Juefeng, "Can you hit anyone over there?" The 2 were on the apron, just behind the big pot. "We can see them, but we don't have a high-power scope, so we can't hit them." Qiu Huang Red Dot B9 held his breath for a while, and found that the distance was still a bit far. At a distance of nearly 200 meters, EP9's bullets would probably be as effective as mosquitoes. The poison circle had shrunk by more than half. After Xiao En recovered her health, she took the initiative to lie down on the grass on the hillside so that she could see the enemy at the first time. Although she had Chu Sheng's praise, Xiao En, who had just fallen down, took the initiative to turn off the music. If there was no music just now, maybe she could hear the footsteps? The poison circle shrank, and a new safe zone was also generated, located inside the airport. Building C, the boiler room, the police station, and the terminal are all in the safe zone, which is very interesting. More than 30 people survived, all concentrated in a small room with many shelters, which made this way very interesting. Juefeng, don't throw away your lead bullets. They will be useful later. Xiao En still has an S-12K on his back, but it's almost out of bullets. How can he fight in the room later without such a magic weapon? 8 consecutive sprays to find out. Don't talk about lead bullets. Now Q Huang and I are stuck here. You should think of a way. In front of the apron is the boiler room. Juefeng can already hear the gunshots from the police station behind the boiler room. How to enter the circle here is still a problem. Chu Sheng pondered for a moment and said, how about this? The two of you run directly to the boiler room. The two guys hiding behind the radio transmitter will definitely stick their heads out to shoot you. And then I will snipe them. Okay. Juefeng heard that this was a solution, and couldn't help but remind him, then I'll leave the sniping to you. And I'll take care of the selling of asses. After using the bandage to restore some blood, Juefeng and Quang rushed out from behind the bunker. The apron is nearly 150 meters away from the boiler room in front, and there are few bunkers in the middle. The two guys who were hiding behind the radio transmitter and were still in shock saw the guy who chased them before running away, and they were furious. If it weren't for chasing these two guys, would there be 2 casualties on his side? Seeing the 2 men running into the safe zone so recklessly, the 2 men were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. He poked his head out and fired a few shots at Juefeng's, but the bullets exploded into 2 green blood flowers, and Juefeng's health dropped sharply, making Juefeng scared out of his wits. Damn. Other people's frying pans can block tons of damage, but his frying pan can't block it at all, and both shots fell on his butt. The moment Chu Sheng saw the head, the muzzle of the gun had already moved up and fired. The man seemed to have no reaction, still stubbornly pointing at Juefeng, and didn't notice that a bullet with strong kinetic energy was flying over. As a result, the second-level helmet was naturally shattered and fell directly to the ground. When his teammate fell, the other one was so scared that he quickly shrank his head back, waiting for his teammate to climb down and rescue him. Chu Sheng and Q Huang ran to the boiler room in a dangerous situation, and they found shelters and shivered in the corner. The mountain here is not in the safe zone either. The poison circle stays for 2 minutes. During this time, everyone is looking for opportunities to enter the circle. The earlier they enter the circle, the better position they can find to block the people behind them. In this kind of house circle, if you still use the old method of blocking the poison edge, unless you are a professional team with amazing execution, you will die miserably. Chu Sheng still did not abandon his beloved motorcycle, although it was smoking and only had half of its durability left. In Chu Sheng's eyes, it was no different from a brand new one. Xiao En, let's go and learn about speed racing. Xiao En refused, seeing the motorcycle smoking and making strange noises. He instinctively resisted, but seeing Chu Sheng had already lifted up the motorcycle, he thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and got on the motorcycle. Drive carefully this time. Xiao En couldn't help but remind him. The last time he fell from such a high mountain, he was able to survive because of his good looks. If he did it again this time, the weeds in the airport would be his grave. Chu Sheng smiled and agreed, then stepped on the accelerator and drove straight down. Chu Sheng originally considered whether to find a way to fly directly to the roof of Building C. After the circle is refreshed later. This place is basically the highest position in the safe zone, except for the Youtiao elevated road. It is very comfortable to fight from a high position. There is no cover on the Youtiao elevated road, and the position is extremely exposed. Almost half a month. People in the safe zone can hit it as long as they have a high-powered scope. Moreover, it is such a high position that they will be hung up and killed on it later, unless they use the Superman flying plug-in. They can't get down at all. The roar of the motorcycle resounded in the airport, and all the people who sneaked into the airport were stunned. They didn't expect that someone would dare to drive into the circle at this time. It was simply a matter of life and death. The people hiding in Building C also quietly showed their heads, and saw Chu Sheng and Xiao En rushing over on motorcycles. In this situation, everyone's first reaction is to sweep the car. And this player is no exception. He stood up and exposed half of his body, and swept at the motorcycle and people. Chu Sheng saw this guy with a camouflage level 2 helmet at the first time. Normal people would choose to stay away and find a safe place to park. But who is Chu Sheng? He went straight to the guy without saying a word. Chu Sheng was shot several times. But fortunately the protection effect of the level 3 armor was good. Otherwise, he would have been beaten so badly that even his mother would not recognize him. Chapter 231 No Train Station. No oranges. The fans in the live broadcast room were stunned to see Chu Sheng not looking for a place to hide, but directly confronting him. Will he not die? This is a headshot that is delivered directly to the door. Chu Sheng is focused on showing off his driving skills all his life. And today, he finally flipped over on his motorcycle. This wave of cars will definitely flip over. I slap my arms and promise that if I don't flip over, I will stand upside down and have diarrhea. In the eyes of the fans, this wave is completely a suicide. Chu Sheng finally made a mistake in driving. And then all kinds of gifts came in to celebrate this memorable moment. However, Chu Sheng didn't have time to pay attention to the barrage at this time. When the motorcycle was 2 or 3 meters away from hitting the wall of the C-shaped building, Chu Sheng directly braked and controlled the motorcycle to lean forward. Jump off the car. Chu Sheng jumped off the car at the command. Fortunately, this wave of deceleration played a crucial role, and he didn't lose much blood when he fell off the car. Xiao En reacted a little slower, but he also jumped off after Chu Sheng. The motorcycle rolled over because Chu Sheng deliberately braked before getting off the car, and the rear of the car was lifted up. The strong inertia directly made the motorcycle fly up and directly poured into the room with the window, knocking down the guy who had just shot. Unfortunately, at this time, the people hiding in other rooms of Building C heard the sound of shooting here, and wanted to open the door to sneak in. As soon as the door was opened, they shot without saying a word, directly blowing up the red, bloody, and durable motorcycle. The 2 people who were knocked down and shot were directly killed by the vehicle explosion. Looking at the flames and smoke coming out of the window, even Chu Sheng was confused. His script only had the first half. How come the extras secretly added a supporting role for themselves? Fortunately, the effect is good. I will give him a chicken drumstick later. After squatting in the corner to recover some blood, Xiao En was still frightened by Chu Sheng's behavior just now. If this guy had driven properly, he would not have been beaten. You almost killed me just now. Xiao En pouted and complained. Even if this is in the game, you can't drive like this. What if I accidentally die after jumping out of the car? And if the guy in front of me had a better shooting skill, wouldn't both of them have been knocked down just now? Xiao En was scared when she thought of this. Chu Sheng listened to Xiao En's complaints and said it casually. No, I'll stand in front of you and won't let you get hurt. Chu Sheng's original intention was just to describe the situation at that time. Originally, he was wearing a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, and rushed forward on a motorcycle. The man's bullets couldn't turn and couldn't hit Xiao En. But this? Sometimes you have to sigh at the profoundness of Chinese. You know, Xiao En suddenly heard this, and her cheeks flushed. Because of her profession, someone had said similar things to her. But in the game, everyone is an ordinary player, and they don't know who is behind the computer. Chu Sheng suddenly said this, which made people feel sweet and cared for. Fuck. This is a bit high level. It shouldn't be something Chu Sheng's EQ can handle. Does this bitch flirt with every girl she sees? It's over. Another girl is going to fall into Chu Sheng's clutches. My heart is broken. Juefeng and Quang were in the voice channel, and naturally heard Chu Sheng's double entendre nonsense. Both of them couldn't help but vomit up their dinner. If Ziajizi hadn't slept at this time, Juefeng would have rushed to the live broadcast room as soon as possible to tell Ziajizi that her brother was flirting with girls again. Xiao En hesitated and didn't know how to answer, and after a long while, she snorted. After Chu Sheng recovered his health, he turned over and went into the window. He just noticed that this guy was not alone. He was knocked down, but not killed after being pressed by a motorcycle. If nothing unexpected happened, this guy's teammates should also be in Building C. Looking at this guy who rushed in and shot as soon as the door opened. If Chu Sheng guessed correctly, the teammates of the man who was knocked down should be on the 2nd floor. He turned over and filled up his energy, and made some supplements. Xiao En. Give me the S12K. Come here and pick up another gun. In this kind of battle in the stairs. What gun is better than the S12K? Xiao En was actually very resistant in his heart. But considering Chu Sheng's praise for the song, and what he said just now, he reluctantly gave him the S12K. Under Chu Sheng's guidance, he turned over into the house, and had a wave of transactions in the private space. There were only 10 bullets left in the shotgun lead bullets. And after loading a magazine, the data became August 2nd. However, there was no way that 5 people could appear on the C-shaped building. And the ammunition was very stable. Chu Sheng did not dare to let Xiao En follow too closely, for fear that the girl would be scared after seeing people and shoot directly, and the bullets would fall behind him, attacking from both sides. You just wait at this staircase. Don't walk around. Don't look around. I'll go and give you. Before Chu Sheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao En angrily. If you dare to say oranges, you will die today. Chu Sheng shuddered all over, and then put on a smile and said, how is it possible? Am I the kind of person who buys oranges? What I mean is that I will kill them all for you. In the face of the desire to survive. IQ and EQ are all good. Xiao En stayed at the corner of the stairs, and Chu Sheng walked up carefully and quietly, sticking to the wall to see what was going on inside. There was no sound at all, and it was empty. But Chu Sheng didn't believe that there was no one upstairs. There were not many people who could rush into the building in the final round. It was definitely unwise to choose to separate from teammates. Basically, no one would do this. He tried to stick his head out, but found no movement. Chu Sheng stretched out half of his body again, but there was still no one. Chu Sheng didn't rush directly, but cut out a smoke bomb and threw it towards the atrium on the second floor. Suddenly, smoke began to spread, isolating the corridor into 2 parts. Chu Sheng dodged into the nearest room and scanned it in 1 second. No one was there. Then he jumped to the opposite side and searched at the same speed. As Chu Sheng searched the rooms in the front half, he did not see any trace of people. The smoke bomb gradually dissipated, and Chu Sheng had already touched the door of the atrium toilet. There was no one in front, and he did not hear the sound of someone falling through the window just now. That person must be in the back half. Chu Sheng did not rush forward. He directly pinched a grenade, pulled out the plug, and a crisp bang sounded, and he held it tightly in his palm. Chu Sheng did not throw it towards the nearest room, but threw it into a door a little further away. Then the grenade bounced at the door and entered the house steadily. Boom! With a loud bang, Chu Sheng took out another smoke bomb. This time, before Chu Sheng could make a move, he suddenly heard a sound of someone falling through the window. The man couldn't help but jump out of the window and fled. Chu Sheng rushed to the nearest room and jumped down, holding the S12K. The man was also smart. He was afraid that Chu Sheng would stand by the window and shoot him. So he walked along the wall. But Chu Sheng had the S12K in his hand. So he shot the man to death on the wall with 2 shots. Chapter 232 Escape from the New Year. Kill this man directly. Chu Sheng glanced at the box and found that he had no need at all. Juefeng and Quang were still huddled in the abandoned factory next to the police station. There were probably many people nearby. This was already a safe zone. The 2 of them didn't have any guns, so they just stayed here. There was still half a minute before the poison circle refreshed. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and called Xiao En out. The 2 of them went up to the roof along the stairs next to the building, lying on the rooftop behind a platform about half a meter high. Chu Sheng glanced at the elevated fried dough sticks and found no one moving. No one dared to climb up to the rooftops of the other 2 buildings. After all, there were too many exposed places. The 2 of them just lay on the rooftop, and then moved their vision directly to the mountain behind them, so as not to be in the middle of a fight when a few people appeared behind them. After all, the fun of the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is that you never know what will happen in the next second. The poison circle was shrinking, and some people outside the poison circle finally couldn't help it and started to pave the way into the safe zone with smoke bombs, followed by a fierce exchange of fire. Juefeng, how is the situation over there? The power grid has shrunk to the downstairs of Building C. After ensuring that no one else can slip over, Chu Sheng squatted down and turned the gun head, and began to prepare a plan to rescue Daving Juefeng and Quang. The new safe zone was generated in an awkward location, right in the open space between the Youtiao elevated road and the C-shaped building. There were few shelters here, and there was basically no place to hide except for a few broken cars and the Youtiao Foundation. Chu Sheng pulled to the right and hid behind the high platform on the right. Here, he could see the situation at the police station as long as he stuck his head out. Juefeng and Quang had a very bad gaming experience. They had bad luck from the beginning. And they still didn't have a decent rifle. As for the two people at the antenna transmitter in the back, they had already been sniped to death by people from other places when the circle was shrinking. Once the poison circle shrank, the number of survivors was almost halved. And now only 18 people are left. Such a small number of people in the fifth circle is rare. However, when you think about how this awkward safe zone was set on the island at the beginning, how many people failed to cross the bridge, or died on the way, it is almost understandable that there are reasons for this small number of people. Juefeng and Quang hid in the corner and trembled. They didn't know how to answer Chusheng's words. How could they know the situation? The two of them didn't even dare to stick their heads out. I don't know. Everything outside is unclear. I don't know. I don't understand. Juefeng answered quickly. But he really didn't understand. Chusheng was puzzled. It would be fine if he didn't have a rifle in other places. But he was so cowardly in this kind of terrain, in a brick house, with a shotgun. Juefeng was really a guy. But Chusheng opened the big map and glanced at it. And said to Juefeng, "You stick to the poisonous edge and move under the oil stick's elevated platform. I'll support you at the high point." With Chusheng's words, the two of them immediately felt confident. Without saying a word, they went around the brick house and moved forward along the poisonous edge. Chusheng smiled inadvertently. Anyway, they had to come here. This time, they used Juefeng and Quang as bait to attract others. It would be even better if someone could hit them. However, Chusheng's sly smile was caught by the fans. Sure enough, things were not that simple. Chusheng was going to cause trouble. It was just Juefeng, the power dog, who had just come out to threaten them. Naturally, the fans were happy to see Juefeng get tricked. The more tricked, the better. Juefeng held Uzi, and Quang held the car King EP9. The two of them sneaked in from the edge of the poison circle like dogs. As a result, just after they got out of the circle for a few steps, a 98K warning bullet landed on the wire mesh, and a crisp tremolo sounded, which scared the two. Chusheng had almost locked the direction of the unsilenced 98K, but he couldn't hit the opponent at this angle. The two of them were so panicked that they simply lay on the ground and dared not move, which made Chusheng gnash his teeth in anger. What are you afraid of? Keep running. If you lie down, you will be killed. Juefeng and Quang didn't even have a smoke bomb to cover themselves. Naturally, they would be taken special care of if they showed their heads. You should deal with them first. I won't leave if you don't. Juefeng simply didn't move. Anyway, the poison circle had just shrunk not long ago. Now there was still 1.5 minutes before the poison was refreshed. There was no rush. Chusheng sighed lightly. Why did playing a game feel like taking care of a child? Considering that this guy is the emperor of Su Xiaomu's live broadcast room. Save his life. Maybe he can explore the way in the final circle if he keeps him? Chusheng roughly knew where the man was. He was in the vertical building of the C-shaped building, but on the other side of the house. He couldn't make a move from this angle. After telling Shaoan to lie down here, Chusheng turned around and jumped down from the building. He quietly lurked behind the vertical building, crouched behind the wall, and quietly walked in. He asked Juefeng and Quang to stand up and show a flaw. And then he heard the sound of 98K. It was much easier to identify the house. At this time, the people in the room still didn't know that Chusheng had entered the building, and they were still using high-powered binoculars to look at Juefeng and the others. Chusheng looked at the poison circle that was about to shrink in less than a minute. If the two guys couldn't get in this time, they would be completely cold outside. He cut a grenade and held it in his hand, then shouted to Juefeng and Quang, "You can run now." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the grenade plug and threw it directly into the house. The man was setting up his gun, and suddenly heard a grenade in the house. He no longer cared about the two people at the edge of the poison circle in the distance. He immediately closed his mirror, and saw a grenade under his feet. Without saying a word, he turned directly to the window. But as soon as he landed, he was sprayed twice by Chusheng S12K, and turned into a box. The C-shaped building of the airport has many tactics. It is impossible to hide in a room and fight. You found the enemy in the room on your left-hand side in the previous second, and it is possible that he will go around to your right-hand side in the next second. It is full of changes and flexibility. Another person was killed, and Chusheng's kill count reached 22. Now the fans are not expecting anything. Chu Sheng's luck was against the sky. If he didn't win the game again, it would be unreasonable. The only thing they want to see is Chu Sheng's 29 kills. Or even 30 kills. This is a milestone kill count. If Chu Sheng can exceed 29 kills, it means that he has transitioned from a new anchor to a top anchor. Xu Weifeng and Quang took advantage of this time to sneak behind the elevated Yotio platform. As soon as they showed their heads, Voldemort, who was hiding here, shot them with a burst of bullets. Before the two had time to sigh about escaping from the tiger's mouth, they were knocked down and finished off. They were so angry that they almost smashed the mouse. For Xu Weifeng, this game experience was really like being forced to put a handful of salt in his mouth. And he felt bitter. Chapter 233. Let me go to the toilet. And then? Fuck. How could there be a Voldemort here? After Xu Weifeng died, he gasped for air. Qiu Huang didn't say anything, but just sighed. Since he chose to jump into the poison circle in the upper city of G-Port with Xu Weifeng, he probably guessed the ending. The only thing he didn't expect was that they actually lived for so long, which was really rare. Voldemort's appearance in this place is really a beast. How did he stay in such a corner? He also stole 2 heads from him. I'm afraid he will be laughed to death. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh, and forced a smile to comfort him. It's okay. I'll avenge you. With Chu Sheng's words, Xu Weifeng's anger obviously subsided a lot, now that he knew the location of Voldemort. Xu Weifeng and Qiu Huang died for a good reason. At least the role of bait was fully demonstrated. Chu Sheng didn't know that there would be people in this place. If he went there rashly, he might be beaten to a pulp. Crouching in the corner, there was little time left to shrink the circle, and almost everyone was ready to move. Knowing the location made him feel relieved. Chu Sheng didn't think about salting Voldemort first, but planned to support Xiao En first and find a way to get her down from the roof. Xiao En, jump down from the building now and come to my side. There was not much time left for the two of them. The poison circle would shrink in less than 30 seconds. As soon as the poison circle began to shrink, the battle was imminent, because there was no cover in the safe zone. Who would have the last laugh depended on how the poison circle shrank. When the poison circle shrank to the right place, the winner would be known. Chu Sheng squatted in place and began to pull up the energy. Xiao En heard Chu Sheng's arrangement and jumped directly from the roof. As soon as he jumped down, he heard a few bullets flying behind his head, which almost scared Xiao En. After landing, he ran to Chu Sheng's side without stopping and squatted down to hit the energy in a very formal manner. When the poison shrinks, throw grenades directly into it. Chu Sheng explained to Xiao En that there was no cover in the final circle, so there was a wave of artificial bombing areas. He was almost concussed by the bombing area, so it was necessary to let these guys have a good taste. The poison circle began to shrink, and Chu Sheng didn't even cut off his gun and started throwing grenades directly into the safe area. Chu Sheng now had 6 grenades left in his level 3 bag, and Xiao En had 4 left in his bag. 10 grenades were thrown out in a swarm like taking out garbage. Chu Sheng also didn't forget to throw a shot at the guy hiding behind the elevated foundation. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. How many grenades did Chu Sheng prepare? This number of grenades was probably enough to blow the safe zone to the ground. The safe zone was bombarded, and the grass was full of grenades. People outside the circle didn't dare to go in. In addition, a group of people rushed out and naturally started to fight with guns. The poison in this circle was very painful, with multiple injuries added together. The information bar in the upper right corner flashed wildly, saying that they were knocked down and killed outside the safe zone. Chu Sheng had thrown all the grenades and his health dropped by 2/3. He quickly squatted on the spot, pulled up a first aid kit, and prepared to rush in. Because Xiao En had fewer grenades, he immediately drew blood after throwing them, and his speed was even faster than Chu Sheng. As the last grenade exploded, Chu Sheng jumped to a kill, and the picture stopped abruptly, which made everyone stunned. Well, chicken dinner? Chu Sheng hadn't reacted yet. Didn't they enter the safe zone yet? How did they win the chicken dinner inexplicably? Winning the chicken dinner outside the poison circle. This wave is a bit spiritual. Xiao En was completely confused. How could it be good luck? Chicken dinner tonight without firing a shot? The final kill number also stopped at 23. The water friends in the live broadcast room never expected such an ending. And this wave was a bit irritating. I was expecting Chu Sheng to kill a lot of people in the end and break a record. But I didn't expect this to be the ending. This wave is very boring. I think the developer is deliberately making trouble. No one rushed into the safe zone. This final circle is a bit comical. Oh my god. More than a dozen people died in a fight outside the circle? It's like using force. But the whole fist force hits Cotton. Very angry. Chu Sheng looked at the settlement and immediately remembered something. It seems that he forgot to use the bad luck transfer that he had accumulated with the full complaint value. This wave is a big loss. You know how bad it is to accumulate 150 points of complaint value in one hand. But he actually forgot to use it. This wave is a big loss. I clicked the return interface. But as soon as I returned to the game interface, a message popped up again. You have been banned. Ha ha ha. What a show. The developer said. You Chusheng are very showy. Right? This time I am even better than you. I feel sorry for Xiajizi. The account was just unblocked after 24 hours of freezing. I played for less than 4 hours a night. And Chusheng banned it for another day. This wave is very uncomfortable. Chusheng looked at the account that was banned again. And his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Juefeng also cut out to the live broadcast room and saw the news that the account was banned on the screen. He immediately felt that the anger he had just felt at the hands of Voldemort had dissipated. Ha ha ha. Chusheng, you've been confirmed. Right? Official confirmation from the developer. Juefeng was just joking. You're so lucky. You're banned for a day. It feels so good. Chusheng also sighed. In the past 2 days, he saw netizens in the live broadcast room often saying things like the developer is a jerk and the developer is a jerk. Chusheng thought that they must be a group of netizens who are trying to stir up trouble. A game company can make such a popular game. How can it be so jerk? Well, now Chusheng really admits that this company can make a popular game. All thanks to the dog eating shit. This company is really cool. I just finished the test yesterday. And I played for 4 hours and then tested again. Are you hitting yourself in the face? Chusheng could only complain like this. And then he quit the game and saw that it was already past midnight. The popularity of the live broadcast room was still around 1 million, which showed how many passers-by fans Chusheng had gained by taking pictures of the screen today. The number of followers had also soared to more than 3 million, which made it completely incomprehensible that this was a result that a new anchor could achieve. Well, it's late here too, and I need to go to bed. Let's play another day. Shaolin's voice sounded with a hint of fatigue, and the few people said hello and then went offline. Chusheng switched his game account, then logged into the interface, stood up and said, "Let me go to the bathroom first." Chusheng walked out of the room with a cup of water, ready to go to the bathroom and get some water. Naturally, a group of people in the live broadcast room mocked Chusheng for going to the bathroom to get water and drinking urine for health. As soon as Chusheng went out, he saw that the bathroom light was still on. He scratched his head and couldn't help complaining, "Su Xiaomu, this guy didn't turn off the light after going to the bathroom." Chapter 234 Comminuted Fracture. Su Xiaomu had done this before. She went to the bathroom in a daze at night, and then rolled back to bed with her head shaking. As for turning off the lights, is there such a thing? Chusheng put the cup of water on the table beside him, and walked up helplessly. Look! The door is not closed. He must have forgotten to close it when he came out. Chusheng was now 100% sure that Su Xiaomu went to the bathroom in a daze at night. He pushed the door open. And then? Chusheng was stunned. Su Xiaomu squinted slightly. Obviously not awake yet, but vaguely felt that the bathroom door was pushed open. And then someone stood in front of him. Su Xiaomu's hair was a little messy because of sleeping, but with this confused look, she was particularly cute. Chusheng suddenly remembered the strange kiss between the two of them early this morning. Chusheng's mind was in a mess, and at this time he felt his mouth dry and his limbs stiff. Su Xiaomu also gradually woke up from the haze, watching the face in front of him become clear from blur. The sleeping memory was also awakened. Oh! It's my brother! Just this sentence. And then Su Xiaomu lowered his head again and felt drowsy. TSK! The boot failed and fell into an infinite boot and restart cycle. Chusheng was startled by this sentence, and the whole person reacted as if he had stepped on the electric switch and was electrocuted. Hesitating, Su Xiaomu was embarrassed and annoyed, and the whole person's cheeks were like the spout of a boiling water kettle, and it was almost like a humming and steaming. What do you mean by me? Why don't you get out now? Su Xiaomu stamped her feet in shame. and her little slippers made a clattering sound on the tiles. Chu Sheng was terrified like an ostrich, and hurriedly turned around and rushed out, but ended up bumping his head against the toilet door. Hearing a loud bang, Su Xiaomu's face changed slightly, and he knew it was painful from the sound. Chu Sheng didn't care about much at this moment, and hurriedly pushed the door open and ran out directly. When he got to the living room, Chu Sheng turned on the living room light, leaned his hands on the edge of the dining table, and gasped for air. What did he do just now? He actually opened the bathroom door and went in directly, and saw Su Xiaomu. Chu Sheng closed his eyes tightly and hoped that all this was fake. Su Xiaomu would rush out with her pants up and bite him to death. Why didn't this girl lock the door when she went to the bathroom? Chu Sheng felt overwhelmed. He kissed Su Xiaomu unintentionally in the morning, and rushed into the bathroom at night, and saw something he shouldn't have seen. What's going on? Su Xiaomu was in the bathroom, blushing like a ripe apple. I squatted on the toilet with my pants pulled up, covering my face, not knowing how to go out and face Chu Sheng. Didn't this guy knock before entering the bathroom? Su Xiaomu clenched her fists, wishing she could punch this guy to death. I was in a daze just now. Could someone have seen anything? Su Xiaomu thought about it. It seemed that except for the pajamas that had 2 buttons open when I went to the toilet because I didn't sleep properly, there shouldn't be anything else, right? Su Xiaomu was speechless. What was going on? What happened early in the morning was not over yet. And Chu Sheng took advantage of me again in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, Su Xiaomu blushed, not knowing how to face Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was outside, holding his head. It hurt from the impact on his head, and it hurt inside his brain. This was too embarrassing. He finally reconciled with Su Xiaomu today and pretended that nothing had happened. But this happened again in the evening. How good would it be if he had knocked on the door and asked casually? But it seemed to be useless. Thinking of Su Xiaomu sleeping on the toilet, Chu Sheng probably didn't respond even if he asked. If this matter is not handled well, it will directly affect the family relationship. Chu Sheng is in a dilemma. Does your head still hurt? Chu Sheng suddenly felt a wet towel applied to his head, and a gentle and caring voice. He turned around hastily and saw Su Xiaomu, who was standing on tiptoe and pressing Chu Sheng's forehead with her hand. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them no matter what. Idiot! What are you looking at? Why don't you reach out to take it? Are you going to tire me to death? Su Xiaomu glared at Chu Sheng angrily. Haven't you seen enough after 5 years? Chu Sheng was glared at by Su Xiaomu, and his whole body was like being hit by 100,000 volts. He shuddered and quickly reacted, reaching out to press the wet towel. As a result, his hand happened to press on Su Xiaomu's boneless little hand, and a cold and soft feeling surged into his heart. Su Xiaomu retracted her little hand like a panicked little rabbit, but was pinched by Chu Sheng like lightning. Su Xiaomu cried out tenderly, not expecting Chu Sheng to do this suddenly. She was confused, panicked, and had some unknown emotions. Why are your hands so cold? Did you eat ice cream before going to bed again? Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly became stern when he mentioned this. All the evasion, just now, was transferred to Su Xiaomu's eyes. She didn't dare to look directly into Chu Sheng's eyes. She didn't react for a moment. It was obviously she who came out to question him. So why was the situation reversed now? Well, I just ate tomorrow's share in advance today. How can it be considered cheating? Su Xiaomu lowered her head and put her hands behind her back with a nasal tone of a little bit of coquettishness. Like a primary school student who has done something wrong. You are going to have your period in 2 days. And you are still eating ice cream here. In a few days, you will be tossing and turning in pain in bed. You are a goldfish. Right? Have you forgotten how painful it was last month? After being harshly scolded by Chu Sheng, Su Xiaomu felt indignant. It was just an extra strawberry-flavored ice cream. Besides, it was not time yet. Humph. You are still blaming me. You saw the bathroom light was on. Why did you come in without knocking? Women's logic is that if I can't beat you in this matter, then find something I am right about and defeat you. This abrupt turn really scared Chu Sheng. You also said that you forgot to turn off the light when you went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. And how could you go to the bathroom without locking the door? I thought you forgot to turn off the light. Who knew you were inside? Chu Sheng's tone was still tough at first, but when he mentioned that Su Xiaomu was inside, the previous scene appeared in his mind again, and he unconsciously lost his momentum. Chapter 235. Do you know a tree called high numbers? After all, He was the one who looked at Su Xiaomu after opening the door. It was unreasonable for a man to suffer a loss in such a matter. So in the end, Chu Sheng also unconsciously lost his momentum. Seeing Chu Sheng's momentum disappear, Su Xiaomu was secretly happy. This way, she would not be scolded for eating ice cream. She was happy. After the quarrel, there was another awkward silence. After all, Su Xiaomu was a live broadcaster in front of thousands of people. At this time, he could only use his professional skills to resolve the embarrassment. He covered his mouth and yawned, and said lazily, "Okay. Okay. Don't disturb my sleep at night." Then he turned around and walked into the bedroom steadily. Then he turned around and closed the door at the speed of wind, and ran into the bed, covering his whole body. At this time, the shame and anger of being a girl were fully revealed. Her cheeks were hot and red, and her breath was accompanied by continuous panting, which made people imagine a lot. Chu Sheng was still in a daze in the living room. Is this the end? No accountability. No scratching or biting. So this is considered letting him go? Chu Sheng has not yet reacted. Su Xiaomu didn't treat him like this before. I accidentally ate an ice cream at night. And the next day this girl played a prank on me with toothpaste, mustard and Oreo. What happened today is a disaster. Right? How come it just passed by so lightly? Chu Sheng was very puzzled. He pressed his head with a wet towel and was about to enter the house, but stopped at the door. If he goes in like this, who knows what those pigs in the live broadcast room will say about him? Walking back to the bathroom door, the light inside was still on. Chu Sheng seemed to be frightened by what happened just now. He pushed the door open hesitantly and was relieved to find that there was no one inside. After washing his face, he regained consciousness. But the fragments in his mind were replayed over and over again, as if someone was deliberately controlling them. The tiredness and exhaustion on the face can be washed away with water and drained away through the sewer pipes. But those things that really happened, how can you forget them just by deceiving yourself? Chu Sheng shook himself up, took some water, and returned to the bedroom. Seeing that his friends were still waiting, he yawned. Come back? I almost called 120 to report that someone fell into the toilet. Chu Sheng must have gone to the toilet for a midnight snack. Didn't you see that he was holding his stomach and looked satisfied when he came back? I'm afraid he solved some personal problems. How come he looks radiant and tired after going to the toilet? The fans teased him in various ways. Chu Sheng felt his scalp tingling when he saw these comments. These guys are really stupid. Why are my fans so weird? They either eat shit or drink urine. Don't they have diarrhea when they stand upside down? Chu Sheng's words made the live broadcast room burst into laughter. I thought this guy was going to say that there were some serious fans. But I didn't expect him to say such a thing. It's not you, Chu Sheng, who made us like this. Your name is not serious. So you are definitely not a serious anchor. Chu Sheng was speechless. There is such a saying? Then his father has to take the blame. An accident happened just now. Chu Sheng didn't feel like playing games anymore. He couldn't stay up late every day after becoming an anchor. Right? He just closed the game platform. The fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. Why did he go out to the toilet and come back to stop live broadcasting PUBG? Chu Sheng ignored the doubts of the fans and continued, work and rest are the best. Since we have won so many games, we should relax a bit. When the fans heard about relaxation, their eyes lit up. Is there any new way to play? Could it be a room check? Chu Sheng's popularity and number of fans are enough to be ranked? Xiao Gizi is a big anchor in the appearance and anchor area. I really want to know the expressions of the anchors when Chu Sheng goes to check the room with his IT. After all, there is a saying that colleagues are enemies. Xiao Gizi, Chun Siki, and Xiao Duzi, the three female anchors, basically divided up all the main male fans of Douyu. The other female anchors must be gritting their teeth about this, and want to pull them down and replace them all the time. If Chu Sheng went to check the room, with the identity of Xiao Gizi's brother, and a large amount of traffic, would those female anchors hate this slap in the face? Or thank Chu Sheng for bringing traffic? This is very interesting. Looking at the fake flattery of those female anchors, it is definitely hilarious. Come on. Come on. Chu Sheng's army is here. Let's check the room. All the fans began to be eager to try. After all, there are so many female anchors on the Douyu platform. Who should they check first? Now Chun Siki and Xiao Gizi have both stopped broadcasting. And the only one who is still broadcasting is naturally Xiao Duzi, one of the three major anchors. Everyone is eager to move. If Chu Sheng can talk to Xiao Duzi again, he will be the first anchor of Douyu, who is related to the 3 major female anchors. It sounds very exciting. Right? Host, please recommend Xiao Duzi's live broadcast room. Let's recommend Xiao Duzi. And then we'll check other rooms. Just when everyone's emotions were aroused, Chu Sheng picked his nose and looked confused. What are you talking about, room inspection? Why should I go to check the room? Others were all confused. You said that you should combine work and rest. But now you don't go to check the room. Are you making trouble? Combining work and rest. I mean that live broadcasting chicken eating is labor. And then I will do something entertaining. After Chu Sheng explained, the fans were even more confused. Isn't room inspection something relaxing and entertaining? Is there any entertainment activity more awesome than room inspection? Live making babies? Forgot to turn off the camera when changing clothes? Chu Sheng continued to lay the groundwork. Well, there must be many college students who haven't slept yet at this time. After all, only college students are still hanging around in the live broadcast room after 12 o'clock. Well, it's college students who hit one. As Chu Sheng finished his words, various 1,230 numbers appeared on the screen. And there were really a lot of ones. Chu Sheng had been in college for 4 years, so he naturally knew the living conditions of these guys in college. It was normal to take a break at 2 or 3 o'clock, and sleep until 9 or 10 in the morning. As for the first class, naturally, the roommate called him in, and the lunch for those who stayed at home was brought back by the roommate who was in class. Seeing that there are indeed many college students, Chu Sheng continued to expand the topic. So what classes do you find difficult in college? This sentence immediately set off the live broadcast room, and everyone complained. There were pretentious academic masters, low-key academic gods, but most of them were wailing academic losers. I think all classes are difficult. Aren't data structures and algorithms the most difficult? Learn about advanced mathematics. With this, many people began to complain. Advanced mathematics was simply a nightmare when they first entered college. Looking at the excited crowd, even hugging and crying for each other, Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly and said, everyone thinks advanced mathematics is difficult. Right? Then, as a top student in the Department of Mathematics, I will teach you about advanced mathematics today. Chapter 236. Don't even think about turning the page so easily. Then the fans felt a dark cloud hanging over their heads, and they immediately had a bad feeling. As expected, in the next 2 hours, Chu Sheng took out his textbook and started to live broadcast advanced mathematics. He explained advanced mathematics to these college students in a simple and easy-to-understand way. If anyone found any part difficult, they could just type it in the bullet screen area, and then Chu Sheng would explain it. He did this for 2 hours straight. Am I crazy? I stayed up late at night holding a mobile phone to watch Chu Sheng tutoring advanced mathematics. Chu Sheng's explanation is more detailed than the teacher. What I didn't understand in class, Chu Sheng made it clear in just a few words. Awesome. Worthy of being from the Department of Mathematics at Tunghai University. Haha. Did you fall asleep in class or didn't listen carefully? Jia Jupeng. I know you are peeking here. You can't learn it. Go to sleep. Fuck. The most popular anchor in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds area is here to take advanced mathematics remotely. This news quickly spread throughout the Douyu section, and even many male and female anchors with little or no fame came to join in the fun. As a result, the female anchor came in for less than 2 minutes, and was persuaded to leave with yawns. The male anchor was directly impressed and said goodbye. Even people from the education area came to visit, and those who traded stocks and practiced calligraphy all took a look at Chu Sheng. This guy was reviewing advanced mathematics in the middle of the night, and he was still so popular. It's terrible. Are the current fans so fond of learning? Chu Sheng yawned and looked up to see that it was already 2:30. The popularity of the live broadcast room was still more than 800,000 at this time, which was beyond Chu Sheng's expectation. He thought that everyone would be completely distracted by the high-level mathematics, but he didn't expect that there were still so many people staying in the live broadcast room. Okay, let's stop here today. It's getting late today. I'll tell you something else later. Chu Sheng put a perfect end to today's live broadcast. After saying that, he took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his eyes. Wow, the anchor looks so handsome when he teaches seriously. Shocked. Chu Sheng has female fans? Why? The anchor is pretty and gentle, can give lectures and play PUBG. Why can't he have female fans? I'm a graduate. and I was bored and ate barbecue while watching the anchor talk about advanced mathematics for 2 hours. I'm a fool. Because the rich were all hypnotized by advanced mathematics and rested. The remaining students, who benefited a lot, spontaneously gave Chu Sheng a lot of fish balls to express their gratitude. When Chu Sheng went off the air and the screen went black, these guys suddenly realized that they, who usually stay up late to play games, actually learned advanced mathematics for 2 hours in the live broadcast room. This is too amazing. After Chu Sheng went off the air, a settlement interface popped up in the background, showing the gifts, popularity, subscriptions, shares, etc. received today. Basically, each item was a terrifying number. Chu Sheng was too lazy to calculate. After all, Douyu would definitely need him. So he turned off the computer and went to bed. Chu Sheng finally rested after a hard day's work. But Chu Sheng had another horrifying and bizarre dream. In the dream, he had a pregnant wife. When he got closer and saw clearly, Chu Sheng was shocked because the woman with a big belly in the dream was not someone else, but Chen Siki, the #1 anchor of Douyu. This shock made Chu Sheng realize that this was a dream. But he did not wake up, but wanted to see how this dream could be woven. So Chu Sheng saw an even more terrifying scene. Xiao Bai also walked in with a big belly, and called Chen Siki's sister and Chu Sheng's husband. This completely scared Chu Sheng, and he kept reminding himself that this was just a dream. As Chu Sheng went out alone in his dream to relax, the ringtone on his phone was the gentle and slow song of the girl group that Xiaoan played in a voice chat today. When he answered the phone, he heard Dai Mei's voice, asking Chu Sheng if he would come to her place today. Chu Sheng was completely confused. Dai Mei's voice was soft and gentle with a bit of coquettishness. Hearing it, he couldn't help but want to fly to his side and take care of him immediately. When he arrived at Dai Mei's place, it was just as Chu Sheng expected, the warmth and wantonness between the two of them. After the end, Dai Mei helped Chu Sheng put on his clothes, and Chu Sheng returned to the so-called home in his dream. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, someone rushed up to hug him and kissed him wildly. When he pushed it open and saw clearly, Chu Sheng was completely awakened, because the person who hugged him and kissed him wildly was his sister Su Xiaomu. He woke up from the dream with sweat all over his head. The sky outside the window was bright. He took out the mobile phone on the bedside and took a look. It was already 6:30 in the morning. What kind of dream is this? Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Last night's dream was extremely horrifying. He was nervous all the time, and finally this scared him awake. After shaking his head and waking up, Chu Sheng suddenly felt a sticky feeling in his crotch, and his old face flushed. He secretly opened a crack in the door, and found that there seemed to be no one in the living room and bathroom. Then he sneaked in to take a shower, washed his underwear, and changed into a new one. Chu Sheng ran into the bedroom, got dressed again, and then heaved a sigh of relief and started to make breakfast. That dream was so embarrassing. It was too embarrassing for the simple Chu Sheng. Until he finished making breakfast, Chu Sheng was still in a daze. He went downstairs for a morning run for half an hour, and then came back with the vegetables he bought. As a result, he saw Su Xiaomu sitting at the dining table eating breakfast as soon as he entered the door. Chu Sheng subconsciously avoided his eyes, not only because of the guilt of what happened in the early morning, but also because of the guilt of what happened in the dream. Sometimes it is like this, inexplicably trapped in the world of dreams, unable to extricate oneself, feeling guilty and sad all day long. Seeing Chu Sheng evading like this, Su Xiaomu suddenly felt confident and her back straightened up. "Come here." She called Chu Sheng over directly, like a wronged young wife, standing beside the dining table, not daring to sit down. "Is the breakfast taste good today?" Chu Sheng also talked about something else to divert attention. Su Xiaomu snorted and said something about whether the breakfast tasted good. "Chu Sheng, you are such a good cook. Isn't it normal for you to make it delicious? Are you trying to make it unpalatable and poison this delicate and lovely sister?" She slapped the table with her palm, but it hurt her hand, and she gritted her teeth and inhaled sharply in pain. "Humph. There's no way to easily turn the page on what happened yesterday." Su Xiaomu also put on a posture, but her cheeks were slightly flushed. "Then what do you want to do?" Chu Sheng didn't know what to do. If you say it's a girl like Xiao Bai, Chun Siki, Dai Mei or Xiaoan, then you'll have to suffer a little. As a man, I'll be responsible. Okay. But Su Xiaomu is a sister. Chapter 237 Copy Ninja Good Chicken Friend. Su Xiaomu's bright eyes moved cleverly. And then her eyes completed the crescent, looking as if she was smiling at you again. Few people can resist such angelic smiling eyes. And Chu Sheng is no exception. But after all, the years have made Chu Sheng resistant to such smiling eyes. Not to mention that Su Xiaomu showed such a harmless smile. There must be some conspiracy. Don't think of any tricks to trick me. Chu Sheng first took a shot at prevention. After all, a man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of separation. And he will never be fooled again. No, I don't have classes this afternoon. When I come back to live broadcast, you can take me and Shinseki to eat chicken. Su Xiaomu also looked cheerful, as if she didn't take it seriously at all. She actually made such a request that Chu Sheng thought was simple. Chu Sheng was afraid that Su Xiaomu would regret it because he had a chance to redeem himself in such an easy way. So he agreed immediately. It's just eating chicken. No problem. Chu Sheng patted his arms and looked confident. He was now confident in 3 things: cooking, mathematics, and eating chicken. As long as it was beyond the scope of these 3 things, Chu Sheng would definitely shake his head and refuse. Seeing Chu Sheng nodded in agreement, Su Xiaomu nodded with satisfaction, took the pie and milk, and was about to go out, but immediately turned around and rushed into the bedroom, took out a stack of printed documents, and put them on the dining table. This is the Douyu Anchor's contract. I have read the terms on it. You only need to sign a few pages, and send it out according to the address on the contract. Remember to get the business done today. Su Xiaomu was ready to go out happily. But Chu Sheng hooked his fingers on the hoodie behind her, and pulled her back. She quickly signed her name where she needed to sign, and even prepared a copy of her ID card early. Chu Sheng smiled and stuffed the file to Su Xiaomu, saying, "Okay. Since you have to go out for class anyway, please help me mail it." Su Xiaomu took the file angrily, spit out her clove-like tongue, and said to Chu Sheng 3 times. Then closed the door and left. Looking at the playful and funny Su Xiaomu, Chu Sheng chuckled at the air, then shook his head, and got up to start cleaning. It was almost 9 o'clock when he finished cleaning the house. Chu Sheng had nothing to do, and read the foundation of the general theory of single and complex functions for half an hour. And then he suddenly remembered his career as an anchor. Alas, I still haven't adapted to my new identity. Chu Sheng shook his head helplessly. It might take some time for him to adapt to his identity as a live streamer. He turned on the computer, opened the live streaming software according to the process, and pushed the stream. As soon as Chu Sheng came online, he saw that there were fans online in the live streaming room at almost the same time, saying good morning and so on. Wow, you are all waiting for me to come online, right? You came as soon as I came online? Chu Sheng was stunned. It was less than a minute, and the barrage in the live streaming room had already started to refresh the screen. This live streamer is not professional to go online so late. The first day of live streaming was until 6 in the morning. And yesterday, it was until 2:30 in the morning. This person, who said he was not professional, must have watched Chu Sheng's live streaming for the first time. The above person accidentally exposed the fact that he is a lousy student in advanced mathematics. The fans also started to have fun with each other. Chu Sheng glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock. Su Xiaomu came back to eat at around 12:20. He could still live broadcast for nearly 2 hours. I will live broadcast for 2 hours. Then go to cook for Xiaomu. And live broadcast for the rest of the afternoon. Chu Sheng didn't have much experience, to be honest. So he didn't waste any time and directly opened the game and entered the lobby interface. The live broadcast room was full of people talking about double rows and 4 rows. And also talking about inviting Dai Mei, Xiao Bai, Chun Siki, Xiao En and others to play games together. The most outrageous thing was that someone actually asked Chu Sheng to invite 2Z, Xiao Ju and Jue Feng to play a gay 4-person team. This group of people really started to make trouble early in the morning. No one will be here this early. I'll just practice in solo mode first. Chu Sheng rubbed his hands and immediately chose the single-player mode to start the game. The screen went black, and the 4 English letters PUBG in silver metallic color appeared on the background. And then the screen changed to the quality square. Chu Sheng hadn't decided what to do yet. And after 2 days of being possessed by the gun god, although Chu Sheng's own gun skills did not reach the level of gun god, he could still do a normal level of gun fighting. The quality square, which was full of people of all kinds, was in chaos. Some people grabbed the weapons on the wooden table and fired wildly. Some chased and punched, and some ran around playing music. After enduring the difficult 1-minute countdown, everyone boarded the plane. As the plane gradually approached the island, Chusheng also saw the route of this trip clearly. From Port L on the right side of the map, it drove all the way to City S at the top of the map. This route was very comfortable. After all, Chusheng claimed to be the overlord of City S, and City S was completely his blessed land. Just make a mark in City S, and there is no need to discuss here. Just after making the mark, Chusheng heard someone on the plane open the public channel, and a burst of girls' cries came from it. All you know is to eat chicken. Eat chicken. Eat chicken all day long. Do you still want to sleep with me? When the familiar beginning sounded, Chusheng was stunned. Isn't this the one he and Su Xiaomu did? Why are other people using it now? Although the voice in the public voice is not Su Xiaomu, it is still the voice of a sweet and lovely young lady, coupled with a resentful and innocent tone. It can directly kill 99% of the health of these single dogs. Some water friends who watched Chusheng's live broadcast 2 days ago naturally knew this joke, and couldn't help laughing at this moment. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Chusheng's joke was stolen by someone, and it was played again in front of him. Look at Chusheng's face being shown off. Don't talk about today. When I was playing solo yesterday, I saw someone dancing the Jack Law dance in the Suji Square. This wave can be said to be very naughty. Look at Chusheng's expression. Chusheng had never expected that these guys playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds were so naughty. As the situation drama progressed, the singles on the plane were filled with righteous indignation. After all, how could a guy who got up at 10:30 in the morning to play PUBG have a partner? The anger of the singles was ignited, and they wanted to blow up the plane directly. They all said to sign up. If I don't stab you in and out 7 times today, I won't call Changshan's Honggizi deaf. However, what made Chusheng even more desperate was still to come. The guy who played the situation drama actually responded. If you are a man, come to a city to find me. Jia Jia Hui. And watch me paralyze the ring and the dragon-slaying sword to chop off your dog heads. Seeing that the plane was about to arrive in S City, Chusheng wanted to cry, but had no tears. This guy used my materials, and wanted to mess with me in the end. Is there any justice in the world? Chapter 238, It is impossible to work. Chusheng's mentality exploded. He originally wanted to find a place to grow up. But why did this group of people? I just want to live a fisherman's life of fishing and drying nets. Why do you force me to do it? Chusheng pretended to be a rival, but was instantly exposed by the fans. Please, host, you have to be a little more shrewd. You actually want to force the character of a hermit. You can only pick up a frying pan when you land. Isn't it better to be your chef? This sentence instantly collapsed Chusheng's momentum. Coupled with Chusheng's good cooking skills, this character is quite suitable. Have you heard of the bloody chef? Chusheng sneered. Through the open tail of the cabin, he could roughly see how many people were left. The result was that just a glance made people's scalps numb. At least 30 or 40 people were left on the plane. The final destination was either S City or the shooting range next to it. Chusheng was just bluffing. After all, he knew his own attributes best. These 30 or 40 people landed to rob S City. On average, each person could search less than 2 rooms. It would be a miracle if they could find guns. As the plane arrived at the top of S City, the remaining people on the plane all jumped down. Although they had not opened their parachutes yet, they could see the heads as numerous as sesame seeds with the naked eye. In order to seize the first opportunity, many people directly dive vertically, and the landing speed reached the fastest. Chusheng was naturally unwilling to fall behind. Although he had no gun, he still had hope. Right? Who knew what kind of bad luck this time would bring? It was a rapid descent, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a race against time. The earlier you landed and entered the house, the greater your hope of survival. As the parachute opened, the sky above was even more densely packed, and Chusheng's face changed wildly. S City, separated by a road, was full of people on the left and right, and even the single green roof barn was full of people. The most terrifying thing was that even the door of the small toilet in the wild was directly filled with people. Chusheng was originally planning to land in the house area below the church, but now he wondered what he was going to land on. He was afraid that he would be killed as soon as he landed. Suddenly, Chusheng felt that S City was so big that there was no place for him to stand. Since he couldn't rob, Chusheng simply didn't rob and swung towards the seaside of S City. hoping to find a boat to escape. If he could find a boat in S City, he could go to Z Town in the upper left corner of the map if he was lucky. At the current speed of landing, no one should be faster than Chu Sheng. Before Chu Sheng landed, the gunshots of fierce fighting in the city had already started. This made Chu Sheng glad that he didn't rush to fight for the house. More than 30 people. This must be a bloodbath. They swung towards the beach. But what made Chu Sheng desperate was that there seemed to be no boat on the beach. The sound of fighting broke out on both sides, one after another and very fierce. Chu Sheng landed directly on the T-shaped road. Just now, he saw from the air that there were no boats in S City. Standing in the middle of the road, he could even hear the sound of footsteps coming from the houses on both sides, which made people's scalps numb. Chu Sheng's wave was very miserable. He didn't even grab a house or a boat. He was killed as soon as he landed. It is difficult to survive in this situation, unless Chu Sheng is brave and careful, mixed in the crowd, and makes a living by licking the dead boxes that others have eaten, or licking a few more to get a set of second-hand obsolete equipment. But this behavior is also very risky. After all, surviving in S City, where there is one person every 10 steps, is a technical job. Chu Sheng ran directly towards the road after landing. Without a boat, this wave cut off his retreat. As a result, after running 2 steps, several pistol bullets suddenly came over. One hit Chu Sheng, and the rest fell to the ground because Chu Sheng jumped up quickly. Seeing the bullet landing point, Chu Sheng ran directly to the back of the house in front of him without looking back. The pistol came from the blue 2-story apartment building across the street. Approaching the 2-story building, Chu Sheng heard footsteps coming from inside. But fortunately, the footsteps went up along the 2nd floor. All the doors in sight were open. Obviously they had been searched. There was someone watching in the apartment building opposite, and Chu Sheng had no better way now. So he simply sneaked in quietly and turned into the toilet behind the door. The toilet door, which was less than 2 square meters, was also open, and the festive red oil drum was in sight. Chu Sheng picked up the oil drum without saying a word, and then lay directly in the bathroom bathtub. The bathtub was just big enough to accommodate one person, and the door had been opened. Unless someone was bored and came in, they would not find Chu Sheng's location. This wave was very comfortable. Although there was nothing, he could let the people outside fight first, and finally pick up the leftovers to live a miserable life. Seeing Chu Sheng so cowardly at the beginning, his whole body was full of oil, and the fans were totally surprised. Where is the brother-in-law who fought out of the G-port with more than 80 people in just one day? Is it the distortion of human nature, or the decline of morality, that turned a fighting anchor into a prone anchor? Type boxing. 18 dragons subduing palms. What are you afraid of? The barrage was full of people encouraging Chu Sheng to go out and fight hard. These guys just wanted to watch the show, and none of them had good intentions. This room is quite warm, and you can take a bath. Don't think of saying these words to provoke me to go out. Chu Sheng heard the footsteps on the rooftop upstairs, and they were still walking back and forth. This room was still quite safe for the time being. Suddenly, the sound of a speeding motorcycle approached from a distance, followed by a sharp brake sound and a burst of gunfire. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. It sounded like the motorcycle was parked outside the house. Then, there was a clanging sound above his head, and in less than a moment, a huge fragmentation grenade exploded, and a grenade kill message flashed quickly in the upper right corner. Not long after, a man ran in from the main door and went straight to the 2nd floor. Chu Sheng lay carefully in the bathtub. This man was obviously the guy who drove the motorcycle and slipped up to lick the bag. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that there is an ownerless motorcycle waiting for him outside? What are you waiting for at this time? Hearing the footsteps on the stairs, Chu Sheng ran out directly. The man had just arrived at the rooftop to lick the bag, and suddenly heard the footsteps and became alert. However, Chu Sheng had already slipped out happily. It's impossible to work. I can't work in this life. I can only steal the car to make a living. The people upstairs were still cautiously guarding the rooftop door, and they had set up their guns in advance and waited for someone to come up. Little did they know that Chu Sheng had quietly picked up the motorcycle, and then made a beautiful turn on the motorcycle and went out directly. Chapter 239, Collecting Junk. As the motorcycle started, the people on the 2nd floor rooftop suddenly realized that this guy was actually the great thief Guevara, standing on the rooftop with a Thompson submachine gun. He fired randomly at Chu Sheng's figure going away. Unfortunately, Chu Sheng's driving skills were really great. He avoided most of the bullets by moving in an S-shaped pattern. And he was not hit at all. After driving away, Chu Sheng went straight along the road to a wild spot in the housing area in front. There were 2 houses here, and no one came yet. Chu Sheng's smooth stealing of cars just now made everyone stunned. Isn't this a gunfight survival game? Chu Sheng turned it into a car-stealing RPG. After escaping from the fierce battle in S-City, Chu Sheng felt a sense of relief. He rushed directly into the housing area, wanting to search for a weapon for self-defense. As a result, he searched the second-floor apartment and the toilet, and found 5 bandages, a level 1 war god suit, a backpack, and a sickle for cutting wheat. Well, this is very Chu Sheng. The safe zone has also been refreshed, and the center point is directly refreshed in Peace City, the center of the map. It is not very far to enter the safe zone. As long as you cross the bridgehead of our city in Shuicheng, you can basically enter the circle. It is not too difficult for Chu Sheng who has a motorcycle. If you have a motorcycle, you can go to the upper city of G-Port. Considering that some pirates go to the canal to find a boat to the G-Port container when they parachute, the upper city is indeed a good choice now. That's right. There are so many people here. So the best way is to leave quickly and grow slowly. Chu Sheng looked at the analysis of the netizens, and they were all very good choices. But for Chu Sheng who loves to stir up trouble, why is he so unhappy? Well, since I'm going to broadcast live to everyone, I must come up with something creative. Right? Every time I grow slowly, steal a wave of fat from others, and then kill everyone. I believe you must be tired of it. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, a large number of comments such as "I'm not tired of watching," and "I'm never tired of watching" flashed in the barrage. Wow! They were clearly against Chu Sheng. You guys are here to tear me down so early in the morning. Right? You all said you're tired of watching. Hurry up. Otherwise, I curse you to land in the punishment circle and wash your hair in the bombing zone. If other anchors said this, everyone would definitely say just kidding. With my handsome and angular face, how could I land in the punishment circle? But the person who said this was Chu Sheng, who was known as the #1 bad luck master of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds on the internet. Even if a group of netizens shared their bad luck, it would be very maddening if they didn't give them a backpack when they landed. I'm tired of watching it. I'm tired of watching it. Please change your style. Your live broadcast style will not have a future. This crappy anchor is so boring. I'm unfollowing him. If you don't want to cause trouble, report this pornographic broadcast. Some netizens who came in after seeing the news of Chu Sheng's live broadcast were stunned when they saw the overwhelming slander and insults. What's going on? Didn't he prove his success yesterday? Why is he blacked out by the whole network again today? Did he miss some rhythm? Chu Sheng looked at these comments and showed a satisfied smile on his face. This is the harmonious live broadcast environment. There is no such thing as a wretched development on Chu Sheng's side, since the netizens cried and shouted to see him cause trouble. Then he, Chu Sheng, could only agree reluctantly. After all, he is the breadwinner. Right? Adhering to the saying that he should get up from where he fell, Chu Sheng put an agricultural sickle on his waist, got on the motorcycle, and turned the front of the motorcycle, aiming directly at S-City. You dare to rush forward with a small sickle. The anchor is not afraid of death. Is that a small sickle? I tell you it's called the sickle of the god of death. Is that a motorcycle? I tell you it's a black car of the undead. Chu Sheng turned on the public voice, and then the motorcycle accelerated directly towards the S-City, where the gunfire was raging. Just now, Chu Sheng collected 10 points of complaints for stealing a car. This time, Chu Sheng returned to S-City again. From a distance, he saw that there was no one on the second-floor rooftop. He was afraid that they had escaped or been killed. With a sudden brake drift, Chu Sheng came directly to the main road in the center of S-City, turned on the public channel and shouted, "Collect junk. Nylon bags, plastic cloth, scrap copper and aluminum, cotton covers, broken autumn johns, broken electric meters, old batteries, and broken Jialing bicycles that have not been ridden for many years." Chu Sheng was driving while shouting on the public channel, making his fans laugh. Fuck. I just took a sip of my drink, and it all sprayed on the screen. Lying in bed, laughing so hard that my hands were shaking, and my tablet hit my face. The people in S-City who were trying to contain each other and listen carefully to the enemy were all confused by the sudden sound of collecting waste. Chu Sheng's Tutso value soared rapidly, And he had already earned more than 22 so points after just singing once. Some guys were so angry that they didn't care about the people stuck downstairs. And they just stretched their heads out of the window and shot at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was naturally laughing so hard that he exploded, repeating his words while circling back and forth on the streets in S City. The roar of the motorcycle and Chu Sheng's voice on the public channel covered the footsteps. And what was even more infuriating was that because there were a large number of people in S City, and everyone didn't have many bullets, no one was willing to waste bullets on such a troublemaker. So the style of the painting became weird. At first, some people couldn't help but hit Chu Sheng. But later there was only a gunfight in the city, and Chu Sheng was strangely left alone. Chu Sheng was confused. Hey. He came for revenge. No one paid attention to him. This wave is very hurtful to his self-esteem. Okay. The fans also laughed. This wave of operations is good. It was high profile, and then successfully turned himself into an invisible man. Well, everyone is surprisingly unanimous. They don't want to waste bullets on Chu Sheng, and they don't want to expose their positions. I think the anchor is upset now. No one pays attention to him. Everyone is secretly blocking each other. If they had this much time, they would have searched the upper city of G-Port by now. Chu Sheng also felt his scalp tingling. Why didn't this group of people have a fool standing on the road to shoot at him? Even one person would be fine. After killing him, he can happily lick a wave of boxes to become rich. When did these guys become so wretched and cautious? Chu Sheng was very uncomfortable. He was driving a motorcycle, but no one paid attention to him. He didn't have any weapons except a sickle. Paid passenger transport service. It only costs the price of a fragmentation grenade to get you into the safe zone. You can exchange for the same item. The oil is limited and first come first served. Chu Sheng had no choice. Since he chose to come to a city, he must make a name for himself. This time, Chu Sheng changed the advertising slogan and simply started the DD Motorcycle Project. Chapter 240 DD Motorcycle Luxury Package? Chu Sheng was making a fuss here, but he still felt like one hand can't clap. No one paid attention to him. And no one paid attention to him. The viewers in the live broadcast room almost laughed their heads off when they saw the scene. When has Chu Sheng, who is full of hatred, been ignored like this? This trip to a city may end in vain. Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle to the wall of the green roof barn at the top of the city and stopped. He filled up the bucket of gas on his body and was about to continue to circle around and shout. Although it seemed that everyone ignored him, the Tuso value was still increasing little by little. This round was close to 50 points. If he was lucky in a few more rounds, he might be able to directly turn on the gun god mode. Chu Sheng was just about to drive around for another 10 or 8 laps, because he didn't believe that the guys in S City didn't know how to run away from the poison. When he started running away from the poison, he could perform his motorcycle riding stunts as long as he got out of S City, and then collect a wave of equipment. Wouldn't it be great? The plan has been made, and the only thing to do is to wait. Brother, are you really paying for passengers or just joking? Suddenly a voice sounded, scaring Chu Sheng and his fans. In the past, Chu Sheng was the only one who scared others, and he had never been scared by anyone. Who are you? Where are you? Do you have an invisible cheat? Chu Sheng's first reaction was that a guy with an invisible hack was approaching him quietly. He had been hunting birds all day, but today he was pecked in the eye by a bird. Chu Sheng suddenly felt the uncertainty of life. What kind of invisible hack is this? I'm in the house. I just want to ask you if you really want to pay for a ride? The player was hiding in the house. When he heard Chu Sheng parked outside on a motorcycle, he was also panicking. He only picked up a small pistol, and there was only one bullet left. No matter how hard he tried to shoot someone in the head, he couldn't kill him. He only had one fragmentation grenade on him. Not to mention whether he could kill the guy on the motorcycle. If the motorcycle exploded, he would be completely dead. After observing the green roof barn for most of the day, it seems that the entire S City only has one vehicle, the motorcycle. If there were no vehicles, they would all be stuck together, and I'm afraid no one would be able to enter the circle alive in the end. So after hearing Chu Sheng shouting just now, the player had an idea. Chu Sheng was also confused. He was just shouting for fun. Ha ha ha. Look, there's an honest man here. This wave of anchors is confused. Brother, I'm kidding. This guy inside searched a barn. I'm afraid he has a gun in his hand. This is a drunkard's intention. This show-off ended in failure. and the brother-in-law can eliminate the vehicle by himself. The fans also followed suit. This guy really has good sense. With one sentence, he put General Chu Sheng in a dilemma. Okay, let's give the microphone to Chu Sheng next. Let's see how he performs. Chu Sheng hid behind the wall. At this time, he could see the door through the wall. He seemed to be as stable as a rock. But in fact, he was panicking. Of course it's true. You know, I'm the only car here. I'm stuck in S City. I've run out of medicine. It's basically impossible to get into the circle. This player still didn't trust him. After all, in the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you can play all kinds of tricks. You might be sold out if you don't pay attention. The previous wave of highlights serves as a background board. To show my sincerity, I'll come out first and let you take a look. Okay? The person in the room walked to the door. Now there was only a wall between Chu Sheng and the player. After the player came out, Chu Sheng took a look through the wall. He only had a small pistol on his body, and no other firearms. But the small pistol should not be taken lightly. It can be killed by a few shots. Chu Sheng has nothing on hand now, so he has to be careful and cherish his life. You can see me if you walk to the wall. After Chu Sheng said this, the player cautiously tested for a while, then walked to the wall and saw Chu Sheng. He was wearing a level 1 suit and no guns. You don't have a gun? The player was stunned. This guy dared to take on the business of DD motorcycle without a gun. He was really bold. If I had a gun, I would have driven a motorcycle to pick up passengers and killed you all. Chu Sheng was also straightforward. What could he do without a gun at the beginning? He had to work hard to survive. So he could only drive to pick up passengers or steal cars to make a living. Anyway, there was only one bullet left, and the two people could not do anything to each other. The player in the room finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to show his sincerity, "How about this? You go to hide on the other side of the wall first, and I can throw away the gun and get in the car." Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. What kind of a trick is this? Are all passengers so honest now? Although he looked confused, he drove the car to another corner honestly. The player climbed over the wall, threw the pistol to the ground, and ran towards Chu Sheng. Fuck. Did this guy really throw the pistol? It looks like this PY transaction is going to be successful. Is this large-scale dating game so sincere? Learn about those who kill teammates and change voices. Even Chu Sheng thought this guy was playing some tricks. He was ready to speed up and leave. But when he saw this guy really throw away the pistol, he was stunned. Brother, be more sincere. I'm scared by your throwing of the gun. Chu Sheng did not hesitate to drive his motorcycle backwards to the man. Ha ha ha. Brother, I won't hide it from you. I only have one bullet left in my pistol, and it can't kill anyone. The player sat on the back seat of the motorcycle without worrying about anything. Then both of them couldn't help laughing. Then I'll send you to the safe zone. Chu Sheng glanced at the big map. This brother didn't have a gun now. Sending him directly to our town or water city would be like a wolf entering a tiger's mouth. On the contrary, few people usually go to the ruins. And because of the terrain, even if they are discovered, they can find a shelter as soon as possible. Then I'll take you to the ruins. You pick up some things to grow. Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator and drove away without waiting for the man's consent. Since it was a passenger motorcycle, Chu Sheng rushed directly to the marked direction based on the mentality that the straight line between 2 points is the shortest. Facing the potholes on the mountain road, Chu Sheng didn't even dodge, and soared into the sky, doing all kinds of cool juggling moves in the air. The player in the back seat was almost scared to death. He had never seen a motorcycle driven like this. Wouldn't it be faster and better to take the road directly? Brother, to be honest, you are not trying to trick me into getting on the car and then let me fall to death. Right? The player was really panicked. This wave felt like getting on a black car. If he fell to death, it would be a complete show. After all, there are still many guys in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds who destroy the game experience. Chu Sheng smiled and said, "This is a luxury package. You will have to pay more later."